The story begins high above the jagged cliffs, where the chirping of birds pierces the silence, only to be shattered by the swift slash of a blade as a lone man cuts through his enemies without mercy. The man is Chun Hajin, our protagonist, who is a skilled mercenary working for the Heavenly Righteous Alliance, renowned for his expertise. This shouldn't bother him with minor issues, as he had far more critical missions than dealing with their nonsense. The team leader observed that the young man seemed overly confident after defeating several of his soldiers, but he'd better stay alert. They were determined to fulfill all his deepest wishes through death. For several years, Chun Hajin had been killing relentlessly on behalf of the Heavenly Alliance, so much so that he had lost count of the bodies his sword had pierced. One after another, he kept eliminating the pursuers who dared to catch up to him. They had only one target and could not afford to let him escape. Their mission had to be completed no matter what. Our protagonist wondered where these people really were so fixated on his demise. For 30 years, he had faithfully served the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Now that he had finally obtained his long-awaited freedom, he would not let it slip away. Instead, it would be his enemies who would have to perish. Chun Hajin was ready to go to extreme lengths to secure his liberation. Those around him looked at him in amazement, not understanding how he was still alive or how this was possible. Maybe it was because he was one of the top 10 greatest martial artists. It seemed like they didn't have the slightest chance against him. Chun Hajin was the world's most skilled assassin. He stood proudly above his enemies, preparing to deliver his decisive blow. They called him the King of Assassins, but he was still a human. Chun Hajin felt fatigue creeping up on him, but reinforcements were already rushing to help the enemies. If they noticed his vulnerability, he would not survive. He couldn't believe there were still so many of them. Despite all the fighting and countless battles, his blade had become dull, but this would not stop him for a second. Did they really hate the idea of his freedom so much? They would be sorely disappointed. Let no one stand in his way. He would crush them all into dust. No one would take away his freedom. They dared to challenge him by resisting, and they immediately paid for their insolence. He could have been the world's greatest assassin, the very king of assassins that people spoke of with awe, but deep down, he was just a loyal dog of the head of the Heavenly Alliance. A ruthless and bloody tyrant. He killed on command without asking questions. What did he know about real life? Even the realm of the dead presented him with a bill. He needed to get out. He had been living for those Alliance scumbags all this time, and now he was almost free, having gotten rid of their damned remains. There was a secluded shelter nearby where he could take elixirs and healing herbs to restore his strength and heal. Finally, Chun Hajin would be free. He collapsed to the ground, feeling that hunger would drive him mad before he could tend his wounds. Chun suddenly realized that he had only eaten a couple of pieces of dried meat in 7 days. He certainly wouldn't have refused a plate of hot dumplings, but he needed to pull himself together. He felt that someone was watching him. It was an amazing stealth technique. Even he, the best assassin in the world, did not notice how they snuck up on him. His martial arts prowess was so great that he could cut down an entire forest with just the aura of his sword. This stranger was undoubtedly the strongest fighter in the southern Central Plains. Could he really be the god of death himself? Chun Hajin began to understand why the Heavenly Righteous Alliance was pursuing him so persistently. Still, he didn't expect that the masters of the Steel Blood Fortress, the 8 elite warriors of the Steel King, would intervene. Did he seriously think that Miram would recognize him as one of the 10 greatest masters if he defeated a man exhausted from fighting hundreds of opponents? Even though his strength was almost exhausted, he would still cut the enemy into pieces. Chun Hajin thrust his dull blade into his opponent, causing him to collapse in front of him. He felt that someone was still watching him. He thundered that whoever it was time to stop enjoying the spectacle and show themselves. It turned out to be the secret demon queen. She revealed herself, a pink aura swirling around her. Her appearance came as a complete surprise to him. She was flattered that Chun still remembered her. After all, it had been almost 6 years. The girl smiled and warmly greeted her old friend. Meanwhile, Elder Jun Ilryong's squad from the Heavenly Righteous Alliance set out to search for Chun Hajin. One of the fighters reported that all the bodies around were masters of the Steel Blood Fortress. None had expected that Chun Hajin would break through the inescapable net and annihilate so many of the fortress warriors. The elder then ordered the troops and told them to follow the Demon Queen's dead energy, knowing that that's where Chun Hajin was hiding. Her name was Kwak Sokyo, and she was a secret Demon Queen. She used rejuvenation techniques to maintain her beauty, but she was actually in her 60s. Looking at her face, one would think she wouldn't harm a fly. Such a sweet and beautiful girl. But in truth, she was a diabolical killer who couldn't sleep without taking a life. Our protagonist wondered that it wasn't enough that the most skilled assassins and elite troops of Steel Blood Fortress had been sent to hunt him down. Now, they even involved this crazy, unpredictable woman who had joined the fray. He couldn't help but wonder, whatever the reason, he still had an ace up his sleeve. As long as there was blood in his veins, he would never give up. Kwak Sokyo noted that she was disappointed in him. They had a special relationship, and he immediately drew his sword. Chun Hajene interrupted her abruptly, stating that enough of this empty chatter had occurred. Since she had come for him, she should prove it in battle. The girl thought that Chun Hajene wasn't even strong enough to land a single blow on her at the moment. So she offered him an easier option. Chun Hajene responded, but why shouldn't she test how long he would last? Why should he be afraid of his 60-year-old grandmother, who could only talk? Kwak Sokyo, with a serious attitude, noted that if he called her granny one more time, she would yank his spine out, no matter how much he begged for mercy. The MC thought she had become more sensitive in the time they hadn't seen each other, and with a grin, he called her grandmother again. Kwak Sokyo became angry and wrinkled, noting that he was a bastard, and her expression changed as she smiled. The girl believed that the righteous Heavenly Alliance had trained him to be their best assassin. It was no surprise that the Steel Blood Fortress had asked her to assist in this mission. His core strength contained a repulsive pure energy that belonged to the Great Nine Sects. They intended to take him alive, but it was obvious that Chun Hajene had mastered the techniques of the Nine Sects and even had a hidden skill. Now, the protagonist understood why she had stopped and was speaking all this nonsense. Though she usually preferred bloodshed, she wanted to learn more about the hidden martial arts of the Nine Sects and gather information about the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Kwak Sokyo realized that Chun Hajene was very talented. She had thought he was just a dumb thug who only knew how to break necks. As a demon queen, she had no intention of passing these secrets to the Steel Blood Fortress. It looked like Chun Hajene had figured her out. She didn't really need the fortress's assignments or the Alliance's secrets. Her real goal was to obtain mastery over the 9 sections. If Chun Hajene revealed all the secrets, she would spare his life, and asked, isn't that a fair deal? Hajene sighed and asked why there were so many dangerous creatures in the Great Lakes. Honestly, it wasn't a fair trade. He was near death. Kwak Sokyo asked if it was all about the blood parasite. Chun Hajene froze at the question. Because of the parasite, his best friend had been killed. Those who betrayed the righteous Heavenly Alliance would face consequences. The parasite in his body wouldn't let him forget himself and would kill him if he betrayed the Alliance. Once Kwak got rid of him, all ties between him and the Alliance would be severed. All he had to do was show her the technique. The girl had studied the demonic arts of the god of death. She also knew about poisons and toxins. She would definitely be able to rid him of this parasite. So, she asked what he thinks about it. The girl could give him the freedom he needed if only he taught her the art of the 9 sects. Chun Hajene smiled and asked if she thought the righteous Heavenly Alliance was after him only because he had escaped. Chun was one of the top 10 martial artists in the world. He had learned how to get rid of the blood parasite as far back as 5 years ago. But to break through the inevitable nets, he needed to reach the highest level, which had taken a lot of time and training. It had seemed to him that he was almost there, but it turned out he wasn't even close. The whole thing was a little ridiculous. Chun didn't think she'd let him live if he taught her the skill. Those bastards had taken 30 years of his life. He wasn't about to let some old woman fool him again, so he refused the offer. If he decided to leave now, he could still save his worthless life. Kwak Sokyo noted how he even had the nerve to say that when he could barely stand on his own 2 feet, she wasn't as worthless as he thought. Kwak was quick to take action against those who insulted her. He wasn't going to give her the skill. The only thing he could give her was pain. Chun figured that it was not like he would survive this. Kwak responded, so then he should die. Chun wished the same. Their energies merged and exploded, and an intense fight broke. Kwak pierced Chun with her long claws and stopped the great assassin. Just then, Chun Hajene saw Elder Jun Ilryong suddenly appear. Chun Hajene was surprised as he hadn't sensed his presence. They mercilessly chopped off all his limbs. Each of them had their own reason for revenge, which they carried out. Kwak Sokyo looked at Chun Hajene with her piercing gaze and said he looked better without his limbs. He should also have his head ripped off so he could never speak again. She laughed and said let him crawl to hell like a parasite. That was where he belonged. for what he had earned. Would this pathetic moment be the last thing he saw before dying? Chun Hajin just wanted to live a normal life. He just wanted to live a simple life, just for a moment, as if in a dream, like a normal person. Was it really so impossible? If he had one more chance, the main sanctuary of the heavenly demon divine cult, one chance to live the very life he so dearly dreamed of. Meanwhile, in the inner sanctum of the heavenly demon divine cult, a healer greeted the fourth young master of the divine cult. The healer had recently visited the third young master's residence and checked his pulse, and informed the fourth young master that Xiaoyang would probably die tonight. The fourth young master smirked and thought things were going much better than he had expected. The scene shifted to where we saw Chun Hajin suddenly found himself flooded with memories from his past life. A comrade asked if he was finished. He replied that yes, he had killed everyone on this side, and now they could afford a little break. Still, Chun Hajin reminded the group not to relax too much, emphasizing that the leader had strictly ordered them to avoid detection. During a brief pause, Chan noticed something in one of his comrades' hands. It appeared to be a small figurine of a bird, delicately carved. Curious, he inquired about it, and the comrade confirmed it was indeed a carving. As the silence lingered, the comrade suddenly shifted the mood by asking Chan whether he was growing tired of killing. The unexpected question caught Chan off guard. He stood frozen, unable to form a response. The comrade declared with quiet determination that he would leave, no matter what it took. He dreamed of living the rest of his days like a free bird, somewhere in the peaceful countryside where the air carried the scent of fresh grass instead of the iron-tinged musk of blood. Chun Hajin, inspired by the vision, admitted he couldn't let go of that idea either and offered to join him. But the comrade firmly refused. He made it clear he couldn't allow Chun to follow. It wasn't even up for consideration. Chun insists on going on together, but the comrade refuses abruptly. Shortly after speaking, the comrade let out a soft gasp and fell into a restless sleep beside him, blood trickling from his mouth. Chun Hajin was shocked to see his comrade in such a state and wondered what had happened. It was then that he sensed someone else's presence nearby. Then the commander appeared, his expression unreadable. He revealed that the Lord had once saved the comrade's life, and this was how he repaid that kindness, by trying to run away. The commander instructed Chun Hajin to look carefully, noting that this was the fate that awaited all those who dared to betray the righteous heavenly alliance. The blood parasite inside them would decide their punishment. Suddenly, a disgusted face, another memory flashed through Chun Hajin's mind, the old woman's twisted scowl that pulled the protagonist out of his reverie. He jolted awake, heart pounding. He tried to process what had just happened and wondered if this was a dream. Didn't the demon queen just behead him? He looked around, confused. He didn't know where he was now. The room surrounding him was elegant and richly adorned, far too luxurious for a battlefield or a prison. He immediately sensed someone. A young girl entered the chamber, calling herself Manhwa and carrying a tray of food while cheerfully announcing her arrival. But as she looked toward the bed, her expression shifted as she realized the young master wasn't there. Before she could react, Chun Hajin appeared behind her, pointed the chopstick at her neck, and softly threatened her about the consequences of making even a single sound. Confusion filled his mind, and he asked her who she was, what she wanted, and whether she was connected to the fortress of Steelblood. She calmly explained that she was his servant and introduced herself as Manhwa. She seemed puzzled by his strange behavior, wondering why the young master was acting that way. Was there something he didn't like? Our protagonist didn't understand and told her to stop uttering nonsense and to tell him the truth, asking her who brought him here. Manhwa then mentioned that the young master had been in that place for quite some time. He had fallen unconscious 6 months ago due to a chi blockage and had only regained consciousness 2 nights earlier. Chun Hajin couldn't comprehend it, as it made no sense to him how someone could be unconscious if they were already dead. He warned her to stop lying and threatened her with a painful consequence, asking her to tell the truth. But Manhwa didn't waver. She insisted she was telling the truth and was only bringing the food for him, saying it was prepared for when he awoke. Chan turned toward the mirror and froze. The reflection staring back wasn't his. His first thought was one of disbelief and anger as he wondered who this was. He was confused. He had died, and it hadn't been a dream. He wondered if this was some kind of reincarnation or if he had been dragged into a past life. None of it made sense. Manhwa tried to call out to him, but the young man was lost in his thoughts as he looked outside the room, pondering how such a place could even exist in Murim. Then he noticed some people approaching and began to wonder who they were. Before he could reflect further, a man knelt before him, his voice heavy with reverence. He spoke of divine teachings and of demons falling at Chun's feet. He congratulated him on his recovery, addressing him as the third young master. Chun Hajine panicked as he thought, a demon cult? If this is referred to as a divine cult within Murim, doesn't that mean it's a heavenly divine demon cult? Everything was a blur as he tried to grasp what in the world was happening. Meanwhile, we noticed someone walking through the chambers of the demon lord. It turned out to be Mudam, the first royal guard of the heavenly demon divine cult. He stepped forward, bowing respectfully greeted the demon lord. Composed and stern, the demon lord inquired about the reason for Mudam's visit. Mudam reported that he had something important to convey. The demon lord had granted him permission to speak. He shared that the third young master had finally regained consciousness. However, his body remained too weak to wield any strength. He then asked what the demon lord's next steps would be regarding the third young master situation. The demon lord gave a firm instruction. Until the closing ceremony in 3 months, no further reports on this matter were to reach him. Mudam bowed in acknowledgement, expressing his wish for the demon lord to fulfill the great will. The narrator then explains that the heavenly demon divine cult, often referred to as the 1,000-year demonic cult, was the oldest and most merciless demonic force of this generation. It had been established several millennia ago by a Murim master. In terms of combat power, they stood unrivaled, and the mere revelation of the cult's existence was enough to unsettle all of Murim. It symbolized chaos in its purest form. Although the righteous Heavenly Alliance and Steel Blood Fortress surpassed them in numbers, the heavenly demon cult possessed more power than war or pandemonium itself. These 3 powers, righteous heavens, the remaining blood, and the heavenly demon, were known collectively as the Mighty Triad. Among them, the heavenly demon held the most brutal and chaotic force. Meanwhile, Chun Hajin wondered how he had ended up there. Had he truly been given a second life? But why was it within a demonic cult? He tried to calm himself, needing to assess the situation and consider his next move. Last night, he thought that the hidden technique still seemed overwhelming. The comrades walking and talking about the strongest of the 7 disciples of the demon cult, the third young master, had awoken. The carnage was destined to begin once more. The comrade warned the other to remain cautious, or he would be killed. They further discussed that it was a miracle to awaken after 6 months of chi blockage. It was said he had lost all his martial skill, but if any remained, he would truly be the monstrous demon they called him. Since that monstrous demon had awakened, some people were bound to be squeezed of everything. Caution was essential to avoid provoking the young master's wrath. The protagonist reflected on how much of a scoundrel he was, a truly monstrous demon. Whatever it was, he was certain it was a demonic cult. To escape, he would need a carefully detailed plan. Chun Hajin sighs, noting the hidden technique had caused too much trouble the previous night, despite being used for only an hour. Still, it was a relief to be alive. However, his body now felt like that of an 80-year-old man. He had to rebuild it entirely. 7 extraordinary meridians were tangled, and he intended to repair the internal clogs. Amidst the chaos, he would find the truth that burned within the void and forced its way through the life channels. By purging the turbidity through clarity of thought, the world would offer its reward. The room's temperature began to rise, and the air grew increasingly humid. Through the limitless technique, he would expel the darkened energy from his body. In his past life, using martial arts techniques from the 9 sects, he had refined his own boundless technique. Lacking status, this technique had become his salvation and had helped him greatly. Perhaps that was his limit, but at least a small goal had been accomplished. Chun Hajin wondered why it was surprisingly quiet, which left him feeling uneasy. Since waking up, only the healer had visited. The healer mentioned that he was recovering rather quickly and advised him to take care of himself until they visited again. Only that young girl had arrived, trembling with fear. She had brought his herbal medicines. After seeing the servant like this, our protagonist thought the man had truly been a monstrous demon, and certainly a scumbag with a terrible temper. Until he understood more about the situation, he couldn't afford to act recklessly. 3 months passed. The 4th young master noted that it was strange, and it had been 3 months since he had consumed the treatment, and still nothing had happened. The healer remarked that not only had nothing gone wrong, but the recovery seemed to be progressing faster. The fourth young master asked the healer if he hadn't claimed that the more aggressive a technique was, the more likely one was to die from using it. The healer, looking fearful, acknowledged that it had been his statement, but now it seemed strange. The fourth young master remarked that Seoryang always exceeded his expectations. The fourth young master Hong Yamun of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult asked the healer when Rin would be arriving. The healer responded that it was believed that Rin would be outside the main temple at noon. Hong Yamun asked the healer if 6 months had passed since Lin's return. The healer agreed. The fourth young master then commented that something interesting was about to unfold. The fourth young master ordered the healer to continue observing and reporting. Meanwhile, inside the third master Seoryang room, our protagonist continues practicing. For the past 3 months, he had done everything he could to restore his damaged body. Thanks to that effort, the remnants of the darkened and demonic energy were now gone. Just then, her maid brought his herbal medicine, but upon lifting the bowl, the young lord noticed the presence of a blood parasite. Filled with fear, he threw it away, and it shattered. He felt the accusatory voice taunting him, reminding him that he could never escape from the righteous heavenly alliance. The voice called him an arrogant fool. He had been made into the world's best assassin and had still chosen betrayal. Even in death, escape was not possible. Chun Hajin panicked when he saw the blood parasite. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted as he awoke again, back in reality, to someone calling him young master. Manhwa asked if he was all right. When he looked into the bowl again, it was empty. He realized it must have been a hallucination. The protagonist thought about the new life he had always longed for, yet he still did not know if he could ever truly be free. Chun Hajin was getting ready when he overheard a conversation from behind the door. Someone was asking if he was present. The maid confirmed that he was. Chun Hajin gritted his teeth, wondering if the visitor was a member of a demonic cult. Manhwa mentioned that she needed to announce the guest's arrival to the young master, but the guest did not respond and asked her to step aside. The doors opened, and Hajin noticed a girl entering the room. She said it had been a long time since they last met. Behind her, Manhwa stood holding her cheek, indicating that she had just been slapped. The protagonist looked at the girl and realized he couldn't recall who she was. The girl remarked that he looked better than she expected, while he hurriedly covered his chest. Our protagonist didn't seem pleased with her presence and wondered how to escape the situation. She asked if he was going to make her stand there and mentioned that she wanted to drink a cup of tea. Chun Hajin knew that in moments like this, his first instinct was to run. Feeling anxious in the awkward situation, he quickly told the girl that he had somewhere urgent to be. Suddenly, the third young master took off running, while the girl shouted after him, demanding to know where he was going. Just then, the girl snapped her fingers to signal the guards. Soon, he found himself confronted by 2 tall men who blocked his path. It turned out they were acting on the girl's orders. Hajin turned around, and the girl stated that she intended to have a serious conversation with the third young master and didn't know how long it would take, so no one should be allowed to enter. The guard agreed and closed the door. The girl instructed Chun Hajin to sit down, saying they had matters to discuss. Chun Hajin turned around and replied that he hadn't wiped the sweat off from his recovery training and asked her to wait until he changed his clothes. However, she admitted and said it would be nice if he didn't have any other plans. Chun Hajin couldn't shake the feeling that there was something off about her. Even just by looking at her, he could tell she seemed unstable. Reluctantly, he asked Manhwa to follow him. Curious, he asked Manhwa who the girl was. The protagonist then mentioned that he had a headache after waking up and suspected there might be a gap in his memory. The girl looked at the young master with a pleading expression and insisted that he couldn't die. He wondered why he would die, especially since he hadn't been awake for long. Manhwa then informs the young master that the girl's name is Hong Yiren. She is a demon affiliated with and working for the religion's Inner Enlightenment Center. Hong Yiren is the daughter of the Jiaxa family, which is part of the demon cult. She is strong enough to be considered the most talented disciple, excels at her job, and has been recognized as a heroine by the head of the demon cult. Chun Hajin adds that she is also the younger sister of the fourth young master. Manhwa agrees with this assessment. Chun Hajin inquired about the reason for her visit and the nature of their relationship. The maid responded that she was unaware of the specifics, but mentioned that they had met several times throughout the month, implying a special connection. He thanked the maid for the information and observed that her face appeared quite swollen. The master then encouraged her to go rest, leaving Manhwa looking shocked by the young master's words. The protagonist wondered if the third young master was truly insane. Returning to the girl, He admitted that he hadn't been thinking properly and had acted rudely. She replied that it was all right. He then asked what had brought her there. The girl couldn't understand why he was so calm and so different from his past self. It was as if he had lost the spark in his eyes. The girl figured out that it was indeed true that he had lost his martial prowess after coming out of the chi blockage. Hong Yuren stated that there was no need for them to hide anything from each other, as she was already aware of everything. It was better to get straight to the point. Holding 2 papers in her hands, she revealed that they were contracts bearing their seals and asked if he remembered that. She added that if either of them breached the terms or a situation arose that required cancellation, the penalty would be tripled. She had invested nearly 1,000 niang into this wonder drug. Additionally, after factoring in other expenses, the total came to just over 2,000 niang. However, she planned to deduct the minor items since they were close. Chun Hajene, holding the contract, realized that the 4th young master's little sister had supported him financially with both money and medication. He couldn't help but wonder what this brat had been thinking. Hong Yuren stated that the total now amounted to 6,000 niang. She demanded that the money be given to her immediately. If not, he should sign a contract declaring when he would pay the full amount. Chun Hajin realized that by using the fact that Xiaoryang had survived the chi blockage, Hong Yuren had made herself appear to be a victim, canceled the contract, and now wanted her money back. The protagonist had initially thought he could build his reputation and later increase his wealth, but now she intended to ignore the fact that he had been bettered in. He looked sternly at her and noted that she had done some bad things she shouldn't have. Chun Hajin then responded that he could pay her that amount, leaving Hong Yuren shocked. He asked Manhwa to prepare brushes, paper, and ink. The young master was indifferent to whether the girl had made a mistake. It didn't concern him. Since he was going to leave this place anyway, he felt it was best to do what she wanted. Hong Yuren couldn't comprehend this behavior and wondered about it. As the 3rd young master, he admitted that he had been too careless in drafting the contract. He wasn't very clever before, but now it felt like he was being excessively thoughtless. The girl mentioned there was one more detail. If he couldn't pay, he would have to come running back to her when she called like a loyal dog. Chun Hajin wondered if she intended to treat him like a dog. The protagonist noted that she was starting to get on his nerves. Xiaoryang asked if that was everything, and Hong Yuren replied that the contract would be canceled once she received the full amount. Until then, they needed to respect each other. He questioned if she expected him to respect her while presenting such a petty claim. The young master then asked Manhwa to bring the commander of the royal guard. Hong Yuren was surprised, wondering why he was summoning the commander. When the commander arrived, he greeted the 3rd young master with respect and asked how he could be of service. The young master requested a wagon to be prepared, as he had somewhere to go. The man replied that he knew it wasn't his place to speak, adding that the current state of young master's body. Before he continued, Xiaoryang stated that he was going to the Demon Lord. He ordered the carriage to be prepared and a message sent to the Demon Lord's palace, announcing that the 3rd disciple wished to meet his master. Hong Yuren's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. The commander said he understood and would send the message to the Demon Lord's palace. He would prepare the wagon as soon as permission was granted. The 3rd young master wondered what the girl was doing and whether she planned to fight back. The man offered to see whether the Demon Lord would recognize this contract as fair. Yuren asked if he was suggesting they should both die now. What did he want to hear from the Demon Lord? The master asked if there was a problem. She warned that if the Demon Lord found out they had made a contract, he wouldn't be safe either. The young master calmly acknowledged that he would not go unpunished. He could be banished, especially since he had lost his martial prowess. That was the fate awaiting him, and he asked what about her since everyone in the world knew her family. Surprisingly, such an excuse would not always work. For him, the worst consequence was expulsion, but for her, no one would free her from imprisonment caused by her father's poor parenting. The Jiaxa family, of course, will be deprived of everything. Yuren was shocked after hearing his words. He suggested that he should leave as it was time for a walk. The girl asked him to wait and questioned whether he truly did not want to become the supreme leader. Hajin turned, thinking this was ridiculous, and asked her if she hadn't come here knowing he had no chance. He then suggested they meet at the Demon Lord's palace. Yuren clenched her fists, contemplating her next move. The master, observing her distress, inquired about her thoughts. She responded by asking how she could prevent him from going to the Demon Lord. Turning to face her, he held the contract up to her and said that she needed to tear it up with her own hands. The scene shifted to our protagonist's memories. where he stood with his comrades after having killed several people. A sense of realization washed over Chun Hajin as he grew weary of taking lives. He decided he would leave, no matter the cost. Hajin yearned to reach a village where he could inhale the scent of fresh grass instead of the musky odor of blood. He looked at his comrades and asked if that was all they had found. They confirmed that they had searched every corner but hadn't discovered a single bug. Chun Hajin noted that they had betrayed the alliance and committed treason. There had to be more to uncover, so he ordered them to search the surrounding area, and his comrades agreed. Chun Hajin noticed a small figurine of a bird, delicately carved, similar to the one of his comrades had held earlier. As he examined it more closely, his expression changed as he came to a realization. His thoughts were interrupted when someone shouted for them to move aside. It turned out to be his comrade, who was aggressively making his way through to reach his family. Confused and panicked, Hajin pleaded with him to wait and listen. The protagonist explained that he had been instructed to eliminate those who betrayed the alliance, whom he believed to be traitors. Stepping forward, he expressed that he genuinely did not understand the burden of his actions. A comrade cried out loudly and aggressively, commenting that killing people seemed like just a job to him, a routine of taking lives and spilling blood every single day. Chun Hajin was then asked if he knew anything about life, to which he admitted that he knew nothing. Just as a comrade loses his life in his arms, a curse was foretold, even from beyond the grave, claiming that his life would ultimately become the death of those he had killed. The scene shifted back to the Demon Lord's chamber, where maids were assisting him in getting ready. The commander arrived, knelt down, and congratulated the Demon Lord on the completion of a significant task. The Demon Lord inquired if the third young master had requested to see him. The commander confirmed that he had just sent a carriage to the third young master's residence, so he would be arriving at the palace soon. Turning to the first royal guard, the Demon Lord ordered him to escort the guest to the pavilion of demonic justice. The guard, taken aback by the Demon Lord's command, responded respectfully before leaving. The Demon Lord yawned and silently wondered if it was truly still winter. Meanwhile, at the third young master's palace, the healer checked his pulse while Chun Hajin thought he still couldn't get used to the chaotic aura surrounding him when the healer felt his pulse. The healer noticed that the damaged blood vessels had recovered significantly over the past few days, not to mention other areas of healing. Despite having taken herbs and undergone acupuncture, the third young master's recovery ability was already quite impressive. The healer expressed his surprise as the master noticed, so he apologized, explaining that he was astonished by the young master's regenerative capabilities. He then informed the third master that he would no longer need acupuncture. Instead, he should focus on nourishing foods and supreme healing potions to help restore his strength. The third young master expressed his curiosity about something, to which the healer replied that he could ask anything. The master inquired about the supreme healing potion, mentioning that he had never heard of it before. The healer explained that it was a decoction made from fine herbs designed to help restore energy. He added that this potion is handcrafted by artisans in the households and is exclusively served to the highest-ranking members of the main sanctuary, Hajene. Unsure if that was all, the master questioned whether it truly helped restore energy. He believed that regardless of its name, if it had real healing properties, it would enable him to recover much faster. The healer promised to return in 2 days and wished him a speedy recovery. However, the young master felt that something was off with how he was feeling. The third young master yawned, stretching his arms, and remarked on how dreary the neighborhood was. He then thought about the Demon Lord, realizing he was finally going to meet him. The protagonist wondered what kind of person the Demon Lord was. There wasn't a single person in all of Kangho Murim who wasn't intrigued by this heavenly demon. It was clear why. He was perhaps the strongest man on Earth. Although he had never revealed his full power, he was always regarded as one of the most formidable individuals in the world. The protagonist further reflected that their meeting right now could be dangerous for him. Since he didn't know much about the demonic cult, he realized he should have been more cautious. He reflected on how he had been rude to someone of great importance within the holy demon cult, but he simply couldn't bear the idea of being reborn only to become someone's servant. If only this Hong Yiren, the daughter of the Jiaxa family, hadn't shoved that absurd contract in his face. His thoughts were interrupted when Manhwa entered the room to inform the young master that the Demon Lord's palace had contacted them. The carriage was ready, and preparations needed to begin for the upcoming meeting. Chun Hajin pondered that since things had turned out this way, he might as well meet the demon lord face to face. After disembarking from the carriage, the third young master was promptly approached by a guard who informed him that the demon lord was inviting him to the demonic judgment pavilion. He was instructed to follow the guard. As he looked at the long staircase leading to an unknown destination, the third young master wondered to himself, what exactly is this demonic pavilion of justice? Meanwhile, the demon lord savored his drink and remarked that the alcohol seemed to taste sweeter that day. On the other side, Hajene wondered if this was truly the center of a demonic cult. The numerous guards surrounding him reminded him of the time he had been caught in the inescapable net of the righteous Heavenly Alliance at the Steel Blood Fortress. High-ranking masters were being trained all over the area. This place felt like falling into a dragon's pond or a tiger's den. One mistake, and he could end up dead. As they arrived, the guard announced, "They're here." The third young master was taken aback, wondering, weren't we just talking about the demonic justice pavilion? He began to realize that it wasn't actually a pavilion. Trying to calm himself, he reminded himself that he couldn't show any sign of fear. He had to act as if he knew everything, knowing that his survival in the demonic cult depended on every step he took. The guard opened the door and told the third young master to enter. He took a deep breath and tried to steady himself. After all, he was about to meet the demon lord. As he entered and looked around, he noticed something strange. His eyes widened in shock at what he saw. He had thought it was still winter, but spring seemed to be blooming around him. Hajene wondered if he was dreaming. He couldn't grasp the reality of the moment and struggled to understand what this meant. Was this an illusion? There was no other explanation. It was still cold outside. He had always dreamed of leaving Kangho and living in a place filled with greenery. This place was exactly that, like he dreamed, but far too tangible to be real. Just then, he suddenly heard a stern voice, which startled him and made him turn back. He froze as he realized that the pavilion hadn't been there a moment ago. Now, it stood in front of him, and he also realized that someone was inside. His legs started moving on their own, as if under a spell. The demon lord found it amusing as he thought about step 1, life, and step 2, death. He wondered if this was the pavilion of demonic judgment that the third young master had imagined. As Hajene came forward, his killer instinct screamed that this was dangerous. Clenching his fist, he thought that backing out now wasn't an option. Hajene thought that if he truly wanted to escape the demonic cult and start a new life, he would have to face the demon lord. He wondered whether he would finally meet the demon god, the 9th person to have been called forth by the heavenly demon, the great heavenly demon, the demon lord, Li Chansang. Meanwhile, the commander asked the guard if the third young lord had already entered and was informed that he had. The guard then asked if something was troubling him, but the commander didn't respond. The guard hurriedly apologized, stating that he had misspoken. He admitted that during the entire reign of the current demon lord, there had only been 2 previous occasions when an outsider was allowed into the pavilion of demonic justice. The first was around 25 years ago, when a master had taken his first disciple. The guard then asked if he was referring to the first young master. The commander said no, explaining that the first young master had become a mentee exactly 20 years ago. The guard tried to process this and figured the commander meant that there had been another mentee before him. The commander agreed, stating that there had indeed been an unknown disciple, one who had loomed in the shadows. That disciple had died here, in this very pavilion. His skin had been torn apart, as if mauled by wild beasts. The guard was shocked to hear this. The commander reasoned, if the demon lord wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have brought him here. The guard then asked who the second person to enter the place was. The commander responded, it had been the general strategist, the man who held absolute authority and handled both small and large matters. The only one who had risen so high purely by his own skills, not martial arts. The commander further told the guard that the strategist had entered the demonic justice pavilion and walked out with his head held high. And today, the pavilion had opened its gates for the 3rd time. The commander wondered, will the third young master manage to come back out alive? The third young master, Xiaoyang, greeted the demon lord. The lord calmly ordered him to rise. Hajene observed the man before him and thought, so this is the demon lord, Li Chansang. He noted that the man was indeed different. He didn't resemble the great demonic master or the supreme ruler of all. As long as he refrained from releasing his qi, any rumors about his overwhelming power remained unconfirmed. Yet Hajene could feel it, his majestic presence. A man like him had no reason to be confined. He was one of the strongest martial masters alive, perhaps the most powerful martial god in the world. He was so incomprehensibly strong that people claimed he was half immortal, living in an entirely different dimension. But if that were true, why hadn't he seized power and become a tyrant? Chun Hajin found himself growing scared, just from the aura alone. He struggled to get a hold of himself, realizing where his pride, as one of the strongest martial artists, had gone. The demon lord handed Xiaoyang a cup of alcohol. Xiaoyang bowed in respect and thanked him. The protagonist was taken aback when he saw the drink, thinking, "It's so fragrant." Wondering how long it had been since he had such fancy booze, without hesitation, he gulped it down. The demon lord then asked Xiaoyang if it was true that he had requested to see him. Xiaoyang confirmed it. The demon lord asked what it was that he wanted. Chun Hajin thought that the demon lord was very cold and wondered if masters and disciples in this region were always so harsh toward one another. Looking sternly, he realized that the demon lord didn't like to beat around the bush, and he should just get straight to the point. The third young master then told the demon lord that he had a request. The demon lord pondered what kind of request it could be, and Hajin questioned why he was hesitating. After all, he had once been among the top 10 masters himself. Was he really going to stand there like a fool? Finally, he asked if it would be all right for him to leave the cult. Panic set in as he thought he had messed up everything he was supposed to say. He simply wanted to go out for some fresh air. The demon lord repeated the third young master's request to leave the cult, and Xiaoyang confirmed it. Chun Hajin was taken aback, wondering if that straightforward honesty had actually worked. The demon lord then signaled for more alcohol to be poured. Hajin found himself unable to understand the man's emotions and couldn't even begin to guess what might be going through his mind. The demon lord considered Xiaoyang's words to be vague, uncertain whether he intended to step away from the cult temporarily or to sever all ties permanently. This left Hajin in shock. The situation grew heavier when the demon lord questioned whether Xiaoyang no longer wished to be his student. Hajin began to panic internally, quickly assuring himself that this wasn't what he had meant. The demon lord further speculated that perhaps Xiaoyang had already given up, worn out, and at the end of his strength. Hajin, trying to compose himself, decided to respond with seriousness and resolve. Yet, the demon lord, unimpressed, silently regarded him as a disappointment. Hajin's thoughts spiraled into dread, realizing just how badly things might have gone. Finally, our boy spoke, clarifying that he wasn't trying to sever ties. He went on to explain that it hadn't been long since he had recovered, and in that time, he had lost all of his martial ability. Resigning himself to the situation, he figured that since things had turned out this way, he might as well speak honestly. He admitted that he truly wished to recover, but the process had proven far more difficult than he had expected. That was why he believed getting some fresh air might help him. This, in truth, was what he had intended to ask about today. He smiled awkwardly, stating that yes, that was it. Hajin thought to himself that it felt perfectly reasonable. Noticing the demon lord's rising anger, he stood frozen in place, realizing that he needed to come up with a proper excuse. The demon lord appeared to question whether this meeting had been requested merely to ask for permission to go outside. Hajin panicked and quickly bowed, scolding himself for being too careless. As he pondered the entire situation, he found it seriously ridiculous. Yet he knew now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He had to act quickly and think on his feet. He stated that he had wanted to see the demon lord simply because it had been a long time since their last encounter. Observing the lord's reaction, Hajin thought it didn't seem like a bad one. He went on to explain that despite his current physical condition, he still considered himself a student and continued to carry the responsibilities that came with that role. He had not repaid even 1/100th of the demon lord's kindness and had no real way to express his gratitude. That, at least, was something he genuinely felt. He attempted to put on a display, an emotional appeal, hoping it would shift the atmosphere in his favor. But the cup in the demon lord's hand suddenly crumbled to ashes. Hajin broke into a cold sweat, alarmed that the bowl had simply turned to dust under the man's grip. The demon lord seemed to question whether Hajin had truly spoken of the duties of a disciple. Hajin froze in place, sweating nervously, his fear clearly visible. Then, the demon lord stood up. The sudden movement left Hajin stunned, realizing just how massive the man truly was. As the demon lord looked down upon him, he appeared to reflect on the notion of duty. If Hajin truly knew what it meant to bear such responsibility, if he had truly understood it, He would never have dared to stand before his master in such a shameful and weakened state. Or perhaps, all along, the master had simply been underestimating him. Hajene mulled over the demon lord's words, his mind filled with uncertainty. He wondered if it was truly possible that the eyes of the demon god could see through him. A lingering doubt settled in. Did the demon lord somehow know that this body did not belong to Suoryang? It felt as though the demon lord was staring straight into his very soul. Hajin struggled to think of a convincing excuse. Though he hadn't been directly exposed, he was clearly shaken. A flicker of offense rose in him. Even a disciple who had recently recovered from severe chi blockage and had come only to pay his respects was being told he didn't understand his duty. The situation struck him as strange, and the demon lord's behavior even more so. Hajin couldn't tell what message the man was trying to convey, and the lack of clarity only unsettled him further. The Lord announced that he would send someone within 3 days and ordered Hajin that he could leave now. Hajin wondered if that was it. What about his request? Was he allowed to go out or not? Was he free to do as he pleased? He contemplated whether he should express his thoughts, finding the situation quite stressful. As he looked around, the demon lord admired the demonic judgment pavilion. With its clear skies and green grasslands, it had been a long time since he had seen anything quite like it. Later that night, as he poured a drink into a cup of commander, the lord declared it a reward for hard work. The servant humbly replied that he was flattered and quickly drank the beverage. He then inquired about the situation with the third young master, specifically asking if he had been recovering at home and if that was at all. The commander confirmed this. 10 years ago, the demon lord had mistaken him for an Emugi, only to be disappointed to discover that he was merely a poisonous snake. However, upon seeing him again today, it appeared that he was holding a magic pearl in his mouth, gradually moving away from evil. This revelation shocked the commander. He also knew that death resided in the pavilion of demonic judgment. There, evil was judged. The object to be judged was represented by the Lord of Demons, and the judgment was carried out by both the Lord and the formation. The pavilion embodied the hearts of those who entered and exposed not only their conscious thoughts, but also their subconscious. But what if the object of justice wasn't to the demon lord's liking? At that moment, by the will of the demon lord, the demonic formations of the pavilion would respond. As soon as someone harbored the intent to kill, they would be destroyed in the most painful of ways. This method of formation could reveal true intentions. It was a supreme-level technique, one that only the demon lord could control. The demon lord inquired whether the lonely bamboo grove was being well maintained. The commander said that it was. A representative from the Court of Elders came about every other day. On average, there were up to 5 victims per month, but fortunately, there had been no fatalities in the past 4 months. The Lord then said the elders should call their man back for a while. He would send the third young master to the bamboo grove. The commander was shocked and asked if this was the lonely bamboo grove. The demon lord confirmed, and noting that it was a perfect place to get some fresh air. The scene shifted to a bamboo grove, dense and isolated, surrounded by wild animals. Hajin stood in the middle of it, a two-faced lizard crawling casually over his shoulder. Frustration and disbelief filled his mind as he grappled with the absurdity of the situation. In his view, the demon lord's actions bordered on madness. All Hajin had wanted was to step outside for a little while, yet instead, he had been thrown into the wilderness. He couldn't understand what he had done to deserve such punishment, being sent alone into a place so dangerous and cursed. Overwhelmed by the situation, he stood there in the heart of the grove, unable to contain his growing irritation, and silently cursed the demon lord with raw, bitter frustration. Just then, someone behind him apologized for his rudeness and informed the young master that such remarks were extremely dangerous. He emphasized that any profanity or disrespect toward the demon lord was considered a serious crime, punishable by immediate death, without exception. Not even young lords and ladies were exempt from this rule. The young master remarked that he should have paid closer attention. He asserted that he had not disrespected the demon lord. The man immediately offered another apology. Chun Hajin wondered if the demon lord was some sort of imperial figure. Why was it forbidden to speak harshly about the demon lord behind his back? He found it absurd that the grim and brooding fanatics of the demon cult believed the demon lord to be superior to the emperor, even considering him a true deity. Hajin then asked the boy if he was from the Court of Elders, to which the boy replied affirmatively. The man introduced himself as Ma Dongpil, the third leader of the elder court of the heavenly demon divine cult. He had the honor of serving as the Lord's personal guard. However, the protagonist didn't care about such honor or status. He simply wanted to be left alone. The guard vowed complete dedication to his service and pledged to protect the third young master with his own life. The next day, Hajene sat on a stone, amazed by the scenery before him. As reality settled in, he realized that he could not escape this place, no matter how hard he tried. In frustration, he shouted his disdain for the members of the demonic cult. All he wanted was to get out, and he questioned whether it was truly necessary to send him to such a place. It hadn't been easy at first, but he resolved not to waste any more time on futile thoughts. Hajene wondered why he had wanted to escape the demon cult in the first place. It stemmed from the ominous feeling he had experienced upon realizing he had been reborn as the third young master of the heavenly demon divine cult. Sooner or later, he would have to leave this place, but for now, it was impossible. Thus, the reality became clear. He had no choice but to live as the demon cult's third young master, heir. To survive in this body, he would require power. He needed to grow stronger. Otherwise, survival was impossible. The heavenly demon divine cult upheld the doctrine of survival of the fittest more rigidly than any other faction in Murim. This was not a place where one could idly await ruin and dismissal. Eventually, he would need to embark on the martial path, whether it led to life or death. He would no longer rely on petty deception. He would use his strength and depart with his head held high. At that moment, a servant emerged from behind a tree, startling the young master. He informed him that his meal was ready and he could follow him. The young master began to complain, warning the servant not to get in his way. The servant sighed and said that they had been here for 2 days and he had not had even a sip of water, let alone food. The servant was merely concerned for his health. Hajene wondered if it had already been 2 days. He then told the servant, "There's no need to frighten him every time." Hajene thought about how inflexible the servant seemed and wondered if everyone in the demon cult was like this. After 3 days in a lonely bamboo grove, MC resolved to begin with a limitless technique to bring his body and soul into alignment. Hajene wondered that the flow of chi within this infinite technique differed from ordinary chi. He figured that this cultivation level is at the third stage of power. At the third level of strength development, the limitless technique could be divided into 5 stages. In his previous life as the king of assassins, he had reached the peak of the 4th level. In the boundless technique, the harmony between martial arts and the body was far more significant than enlightenment. This current weakened body, even with a chi blockage, was already at the peak of the 3rd level and on the verge of advancing to the 4th. It was possible that this child, heir, was a prodigy. Moreover, the purification technique had activated on its own. This method cleanses the air by absorbing the turbid chi energy surrounding the body. The air became purified, and the absorbed turbid chi was transformed into internal force. With the overwhelming efficiency of the boundless technique, once the nearby air was cleansed, the assimilation effect accelerated, hastening its development. At this rate, he would be able to recover his former strength far more quickly than he had anticipated. Hajene then decided to advance to the 4th stage of power. On the 5th day, the body was fully healed. The previously severed blood vessels and damaged vital organs had grown much stronger than what was typical for someone's age. This made life in the bamboo grove unexpectedly manageable. Even his hair had grown darker. It was said that hair loses its color when chi is obstructed. He ate well, thanks to Dongpil being an excellent cook, and he also rested comfortably. He was now able to utilize the abilities from his past life as an assassin once again. During his time as the king of assassins, he had acquired the skill of supersensitivity. This ability had been developed through countless brushes with death and the hard-earned experience of surviving as a killer. The martial art that enhanced supersensitivity was known as the 6 forces of the heavenly net technique. The first form was the all-knowing eye. This martial art drastically amplified the 5 senses to their utmost limits, surpassing even the most acute instincts of wild beasts. He could now perceive the landscape clearly without needing to turn his head. Yet he loathed himself for adapting so well to this environment. Just then, the servant emerged from behind the tree, asking Hajene to come inside and informing him that the meal was ready. Hajene became frustrated by the servant's actions and wondered what was going on with him. As the sun set, the monsters would become more active. The servant suggested they return to their shelter. Hajene reflected on how he had finally established a foundation for conventional martial arts training. If he could integrate the knowledge and experience he had accumulated as the king of assassins into his current body, he would be able to regain his strength in the blink of an eye. As Hajene walked swiftly away, the servant sensed something, wondering if that was a ghost. Hajene then attempted to test his restored abilities. Thanks to the boundless technique he had recovered to some extent, he decided to see if he could fly. Two of his core skills had returned: the infinite body recovery technique and the 6 forces of heavenly net sense enhancement technique. All that remained was the dark shadow of Qi, a technique born from combining the selected secret arts of the 10 great sections. These 3 techniques were the martial foundations that once made him a legend, the king of assassins, Chun Hajin. He believed he would regain his former strength in no time. However, a doubt crept into his mind if he was even allowed to study Dark Shadow Qi. After all, this was the heavenly demonic divine cult, and he was now the 3rd young master, Suoryang, not Chun Hajin. He recalled that the 3rd young master had studied some form of demonic art, wondering what kind exactly. When the 3rd young master returned, he decided to ask Dongpil a question. Dongpil responded that the master was free to ask and that he would be more than happy to assist. The young master asked if, among himself and his brothers, there was anyone who had not studied demonic arts, or perhaps someone who had studied non-demonic arts. Dongpil admitted that he did not understand the question and apologized. Hajin wondered if such a thing was truly unimaginable. The young master asked him what might happen if someone chose not to study demonic arts. Dongpil answered cautiously, expressing uncertainty, but suggested that if the young lords and ladies refrained from studying them, the demon lord would likely be deeply displeased. The young master ordered Dongpil to go to the library and use his authority to gather every secret text available on demonic arts, everything that could be accessed. Inside the palace, the commander asked if this was truly what the young master wanted. Dongpil confirmed that it was. The commander wondered that the 3rd young master, however, likely already knew much of this material. Perhaps he was seeking to elevate himself in the eyes of others using these texts. After apologizing for the presumptuous remark, Dongpil, despite his role as a guardian sworn to protect the young master, dared to pose the question. If the 3rd young master had lost his memory after his qi had been blocked, the master himself was unaware of this. The former Suoryang had been exceptionally gifted from the beginning, though also greedy and arrogant, a true tyrant who showed little respect to his subordinates. But following his reinstatement, he had changed significantly. His behavior and speech had become inconsistent, often revealing confusion. Even his servant Manhwa remarked on how much he had transformed. He had even managed to walk out of the demonic justice pavilion alive after undergoing the demon lord's trial. Referring to a report from Dongpil, the master acknowledged why the leader of the 3rd squad had raised such concerns, but advised him not to worry too much. The man he now served was no ordinary person. He was one of the 7 candidates who could potentially succeed the demonic cult. Whether he was truly feigning ignorance or had genuinely lost his memory remained uncertain. However, the master warned that it was best not to ask any further questions. This was one of many reasons why protecting the heirs was so difficult, and he mentioned that this was why he specially chose him for the role. The master handed Dongpil the key, stating that he understood the loan period for the text was 3 days. He instructed him to mix them with others and take 3 to 4 secret manuals. One more thing, the master asked whether Dongpil had explained the bamboo grove to the young master. Dongpil admitted that he had not yet done so, though he had planned to that day. The master pressed him, emphasizing how dangerous that place was. He was confident Dongpil would be fine, but insisted that he explain everything immediately, as this task held primary importance. The master reminded Dongpil of his duties, instructing him to serve the 3rd young master to the best of his abilities. Dongpil agreed, stating he would keep that in mind. The master then wondered what the Lord had seen in the 3rd young master that prompted him to be sent to the bamboo grove. The bamboo grove was a demonic forest that had existed long before the heavenly demon divine cult established itself in the vast mountains. For 1,000 years, it had been a place where assassins had taken the lives of countless demonic figures. When only the first almighty heavenly demon existed and the divine cult lacked significant power, the grove had played a key role in helping the cult ascend to greatness. To those deemed worthy, the grove offered gifts. To others, it dragged them into the depths of death. This was the second time the Demon Lord had assessed the third young master. He had received a favorable evaluation from the Demon Justice Pavilion, wondering what would happen now in the Bamboo Grove. Later at night, Hajene found himself puzzled, wondering why Dongpil had brought him so many secret texts. Dongpil responded that it wasn't much. He had only taken the best ones, so the selection was relatively small. Still, Hajene felt overwhelmed, wondering if he truly expected to master demonic arts now. What should he do now? If he regarded demonic arts as inferior or impure, he would never perceive their true essence. He needed to approach them without bias. Dongpil then told the young master that there was something he needed to convey. The young master calmly accepted, allowing him to speak. 3 out of the 17 texts would have to be returned in 3 days. The young master asked for the reason. Dongpil responded because those 3 belonged to the collection of the 10 greatest demonic arts of their school texts, accessible only to the first, second, and third young masters. Dongpil wondered. The 10 greatest demonic arts were the pinnacle of martial knowledge within the heavenly demon cult. Mastering even one of them allowed one to look down on the world. Their brilliance was known throughout the cult. If the young master did not even remember these, it would be deeply concerning. The master asked why he was being stared at so strangely. Dongpil apologized, explaining that he was simply surprised to see this new side of him, asking if this was true, that he didn't remember any of those texts. Turning to Dongpil, the master stated that he was aware the young master had completely lost all his skills after awakening from the chi blockage. His heart and mind were no longer what they once had been. Strictly speaking, he had been exiled to this bamboo grove. Now, he was desperate. He had to try something. He needed to relearn all the martial arts he had forgotten. He asked Dongpil for help. Dongpil was now his only hope. Hajene needed to stretch his limbs again. If only he could retrieve some weapons from the cult at dawn. Looking at Dongpil, Hajene wondered why Dongpil was crying. He had said he would support the young master with his life. Hajene was confused, wondering what was wrong with him now. He should stop noting that it was burdensome. Later at night, Dongpil wondered that in about 10 days, the forest creatures would grow more active. They didn't appear to be moving at present, and the barrier surrounding them was expanding. It seemed they would be safe for now, at least in this section of the bamboo grove, since this is the most secure area. The young master focused intently on reading the secret texts. Dongpil needed to ensure that nothing disturbed his peace, noting that the weapons the young master had requested must be obtained as soon as possible. No matter what, they could not afford to let their guard down. Cheon Hajine's dark shadow chi technique wasn't widely known, but it remained one of the greatest Miram arts. While it wasn't as powerful as the secret techniques of the 10 great sects, its depth and purity were unmatched in its time. Demonic arts differed significantly from others. They emphasized destruction over structure, results over consistency, attack over defense, and raw power over opportunity. In essence, they closely resembled the techniques used by assassins. The 10 greatest demonic arts were certainly remarkable, but in his current state, he couldn't possibly master them all. Improving the dark shadow chi using these arts seemed like a viable path. The true demonic arts, in particular, stood alongside the art of destruction, a foundation for some of the top 10 techniques. In terms of demonic chi adaptability, the true demonic arts were even more advanced than some of those 10 and were considered one of the core sources of demonic cult practices. Hajene closes the book and says that he needs to awaken his senses first. The limitless technique worked best when a mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. At that moment, a presence was felt nearby. Hajene wondered if Dongpil was returning or if someone else was following. He had to remain cautious, remembering that despite appearing naive, he hadn't completely let down his guard. He decided to end training for the day. But just as he made that decision, he heard rustling nearby, wondering if Dongpil had returned. Something or someone was approaching from behind. It turns out to be a creature that attacks the MC, swiftly dodging the attack. Hajene thought about what that was, wondering aloud that it could be dangerous. The creature burst through the wall unexpectedly. It had the form of a chicken, though grotesquely mutated, with 6 legs, human-sized wings, and 3 heads. The sight was surreal and left him speechless, noting that the giant chicken looked like the mutant of the great King Yinluo. He had no words to describe the strange, chaotic nature of this place. The creature was incredibly fast as Hajene continued to fight against it. Meanwhile, Dongpil, noticing the commotion, looked toward the weapons basket and considered whether the available weapons would be sufficient, stating that the third young master was a skilled swordsman. experienced enough to have developed his own style. Perhaps holding a weapon again might help him recover his lost memories. But then again, recalling who he once was might not be in his best interest. Regardless, Dongpil reminded himself not to be swayed by emotion. His only duty was to guard the third young master. As the strong scent of blood suddenly filled the air, Dongpil noticed that and wondered about the third young master. The creature seemed to be using sound-based attacks, an unusual trait for a mutant like this. It was stronger than expected. Without a proper weapon, options were limited. Looking around, wondering what he would use as a weapon, MC noticed a large and sharp piece of bamboo. Grabbing a sharp piece of bamboo, the young master lunged forward and struck the beast with it, wondering if the creature had died, but it wasn't over. The creature endured the blow. Its feathers were too tough for brute force alone. He now figured out how he could take down that creature. He hadn't intended to use this particular skill on a beast, but the situation left him no choice. He would have to try. Hajene launched his attack using the heavenly net of 6 forces technique. The second form, called hypervision, allowed him to accelerate his thought process with the help of chi, which in turn made everything around him appear to slow down. With this, the young master identified the chicken's weak spot, its heart, nearly unprotected. Using a sharp bamboo stick, he aimed and struck directly into it. At that moment, Dongpil returned, following the scent of blood coming from the chicken. He rushed to the young lord, concerned, but the MC signaled him not to overreact. The chicken, as it turned out, was called Azure Lotus. Dongpil noted that the young master's wounds needed to be treated first, but the MC clarified that it wasn't his blood. Dongpil wondered aside from a few scratches. He was mostly unharmed and thought that the Azure Lotus was as dangerous as a leopard. Dongpil asked if the young master had truly defeated the creature on his own, to which the MC simply pointed out that there had been no one else present. The young master asked if they had a big pot, to which the servant responded in confirmation. The young master instructed Dongpil to fill it with water and bamboo shoots, then boil it, noting that he would handle dinner that night. He also mentioned he expected an explanation soon, pointing the sharp bamboo piece towards his face, asking how he knew about this creature, and what kind of place was this bamboo grove. The servant then explains that the lonely bamboo grove had existed since before the establishment of the heavenly demon divine cult. It was a naturally demonic forest, filled with spiritual chi energy deeper than any known mountain. However, there was something very special about this forest. The profound spiritual chi did not spread evenly. Instead, it circulated exclusively within the bamboo forest, growing stronger over time. This amplified both the chi of the trees and the vitality of the earth, resulting in exceptionally thick and resilient bamboo. Yet their life cycle was short. The bamboo in this forest grew faster than usual, and some trees exhibited unique properties. These properties could serve as both poison and medicine. The chi was so intense that the bamboo required multiple processing steps before being safely used on the human body. More than half of the demon cult's potions were derived from the bamboo trees of the lone bamboo grove. This did not imply mass production was possible. Most healing-capable trees grew deep in the forest, which posed a different issue: the spirit monsters and creatures that lived there. Dongpil confirmed that this was indeed the concern. Azure Lotus was one of the weakest among them. In fact, some mid-tier ghost creatures in the forest could rival top-level martial masters. Twice a year, the cult entered the forest, along with guards and high-ranking personnel, to collect sacred bamboo. However, the densest and most secluded areas remained perilous even for them. The city's bamboo garden was considered the safest zone. No one expected an Azure Lotus to appear here. Dongpil apologized for failing to protect the Lord, but the master believed the fencing and octagonal barriers built around the garden had already gone above and beyond. The master then instructed Dongpil to prepare a plate of the cooked creature. Surprisingly, the meal turned out well. No one had expected the Azure Lotus to be edible. When the master offered it to Dongpil, he hesitated, believing his stomach too weak for such food. Yet, despite this, he enjoyed it so much that he finished the plate and asked for more. Hajene now understood just how dangerous this place was. The third young master had been sent there by Demon Lord Li Chan, saying he should learn the demonic arts as soon as possible. The octagonal structures, though irregular in size, were perfectly functional. Dongpil asked if the young master acknowledged the craftsmanship, but the young master dismissed the compliment. When asked if he had studied these structures before, the master admitted he had not, It was something he simply picked up through reading. Dongpil realized that formations are a distinct study from martial arts. It's not something he can understand just by reading. Wondering what kind of person the third young master was, the more he got to know him, the more questions he had. He had read over 10 secret demonic texts in just 3 days. When asked if he had completed them, he said yes, and had even defeated the Azure Lotus despite not having fully recovered his strength. Although his demeanor was carefree and cheerful, when serious, he emanated a force that made him difficult to approach. Even after the chi blockage had stripped away his strength, he hadn't seemed troubled by it. Dongpil realized that surely there must be something he doesn't know. He had chosen to learn the demonic arts, but he thought he should not be rushing since this was his first proper attempt. If he wanted to grow stronger quickly, he couldn't cast aside the Dark Shadow Chi. It was the art closest to him. The Dark Shadow Chi hadn't passed down through even a single generation. It was a martial art he created himself by combining the secret techniques of the 10 great schools when he reigned as the king of assassins. Meanwhile, the true demonic art was the very foundation of all demonic arts. Depending on how he studied it, it could affect the nature, character, and quality of his chi. If he could compensate for the weak foundation of Dark Shadow Chi with the depth of true demonic art, the result could be profound. Just like a drop of ink in a bowl of clean water contaminates the whole, so too could art reshape the essence of one's power. Especially with true demonic art, a precursor to all teachings born from the divine heavenly demon cult. There was nothing more suitable for reviving the latent potential within the untested Dark Shadow Chi. It seemed like fate that he had arrived at the demonic cult with Dark Shadow Chi. Now was the time to begin, to test whether the foundation of demonic arts and the secrets of the 10 great sects could truly merge. Dongpil reflected on how the young master had locked himself away for 12 days now. He had been told not to disturb him. No one knew what he was doing inside. Meanwhile, inside the room, Hajene continued his practice, noting that they often said opposites attract. Perhaps this new martial art, more destructive than Dark Shadow Chi and ultimately more stable than even true demonic art, was born from that principle. Upon completion, the young master felt demonic energy flow through his body for the first time. It was a new combat skill he hadn't previously mastered. Even someone on the street could sense the unfamiliar, powerful demonic energy emanating from him. It could rightly be called the demonic art of dark shadows. Meanwhile, the duo continued to fight against the beasts in the bamboo grove. Dongpil was concerned, noting it was too dangerous to keep going deeper. His legs were already weakened, and he decided it would be wise to return to the bamboo garden for now. Pointing at the beast they had just fought, Hajine commented that from what he had heard, this beast is known as Xing, which lives in herds. Hajine smirked, wondering if 3 isn't too few to be called a herd. When a sound reached their ears, Dongpil realized it was a herd of them. Far too many. The servant signaled for the young master to retreat. Hajine thought Dongpil was correct. He had already exhausted his chi fighting them earlier, and now they had no time to waste. He had to sharpen his new technique and escape. By pushing the limits of his ability, he would only become stronger. With this, the demonic art of dark shadows was fully unleashed. Meanwhile, inside the Demon Lord's palace, the Demon Lord inquired about whether the third young master was now hunting both Azure Lotuses and Xing in the lonely bamboo grove. The commander responded that this was indeed true. The Demon Lord, observing him, found it fascinating. The Demon Lord then commented that studying the Black Dragon art would expose him to terrifying creatures and unbearable screams. Blood Flame was harsh, and Heaven's Grip was too burdensome. Neither suited him. Red Phoenix might be ideal, but if he possessed the Seeing Eye, he wouldn't take it lightly. The Demon Lord believed that the commander had given him 3 secrets of the demonic art texts. The commander agreed, stating that they were Blood Flame, Heaven Seizing, and Red Phoenix. The Demon Lord wondered aloud that in his current state, it would be difficult for him to handle the Red Phoenix, especially since that art could be toxic following a chi blockage. The Demon Lord realized that he had mastered the other demonic art. When asked whether he had taken more texts from the secret library, the commander apologized for accessing it without permission. The Lord reassured him, stating that he had every right to go there. The commander commented that he had not reported it to him. The Demon Lord then questioned whether he regretted giving the third young master access to the secret teachings, and the man firmly said he did not. The Lord then asked if he could take full responsibility. Upon hearing his confirmation, the Demon Lord commented that then he would respect his decision. Meanwhile, the battle against the Xing's continued. Back at the demon lord's side, he poured himself a drink and summoned the first guard. The man responded immediately. The demon lord asked if he understood why a child's battle was more terrifying than an adult's. It was because children didn't know when to stop. That was what made them dangerous. They saw honor as honor, no matter the context. But the moment a child recognized where the line was drawn, emerging from pure ignorance into armed understanding, that was when he truly became a man. Back in the lonely bamboo grove, Ma Dongpil was warned to stay alert. The Xingxings were relentlessly trying to take a dose. The continued use of the dark shadow demonic art was progressing smoothly. At this rate, the young master believed he could soon attempt to reach the heart of the grove. Suddenly, another monster appeared, fast and without warning. Mr. Ma had no time to dodge and was struck hard by its hooves. It wasn't just a horse. This thing was not to be underestimated like the chicken before. Dongpil had been battling these creatures for days and had strengthened his chi considerably, but even he was taken down in a single hit. This monster was far stronger than anything encountered so far, filled with an unthinkable killing intent. Going full speed would be necessary. The young master pushed forward. But then, something unexpected happened. The horse beast attacked RMC. Lying down, he realized that wasn't the horse's maximum speed. Earlier, he had challenged him again, noting he wouldn't be fooled twice. Just then, he noticed something strange as his body refused to move. Looking down, he realized his right arm was broken. Looking around the situation, the third young master thought, if this continued, he wouldn't be able to land a single blow. Just when he thought things were under control, reality struck. He hadn't let his guard down in this dangerous forest. Dongpil made a decision. He would lure the monster away. Shouting to draw its attention, he ran. The third young master warned him he couldn't handle it alone. Still, the monster fell into a trap, a pit lined with sharp bamboo that Dongpil had prepared. For a moment, the monster seemed defeated, but then its eyes opened again. Tenacious and enraged, the creature had only been stunned. Dongpil commented that the monster had dared to harm the third young lord's body. The servant swore it deserved punishment, but that would have to wait. Dongpil ran, noting that saving the young master came first. As he moved to carry him, the master reminded him he had only broken his arm, not his leg. He could still stand. 8 months passed. At the Heavenly Demonic Divine Cult's Elder Court, a man noted that things had been difficult. This is the first head of the Court of Elders, Li Gunsung. Another man came up, Jia Yang's second head of the Court of Leaders, who acknowledged the effort of his senior and suggested resting. But the first head, Li Gunsung, refused the offer. It was said that if the guard changed, the subject might feel unsettled. He intended to go again in an hour. As the two chatted, it was revealed that today, however, a notable guest was expected. The patriarch of the Demon Sword family had decided to visit. No one knew exactly why. Perhaps he intended to discuss something with the cult leader. There was speculation that the patriarch wanted his eldest son to become one of the demon lord's disciples. Though it wasn't confirmed, considering that 2 of the lord's current disciples came from the 7 great families, the possibility seemed real. In matters of loyalty, the Demon Sword family was unmatched. If their son were to be considered, a special approach would be necessary. After all, the family was also known for its strength and capable troops. Jia Yang wondered if the Demon Lord would even accept another disciple, since he already had 7. Gunsung responded that it was all up to the Lord's decision. Jia Yang wondered aloud. Still, it was likely the number would remain the same. The conversation turned to the third young master. Ever since his chi blockage, he had lost his martial prowess. Now, in the bamboo grove, he was farther from victory than ever. The forest was infamously perilous. No one even knew when or if the young master would return. If the demon lord didn't grant permission, he could remain trapped there indefinitely. As Gunsung slammed the cup on the table, he asked the second head, Jia Yang, that he should stop right this instant, indicating danger if someone might hear what he was saying. Gunsung then explains that was why the third head was sent there. Among them all, he was the one most qualified to survive the bamboo grove. The order had come from the master elders themselves, who understood the true worth of the third head. Just then, a knock came at the door. The clerk reported that the third head had arrived. The first head was shocked by the news and demanded that he be let in immediately. As Dongpil entered, an intense wave of bloodlust flooded the room. His killing intent was so powerful that it couldn't be concealed. The third head of Court of Elders, Ma Dongpil, had returned. And now, everyone wondered what had happened in that lonely bamboo grove during the past 8 months. Gusung handed over some herbs, asking if that would be enough. Dongpil confirmed it with gratitude. The first head then inquired about the need for cave pine tea leaves. Dongpil explained that he was simply following the young master's orders. He had been told to bring them. The first head acknowledged Dongpil's hard work. The third head responded that the harder he worked, the more comfortable it would be for the young master. He only needed to stay patient. The elders had wanted to sit down and enjoy drinks with him, but the third head politely asked to be excused. Gusung commented that if he were busy, then it couldn't be helped. Jia Yang also noted that it must be difficult for him, but they were sure he was doing well. He just needed to stay safe. Dongpil bowed in respect and took his leave. The second leader then asked the elder whether he felt the same. No matter how much he thought about it, the bloodlust coming from Dongpil felt abnormal. But the elder believed this merely reflected the extreme environment he had been living in. It was unfortunate, but at least he looked healthy. Dongpil will be fine. If it was the third head they knew, they were confident he'd return even stronger. Meanwhile, at the bamboo grove, Dongpil noted that he felt lighter. He seemed far more composed than he had been 8 months ago. The brutal trials in the bamboo grove had sharpened his skills to an entirely new level. Suddenly, Dongpil stopped noticing that something shifted, realizing it wasn't a shing-shing. The sound was heavy, deliberate like a beast. He sensed that it was coming. The moment he arrived, he would be cut down. Ma Dongpil just then noticed the third young master calling him, wondering what he was doing. The young master asked if he was already back, reminding him that he had told him he could take his time and catch up with his comrades. Dongpil responded that he had assumed he'd remain in the bamboo garden within the city during the servant's absence. Perhaps he had tracked down another Lushu, wondering what if he got hurt during the hunt. The young master claimed boredom and had spotted a horse roaming nearby. After everything that happened in their last battles, the mere sight of horses stirred rage in him. He told Dongpil they would be eating horse meat for dinner and told him that he should clean the pot in preparation. Dongpil then asked the young gentleman to remove the splint from his right arm. It looked fully healed now. Hajene wondered that over the past few months, it had clearly been overused. Life had been good lately. Later that night, while the third young master was training, Dongpil thought who would have imagined that he'd defeat Lushu single-handedly? No one believed he'd survive the chi blockage either. Yet this place was filled with beasts even the strongest masters couldn't conquer. They couldn't stay idle. They had to guard the area. Approaching the young master, Dongpil asked if he was finished. The guards startled him again, leaving the young master wondering what he would say this time. Dongpil commented that he knew that the young master knew his own strength, but had promised not to venture into danger alone. Casually responding, the third young master asked, so what should he do next? Noting that time was running out. Dongpil was confused by his statement, asking what the young master meant. He clarified that the place wasn't dangerous yet, but it would become so. His meaning wasn't entirely clear, leaving Dongpil confused. He then goes on explaining that this place was mysterious, and a high concentration of spiritual chi in the grove didn't just create bamboo or breed monsters. It transformed the human body. Despite all their efforts, such changes weren't normally possible in just 8 months. That's what made it dangerous. Too much power could be as deadly as too little. Animals and bamboo might evolve to suit their environment, but humans couldn't. He asked Dongpil what he thought about his recovery. The broken and dislocated bones should have taken at least 2 months to heal, but they had mended in only 1 week. The wounds from his battle with Lushu had vanished in just 2 hours. Asking Dongpil if he thought all of this was normal. He then explains that when skin breaks, the body heals. But what if that healing process sped up unnaturally? If the body continued repairing even after a wound was gone, it would begin to tear itself apart. This was the true nature of the bamboo grove. To a point, its effects were helpful. But beyond that, the human body couldn't endure it. He asked whether the healing properties of the grove were becoming stronger. More accurately, the spiritual chi itself was intensifying. Within 2 or 3 months, it would reach a level no human could survive. They had to leave before that, unless they wanted to explode and die. Still, Dongpil reminded the Lord that they couldn't return without permission. The demon lord had only ordered them to go to the grove, without specifying how long they should remain. Hajene laughs, noting that if Dongpil thought he suffered through 8 months of isolation here, just because of the demon lord, Dongpil asked him if that wasn't what this was about. The third young master then explained that in any case, the Lord had approved his request. The place was, after all, ideal for fresh air and training. Dongpil asked if that was okay to interrupt things like that. The third master responded that if they had slain just 2 more creatures, they would have reached the grove's heart, an unexplored area where the spiritual bamboo grew. They needed that within the next 3 months. He couldn't rest. He must obtain them. Later that night, the scene shifted to Hong Yamun, the fourth young master of the heavenly demonic divine cult, who was taking a bath. He found himself unable to sleep, preoccupied with the thought that Xiaoyang was still alive. He wondered why the masters had even informed him about this. The fourth young master recalled his meeting with the demon lord, who had explained that unless they reached the peak of demonic arts, they wouldn't last more than 3 more months. That was the danger of the bamboo grove. The fourth young master wondered what the lord was trying to convey with this sudden summoning. The demon lord asked him if he intended to challenge the youngest Hong Yamun, and the young master confirmed that the demon lord understood. Hong Yamun reflected on a celestial demon that existed far above the clouds, beyond human comprehension. That being did not concern itself with whether its disciples were ready to tear each other apart. Perhaps the demon lord wanted to teach them that to inherit his legacy, they must overcome all obstacles. The fourth young master wondered what kind of world the master envisioned. Could anyone else even catch a glimpse of it? If so, the lord believed that the third young master was doing a commendable job. Hong Yamun was shocked by the demon lord's statement, realizing that Xiaoyang had barely survived the chi blockage. Even a medicine hadn't helped him. Now, he had become strong enough to be in the secluded bamboo grove. How was that possible? The master announced that he planned to summon him soon. In reality, Hong Yamun wondered if that meant all the efforts made to remove him had been in vain. With anger boiling over, the fourth young master commented that this time, when Xiaoyang returned, there was no doubt he would turn him into a corpse, and nothing would stop him. Ma Dongpil arrived with the items the third young lord had requested, handing them over. Hajene examined the collection and noted that he managed to get the 5 bags of turbid elimination herbs, and a special request he made for the rare cave pine tea were included. He hadn't realized until arriving here that the scent of this particular tea could repel monsters. Constant encounters with Azure Lotus and Xing Xing had become unpleasant, so avoiding them through the tea seemed wise. There was speculation that a significant amount of these herbs might be growing on the Weeping Mountain in the cult's Yunnan region. As for why he needed herbs to remove turbidity, everything had its purpose. The herbs looked excellent, and Dongpil was commended for his efforts. When asked if he could bring more next time, he hesitated. Supply was uncertain. The demon cult's apothecary planned to research the best ratios for healing infusions this month, and the blur herb was a primary ingredient. It would take at least 2 months to gather more. After hearing Dongpil, Hajene questioned if a supreme healing potion was being crafted from herbs that cleared cloudiness. Dongpil responded in agreement. Hajene recalled drinking such a decoction for 3 months after waking up from chi blockage. The herbs are capable enough of getting rid of any turbidity in the body. Hajene wondered why they fed that to a patient who nearly died from the chi blockage. These herbs were potent, powerful enough to target even demonic energy. While they could be prescribed to the healthy, in the weak, the same effect could be deadly. Any knowledgeable healer would hesitate to recommend such a thing. The conversation turned to acupuncture, specifically the silk cleaning needle, a technique meant to stabilize the body by tightening the muscles. Dongpil remembered using it before missions, warming up with circular arts first. The procedure wasn't too complex and had decent results, but using both the decoction and acupuncture on an exhausted body was reckless. The young master doubted the healer had made that decision alone. At a minimum, a high-ranking official or one of their students must have been involved. As a wave of realization suddenly hit Hajene, and he wondered if it had been a student. It was likely her, a demon practitioner from the Religious Enlightenment Center, a member of the Jiaxa family, and the younger sister of the fourth young master. Hajene realized that the fourth young master had visited immediately after he regained consciousness. Had he truly tried to kill his older brother, even if it was part of their fight for the throne? The scene shifted to the demon lord's palace, where the healer offered some cave pine tea and told the lord to drink it before it gets cold. The discussion shifted to the cult. Xinhui was asked about the hardest way to gain entrance to the cult's inner sanctum. The healer asked the lord if he was referring to the lonely bamboo grove. The demon lord responded that the lonely bamboo grove was nearly impenetrable. Not even high officials could enter without the master's permission. The issue wasn't infiltration, it was surveillance. The The healer asked, wouldn't the military branch be best suited to plant eyes and ears? He heard that the strategist general was too powerful, his grip so firm that not even the elders interfered. The demon lord disagreed, stating that the military office is an organization that is fairly easy to infiltrate. The general strategist overseeing the military office is considered a genius of this century. If anything, he would turn the tide by identifying which forces have infiltrated the military and distinguishing who is involved in the power struggle. Therefore, he wouldn't stop anyone from trying to infiltrate the military. He further commented that not everyone chooses to do so, as he will ultimately figure out all of your intentions. The healer then asked what would be best. The demon lord responded that the true judges would always be the court of elders, whose sole purpose was to protect the demon lord and the cult. This court was different from all other organizations that would switch sides depending on the authorities involved. Since any attempt to engage with them was equivalent to challenging the demon lord, they were considered untouchable, and everyone ignored them. The demon lord further stated that he had not paid attention to them, and he realized that this was his mistake. The healer still felt uncertain. The demon lord remarked that Xiori Yang was somehow alive, even after being exiled to the bamboo grove over 8 months ago. He speculated that if he had contacted those sent to guard Xiori Yang earlier, he could have surely killed him. The healer panicked, pointing out that even in that case, it would have been impossible since the masters of the demonic elders must be on guard in the lonely bamboo grove. The demon lord pondered how Xiori Yang could have survived in the grove for so long, considering that when he was sent away, his body was ordinary and lacked any martial training. The fourth young lord ordered his healer, Shin Hui, to gather troops and arm them. Neither poison nor the demon-infested forest had killed Xiori Yang. Today was the last day. The healer asked if the lord himself would participate, but he dismissed the idea. This wasn't his battle to fight. Instead, he'd send those already seeking revenge against Xiori Yang, the warriors who had suffered long before the chi blockage. Whether they hunted Xiori Yang with vengeance or something else was irrelevant. He would simply let them be thrown into hell and watch. It was, in his mind, a genius idea. Meanwhile, the young master declared that he would head to the heart of the grove immediately. Dong Pil tried to stop him, urging caution. They didn't know what kinds of creatures lurked there, but the young master said it made no difference. Danger or not, time was running out. The spiritual bamboo was within reach, and returning to the cult empty-handed would invite the wrath of the fourth master. Dong Pil offered to ask the master about the heart's inhabitants and the proper preparations, but Hajene dismissed the idea. It made no difference. If the demon lord had intended to harvest spiritual bamboo, he could have sent any powerful practitioner. But he didn't, because the grove required someone of equal power to the environment. Dong Pil screamed that alone was a reason not to go. Still, the young master was confident and strong, but he wasn't at the level of the elders yet. Realizing that he misspoke, Hajene responded that he wasn't wrong either. Dong Pil apologizes. Hajene then responded, but he had talents that even they lacked: dark shadow arts, the ghost of the dark god, and techniques once used by Chun Hajene, the king of assassins. During the war, Hajene had refined stealth to perfection, but in the past 8 months, he hadn't had cause to use it. The bamboo grove had been a place of training for him, not a battlefield. But now, at the heart, it would become a battlefield. However, having converted the dark shadow chi into demonic energy, Hajene couldn't use the ghost technique. That was why he needed the herbs to purge the opacity, to suppress the demonic aura long enough to use the ghost technique once more. After consuming the decoction, he would have 30 minutes. In that time, he could reach the heart of the grove. He then ordered Dong Pil to stay behind and wait, but Dong Pil refused. If Hajene wanted to go alone, he would have to fight him first. The young master relented slightly. He could accompany him to the grove's heart entrance, but no further. As they advanced through the lonely bamboo grove, and Hajene recognized the spot where he had last hunted a Lushu, he believed this to be the gateway to the heart. Dong Pil then noticed a strong stench in the air, wondering aloud if something was rotting. As he turned to the other side, he called out to the young lord, urging him to take a look at the sight. What they saw was horrifying. Clusters of monster corpses lay collapsed on the ground. Each one had died after vomiting blood, which now pooled around them, clear signs of internal ruptures. Something powerful had passed through here. Chun Hajene was shocked that a few beasts were new to him, which he had never seen. He saw a leopard corpse, but Ma Dong Pil corrected him by informing him that it's a beast called Mengji, and it's at the top of the hierarchy in the solitary bamboo grove. Ma Dongpil explained to him that such a beast never leaves the heart of the solitary bamboo grove until it's necessary, so they both should be cautious about what has happened here. Ma Dongpil was also surprised and told that this was the second highest in power in the solitary bamboo grove. So out of curiosity, Hajin Xion asked him which one of the beasts was at first. So Ma Dongpil pointed his finger towards a corpse nearby and said that it was called the Sundered Serpent. Hajin Xion cleared his thoughts by asking about the snake with two tails, and Ma Dongpil confirmed that it's the top one of the solitary bamboo grove. Hajin saw the snake and asked again if it didn't seem to be that strong or even venomous like the other corpses, but still it is at first, and nonetheless it's dead like the others. As they traveled further ahead, Hajin was a lot concerned that the corpses of the beast had no injury. There was only blood that was vomited, but how could this happen? And who was the one behind it? Ma Dongpil was also confused. Hajin was looking around, and he even saw that the bamboo trees had also died, yet they had no sign of harm, nor had anybody tried to cut them either. It was a scene that somebody had sucked the life force from the beast, as well as the trees, nothing more. Suddenly, a cold breeze came from the heart of the solitary bamboo grove, and Hajin sensed something powerful in there. Dongpil did not understand the way Hajin was reacting towards the cold breeze and wanted him to return, but Hajin called him and suggested that he wait for him and not follow him at any cost, as it would be dangerous for him. But Dongpil told him that he would be going with him and followed him, and in no time, they were in front of something. The scene changed to the palace where Lord Li Qion was resting with his servants, and suddenly a beast came in front of him, and with the aura he held, everyone except Li Qion was unconscious. Li Qion stood up and called the beast Jackal and asked him about his visit to him, as there was no reason for him to visit him. After hearing everything, Lord Li Qion summoned the first guardian. As the guardian arrived, Li Qion asked him about any guardian entering the heart of the solitary bamboo grove, but the guardian replied with a no and explained that if such an important event had occurred, he would have reported it as soon as possible. But Li Qion asked then what was happening, so the guardian told him that the third went along with the third leader. Li Qion asked him if he had heard about the strength of the third lord. So the guardian told him that he is young in age and is one of the strongest of the 10 masters in the Council of Elders. He also said that the third was quite talented and blunt, and so he figured that he would be perfectly suitable for the position. It was only 8 months until he was made the third leader, and so Li Qion thought of him as having some limitations to his growth, even if he is strong. Li Qion asked the guardian what day it is, so the guardian replied that it is 1 day before the full moon. Li Qion was assured that this was the reason Jackal showed himself as a full moon. As the time passed, all the unconscious servants started to wake up and apologize to the Lord. Li Qion, in his mind, was thinking about the third and was thinking of him being greedy enough to have walked into his own death. On the other hand, Hajin Xion, the third lord, was in front of the heart of the solitary bamboo grove, and he was sensing something totally strange. It was a terrifying aura in the wind, and as he walked closer, it got stronger and stronger. After a while, he was at a point where it was getting hard for him to walk even further, and the aura he was sensing was beyond his ability. Suddenly, he realized that he had already sensed such an immense aura before, which was when he met Lord Qion Sang for the first time. He also recalled that at the moment he met Qion Sang, he thought that he would die. Chun Hajin still pushed himself to the heart even more, and in no time, blood started to come out of his mouth. He was using his demonic energy, but was still getting internally injured. He was all focused on the reward he was going to get if he reached there. Suddenly, he realized that now it was the maximum he could have achieved from his ability of demonic energy, and then he pulled out the turbid elimination herb he was keeping in his pocket and thought of surprising his demonic energy and using his stealth technique. He then drank that potion, and suddenly the effect of the turbid elimination herb was spreading all across his body. The effect of demonic energy started to vanish, and he was getting lighter and lighter. And the wind that was pushing him backwards started to flow right through his body. This was the Dark Shadow Art, the Dark God Phantom's ability. Ma Dongpil was also shocked that Hajin had gotten far from him in no time. As Chun Hajin walked into the heart, he suddenly stuck his foot into a rock and fell to the ground. He was surprised that, with his ability, he should not have touched the rock, but as he looked behind it, there was something else. Upon reaching the heart of the solitary bamboo grove, Chun Hajin encountered a little beast and fell to the ground. As he turned around and looked closer, it was a little fox sleeping on the ground. Chun Hajin then remembered that Dong Pil told him to be cautious, as the beasts that are near the heart are the most dangerous among others. He then thought that the little fox would be the strongest among all the beasts in the entire solitary bamboo grove. Chun Hajin was clearing up his mind from the beauty of the cute little fox, as he wanted to pet him. He told himself not to lower his guard at all. He then decided to move forward, and on his way back, if the fox was still asleep, he would try to pet him, and so Hajin left the place. As he finally reached the end, it was smaller than he thought. In no time, he was there and was also disappointed as it didn't take a lot of his time. In front of him were the spiritual bamboos, nothing else, and so those are the ones Hajin needed to become stronger. As he went closer to the bamboo and touched them, he sensed a huge amount of spiritual QI from them. As he looked around, he found a bamboo with the most concentrated spiritual QI. He was quite amazed by finding such bamboo. He had his first thought to purify 3 of the bamboo, and after doing so, he was able to become the strongest martial artist in terms of internal energy. But quickly he changed his mind, and he didn't want to be greedy, so he dropped the idea, and as his body was not that strong, he decided to take only one of the bamboos with most of the spiritual QI. He then saw a bamboo shoot on the side, and it was the only one all alone, so he went closer to it. He then touched it and realized that the spiritual QI of the bamboo shoot was pure, and he could take it without even using a purification technique. So, as he was going to take only one, he decided to take the bamboo shoot too. While he made some noise, the fox that was sleeping suddenly woke up. As Hajin was able to grab the bamboo shoot from the ground and eat it, for him it was soft and had a good smell, and it was easy for him to swallow it. While he was eating the bamboo shoot, he realized that nothing strange was happening to him, as before the bamboo shoot was filled with spiritual QI, and now that he had eaten it, no QI was flowing through him, and apart from anything else, he was just feeling some warmth on his chest. Then Hajin decided to cut the real spiritual bamboo. And as he swung his sword on the bamboo, nothing happened to it, not even a scratch. It was as hard as metal. After trying a few more times, Chun Hajin was pissed off, and with his anger, he used his sword ability, which was an ability that revolved around a mind of the person swinging the sword, and the name was Moon Slash. And so, with a single hit, the bamboo was cut into 2 pieces. Hajin was relieved from the stress. He even knocked on the hard bamboo and thought of it as a weapon. He also tried to understand the amount of spiritual QI the bamboo contained. For Chun Hajin, it was a new thing he had learned from the forest, but then suddenly he rotated his head and saw the little fox sitting beside him, gazing into his eyes. Chun Hajin, with a shock, jumped backwards. He questioned the fox how long he had been gazing at him. The fox was all still and came closer to Hajin and tried to get onto him. While all scared, Hajin wanted to go back. The fox wasn't afraid of him and came closer to him. Hajin tried to communicate with the fox, but it didn't reply. He even asked what it was that the fox wanted. Hajin was not letting his guard down, but the fox was very adorable, and he wanted to grab it. Hajin told himself that whatever happens, the fox is still a beast of the solitary bamboo grove, and then he tried to sense the fox, and it had no bloodlust. As the time passed, Hajin was assured the fox was nothing dangerous, so he tried to pet him, and suddenly the fox bit him on his hand. As he screamed, Dong Pil reached towards him. Dong Pil was surprised by looking at the bamboo on the ground, and he sensed the amazing spiritual QI from it. Hajin told him that it was difficult for him to cut the bamboo, but he did it. He also said that he used his sword aura to cut the bamboo in one go. Dong Pil was amazed by looking at the cut Hajin made by cutting the bamboo. It was way too smooth. He even doubted himself that if he had the best sword, would he be able to cut with this smoothness. Dong Pil then asked Hajin about the fox sitting beside him. Hajin told him that he had followed him all the way here, and it was sleeping in the middle of the solitary bamboo grove. Hajin also showed Dong Pil his hand, as when he tried to pet the fox, he bit him, but he was surprised as on his hand there were no marks. His hands were healed. Dong Pil, without any hesitation, pulled his sword out on the fox for biting his young lord, but Hajin told him to relax and put the sword behind, as now it was all easy. Hajin told Dong Pil to come towards him and help him carry the bamboo, or else they could just purify on the spot. Hajin then used his ability with boundless technique, and in an instant, the impurities around disappeared, and the air was clean. Dong Pil was all surprised by looking at Hajin as he was able to do the spiritual QI technique, and to him, he was not looking like he was in his 20s. As Hajin sat and sucked all the spiritual QI out of the bamboo. He looked as if he were an experienced pugilist who had lived for many decades. Chun Hajin was using his spiritual QI technique to purify the spiritual bamboo, while Dong Pil was looking at him with great honor. After some time, Hajin was done with the purification of the bamboo. He told Dong Pil that now the sap inside the spiritual bamboo is the best elixir there is. Ma Dong Pil, with a smiley face, appreciated him for his hard work, but then Hajin asked him to drink the elixir first. Dong Pil was confused as to how he could be the one to drink the precious elixir before Hajin. But carelessly, Hajin asked him again not to be too humble and drink the elixir first. Dong Pil was still not convinced and wanted Hajin to drink the elixir, as it was he who did all the work, and it only belonged to him. Hajin was annoyed that Dong Pil was not drinking. He also told Dong that he had saved his life countless times, so now, for the reward, he is offering him to drink first. Hajin also told him that he should have given Dong Pil all the elixir, but he is giving only half. After listening to Hajin, Dong Pil was humbler towards him, but he was wasting time in the talk, and Hajin wanted him to drink the elixir at once. Dong Pil then bowed down to him with great honor and promised him that he would protect him in any case. He said that if a greater threat were in front of Hajin, he would be there and the threat would have to pass through his dead body. Hajin, while making a worried expression, asked him to stop and drink the elixir without wasting any time. But there was no stopping Dong Pil. He even said that after he returned to the Court of Elders, he would still remember him in his heart. And that was enough for Hajin's humility. He grabbed the bamboo and forced the elixir into Dong Pil's mouth and asked him to just swallow it. Suddenly, Hajin sensed something coming towards him. Dong Pil was still coughing and asked what was happening. Chun Hajin replied, how would he know anything? Suddenly, Dong Pil told him that all the beasts of the solitary bamboo grove is crowded around them. Chun Hajin, without wasting any more time, started to drink the portion of elixir left for him, and after finishing, he asked Dong Pil about the layout of the place. Dong Pil replied that he knew the place. Hajin then told him to scramble. He also saw the little fox sitting there sleeping. He grabbed him and threw it to Dong Pil and asked him to run and don't let the little fox get hurt as he followed him and got into the place. Suddenly, a three-headed beast came in front of Hajin. He then challenged the beast and prepared himself to fight with it. But Dong Pil asked to assist him, but Hajin was not in the mood. He air punched him and threw him a lot further, so while he fights with the beast, he would not get hurt. Dong Pil was really amazed by the fist aura Hajin had. Suddenly, the beast came running from behind to attack Hajin, but he was well informed, and with his ability of heaven splitting triple slash, he chopped the beast. While on the outside of the solitary bamboo grove, Lord Li Qionsang was thinking about the jackal and why he was outside of the solitary bamboo grove, as he is the owner of the spiritual ground. Lord Li Qionsang then sat on the hut on the edge of the mountain, and by his ability, looked into the solitary bamboo grove, and he saw Hajin inside. He realized that after he had survived the QI blockage, he had changed and was now a totally different person. The essence he saw in the demonic judgment pavilion was death, while he saw the moves and the battle of Hajin inside, as he was slicing every beast that came to attack him. He was quite curious and thought that Hajin would have been sent to the underworld. While he finished looking inside, he appreciated himself for calling Hajin to the demonic judgment pavilion. While Hajin was fighting with all his might, a huge beast came in front of him, which was triple his size. Hajin first referred to him as the leader of the solitary bamboo grove, or something on top, and the beast tried to attack him. Hajin did everything and avoided the blow. He was furious, and he even cursed the forest for having such a beast in the first place. As Chun Hajin fought more with the beast, it got faster and faster. Hajin then used his grasshopper ascension, and he took the beast head on, but it was not enough to defeat him. He then realized that if he combined the demonic arts, a simple grasshopper ascension could also become a well-executed attack. But after doing all this, he was not able to damage the beast and was really disappointed. But still, he rashly talked to the beast and taunted him for being weak while he thought he was the strongest one in the solitary bamboo grove. Everywhere Hajin looked, it was dust. He called the beast to come out of hiding and attack him. As he didn't have time and had to go back also, the beast then came out charging towards him, even with more speed, and the beast was able to blow Hajin backwards. Hajin went flying while his sword was separated from him, and a lot of bamboo broke while he bumped into them. All the other beasts then came towards him to attack him and finally finish him. They were all roaring, and Hajene was on the ground in pain. Then suddenly he stood up with a huge amount of aura in his body with red eyes, and cursed the beast and questioned them, calling them oversized cats. Do you want to die? After getting up, he realized their attacks were powerful, and if he took another one, it would be game over for him, but nothing was going to stop him. He then tore the blood part from his clothes and challenged the beast once again, as he had already defeated the other beast, and now only this type of beast was left. He also sensed something strange in the power of his demonic art. It was lower than before. The spiritual chi that he drank from the spiritual bamboo didn't fully turn into the demonic energy for him. The spiritual QI of his was lessening the force of the demonic energy, and thereby weakening his demonic art. But there was no time to waste. The beasts were gathering around him and roaring in full bloodlust. Chun Ha-jin also didn't have turbid elimination herbs left with him, so he was unable to use his stealth art. Suddenly, a beast attacked him from behind and scratched him. There was no turning back for him. The evil beast started to attack him without any reason and had lost their senses at the moment. They just knew to kill Hajene. Again, the beast attacked him from behind, but this time he was cautious and punched him back. But as the number of beasts was a lot, there was no time for him to defeat them one by one. It would take forever for him to do so. Then he decided that it was pointless to fight them individually, and he needed to defeat them all at once and then get out of there. As his demonic art was weakened, and for it to increase, he needed the demonic energy to increase. He did that by himself. The power he was hiding, he took it all out, and he used his ability of explosive mountain blast, and in one punch, it was all over. Dong Pil was already far from the battlefield, but he was worried for his lord, and suddenly a huge wind came blowing from the inside of the solitary bamboo grove. He then calmly put the fox down on the ground. Hajin was on his way back, but as he was tired, he was walking slowly, and his legs were in no shape to run. He was worried about taking a lot of time to get out of the solitary bamboo grove, as other beasts could also attack him, and in the condition he was in, there was no stopping them. He was also getting confused on his way back, as it was taking a lot more time. Suddenly, he grabbed a bamboo to take some rest, and he realized that there was no moisture in the bamboo. And as he looked around, every bamboo was the same without any moisture. He realized that it was the same scenery as the one at the entrance to the depth of the solitary bamboo grove, and there were corpses of beasts nearby, too. He was confused at not seeing any beast corpses, but then another beast attacked him from behind. It was a sundered serpent. The snake beast wrapped both of Hajine's hands with its two tails, and Hajine felt like they were going to break. But as he tried to chop the head of the snake grabbed the sword from his mouth, and in no time, the sword started to rust and broke into two pieces. The sundered serpent was known as the cause of drought, and the bamboos around the place were also dried up because of him. Hajine cursed him for destroying his sword. Chun Hajine, in his mind, appreciated the snake to be stronger than the Mungji he had just defeated before coming here. Hajine then tried everything to shake the snake off his hand, but nothing was happening until a sword came and cut the head of the snake in front of him. It was Dong Pil standing in front of Hajine, grabbing the head of the snake. Dong Pil looked at him and told him that he was glad to see Hajine without any injuries. But in reply, Hajine showed him his injuries and also told him that the sword he used scared him to death. Hajine then got up and asked Dong Pil why he was back when he told him to leave the place. But Ma Dong Pil replied that he came back to make sure that he also leaves the place without any harm. Suddenly, all the beasts that Hajine was fighting in the middle caught up to them and were ready to attack him once again. For Hajine, it was an unbelievable scene as he now didn't have any stamina left to fight them. This time, the beast was a lot more in their numbers. Chun Hajine asked Dong Pil how far the exit was. Dong Pil replied that it was 2 kilometers, and for Hajine, it wasn't easy to shake them up and run for their lives. Hajine then realized that he had to defeat them all here and now without wasting any more time. Ma Dong Pil stood up this time and requested Hajine to leave the place, and he would cover him while he went for a run. But Hajine was not in the mood, and this time he wanted to leave together with him. As Hajine knew, if any of them stayed behind, they would get beaten as the beasts were in large numbers. Then Hajine went for the attacks while he recalled memories of the king of the assassins. Hajine, with all his might, slashed at the beast. As another beast tried to attack him from behind, he was ready and dogged the blow and slashed the other beast too. This time, he was fully pumped and used his explosive mountain blast once again and, in one blow, defeated all the beasts. As he finished, Dong Pil asked him if he was okay. But Hajene replied that now he has no strength to walk and requested that he carry him on his back. But Dong Pil told him, while his legs were shaking, that there were more of the beast looking at them, and they need to run away at any cost if they want to. Chun Hajene and Ma Dong Pil were in the middle of a losing fight. Hajene had used all his powers, but that wasn't enough to defeat the beasts. He was recalling that he had died once. He could not let that happen to him again. He needed to save himself and Dong Pil at any cost. Suddenly, the huge beast, which were looking with blood, lust towards them, started to shake with terror. It was a scene they both had never imagined. As they looked around, the little fox, which they saved, came walking in front of them, and the beast, and then there was a lightning strike. As the lightning struck, every beast ran from them, and Hajene and Dong Pil were unconscious on the ground. As some time passed, and they woke up, first they thought of themselves as dead, but the pain they were having was immense, which meant they were alive. The fox was sitting on Hajine's side and wanted to be petted by him once again, but Hajene cared for the little animal and wanted him to go somewhere else. But he jumped on him and started to be comfortable around Hajene, and so they both went out safely. While in the heavenly divine cult capital, every other demon lord and member were greeting their lord Li Qion-sang as he sat on his throne. Everyone was gathered there to talk about the Mara festival, which was coming. The Mutum there announced the expenses that were needed for the festival, which were about 57,000 NYNG, which were 12,000 more than the previous year. Lord Li Qion, after listening to the report, asked that the special strike force be out on duty so the festival would have fewer people. Why was the expense so high? Mutum also showed his responsibility and asked the members to tell about the expenses. So Yansim, one of the heavenly demon divine cult internal enlightenment facility master, stood up and requested to let her explain. She said that for hundreds of years, the 7 families of the demon cult protected the sect, so she believed that we should show them dignity and generosity accordingly. Mutum then replied that history proves the cult's dignity, and it has prevailed until now, and it will prevail for 1,000 years forth. Continuing, if the heads of the families attend the ancestral rite, they will be honored with the 6 heavenly spirit brew, which will be made by the demon lord himself. And finally, he concluded by saying that the cult's dignity and generosity are expressed through the demon lord himself, not the money, and he ordered her to decrease the expenses, therefore. Without further argument, So Yansim agreed and apologized and said that she would submit a new report on the expense as quickly as possible. Lord Li Qion-sang then appreciated Mutum's argument while he asked him about the first Lord situation, since he was still in his training. Mutum replied that he is yet to come out of the third Guardian Demon Hall. Then Lord Li Qion asked about the second. He was standing in the middle of the hall. Guan Pian, the second Lord, then replied to the Demon Lord. Li Qion asked him if he was going back to his training, but he told him that martial art was ingrained into his everyday life, so it was meaningless for him to go and train in closed doors. While others there heard him and whispered to each other about him being overconfident in front of the Demon Lord. While Li Qion also announced that there was no need for teaching someone who knows where they stand, he told them to do whatever he wanted. Then Li Qion called for the fourth Lord, and he was also standing there. Li Qion sang, while he gazed at the fourth, told him that he had changed, and asked him if he had been training recently, but also told that he needs to train even further if he wants to be strong. While the fourth replied that he will keep that in mind. Then Li Qion asked about the fifth. She was also standing there, Ju Xiuyan. Lord Li Qion-sang appreciated her current martial arts and told her that she could even boost it further. He also asked her to go with the Elder Court Master after the meeting and choose one of the 10 great demonic arts. Upon hearing him, she thanked him for his generosity. As the sixth wasn't attending the meeting and was going to join the Mara festival, Lord Li gazed upon the youngest lord, Lord Chai Yeoman, who was scared to talk. Lord Li Qion told her that the cult is not a place for spoiled children, and told her that if she were stronger, she wouldn't be scared, and asked her to train more. He also asked if she was scared of death, but she replied with a no. Lord Li Qion then told everyone that he never taught anyone to rest, and if they all wanted to be powerful, they shouldn't limit themselves. As Lord Li finished his teaching for others, he asked about the whereabouts of the third Lord and called him late. Lord Li Qion ordered him to enter the hall. Then the third Lord entered the hall full of people while the guard opened the door for him. The other Lord was surprised watching him all recovered, but whispered to each other that the third had lost his martial art powers. They were also shocked that the third was already out of the solitary bamboo grove. while Hajene, or you can call him Lord Xiaoyang, greeted the demon lord. The third young lord was standing in front of the demon lord. As he greeted the demon lord gazed upon him, and in his mind, the demon lord sensed dense and luxuriant demonic energy. He also thought about how much he had undergone during the period in the solitary bamboo grove. From the eyes of the demon lord, third was unconsciously boiling over with demonic energy. Lord Li Qian told the third excellent. Everyone in the hall was surprised to hear that. It was the highest praise that the demon lord had given to anyone. Lord Li Qian then asked him how the solitary bamboo grove was, and also asked if it was a good place to get a breath of fresh air. Third replied while he smiled that, surprisingly, it was refreshing. Also, the third said that he experienced an entire life's worth of weird things in there. Then the demon lord stood up and told the third to follow him. It was a sudden surprise for Hajene. He got scared about where he wanted to take me. He even imagined that he would be rude to him while he greeted him, wondering why he was taking him somewhere hellish. Lord Li Qian told the mutum to take care of the rest, and told everyone to leave as the royal meeting was over. While the third started to follow him, he started to think that now he would be sent to some place more terrifying than the solitary bamboo grove. He even thought the demon lord would have heard the shitty talk he did about him in the solitary bamboo grove. As the other royal went out of the hall, they started to talk with each other about the meeting. The elders from the court asked So Yeoman about her work, which has gotten more stressful as she has to make a new report on the expense, but she replied that it wasn't she who would be busier but them. The elders asked her why the general strategist wasn't here in the meeting. Was there a reason? She replied that he was busy and had nothing else. And she also told that he wasn't busy at the Mara festival, but somewhere else. She said that she heard the Northern Orthodox sect have started an interesting business, and the general is busy there. The elders then replied that it would be hard for the general to look into such business. While one of the elders there started to talk about the third young master and about the praise he was given by the demon lord. One of the elders also explained to others that he had heard the third was broken from the QI blockage, but as we looked at him, he didn't look as if that had ever happened. While one of the lords there in his mind cursed himself for not killing the third lord when he had the chance. And now the demon lord himself is pursuing him and has taken him into private to talk about something he doesn't know. While demon lord Li Qian in third went to a private place known as the gazebo, Chun Hajin, in his mind, thought about the place as a cozy garden and thought that the place doesn't fit the vibes of the demonic cult. While Lord Qian asked him to sit with a gaze, Hajin got scared. Hajin was thinking that he had spent 8 months in a solitary bamboo grove, as he was asked, and he didn't need to be scared of the demon lord. He had done whatever he was asked to do. Suddenly, the demon lord poured some alcohol for him and gave him to drink. While Hajin was smiling from inside, getting some alcohol after a long time, Lord Li Qian then spoke and told him that he still has to learn the Black Dragon Mountain moving technique. Hajin was confused. In his mind, he was questioning the demon lord about the technique, but because of the atmosphere in the place, he wasn't able to ask him about the Black Mountain technique. As he was so uncomfortable, he was unable to drink properly. Then the Lord Li Qian asked him that Hajin had mixed something into his true demonic art. Hajin was speechless as Lord Li Qian was able to see through his martial arts. Lord Li Qian then spoke that it seems to be a martial art from the Buddhist sects. Hajin was not even uttering a single word, as the demon lord was able to see that all by just looking at him. In his mind, Hajin thought the demon lord was already powerful enough, but now he was able to see through others too. Hajin then thought that the demon lord would be mad at him for modifying the true demonic art without asking, and now he will be sent to somewhere worse than the solitary bamboo grove. But Lord Li Qian appreciated him for doing such work. Hajin, upon hearing the appreciation, was relieved. Lord Li Qian told him that creating such a martial art technique that is higher in level than the 10 great demonic arts is not easy. Hajin was glad to hear him. He said that to make such a thing, he had to think a lot, and told him that after thinking a lot, he used the Buddhist art. Then Lord Li Qian told him that he had done a great work, but still he didn't look further ahead. He said that the true demonic art may lack power and impact, but as a foundation, it's the best technique of their cult. And if the third had given more thought, he would not need to modify it with any other martial art. The demon lord told him that now he has made a flower bed in a place where a tree should have grown. Chun Hajin, in his mind, was so confused that first he praised him, and now he is saying that he didn't do much work. In the end, the demon lord again praised him as he had achieved good results and asked him to leave. Chun Hajine was confused. First, he poured him a drink, then he lectured him, and now he wants him to leave. While Hajine left the place of the demon lord, as a reward, he was given the bottle of alcohol they were drinking from. As Hajine left for his home, Dong Pil accompanied him. When Hajine took the bottle out, he was upset about only getting half of the bottle, but Dong Pil was shocked and told him that it was the 6th heavenly spirit brew, and only the top demon lords and high members have it, and Hajine was the one given as a reward, so he should be more respectful. Hajine then asked him to, once they have reached home, Dong Pil should join him for the drink, but he refused, as will be done, and his duty will be over. Finally, the third went back to his house, and as he entered, he suddenly took the little fox out of his pocket while he was hiding and told him that now this would be his new home and he would protect him. But as they entered, Hajine sensed something different. Hajine entered his home holding the fox, but there was an ominous aura in the surroundings. He was worried that something bad wouldn't have happened while he was gone. He could sense that the person who was here had just left recently. As he entered the residence, Manhwa came running and greeted her master. The third was also happy to see her, and while she bowed down to him, he asked her not to do so. She said that he had heard that something bad had happened to him in the solitary bamboo grove. Third was not so happy with himself, as she was waiting for him to return, and he hadn't considered her at all. He then asked about her health, and that she was looking thinner than before. Anwar replied that she was okay, and was also glad to see him healthy. Third looked around the residence. It was cleaned. She told him that she came every second day to clean the place, as she was expecting him to return any day and be comfortable in the house. In his mind, Hajine was glad to know that Anhwa was fine and nothing had harmed her at all. She then told her that she had yet to heat up the water for him to take a shower, and until then, he could go and have some food, but he refused as he was in dirt from the solitary bamboo grove and wanted to take the shower first. She then agreed and told him to wait until she prepared the hot water for his shower. As the water was prepared, he went into the bath and all his tension was relieved. Then he thought about the aura he sensed while he entered the residence and reminded himself not to take it easy. He then remembered someone with the same aura. It was the one who was glaring at him at the meeting and was the same person who caused his QI blockage. It was the 4th young master Han Yunglin. Hajine cursed him to do all the bad things to him and wanted him dead at all costs. He then decided that first he needs to get an understanding of how the heavenly demon divine cult functions. He had no clue at the moment how things worked and who he needed to trust, except that the leader was the demon lord. And with only such information, he didn't have any control. Chun Hajine was all curious, as the demon lord was out of his league, and he needed to find someone else who could help him and be with him when he was in danger. And after he gained some trust, he will bring them to his side and gain enough influence to be able to go in and out of the cult as he wishes. With all this, he wanted to achieve his freedom and leave this place. But still, he was glad that he was a noble demon lord's 3rd disciple. He was glad that no one knew what he was doing, and at least on the outside, he was a high-status person. Hajine was quite sure that with his status and power, he would be able to climb the social ladder higher in this life and have some fun. While the 4th was smoking in the window and his servant was standing beside him, stopping him and not to ruin his health, but he didn't want to stop and told that he should not be concerned about his health. He could take care of his health on his own. The servant then asked what he was planning to do with the young 3rd master now that he had returned. While in his mind, the servant thought the 4th master was nothing, as he was doing no work, resting, smoking, and all his work was left aside untouched. He also asked why he returned the ones who lived in the 3rd residence. In reply, 4th said that he wasn't sure how the 3rd young master would react, and he didn't have any plan, so he did that to make no scene. The servant asked wasn't he prepared how would be the reaction, but the 4th said that he was wrong this time. He said that when he met with the 3rd master, he was totally different. The servant was also shocked that the 4th was considering himself mistaken, but also asked how much he had changed. Sat the 4th replied that he was not just changed, he looked like a different person, and when he looked into my eyes, it looked like he knew that I was the one who had made things difficult for him. The 4th told his servant that he now needs to organize everything again. The servant then asked what he should do to the subordinates who were complaining now, as we ordered them to back off. The 4th then told them that they should give them some money, as it is the only thing that can finish their hunger. While in this home of the 3rd young master, Dong Pil entered, and Hajine asked him why he was late and asked him to join him for dinner. Anhwa was also sitting with both of them and was quite uncomfortable as she was the servant and was sitting with her master, and the same was with Dong Pil, but Hajin was not as royal as he was in his previous life, which was simple. He told both of them to sit, and they started to have dinner together while they drank the heavenly spirit brew given by the Demon Lord. While they all had a great time together, Dong Pil was quite drunk, and Hajin asked Anhwa to bring him more bottles so they could enjoy more. While Anhwa was gone, Hajin asked Dong Pil if he wanted to meet someone who knows all about the networks and connections within the organization. Ma Dong Pil was told that the people he works with are all great with equipment, but when it comes to networking, they're not good, and he was told that he could talk to General Strategist, as he was the best man for this work, but it would be hard to meet him. While the fourth ordered his servant to set a meeting for him with the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master, So Yansum. But the servant told him that it would be difficult to meet her while we invite her for dinner, and he suggested that it would not be good to make an enemy on her side. But the fourth said that he had to take some risk now, as the lynx has changed into a viper, and now they have to change the weapon. The next morning, after the return of the third young master, Anhwa was cleaning the floor, and what she saw was her master training outside. She was shocked that last night he was drunk, and now, early morning, he has started his training. Watching his moves and hard training, she was amazed. She knew it wasn't easy for anyone to be a disciple of the Demon Lord, and so her young master had to train daily. Hajin was quite tired while doing his training and was recalling his talk with Dong Pil while they were drinking. Hajin had asked a favor of Dong Pil that he wanted to meet someone from the organization who could be helpful to him. Hajin wanted to expand his network and know everything about the cult and how it works, so he could go in and out whenever he wanted. And to do so, he needed a specific person who had all the information available about others. Dong Pil told him that the general strategist would be an expert in that, as he is the head of the military, the most powerful group in the cult. But he also told Hajin that it would be difficult for anyone other than the Demon Lord to meet him. And these days it was even more difficult as he is busier than ever. Ma Dong Pil, while he was drunk, started to tell about his cult. They were also very good, and bragged about being the one who was protecting the Demon Lord and the cult. Chun Hajin was not falling for him at that moment, but Ma Dong Pil kept on bragging about his cult being the best organization in the Heavenly Demon Divine cult. Hajin asked him if he didn't want help from his cult, and also asked if there was anyone else who was familiar with the details of the interpersonal relationships in the organization. Dong Pil, while all out, told him about So Yansum, the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master. He told Hajin that the Internal Enlightenment Facility is in charge of the cult's internal finances and has great power. And as they take care of finances, they will probably also have good information on the relationship between people. But he also told him that it won't be easy to get information from them, as it is a crime to leak information. While they both finished their talk, Anhwa offered them more drinks, but they were out of order. After recalling everything from the previous night, Hajin was quite sure that it wouldn't be easy to deal with the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master, So Yansum. As someone who is the head of the facility that deals with finances, I would be bound to have a lot of authority. So he decides to rashly approach her. But he didn't have much time as the fourth was targeting him with his subordinates within the cult. There was no place for Hajin to be safe, not inside the cult nor outside. So he had to take some measures to keep himself safe. This time, Chun Hajin had decided that he needed people who could back him and be on his side. As from his previous life, he had died because he was all alone without any friends. As his training ended, Dong Pil came in running, and in his hand was a sword for Hajin. He said that the sword was the same length as the one he used before. Hajin thanked him for bringing him such an amazing sword and told him that he was going out to build his new future, and even asked Dong Pil to join him if he was not busy. While in the pavilion, the fourth young master had invited the Internal Enlightenment Facility Master, So Yansum. He said that he had ordered the most valuable dishes only for her, that he didn't know what she liked the most. But she said that the spring pavilion was under her management, so the food there is the best. As they both started to have dinner together, So Yansum asked him the reason he had invited her here. Fourth replied by giving no particular reason, as he just wanted to treat her with good food, since she had worked hard for the cult. So Yansum appreciated him for his kindness, but as the servant left the room, she once again asked him to give the real reason for inviting her. The fourth knew that she was strong and had self-esteem and knew her own value, and he needed to act carefully, as it was not easy scoring a meeting with her. He then told her that he needed her help and wanted her to lend him a hand. Upon hearing him, So Yansum stood and thanked him for the drinks, and started to move out, but Fourth was not going to give up easily. He asked that the request he made was uncomfortable for her, but she said that's not the problem, but when it comes to a candidate, she doesn't give favors to anyone. She also said that she doesn't know how the other organization works, but she could not endorse such action. Her facility manages the internal affairs of the entire cult, and if it did not keep a neutral stance, the cult would be destabilized. The fourth one explained that he just wanted her to lend a hand and not side with him, but she said that there is no differentiation between those two things, as there was no argument left. So Yansim thanked him once again for the meal and greeted him goodbye. But as she was going to step outside, he told her that he knew that she wanted the green turtle four-leaf clover. He said that it was a really rare herb, and it cannot be found in even Yunnan, where most of the cult herbs come from. But it's an herb that one can hardly find even near the eastern seas, and he can give it to her if she needs it, as he had one, and it was of no need for him. She asked that she didn't want it, but questioned him about how he knew that she was in need of it, but he refused to tell her, as he wanted her to do a favor in return. So Yansim then asked what it was that he wanted. So he told her to pressurize Manhwa, the servant of the third young lord, to tell her about the third young lord's daily routine. She was quite shocked and told that it was difficult, and what if they get caught? Manhwa told everything to the third, but he stated that if something ever happened, he would take care of her personally. In the pavilion, the fourth young master and the facility master were having an argument. Fourth wanted her to do a favor and pressurize Manhwa to give a daily report on the third lord, and in return, he would help her and give her an herb that was really rare. So Yansim told him that it wasn't an easy task, as she didn't know what kind of person Manhwa was, and it was difficult for her to make her spy for someone for him. The fourth one was not convinced and gave another option to send another person whom she trusts to spy on the third master. She was speechless while the fourth was convinced that she had the power to do so. He knew that if she decided to do something, nothing could stop her, and he threatened her that he wouldn't ask again. As she stayed silent, the fourth took the silence as consent. As they both were closing the deal, suddenly the guards standing outside started to make noise, and in no time, the doors were opened. It was the third young master. He pushed his way inside and stated to them how much time they were going to take to drink their cups, as he was running out of patience. The fourth and the facility master were shocked seeing him in front of them. The fourth was even angrier on his arrival, but the third was in a hurry and asked So Yansim to join him after the meeting. He, too, said that his wine was cheap, but his cups were clean while he smiled at them. Fourth was cursing him in his mind and wanted to kill him. Hajene told her that he was looking for her everywhere and was wondering where she was, and he finally found her in this scenic place of all time. So Yansim that greeted the third young master, but he asked her not to be formal and to talk casually with him. The fourth scolded the guards outside for letting somebody enter as he was having a special meeting, but then the third master told him to calm down as he was there to meet the facility master only. The fourth, with an angry face, scolded the third and asked him if the facility master was talking to him and if he had disturbed them both. He stated that it was rude to interrupt suddenly when two people are talking, but the third totally ignored him and went near the faculty master and asked her to join him for a second round of drinks. But So Yansim apologized to him and stated that she had accepted the invite of the fourth, so now it will not be possible for her to go with him in the middle of the meeting, but third told her that he was asking her to join after the meeting. So Yansim was thinking that the reason the third wanted to meet her, but then third told her that the reason she is not coming is that she needed the green turtle four-leaf clover. He also stated that a person usually needs such herb in two reasons. One is when it is necessary to rapidly reduce the concentration of yin qi due to excessive depletion of yang qi, or the other is when one is inflicted with 90 meridian failure. He also stated that these both situations could be resolved with the special herb, and there is no way someone like her wouldn't know that. So it must mean that the situation she was in has no other option but to use the special herb. And finally, he said that someone would be afflicted with QI blockage from trying to learn yin cultivation. So Yansim was shocked hearing that he knew that much. The third told her that he doesn't know the state the patient is in, but unless they are on the brink of death, they don't need the green turtle four-leaf clover. It can cause more problems for them. In the end, he told her that she should not bend backwards to try to get the herb. In her mind, she was thinking about his kindness and questioned herself whether the man in front of him was the real third young master she knew. The fourth heard everything and was angry and stopped him, but the third was not giving up, and the third told him that he had heard them from outside, which is why he mentioned everything. The fourth questioned him whether his behavior was befitting the third young lord of the divine cult. But instead of being quiet, he called him the same and asked him if it was okay for someone to try to kill his siblings behind the scenes to obtain sovereignty. The fourth was shocked that he knew everything. Hajene also blamed him for doing harm to the youngest master, as she is only 10 years old. Hajene stated that the health of the seventh young lady was because of him, but he doesn't have any proof right now. The fourth stated that he won't tolerate any more slander against him. Then Hajene asked the facility master that now that he has stated everything, there was no need of her to stay there and deal with the fourth master, and upon hearing him, she asked that was there another way to cure the QI blockage, and Hajene told him that he was also inflicted with QI blockage, but he recovered from it. Someone tried to kill him by changing the medicine. And so they both left the place while the facility master excused himself for not accepting his invite. While Chun Hajin was walking out, he laughed at him and cursed him. The fourth asked Shin Hui, his servant, how long the third had heard them, but he said that he had just come in a hurry and opened the door upon hearing him forth, then decided to take to work in his own hands and kill the third master this time. The third young lord and the facility master then went to a private place, where Hajin started to write the method to cure the patient suffering from chi blockage. He told So Yansim that it will take 3 days to understand and work on the treatment. But once the treatment starts, there won't be any changes in the start, and it would take half a year for the patient to regain movement. After hearing everything, So Yansim asked the third young master what it was that he wanted in return. The third young lord and the facility master were having a meeting to discuss the method to cure a person from chi blockage. The servant of fourth young master Shin Hui went to the residence of the third and kidnapped Manhwa, as she didn't know the person knocking on the door was not her master. Shin Hui asked Manhwa not to be too nervous, and asked her if he had brought her to this place as he needed to ask a small favor. He asked her to raise her head as he wanted to show her something. He showed her a bug called a slow corrosion poison insect, which is a harmful insect that takes a human body as its host. He told her that it starts acting 2 days after entering the human body, and then it will enter the host's internal organs and eat whatever is in its way, causing the host to die in excruciating pain. And if you drink the antidote before the insect can act, there will be no problem. Anhwa was scared and asked why he was doing this to her. So he replied that he wanted her to return every 2 days to report on the third young lord's activities in exchange for the antidote. He also stated that she has to do it without anybody noticing. While Hajin and So Yansim were having a meeting, So Yansim asked Hajin what he wanted in return for giving her such favor and saving her patient. She said that she knows that he wanted something. That's why he came, and because of his knowledge, one of her people will be saved, and to show her gratitude, as long as it was in her power, she would try to help him. Hajin was shocked hearing the word gratitude and started to recall his previous life as the Chun Hajin assassin, and he recalled that he had saved lives in his evil life too, but nothing the same happened to him, as he had assassinated the political enemy of the righteous Heavenly Alliance's master, and his squad member found 2 girls alive who were of the same family. His subordinates went and grabbed the little girl and decided to sell them up for some money. He stopped them, but they didn't listen to him as they wanted some money, and they were not his friend and were jealous of him, and they even told Hajin to stay behind as it was not his area, and while those men were trying to tie the girls up, he killed those men in front of them and saved them. But they never thanked him, as he was the one who killed their family, and they cursed him for killing their family and wanted him to kill them also, as now they had nowhere to live, and also called him the same as the person who was trying to sell them. In his mind, Hajin was disappointed with his life, but now he had a new life and could change everything for himself. Hajin told So Yansim that there was indeed something that he wanted, but he just gave up on it. She was shocked that there was something, and now he is giving it up for free. She asked him once again if he was serious and wanted nothing in return, and asked why he was doing this to her. He said that it was difficult for him to explain, but the person who is experiencing chi blockage must be aware that this is why she was trying to obtain the green turtle 4-leaf clover at any cost. He stated that if it were someone who had harmed him or someone who was a bad person, then he would have asked for favor in return, but if a person is somebody closer to you, then he won't be a bad person at all. So Yansim was confused and asked him to explain to her. He said that if he could save a life without having to pay any price, wouldn't it be cold of him to ask for payment? He then hoped that the patient would recover quickly. But in the mind of So Yansim, it was all blurry, as it wasn't the third young lord she knew who was the world's worst thug. She was experiencing somebody totally new in the body of the third young lord, a soft-hearted person. She asked him if he meant that in earnest, and she didn't understand why he gave her such a favor, even though he hadn't even met the person before. He replied that in this cruel world, people can kill others even if they have not met them. So why does it matter to save someone he has never met? He also stated that drinking with her made him feel better. So Yansim didn't understand what he was trying to say. So he clarified to her that he was glad that now she was not going to meet with the fourth young lord. It was refreshing for him to get one back at someone who was sharpening his blade behind his back. So Yansim was terrified that what was going on in his mind. She recalled that it was given that successor candidates will fight and betray each other, and he is saying it openly without even giving any thought to something else he wanted. As Hajene exposed all kinds of flaws before her, she recalled that before the chi blockage, the third young master was cruel, and he was not satisfied with anything less than first place. What had changed him? She thought that it would be chi blockage or solitary bamboo grove, and because of something, the third young lord is now a stranger to her. Hajene asked her if she wanted to do something, then change the dishes in the restaurant, as she was in charge of the pavilion, and make some light dishes, as someone like him cannot have high spices. Then suddenly out of nowhere, so Yansim asked him what he wanted, which was the information about other young lords and ladies. Hajene was amazed by her thinking and knew she was best suited for the job as the master of the internal enlightenment facility. He replied that he didn't want that. Instead, he wanted to know the information and relation of everyone in the cult. The third young lord and the facility master finished their meeting. So Yansim gave him a bundle of books wrapped, and he thanked her for the information while the facility master thanked him for helping her. As Hajene excused her, he left to accompany Dong Pil, who was waiting for him to get free. As they left, the servant who was accompanying her asked if it would be okay to give such information out, as it would be dangerous for them if the information leaked. But so Yansim told that he shouldn't worry. She got something more valuable than the information she gave to him, and also told that this time she had to take this much risk too. As Hajene and Dong Pil left, Hajene asked him to go for some drinks, but he refused, as Hajene had just finished drinking with the facility master, but he still insisted on him, as he wanted them to have a third round. So Yansim, in her mind, was thinking that she knew all there was to know about the major figures in the cult. But today, after meeting the third young lord, all her confidence was shattered. She was curious to know what the third young lord would do to keep moving forward, and for that information, she asked her servant to give her every news about the third young lord. Later on in the residence, Hajene had piled up all the books received by So Yansim and was worried about when he would be done with them. The books contained every information about the traits of the major figures of the cult and their secrets. Hajene had decided that he would memorize all the information. While he read those books, he thought that even if just half of this information were true, it would be really interesting. He saw the table and charts in which it was stated who was on top and who came later in order, as well as information about every other cult too. So Yansim had also recorded all of the veiled fights over the struggle to expand influence and all of the alliances, betrayals, and drudges. It was also written that the disciples are no exception in this struggle, even though they are said to be independent from the divine cult system of authority. As he read more, he found information about the Berserk Demon Squad leader, and it was of interest to him. While reading, Manhwa came to him and asked him to have his meal as it was time. As he took the first bite of the food, he felt something different, so he asked Manhwa about the taste as it was blander. She said that they have been procuring the ingredients that are milder in taste, as he has requested them to do so recently. Hajene was so glad that the facility master was a person who remembers such trivial matters. While he ate his food, Manhwa went on to feed the little fox, and upon hearing her calling him Mr. Fox, Hajene came to her and asked her they decide a name for him. She then gave her opinion that he has a big tail, so they could call him Big Tail, or he has big ears, so they could call him Big Ear, but Hajene didn't like those names, and instead he decided to use Goldie as a name because it was of golden color. Manhwa at first thought that it was the same type of name she was deciding, but he did the same and used a name for himself. Hajene was quite sure that his name was unique and suggested calling the fox Goldie from now on. While Hajene left the room, he bragged about being a naming genius. As he was finished eating, he told Manhwa that he was leaving and he might not come back tonight, so she should just eat the dinner without him. Dong Pil was in his training and was recalling the moves third master was using, as it was different from martial arts. He recalled Hajene's movement and how he used to quickly change his strategies and was able to think outside the box. As he slashed the boulder in front of him, suddenly the second leader came in and appreciated him for performing so well. Jia Yang, the second leader, told him that to see him destroying a boulder from quite a distance with only one slash was quite amazing. He also told Dong Pil that he had grown even stronger while he was staying with the third young lord. Dong Pil replied to him that the third taught him a lot of things. Jia Yang then told him that he forgot to tell him that the third young lord came to see him, but I told him that he was practicing, so he went on. He also told that the third asked him to deliver a message to Dong Pil that he was going to meet with the Berserk Demon Squad. As Dong Pil heard him, he rushed towards the place, as he knew that those weren't the kind of people the third young lord should be meeting. The Berserk Demon Squad is a squad with a name that is indicative of all the insane demons it is made up of. They adopt a fighting style that shows no mercy and no neither compromise nor conversation. It is the most terrible squad of the divine cult, and they never know when to stop, and on top of that, they do not differentiate between friend and foe. All the Berserk Demon Squad were gathered together for a drink, but Hajene was already sitting on the table waiting for them, and nobody else was there to serve the squad members. So in rash, they asked Hajene to serve as they didn't know who he was, but instead of clearing their doubt, he started to taunt them and made them angry. The second in command, Chagwang, was so angry that he went toward him and asked him to serve or else he would kill him. But Hajene ignored him while the leader of the squad stepped in. She was Eui Hungrian. She asked him if he knew who they were, but Hajene replied that he already knew them all and called them all crazy people. She was calm and stated that nobody dares to call them or curse them. If he is doing so, he would be special. Suddenly, a servant came in running and stopped the squad members while the members asked him to give them a reason to stop terrorizing the place. So the servant said that he was the third young lord. Everyone then sat in their places while Hajene and the squad leader sat together for a drink. Eui Hungrian, the leader, was so confused about what he wanted from him, while the others sat and ordered food for themselves while they gazed upon the third young lord and his business with their leader, and they also chit-chatted about the third being suffering from chi blockage. He laughed at his situation for being so weak and still came a bargain with them. The second in command suggested that they should attack him and kill him on the spot, but others did not agree with him, as it was quite wrong and they could be punished, since he is a potential successor. They also thought that he had a weak body and he could not do anything to them. The second leader then told them all that if they beat him up, he won't be able to tell anyone outside that he was humiliated, and even if he told, he won't be able to be in the race of succession, so it would be fun to ruin his reputation. Hajene offered Eui Hungrian a drink. Eui Hungrian asked him if he knew that her squad was going to gather here and have dinner, so she wanted to save time and asked him directly what he was looking for and wanted from them. Hajene was glad to know that she was there to save his time. He requested that she turn herself in to the penal law hall, and this was the only chance he was going to give her. Eui Hungrian was shocked to hear him and denied him. Hajene would tell her that if she turned herself in, it would just count as a minor offense and result in self-reflection or a pay cut, and it wouldn't be a big deal for her, as the penal law hall wouldn't be able to lock her up over such a crime. Eui Hungrian was angry with him and cursed him for coming out of nowhere and asking her to do such a thing, and was doubtful about how much information he knew about her wrong work. She then replied to him that she had no clue what he was saying and told him that she had not committed any crimes, so she should go and surrender. Then Hajene told her that if she hadn't committed any crime, then how could the Berserk Demon Squad spend thousands of Niang on the squad expenses every month? It was really difficult for her to accept that she was wrong, but Hajene was right about her. The information so Yansim gave him also included the budget of every squad that was included. Hajene learned that the main army of the cult was spending a lower budget, but the Berserk Demon Squad was spending a much larger amount, and so he deciphered the corruption going on in the Berserk Demon Squad. Hajene was also sure that there was only one person who was capable of doing so, and it was the fourth young lord. Hajene told her that he assumed that she had somehow received money at a dinner or something, and asked her once again if she would turn herself in, so that he wouldn't make a big deal out of it. But he also asked that she tell him the name of the person who gave her the money. Eui Hungrian then realized that she wasn't the real target from the start. Besides, she was being treated like a chess piece in the power struggle between the young lords, and for her, it was quite infuriating. She told her that she had an idea from where he had gotten such information, but she made it clear to him that he had no proof, and if he wanted to pressure her, he had to get some proof first. Hajene replied to her that a crime without evidence is not a crime, and taunted her that she was making things more complicated than they have to be. But she stood up and told him that it was the third young lord making things complicated, thanked him for the drinks, and left his table. Hajene was not stopping there. He told her that she distributed all the money she got from the fourth young lord to her squad members. And thanks to that, her whole squad expenditure was quite hefty. He threatened her by telling that everyone know that they can't spend like that with just the budget they've been given, and told that won't all of her subordinates were going to be arrested for accepting money from unidentified sources if there was going to be an investigation on their expenditure, and Hajene in the end told her that if that was going to happen, the whole Berserk Demon Squad would be dismantled and reorganized. Then Hungarian replied that he really wanted to see this through in a terrifying tone. Hajene was offended after hearing her tone and asked her to relax. Hajene told her that everything would be fine as long as she turned herself in, and asked her if, in the state of her anger, she would pull out her sword and attack him. While they both started to challenge each other, the second leader of the squad jumped in and went to attack Hajene, but with a single blow, Hajene slashed him against the wall. Then the squad leader was all in rage. She didn't want any violence that day because it had been a long time since her whole squad had gathered around to have a party. She then attacked Hajene head-to-head. Hajene was quite amazed by looking at her speed and strength. They both dodged each other's attacks, but the leader was getting the upper hand. She even told Hajene that he was quite powerful, as he had just recovered from his chi blockage, but Hajene told her that it was a long time ago, and now he is totally changed. As Hajene showed her his true power, she was down on the ground, but she was not going to give up easily. While the fourth young lord already got news of their fight, he was assured that his name was not going to be out, as the Berserk Demon Squad leader won't lose to the third young lord. As the fight escalated quickly, there was no turning back. The third young lord and the leader of the Berserk Demon Squad were fighting each other in the restaurant. The third was amazed by seeing her power and appreciated her for hiring her. Her combat abilities were worth spending money on. But with that, Hajene was confused that she had a character that wouldn't be easily swayed by the money, but still she did. While the leader was also getting pumped up, as she hadn't had such an exhilarating fight for a long time. The other just watched them and passed comments. They were all questioning both for battling each other, but were also worried for their squad leader, as her opponent was the disciple of the Demon Lord and didn't want the squad leader to get into any trouble. The squad leader then announced to the Berserk Demon Squad that because of her personal affair, their dinner party was ruined, so she would take care of everything, even if she gets sent to the penal law hall, and asked them to enjoy the rest of the dinner party, as it is her order. Upon hearing her, everyone in the squad started to cheer her. Hajene was also amazed by the unity they all had together. He called them a heartwarming organization. Then Hajene decided that he was too naive in his thinking and didn't think that someone this talented would have taken shady money from the fourth young lord. He also thought to forget about manipulating her and decided to beat her up just enough so that she would listen to him. Suddenly, Goldie came in front of them during the battle, and Hajene shouted at him to move aside, because the leader was mad that he was getting distracted and started to charge up her powers. 99 plus. She was again charging an energy wave and was going to use palm force on him. She told him that he was going to die, but Hajene was all focused on Goldie and at any cost was going to protect him. He even called her and asked that he needed to move his pet Goldie aside, as he does not get hurt, and then they could continue their fight, but she ignored him and used her attack on him. In no time, Hajene used his second technique, hypervision, and went in front of the beam as he didn't have any time. He stood there protecting Goldie with his own body. The leader was so full of herself that she bragged that she had killed the third with her powers. But Hungarian didn't know what she was getting into. She called her squad and ordered them to continue partying as the threat had gone. Suddenly, the third stood up and cursed her and told her that he won't forgive him at any cost. The leader was positive that he couldn't stand and was just trash-talking and told her men to take him to his residence. All of the squad members started to laugh at him, but then he stood up and crushed a member's face into the ground and pushed the leader into the wall. Hajene dared her to harm Goldie, and now he stated that he would kill her. While Dongpil was near the restaurant, he was able to see the destruction from a far distance. The leader was shocked on seeing him standing, as she had hit him with his most powerful green jade demon art. Dongpil then entered the fight and asked the third to get out of the place as it was dangerous for him to stay, but Hajene told him not to stop him now, as he wasn't going to leave until he had wreaked the leader of the squad. Dongpil asked the Berserk demon leader that she knew who he was, but she was not getting anything and asked him to shut up. Still, Dongpil told her that she was attacking the divine cult's third young lord, but still she asked him to get out and stated that it was not his fight and she didn't care what she is doing. Hajene, in a blink of an eye, charged at her and threw her against the wall. She was all shocked that she couldn't even see his movement. She had 20 years of experience in battle, where she had to fight for her life, but this time she couldn't even react at all. Hajene told her that now it was late for her to get out alive, as she had already laid her hand on Goldie. She then charged another fist, which was also powerful, the Berserk Demon Divine Fist. She told him to stay back, or else he would die, but when she charged at him, he dodged it with zero effort and pushed her into the wall. Still, the leader was full of herself and cursed him and taunted him by calling him a rat. But Hajene was not so happy with her dialogue and crushed her every move and knocked her every time she charged at her. And then finally she accepted that he was strong, and she had never met someone as strong as he was. She then started to recall that she lost just because of a little fox, and, in her mind, she was embarrassed as her squad members were looking at her getting beaten up easily. For her, it was an ending. She recalled that her star was also not good, that she had to lose everything at a very young age, and when she joined the divine cult, she was put into the Berserk squad, and there she trained and fought other strong opponents. When she killed her first victim, the killing spree never stopped. And so, she became the leader of the Berserk Demon Squad, and now she was going to die. She then took her sword out and pointed at Hajene, but he was a great swordsman and accepted her challenge as she once again charged at him. And, as a fellow martial artist who practiced in the art of the sword, Hajene decided to take out his sword too. He challenged her to see how good she was with the sword. She was in anger, shock, and obstinacy. She had lost the sense of acknowledgement. He, in his mind, had already declared her defeated and thought she had lost her mind, but as she charged at him with her sword, he decided to teach her a lesson, as he was the winner. He used his ability of Steel Wall Hand and blocked her sword. There was just a cut on his Steel Wall Hand, which was quite impressive for her to deal with her ability. The third was quite shocked seeing his hand, as he had already used a lot of Dark Shadow Chi in a rush. The Steel Wall Hand is a hand technique in the Chronicles of the Myriad Realms. It was a skill that contradicts the explosive Mountain Blast, which maximizes internal power. It was a deadly technique that turns one's hand into something similar to steel that can destroy everything it touches. Hajene was shocked that she might be more well-versed in the sword than he had expected, as she was able to pierce through the steel wall with her hand and injure his hand. He told her that it was impressive, and this is where the fight ends. He also told her that she had used all the sword aura earlier, and now it was difficult for her to even stand properly. He then gave her a chance and asked her to turn herself in and say that she received money from the fourth young lord, or would she end her life for disrespecting and attempting to murder the third young lord. Still, she was full for half and told him to shut up. Hajene then told her that he was wrong to even give her a chance, as she didn't want orders from someone new, and he had forgotten that she had a lot of ego. While Hajene swung his sword at her head, he stopped on the edge of her neck. He asked her why she wasn't trying to save herself, as all the time she was acting like a mad dog, but now she was looking like a gentle sheep. She replied that she couldn't do anything and had accepted her death and wanted him to kill her on the spot. She told her that she knew that one day this would happen to her, as she had also killed a lot of people after she defeated them, and now it was her turn, as she had been defeated. It was her time to die now. She said that she didn't live a good enough life to have any regrets or anything like that now that she was going to die. She had accepted her faith and was ready to die. The third young lord then punched her face and forgave her for disrespecting him and doing other crimes, as he had punched her as a punishment. She told the third lord that he should get any idea that he was going to be his obedient dog just because he spared his life. He said that he wasn't looking for that favor, as he had already crushed the bait on the hook himself and told her to think that now the bait was gone, so the fish would not even want to bite the hook anymore. In his mind, his plans went in vain, as he was going to use her to pressurize the fourth lord, but he instead ended up having a fight to the death. As he left the place, he gave the money to the owner, who was unconscious on seeing the destruction in his restaurant, and assured him that the money would be enough to fix everything, and even scolded the Berserk Demon Squad not to take his money too. The other squad members came to their leader and asked her if she was okay, but instead, she asked them to continue with their party, and she would also join them. While in the residence of the fourth young lord, he was preparing a plan to kill the third young lord. As well as he was also concerned about his involvement with the Berserk Demon Squad, he quickly realized that it would be so Yansim, as she had all the information about finance, and she would have sided with Hajene. He was quite angry with her, as she rejected him and didn't side with him. But he was assured that the third would die soon, as he had prepared his incense infused with concentrated deadly poison, which he was already using on the seventh young lady, and in her room, everywhere there was incense, and because of that, she was already too weak to even eat her own food. The fourth had already threatened Manhwa and gave her some of the incense to lighten up in the room of the third, and was sure that soon he would die of the pain. The next day, while Chun Hajene was feeding Goldie, Dongpil came in running and asked him to join him at the penal law hall, as the Berserk Demon Squad leader confessed that she tried to murder the third young lord, and now she will be killed. Chun Hajene was mad and went to see her once. He asked her if he had already forgiven her, so why did she confess? She should have asked her to kill her instead yesterday, but she was all egoistic and told him that if he wanted, he could just kill her now. He even asked her if she was mad and hid her head somewhere, and asked what the reason was for her to do all this. But she refused to tell him anything. The third then asked her if it was because of the fourth, as he would have been forcing her to confess, but she told him nothing. Suddenly, Hajene got a thought of the reason she was doing all this. He called the guards who were outside and ordered them to release her, as he had already taught her a lesson, and with some argument, the guard agreed to release her. The third young lord then asked her to join him for a drink later on when she had some time, and then they would talk. After returning from the penal law hall, Dong Pil and Hajene sat together and chatted about the Berserk squad leader. Ma Dong Pil was curious why the Berserk demon squad leader did such a thing. Chun Hajene explained to him that it was because she wanted to live. He told Dong Pil that he had found out that she had accepted money from the fourth young lord. Dong Pil was confused. For one reason, she confessed. Chun Hajene cleared him and told him that she could not admit that she took the money from fourth, as she had promised him, and she also couldn't let her squad members get involved. And if they considered her personality, she would probably kill herself rather than have her subordinates also receive punishment. Dong Pil told that after the fight he left, and she had other option too. She could have stayed quiet, but Chun Hajene replied that too many had witnessed the fight for the option, and there was also a lot of destruction in that restaurant. So somebody had to take responsibility and go to penal law hall, or else things would have gotten worse. Hajene also stated that, besides everything, there was another threat that Eui Hungrian had to worry about, the fourth young Lord Hong Yunglin, as she had fought with the third young master, and if there was no news about the incident, the fourth would have thought that she had sided with the third. Hajene concluded that it was the best option for her to do and confess to the penal law hall, as this was the only way the fourth young lord wouldn't have any suspicion, and the other witnesses would think the incident was being taken care of, as she took all the blame. Her subordinates are safe too. Dong Pil asked Hajene if all the charges were showing disrespect towards and attempting to murder him, the third young lord, and if he said a few words, she would have been dead, so why did she risk it all? She never knew what the third would do. But Hajene told him that it was all a gamble, and in the end, she got what she wanted, as she had already decided to die. There was no stopping her at all. She knew what she was doing and getting into, but in the end, she protected his subordinates. She is eccentric, but she is someone who takes very good care of her subordinates. Dong Pil was amazed by her theory and sense, and all that he had thought about the squad leader. He felt that he was talking to someone older than him who had a lot of experience, despite the fact that the third was younger than him. Suddenly, the door banged, and Hajene invited the Berserk demon leader inside. She asked for the drinks. He told her they would have them, and even brought food with them, as Hajene told her to bring some. While they all sat beside the table, the third young lord and Dong Pil were both shocked by the food she had brought, and she said that she had done the cooking on her own, as she was good at cooking. The third young lord then asked Dong Pil to drink, but he refused and stood on side as a guard for him if the Berserk demon leader attacked him. But she told that can he stop him? So Hajene replied that in the state he could easily defeat her, and as she didn't have any rest after getting free, she would be out of power. Hajene asked that he didn't think she would join him easily, and also stated that it would not be easy for her if the fourth knew she had visited the third young lord's house. But instead of being scared, she told him that she could take care of it on her own and told him to stay alert, as he is the one in danger. She told him that the fourth young lord was proficient in using dirty tricks. And from what she knew, there are more people who are secretly under his control, and those people can do anything for the sake of money. While in the residence of the fourth young lord, the servant of the fourth asked him if he wanted him to contact the true demon squad leader to take care of the problem. But he refused as he stated that the Berserk demon squad leader was unable to defeat the third young lord, so the true demon squad leader would be the same, and it would be a bad idea to call for him. The fourth then asked what was happening with the poison incense, but the servant replied that Manhwa had not reported them in 2 days. The fourth, upon hearing him, appreciated the third for having a loyal maid like her. The fourth then stated that now he would give him a different gift and hoped he would love that. He assured that as the third was going around and acting all high and mighty, he probably hadn't been locking into his own house, and now he would feel helpless. While the third and the Berserk leader chatted about the number of people who were under the fourth, they were after the third young lord's life. The third lord asked her why she was telling him everything, as she was also among them. She replied that it was his payment to him for saving her life. As Hajene went to training, he asked her to stay and watch him train if she wanted, and she agreed. As he trained, she asked Ma Dongpil why he asked me to watch him train. So Dongpil replied that once he told him that there's no world more dangerous than the Murim. So it's a world where one can only survive by staying alert, and he'd rather show both his strengths and weaknesses. She was all confused and looked at him as he trained. As he was finished, they both came to him and asked to drink more. But he said they should have hangover soup, as manhwa makes the best soups. However, when he called her, she didn't reply, so they thought that she would be tired and had gone to sleep. Hajene told them both to leave, as now there was no one bringing them drinks, but they both insisted on him. And when he went into the room to check for the drinks, he saw manhwa all in pain on the ground. She told the third lord that she was asked to poison him, but she refused, and now the insect in her body is killing her. So he grabbed her and ran out to save her life. Night settled over the city. Word spread that preparations for the Mara festival were complete, and even if last-minute changes came up, they could be handled easily. Li Qian-sang lifted his hand, commending his subordinate for a job well done, then offered him a drink. The man bowed respectfully, saying it was an honor. With a single raised finger, Li Qian-sang made the saucer rise into the air. The cup floated straight into the guard captain's hands, as his leader remarked that it was a fine vintage of Finio. As the man lifted the drink to his lips, Li Qian-sang casually asked about Hajene. Still seated across from him, Mudam replied that since the incident with the frenzied demon squad commander, no news had reached him. But Li Qian-sang wasn't asking about his whereabouts. He wanted to know what had changed in him. The guard captain lowered his head and admitted there was nothing of note about the third son for now. Li Qian-sang squinted, saucer in hand, recalling that the jackal had chosen that very person. Leaning back on his throne, he wondered if it was tied to destiny. In his mind, an image appeared, a beast with massive fangs, known as the jackal. Then another vision followed, a creature unlike any other born of the bamboo grove's creator, one that endlessly cycled between life and death. He saw it shed its adult form, returning as a cub. Another scene flashed before him. This same beast standing over heaps of corpses, devouring the life force around it. That memory reminded him why the jackal was reviled as one of the world's most cursed beings. Wherever it appeared, war soon followed. Once more the beast surfaced in his mind, the most feared calamity of all, its eyes glowing fiercely, staring into the distance. At that moment, the jackal's gaze shifted. It watched as Hajene tended to a girl. Hajene, touching her hand, detected poisonous energy coursing through her veins, likely from a venomous insect. Fortunately, her organs weren't damaged badly enough to be fatal. Still, she coughed blood, and he realized grimly that with no combat training, a servant so young could never withstand that poisonous energy for long. Haji knew he had to remove the insect from her body, but before that, he would use the purification of the limitless technique to boost her natural healing. Closing his eyes, he saw flashes of the girl's final days, how she had been tormented in silence. He recalled how such venomous insects could twist the mind. Blood spilled from her lips as he wrestled with the thought. Who could be so cruel to target a simple servant? Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. A spray of blood filled the air. Hajene caught her just as the insect forced its way out. One glance told him everything. It was a slow corrosion parasite, not meant merely to kill, but to enslave and control, feeding like a blood parasite. His frown deepened. Whoever planted it wasn't trying to harm her alone. They were trying to use her against him. And he knew only one person vile enough to strike from the shadows that way. On the table nearby rested a box of incense. At that moment, a voice called out the name of the fourth young master. Dongpil turned to Hungrian, confused. Did she mean the maid, Manhwa, was raised as a spy planted by the fourth young master? Picking up the incense, she shook her head. She had seen the same incense before. The question arose, why would the fourth young master resort to such measures? There's only one reason. Succession. If all the heirs fall one by one, the last standing naturally becomes the next demon lord. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit chamber, a figure stood with his back turned. He summoned his assistant. The old man approached, listening carefully as his master asked if the servant worried about Hajine's reaction. The assistant confirmed it was so. Without turning, Yuamun gave his reply. There's no need to worry. I always prepare for the worst. Shinhui lowered his head respectfully. The old man admitted he didn't know what worst case his master had in mind, but if it ever came, it would fall on him to handle it. Smiling faintly, he told him to stop wasting his nerves. Every possible move Hajine could make had already been anticipated. Turning toward his assistant, he added, "It's only a matter of time before he acts." The old man nodded, reporting that men had already been stationed around Hajine's residence. Suddenly, a brilliant flash lit up the houses around them. Both turned in shock. Smoke poured from the gate. On the broken road, a figure emerged. Fighters dropped to the ground, shouting that the gate had been destroyed. Hajine stood tall, his voice ringing out as he called for Yuemun to face him. As the fourth young master approached, he remarked coldly that such an entrance was unbearably rude. A lord of divine blood should carry himself with respect and dignity. But Hajine only asked again, voice sharp. With a mocking smile, Yuemun pointed his finger at him. "What brings you here with such a ridiculous expression?" Hajine's fist blazed red. Yuemun's eyes widened just before the strike smashed into his face. "Respect," Hajine roared. Blood dripping from his mouth, Yuemun staggered back, then burst out laughing. Stones around him trembled and rose as he spoke. He had heard rumors. The intruder had supposedly changed after waking from his chi block. But no, he said mockingly, he was still the same reckless brawler who dove into fights without thought. Grinding his teeth, Hajine snapped, "Enough. I'll tear apart the filthy hands that carried out your schemes." Grinning, Yuemun shouted back, "You started this fight. Don't expect respect just because you're older. 8 months ago, you were nothing but a corpse. Now you stand here brimming with power. I'll see for myself where that strength came from." Behind him, a massive purple serpent coiled into existence, the demonic art of his clan. Hajine's eyes widened. He knew this technique well. Yuemun lunged forward, his movements impossibly quick. Hajine recalled its advantage, blinding speed and agility. But its weakness lay in its lack of raw strength. Snarling, Yuemun pressed the attack. Hajine blocked a kick, noting the man's flawless footwork. Again, Yuemun launched himself forward, forcing his opponent back. Watching him, Hajine realized this mastery of movement was the very reason he had been chosen as Cheon Sang's disciple. But even so, he knew this man was no true match for him. Drawing power into his hand, Hajine prepared to strike, even as Yuemun shouted that he recognized the technique. Yuemun shifted into a strange, almost unorthodox footwear pattern. But Hajine seized his hand mid-strike, realizing his opponent's movements had grown predictable. Suddenly, pain shot through him. His eyes widened. Iman had driven his nails directly into his body. Hajine leapt back, wounded. Yuemun's voice cut through the air. "This is the end." Hajine instantly understood. The poison was laced beneath his nails. Yuemun lunged again, his clawed hand striking. Hajine was sent flying back. Raising his arm, the fourth young lord declared coldly, "I've injected venom straight into your body. Burn it away with demonic art, and you'll only sear your own organs. The pain will be so unbearable you'll beg for death. But that's your only option. Otherwise, you'll become a hollow shell again, living like the dead, just as before." Hajine lay half-buried under a heap of shattered debris. His enemy stared wide-eyed, baffled by his stillness. Then, tearing through the rubble, Hajine's voice thundered, "Did you really think poison like that would be enough to defeat me?" Yuemun's jaw dropped. Impossible. Hajine had neutralized the venom of the serpent of the king of Snake's demonic art. Hajine's thoughts burned with defiance. In his past life, he had carried out missions with broken limbs and gaping wounds. Such a trivial dose of poison was nothing to endure. Suddenly, one of Yuemun's own men coughed blood, staggering. His eyes went wide with terror. The aura flooding from Hajine wasn't ordinary demonic energy. It carried the same suffocating dread one would feel standing before the 9 great elders. Hajine charged forward, his power surging. Yuemun's heart sank. His foe had already ascended to the highest stage of the demon path. Before the clash could land, a blade swept between them. A scream rang out. The black armored guards of the Hall of Justice collapsed. The assistant exhaled in shock, while Yuemun himself froze, his eyes wide with fear. Hajine kept his gaze locked on him. Then, a man in armor stepped forth. "I am the commander of a 7th squad," he announced. "You must come with us to the Hall of Justice." Facing Hajine, he added grimly, "I've received a message. You are required to accompany us." Hajine, taken aback, struggled to understand. How had they arrived so quickly? It was as if someone had anticipated this exact moment. Behind him, the assistant stood silently, watching. The guard announced that Yuemun, too, would have to follow them. At that moment, Shin Hui's eyes widened. Hajine's gaze fixed on him. This was the man who had prepared in advance, knowing the fourth young master's position would crumble. From his robe, Shin Hui pulled something out, asking the guard for a moment. Hajine seized him by the face. In his other hand, he revealed a writhing beetle. His voice cut sharp. This is the same parasite you fed to my maid. Since you wanted it back so badly, allow me to return it. Hajine's eyes gleamed as he added, don't worry about swallowing it. It will crawl deeper on its own. Yuamun shouted desperately for the third master to stop. Panicked, Shin Hui cried out for his master's help. But Hajine only sneered. The fourth young master you serve knows poisons well. He'll surely have an antidote for you. In a few days, you'll recover and plot another filthy trick. That's why. He pressed the insect toward the man's mouth, then paused. This time I won't waste effort. In one swift motion, he shoved the beetle into Shin Hui's ear. Blood sprayed out as the old man's body crumpled lifelessly to the floor. Yuamun stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to process what had just happened. Dusting off his hands, Hajine turned to the guards. I'm finished here. Shall we go to the Hall of Justice now? The knights already commanded the place. With a dry smile, Hajine requested, if you're going to bind me, avoid the ropes. My skin's a bit sensitive. Moments later, the Grand Hall of Justice of the Heavenly Demon Cult came into view. Lanterns burned dimly within its towering walls. A voice directed him. Young master, follow this way. He walked down the corridor, frowning. Something felt off. This wasn't the path to the prison cells. The interrogation was already over, so why lead him here? A sharp pain gnawed at his side. He realized the poison he had been suppressing with demonic energy was spreading again. He remembered the moment his opponent's nails pierced him, the venom hidden within them. Combined with the incense earlier, it was no ordinary toxin. The incense had to be hallucinogenic. Yuamun must have trained by fighting visions conjured under its influence, sharpening his martial arts against phantoms. Hajine narrowed one eye deep in thought. He had heard rumors of bizarre methods within demonic arts, but this approach was stranger than most. Understanding it fully would take time. At last, the guard stopped before a door and gestured. Enter. This is where you are to wait. The guard stepped aside, saying the gentleman may now enter. Hajine's eyes narrowed as he sensed two presences beyond the door. One was certainly Yuamun, but the second, its aura was strangely blurred, difficult to grasp. He pushed the doors open, determined to see their faces and identify the source of that energy. An old man stood with his back to him. Without turning, he asked, so, Hajine has arrived? Yuamun frowned, casting a wary glance at Hajine. Hajine spoke. Are you the master of the Hall of Justice? The old man turned, answering with calm affirmation, introducing himself as Gogu. At first glance, he appeared utterly ordinary, too ordinary. And yet, that was the deception. His presence drew no attention at all, as though it had been deliberately hidden. Hajine's eyes widened slightly. This is no ordinary man. Gogu gestured. You've come a long way. Sit. But Hajine shook his head. I cannot sit. Not until I understand why both of you are here. Gogu raised an eyebrow. And what reason do you think that is? I don't know, Hajine replied evenly. But I have no intention of conversing with someone concealing his true self. The elder touched his face, speaking lightly. This mask is what all the blackguards wear. Hajine's gaze sharpened. No, the mask you wear is different. What I see now is your real face, yet over it lies a mask hundreds of times thicker than theirs. Yuamun looked from one to the other, confused. He couldn't follow what they were talking about. Gogu let out a quiet chuckle. Remarkable observation. In that moment, his features began to distort. His face twisted, bones shifting unnaturally. Yuamun's eyes went wide in horror. What is happening to your face? With his hands calmly behind his back, Gogu spoke. You are the third person ever to notice my transformation. Hajine frowned deeply. He now understood. It was the mystical art of bone compression. And before him, revealed at last, stood the true master of the Hall of Justice. Looking directly at him, Gogu remarked, 8 months in the bamboo grove. I've been curious how you survived. It seems your unparalleled intuition played a great part. But Hajine dismissed it coldly. That's nonsense. Turning his gaze aside, he braced for what came next. Hajine urged the master to stop circling around and speak directly. Yuamun glanced at him, baffled at how Hajine had managed to see the true face of the Hall of Justice's leader. Standing before them, Gogu finally spoke. I brought you both here because of your conflict. Hajene raised a cup to his lips. The interrogation is finished. Everything has already been handled. Gogu nodded. Yes. Then he looked between them. What I ask is simple. Promise me there will be no more conflicts between you. Yuamun sneered, pointing a finger at the master. No one wants conflict. But even if we did, you're not the one to tell me what I can or cannot do. I am Cheon Sang's disciple. I answer only to him. Gogu closed his eyes briefly, then nodded. You're right. I have no authority to command you. Yuamun frowned. Then why say this at all? The elder's voice grew firm. Because you have no right to enslave others. And yet, you've been trying to control the combat squad's commander with coin. Yuamun's teeth clenched. What are you talking about? He snapped, fist tightening. Gogu's calm gazed in waver. There's no use denying it. The evidence is more than enough. You, better than anyone, should know this world moves on shallow things like wealth, status, and connections. Yuamun trembled, his voice low. Are you threatening me? Gogu leaned forward. I am. His tone sharpened. Understand this. The Hall of Justice safeguards the laws of the cult, alongside the Court of Guardians. But our natures differ. The Court of Guardians seeks mediation and understanding, which forces them into indifference. We, on the other hand, protect the cult by any means necessary. We deliver punishment as we deem fit, and in certain cases, we pass judgment directly. He paused, then added, Of course, this does not mean I have the right to impose anything upon you. But as one who has defended this cult with my own hands, I do have the right to offer you both experience you lack. Gogu's gaze shifted toward Hajene. Tell me, third young master, what do you think? Hajene, chewing calmly, asked him to repeat the question. Gogu's expression tightened. Still chewing, Hajene answered casually, It wouldn't be hard for me to stop creating conflicts. The elder's voice grew sharper. This is no joke. He took a slow drink, eyes never leaving Hajene. Hajene spoke plainly. No one wants to make enemies with the Hall of Justice. I have no interest in needless fights. Better to live in peace. He lifted the bottle, taking a sip. This is excellent. What's it called? Gogu replied. I brewed it myself. Hajene gave a small smile. Have you considered selling it? If you wish, Gogu said, I can send a few bottles directly to your residence. In that case, Hajene answered, I'll find a proper way to repay you. Across the table, Yuamun bit his lip, seething as he listened to their casual conversation. Gogu finally turned to him. And you? What do you think of this matter? Yuamun's chair scraped violently as he shot to his feet, teeth grinding. Standing near the table, he snapped. No one will forget this humiliation. Hajene, glancing toward the doors, called out calmly. Close them on your way out. Gogu rose as well. That is all I had to say. Do you have any questions, third young master? Hajene shook his head with a smile. No questions. Thank you for the drink. Though there's one thing I'd like to ask. Standing, he looked at Gogu. Your bone compression technique is flawless. But why use it to meet us? You don't strike me as the type to test people or to mock them. Gogu closed his eyes in silence. As he turned to leave, Hajene added, You don't have to answer if you'd rather not. Gogu watched him walk away, his expression unreadable. Inwardly, he admitted it had been a long time since he'd encountered someone so difficult to read. His gaze fixed ahead, thoughts circling. That scent, it feels familiar. Outside, the knight stood ready. The driver announced that the master's carriage was prepared. Gogu waved him off. I'll go alone. I need time to think. Meanwhile, in the forest, Yuamun stormed through the trees. His mind raced. How could a mere master of the Hall of Justice dare threaten a young lord of the divine cult? Did he really think this would be forgotten? No. Hajene would soon receive a gift in return. Scowling, Yuamun clenched his fists. This time, he would make certain nothing interfered. But then a voice called out. Everyone can see it, that bloodlust in your eyes. You look ready to kill. Yuamun froze, turning. There, sitting casually on the roots of a tree, was Hajene, holding up a bottle. Brother, he called, come drink with me. The Hall of Justice can be irritating, Hajene admitted, lifting the bottle. But I'll give them this. They know how to make good liquor. Yuamun studied him closely, suspicious. He's really planning to do something here, in the Hall's own territory? Hajene bowed his head slightly. Relax. It's just a drink, to close out the interrogation. He sat down on the ground, bottle in hand. Yuamun hesitated, then lowered himself as well. But the sound of his brother's voice stirred old anger within him. He remembered that night, the meeting with the master of inner enlightenment, the moment his plans had fallen apart because of him. And now, Here he was again. He forced himself to calm down. After all, Hajene was still one of his victims. Taking the bottle, Yuamun asked, "So, what do you want to talk about?" Hajene handed him another bottle, replying, "Nothing complicated. Truth is, we've never really had a proper talk." Yuamun scoffed. "We talked plenty when we were children." Hajene met his eyes. "But it feels like ever since we grew up, we stopped." His voice sharpened. "Are you really going to keep acting like this? Are you just set on making my life harder?" Hajene closed his eyes briefly. "Do you actually want to know why? Isn't it obvious?" He opened them again, voice firm. "All 7 of us became disciples of Cheon Sang. That means we're not just siblings anymore. We're enemies." The moment that happened, the battle began. His brow furrowed. "So why are you even asking?" Hajene sat across from him, gaze steady. "I know we'll have to fight, but does it really have to end in killing?" Yuamun's voice was sharp. "You stopped me just to ask that." Hajene shook his head. "No, I just wanted to hear what you thought." Yuamun frowned, then gave a bitter laugh. "Look at the royal families of these lands. The ones who don't become king live out pathetic, miserable lives. Isn't it better to die than be crushed like that?" He raised the bottle and drank deep. "We're no different. To escape that fate, I'll kill, even if it's my own brothers and sisters. Only then can I become the ruler." Hajine's eyes narrowed. "So tell me, are you killing because you desire power, or because you're afraid of being killed?" The bottle slammed against the ground, shards scattering. Yuamun's voice was cold. "I've long since lost." Yuamun's voice dripped with disdain. "I've lost my appetite for this. If you call me here just to ask such questions, I'm leaving." Hajene took another swig from the bottle. "I meant every word I told the master of the Hall of Justice. I don't want a life filled only with battles and chaos. Tell me, brother, what will you do now? Will you really try to get rid of me again?" Yuamun's mouth twisted into a shout. "And what if I say yes?" Hajine's eyes narrowed. "Then I'll leave it a chance. But remember, not everything will go the way you want." The air shimmered as faint pink motes rose around them. With his back turned, Yuamun's voice came low and sharp. "No use lying. The truth is yes." The bottle in his grip shattered. His teeth ground together as he hissed, "Someday, I'll kill you." But then his eyes widened. A blinding red flash exploded across the forest. He leapt back, shouting, "What are you doing?" Hajene stepped forward, hand raised. "You said you'd kill me. I can't just let you walk away. If that's the path you've chosen, then I'll kill you here and now." Back at the Hall of Justice, Gogu stood by the window, watching the sky. Both young masters had already left. He frowned, certain the 4th would never heed his words. The cult will not fall over the childish struggles of these 2, he thought. Yet Hajene lingered in his mind. His actions remained unpredictable. A knock rattled the door. "Commander, the 3rd Squad, urgent news." The guard burst in, breathless. The 3rd and 4th young masters, they're fighting again. Gogu's mouth fell open. Meanwhile, in the forest, Hajene faced his brother. "Since you struck first, I'll let you take the next move. Come." Yuamun's nails extended, his voice sharp with rage. "How dare you say that? Are you mocking me?" Hajene frowned. "Your martial art requires time to prepare. That's why you can't counter so quickly." Yuamun's fury boiled over. "You're begging for death." His tongue flicked as he sneered. Such a reckless mistake. He sprang upward, soaring into the air. "I'll kill you," he roared. Their fists drew closer, only a hair apart. And then, another brilliant flash engulfed the forest. Hajene raised his hand, voice calm. "You're far too arrogant. How do you plan to kill me with such a technique?" Yuamun's strike slowed, his arms and legs heavy. Hajene frowned. As expected of Chongn's disciple, he's stronger than the frenzied Demon Squad's commander. He could probably take Hungry Yang down within 10 blows. But pain flared at his side. The poison still lingered, holding him back. "As long as it remains, I can't finish this fight." Grinding his teeth, Yuamun shouted, voice dripping venom. Hajene only smirked. That tone, hardly respectful. Yuamun lunged forward, screaming, "You don't deserve respect. I'll wipe that smug calm off your face." Hajene parried smoothly. Too slow. Another attack came, but Hajene dodged easily. At that speed, how do you expect to accomplish anything? Snarling, Yuamun spun, foot lashing out. "It ends here, die." His kick stopped inches from his brother's face. But suddenly, Hajene was gone. Balanced on one leg, Yuamun whipped his head around. "Where?" From further away, Hajine's voice rang out. "I'm over here. Watch carefully. I'll only show you this once. Open your eyes." Then, in an instant, he dashed 3 times, so fast the movements blurred. This is how legs are meant to move. His fist slammed into Yuemun's chest. Do you understand now? The fourth young master was hurled backward, crashing through the air. His arms flailed, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Not a single movement, visible. Hajene lowered his gaze. That's enough. The balance between the 9 heavenly steps divine compression, the heavenly ascension technique, and the dark shadow demonic art. It works well. Until now, I hadn't tested it in real combat. Yuemun staggered up, face twisted. You dare use me to test your martial arts? Suddenly, black lightning crackled from his body. The earth around him shattered and sank. But Hajene leapt high, calling down, pointless. That won't work on me. Haven't you seen it? Haven't you realized how my legs move? Yuemun's lips curled into a grin. You haven't changed at all. You still look down on me. His laughter grew bitter, always looking down on everyone. But you've never once lifted your eyes to look up. Hajine's gaze dropped, his voice steady. Yuemun looked up, raising his hands as he shouted that he had been caught. The strike before him was none other than the most powerful form of the snake shadow's poisonous palm. Dropping his hands again, he questioned aloud whether his blunt leg technique could possibly evade such an overwhelming attack. The purple beam slammed into him directly. Standing at the center of the blast, his brother declared that the venom from the palm had already seeped into Yuemun's earlier wounds. This time, survival was impossible. Raising his hand high, he shouted that he had poured every drop of deadly poison into that one technique. Shrouded in a thick, purple mist, Yuemun shut his eyes. He quickly realized the poison was creeping through both his skin and his injuries. Holding his breath made no difference. No one could have imagined that his brother possessed such a terrifying skill. Without hesitation, Yuemun resolved to break free at once. Gripping the hilt of his katana, he pushed forward and slipped out of the toxic haze. Rising to his feet, he looked around in confusion. The enemy had vanished. Then a weak voice reached his ears. A maid crawled toward him, gasping that her body was burning, pleading for his help. Rushed to lift her, shouting that she should be resting. Her injuries were still too severe for her to move at all. But suddenly, her eyes glowed with a strange pink light. She lunged at him without warning. Yuemun leapt back, yelling in shock, asking if she had turned into manhwa. Her laughter echoed unnaturally. Her hand twisted into something grotesque, her face shifting as well. Staring in disbelief, Yuemun cried out, demanding to know how the demon queen had appeared here. Sojio stepped forward, sneering that since no longer had arms or legs, the only thing left to take was his head. Yuemun's eyes widened. He looked down at his hands, gone. His legs, gone. None of it made sense. The fourth brother stood before him, mocking that he was far too pitiful, urging him to witness firsthand the torment of being trapped in the illusions of the snake shadow's poisonous palm. Sticking out his tongue, he added that it was a shame only he could watch Yuemun suffer, then spat that arrogance had led Yuemun to this miserable end. Poised with sharpened nails, he declared he would kill him here and now. If he didn't finish it, Yuemun might return later as a threat, and he couldn't allow that. With a savage cry, he lunged to strike. But just as his attack closed in, Yuemun's hand shot out, seizing him by the neck. The young man stood silently, his head lowered. Stunned, the opponent demanded to know. How had he been broken free from the illusion? He had fallen completely into the illusion. But then, the young man spoke. When he saw the enemy's twisted face, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Opening his mouth, he asked if this was the hidden technique his brother had been saving all along, one just as sinister and vile as its master. With a sudden strike, Hajene drove his fist forward, demanding if his brother truly believed such a pathetic trick could grant him strength. The blow sent the fourth brother flying backward. Standing within the poisonous haze, Hajene declared that he had already purged the venom from his body. It was only possible thanks to the poison his opponent had forced into him earlier. He explained that back when he was an assassin, he had trained his body to resist countless toxins. That very training had allowed him to escape the illusion of the snake shadow's palm. And all of it had been to one day rid himself of the parasite that cursed his blood. Struggling to rise from the ground, the brother shouted in disbelief. He demanded to know what nonsense this was. After all, only an elder could resist the palm's venom, and even then, it would take far longer. The young man stepped closer, calmly remarking that yes, it had taken him longer than expected. But still, there was no point in dwelling on it. The truth was his brother had indeed caused far more trouble than anticipated. Opening his mouth again, Hajene declared that now it was his turn to reveal true demonic art. His enemy froze, stunned by the words. Red lightning crackled around the young man's body as he spoke of the revelation of the dark shadow demonic art. He surged forward, his voice booming as he called out the first form of the ninefold stable blade of death, 6 continuous hellish winds. The sheer force of energy made the opponent's footing slip. Mouth agape, he stared, unable to comprehend what was happening. To his eyes, Hajene hadn't even raised his blade. He still stood in place. But when the fourth raised his hand in desperation, he realized too late. His body was being ripped apart from within. Clenching his teeth, Uemun realized in horror that Hajene was shredding the Snake King's demonic core barrier like it was nothing more than paper. Hajene had not moved, yet his power was undeniable. In a last desperate move, the brother charged, aiming to behead him and flee. But the young man's eyes opened wide, and he coldly declared that his brother's end had come. With blinding speed, he passed through him, unleashing the triple strike of splitting the sky. The blade halted just before the enemy's face. Hajene asked if his brother had any final words. Then, without waiting, he answered himself. Of course he had none. Opening his mouth, Hajene spoke the last sentence his brother would ever hear. This is what death truly means. Lives vanished like smoke curling from the end of a cigarette, fading without meaning. Looking down, the enemy could hardly believe that death had already reached him. Hajene tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade and whispered his final farewell to his brother. But just as he was about to strike, something shot toward him, accompanied by a loud cry. Strange rays wrapped around his sword, pulling against him. Hajene froze, unable to make sense of the formless energy. A man's voice rang out, declaring that they had all promised not to cause such conflicts again. Using his ability, he shouted for Hajene to release the sword immediately. The leader of the Hall of Justice stood before them, his hand extended, channeling the ability. Hajene quickly realized what it was: Void Grab, a skill that allowed control over objects without touching them. Only someone with profound mastery of martial arts could wield such a technique. Hajene frowned, his voice cutting coldly through the air. He spat that he couldn't tolerate the bitter taste of mercy. Why should he show kindness to someone who had tried to kill him? To him, the master of the Hall of Justice was nothing short of revolting. Bracing his stance, the leader answered firmly. This was still his territory, and no matter their titles as young masters, he would never permit them to fight here. But Hajene refused to yield. With an edge in his voice, he said the Hall of Justice had no right to demand their submission. Did they truly expect everyone to cower before their name? With a single slash, he cut through the chains binding his sword. Sparks erupted as he shouted that he had no intention of holding back any longer. Gogu's eyes narrowed in shock. His opponent had severed his internal energy chains in one stroke. He demanded to know if Hajene was declaring open hostility toward the Hall of Justice. Did he truly think he could bear such a responsibility? Hajene's eyes widened for a moment, then narrowed with deadly resolve. His answer was simple. The man should worry about himself instead. With explosive speed, Hajene rushed forward. The leader barely managed to dodge, stunned by his opponent's swiftness. Locking eyes with him, Gogu thought grimly. The depth of this boy's demonic energy was extraordinary, nearing the highest level. Yet his techniques were raw, unrefined. Suddenly, the young man kicked off the ground, blade flashing. Another fierce strike followed. The leader slid backward, realizing with a jolt that Hajene's movements were nearly equal to his own. Then, Hajene lifted his sword high, invoking the second form of the ninefold steady blade of doom. Lightning erupted violently from the blade as he unleashed the limit of the infinite path. The leader blocked desperately, disbelief spreading across his face. Was this truly a sword technique? He raised his hands to shield himself, unable to comprehend the merciless energy pouring from the blade. Gritting his teeth, Gogu felt it, the unbearable heat. His body trembled as another devastating explosion tore through the area, light searing the battlefield. When the dust settled, a vast crater yawned before his feet. Standing at its edge, Gogu knew the truth. If his reaction had been a heartbeat slower, he would already be dead. If his reaction had faltered for even a moment, he would have been burned alive. Worse still, he realized how much internal energy he had already consumed. If his opponent unleashed an even stronger demonic art now, he wouldn't survive it. Through the fading smoke, he searched for the next strike, but none came. Behind him, the young hero had already turned his blade on his true target, his brother. Goi's eyes widened as he realized too late that the leader had never been the intended prey. Yuamun lifted his head, bracing himself for impact. In the next instant, steel pierced his body. A scream tore from his throat as blood spilled from his mouth. Hajene stood over him with a hard gaze. Coldly, he declared that he had decided his brother should lose everything he possessed. Yuamun's eyes stretched wide in disbelief. Hajine's voice cut sharper than the sword itself. It would be chi block for chi block, despair for despair. Pulling the blade free, blood splattered the ground. Closing his eyes briefly, Hajene envisioned the flow of his brother's body, then explained he had destroyed the poison core hidden above the energy core. That was why Yuamun's muscles had withered, turning fragile and weak. The fallen brother's eyes flickered half shut. The young man went on. This was the price of relying on mystic arts to maintain strength instead of training the body. His illusions had raised his fighting power, but they had also shackled him with fatal limits. Sliding the blade back into its sheath, Hajene said calmly that death would not come immediately. Instead, Yuamun would spend his remaining years as nothing more than a broken shadow of himself, hovering over his brother's body. He added that even if recovery were possible, it would mean starting martial arts from the very beginning. Still, he said, he would send medicine and acupuncture needles. Suddenly, a group of warriors appeared, rushing to the scene and asking the chief if he was unharmed. The young man raised his hands in surrender, telling them they could arrest him now. A shimmering cage of the Hall of Justice closed around him. Seated inside, he looked up and asked if the chief had anything to say. Then, with a dry tone, he added a request that the restraints be removed first as they were cutting into his wrists. Besides, he wasn't planning on escaping. Go-Gu frowned, replying that he was now in prison. That meant he held the status of a criminal. Temporary, perhaps, but still, such requests could not be granted. Watching him closely, Go-Gu muttered that Hajine's words were not lies. After an attack like that, hardship would surely follow. But the young man simply shook his head, calling the leader far too narrow-minded. Lowering his eyes to his own hands, the young man explained calmly that whether the leader stood here as master of the criminal law hall or as a private individual, it was clear he had no desire for conflict within the cult. That was why he had stepped in as mediator. The leader gave a firm nod in response. Looking down, Hajene remarked that there would be no more conflict. The man raised his brows in surprise, but Hajene continued. Conflict requires more than one side. Yuamun was already incapacitated, so the leader's proposal no longer held any weight. With a sudden motion, the chains on his wrists snapped apart. He added that, in the end, the situation had unfolded exactly as he had wanted. Lifting the chain from his neck, he asked why Go-Gu had said matters were more complicated than they seemed. The leader's eyes widened. This was forbidden sea iron. How had he broken through it so effortlessly? Hajene rose to his feet, stating bluntly that if he hadn't respected the man, he would have left long before the cuffs had even touched his skin. The only reason he stayed was out of patience, mindful of his title as Hajene. Go-Gu's jaw slackened. He asked what the prisoner intended to do if he refused to release him now. The young man's gaze was steady. He said he had never thought the leader enjoyed wasting time on meaningless hypotheticals. He asked instead, could he leave? As he passed by, the leader muttered that he would keep watch over him. Hajene closed his eyes and replied that he had no issue with that, so long as the man did not get in his way. He had no intention of feuding with the criminal law hall. Watching him go, the leader admitted inwardly that Hajine's confidence was unnerving. He was not yet named successor, only one of many candidates. Yet he carried himself with absolute certainty. From behind, Go-Gu heard Hajene pose a quiet question. Remaining in the cell, the leader thought grimly. This man was both complex and dangerous. He recalled the devastating strike earlier. The martial arts of this third young lord were even darker, sharper, and more merciless than those of the demon cult itself. But what unsettled him most was the style of the sword. It was unmistakably orthodox. How could someone like him have learned such techniques? The suspicion grew heavy in his mind. The scene shifted. From within another building came the shouts of Hajene demanding more food. Several empty plates littered the table. He slurped at a bowl of noodles, remarking that it had been far too long since he'd eaten properly. Watching him devour his meal, the assistant urged him to slow down. No one was going to steal his food. She asked if the criminal justice hall had fed him at all. Between mouthfuls, the young man explained that they had served nothing but stale rice and wild. The young man said the criminal justice hall had served nothing but stale rice and wild vegetables. Food he couldn't even bring himself to eat. Dongpil looked at him and asked if it was finally over. Hajene gave a firm nod. But the fighter pressed further. Would there be retaliation from the fourth young lord or from the higher officials? Setting the bottle down on the table, Hajene explained that Yuemun was crippled now, unable to move. Lowering his gaze, he added that the higher-ups had always turned away when it came to battles between the candidates. It was unlikely anyone would intervene. Rising from his chair, Hajene declared that everything was indeed over. Turning to his companions, he told them that since matters had settled, they should return to their own organizations. Looking at Dongpil, he reminded him that he was not just a member of the Guardian Court, but its third leader. It was time for him to resume his responsibilities. Pointing to the girl, he noted that she too needed to return to her duties as a squad leader. She shot back immediately that she was already doing exactly that, and he didn't need to tell her. The young man looked at them both and said plainly they only needed to keep doing what they had been doing before. With that, he turned and left, saying his farewells. As she picked up the plate, the girl muttered that Hajene was heartless. Did he really have to leave so indifferently? She glanced at her ally, asking if he was upset. He denied it instantly. But when she pressed about his expression, he closed his eyes and admitted that it simply looked that way. Staring after Hajene, Dongpil said quietly that it was likely he was saying goodbye to them for the last time. The heavy gate creaked open. The maid turned when she heard Hajene's voice call out. Tears welled in her eyes as she smiled at him. He told her softly that he had finally returned. Overcome with emotion, the girl dropped to her knees, thanking him for saving her. The young man crouched down, asking if she was sure it was safe for her to move already. Looking at her closely, he said he was glad to see she was doing well. Through her tears, Manhwa told him she was simply grateful that her master had returned alive. Leaning closer, he answered that he was just as glad. The scene shifted again. A rare plant came into view as someone asked how the fourth was faring. Mudam bowed his head, reporting grimly that the man's energy core had been destroyed. Poison was consuming his body, and Yuemun was surviving only through sheer physical endurance. But even with luck, he could not escape his fate. Chung Sinin spoke next. When asked about the likelihood of recovery, the assistant lowered his gaze. The doctors of the Blood Spirit Pavilion had reached their conclusion. There was none. Even if the poison and internal damage could somehow be healed, the destruction of the energy core was too severe. The fourth would never return to his former strength. Cheon Sang stepped forward, dismissing the assistant. Raising his hand toward the plant, he reflected bitterly. He had counted on Hajene to kill the fourth outright. Why'd he spare him? Why leave him to live in such a broken state? Could it be that the third intended for his brother to endure this suffering instead? Cheon Sang frowned deeply. In just a few days, the third had created more chaos than anyone thought possible. He had met personally with the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center, fought the commander of the Berserker Demon Squad, and even provoked a battle inside the Criminal Justice Hall. With his hands clasped behind his back, Cheon Sang admitted to himself that what mattered most was the outcome. Amid all the turmoil, Hajene had achieved every single one of his goals. Watching this unfold, Cheon Sang found it fascinating. One side in the struggle for succession had already collapsed before his eyes. His thoughts drifted back to Yuemun's childhood. The son of a patriarch from one of the great families, blessed with talent equal to any gifted child. Back then, his intelligence seemed promising, and his bright personality felt genuine. But somewhere along the way, cleverness had turned to deceit, and that cheerful mask had become nothing more than a facade. Now, in the present, Yuemun had become cunning, venomous, like a viper, true to the bloodline he carried. Yet, Cheon Sang mused, personality mattered little. What counted most was talent, and Yuemun had failed to nurture his. A bird fluttered from the branches above. Cheon Sang's thoughts sharpened. For all his effort, Yuemun had done only the bare minimum. Strong for his age, yes, but nothing more. And that had sealed his defeat. The third young lord, however, was different. Once, he too resembled the fourth. But after awakening from the chi block, he began striving for more, pushing beyond his limits instead of settling for less. Holding a cluster of berries in his hand, Cheon Sang stood in the middle of the field. He knew that small difference, striving forward versus standing still, was what had ultimately decided the outcome of their duel. Night began to fall. The scene shifted to Hajene's courtyard. Suddenly, a shout rang out, the assistant's voice, announcing that guest had arrived. Smiling, a girl remarked how long it had been and asked how the third young lord was doing. Hajine's eyes widened. He asked what brought the... Hajine was startled to see the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center, but quickly understood. There was nothing left unresolved between them. Looking directly at him, Yenizum said she had come with a request. If he had time, she wanted him to visit her residence. Opening his mouth, the young man asked what she meant by that. Her eyes stayed fixed on him as she explained. It was about the martial arts method he had taught her. Though it had only been a short while, the difference was already clear. It was a mystical technique unlike any other. Sitting across from her, Hajine asked again about this difference. He reminded her that for most people, mastering it would be far from easy. Then he added that she, at least, was exceptionally talented. The woman nodded in agreement. She told him plainly, she had already chosen this child as her successor. The young man raised a brow, asking if it was wise to reveal such a thing to him. Yenizum handed him a glass and replied that it wasn't something she should share with anyone. But with him it didn't matter. He nodded lightly, asking if perhaps she trusted him too much. Lowering her head, she explained that she did not trust people. She trusted situations, and in both the past and the present, she could not see a future where the two of them would become enemies. Hajine looked at her, slightly taken aback by the weight of her words. Placing his hand on the table, he asked why she needed him to come personally if her successor's recovery was already progressing. The master's tone shifted. Her request was tied directly to the child. Though she made the final decisions within the Inner Enlightenment Center, it was Gangwei who commanded and executed them. In practice, her own hands and feet were bound. The young man listened as she admitted that if this situation continued for more than a month, the cult itself would suffer heavy losses. He studied her carefully. The master of Inner Enlightenment, known for her pride, her iron will, and her unmatched knowledge of how the cult functioned, was lowering herself to seek his help. That alone revealed how desperate the situation truly was. And he knew, watching her eyes, that she would go to any lengths to secure his support. Refusing her outright was impossible. Crossing his arms, he thought to himself that she was not someone easy to deal with. From her gaze alone, he understood she would never accept no for an answer. Pouring himself a cup of alcohol, the young man spoke at last. Better they come to an agreement, he said, than for him to lend aid one-sidedly and leave her feeling indebted. She met his words with a faint nod, replying that she would be deeply grateful. But Hajine shook his head. Gratitude was unnecessary. After all, he intended to gain something in return. She leaned forward and asked him directly, what was it that he wanted? Resting his hand against his chin, Hajine admitted he could think of nothing in particular. What he sought was neither money nor fame. What he longed for was freedom, and that was something no one could grant him. Then suddenly his eyes widened. The thought struck him, if he could not be given freedom, then perhaps he could simply leave. Glancing at the delicacies spread across the table, he shifted the conversation. He asked if the Inner Enlightenment Center managed the cult's livelihoods. Yenizum confirmed it did. He pressed further. Did all the goods distributed within the cult come from outside? Again, the answer was yes. Then these goods, he asked, are they only delivered here? Is there nowhere else to buy them? Yenizum explained that for essential supplies, they went outside the cult roughly once every 2 weeks. At that moment, Hajine seized her hand, his eyes shining. With his voice raised, he proclaimed that her successor's recovery was the most important matter, and that he would personally ensure the child made a full recovery within those 2 weeks. Behind his confident smile, he realized it. His chance had finally come. An opportunity to escape the demonic cult itself. Elsewhere, Dongpil sat cross-legged on a stone, meditating, his body slick with sweat. The words of his young master echoed in his mind, that he should return to his own organization. Standing nearby, Hajine, his hands clasped behind his back, reminded him plainly he was the third leader. It was time for him to fulfill that role. Dongpil opened his eyes, admitting to himself that Hajine had been right. He had lingered by his side for too long. At that moment, a voice called from the house. Someone was asking for him. Inside, First Leader Gunsung sat at the table, informing his subordinate that his duties had changed. Handing over a sealed document, he explained that every 3 months, the Inner Enlightenment Center dispatched members of the cult to deliver crucial goods. And this month was that month. Scanning the document, Dongpil realized he was assigned to accompany them on this run, a duty tied to the approaching Mara festival. Gunsung explained further. It was unlikely that danger would arise, but under current circumstances, the goods could not be sent unguarded. The first leader gave his final instruction. The mission would begin in 2 weeks. All necessary details were recorded on the paper, which was to be destroyed after reading. Dongpil bowed deeply, promising that he would carry out the task without fail. The scene shifted. A house shimmered beneath the bright sun. Standing before a frail girl, Hajene asked softly if this was her. With folded hands, Shim nodded, explaining that the girl's name was Juhua. The woman added that though Juhua oversaw part of the Inner Enlightenment Center, she also bore the duties of. The master of the Inner Enlightenment Center lowered her head and admitted the truth. Ever since Juhua had fallen into this state, the entire center had nearly ground to a halt. That alone showed how much responsibility the girl had carried, and how well she had borne it. Hajene looked down at the patient, thinking to himself that she was the same age as him, yet already led such a vast organization. And not only that, she had even managed to partially decipher the infinity technique. Taking Juhua's hand, Hajene decided to examine her condition for himself. A faint red aura began to spread across his body. The lady's eyes widened in shock. This was demonic energy, but impossibly pure and controlled in such small, precise amounts. How could this be? Her gaze darted between her ward and the red aura surrounding Hajene. She couldn't comprehend how it was possible. Closing his eyes, Hajene understood easily. The girl's limitless technique bore enough resemblance to his own mastery that he could connect the two. It was only a matter of expelling the toxic energy. Soon after, blood trickled from Juhua's nose. Hajene smiled. This was the poison leaving her body. 10 days passed. Just before the 2-week deadline, Juhua finally opened her eyes. Lying in her bed, she gazed up and saw Hajene's face. She was awake, completely conscious. From another room, voices carried. Hajene sat smiling when Shim confronted him directly. She asked if he was seriously requesting passage to the delivery department without Cheon-sang noticing. Looking at her calmly, Hajene reminded her that it wasn't a favor, it was a deal. Breaking into a sweat, the woman asked why he wouldn't just let this proposal drop. But Hajene only smiled wider, saying the ship had already sailed. Clenching her fists, In-shin voiced her frustration, declaring the situation absurd. Hajene almost laughed at how fiercely she resisted. Closing his eyes, he explained patiently. This was why he had worked so hard to treat her successor. Her mouth fell open in disbelief before she shouted that she would never agree. Leaning against the table, the woman demanded if he truly intended to deceive the leader of the sect. Hajene shook his head. Such an act might deceive others, but never the leader himself. Breaking into a nervous sweat, she tried to mask her unease, asking what exactly he meant. Hajene's eyes sharpened. He explained that Cheon-sang did not concern himself with disciples at all. He reigned above them, but he did not rule them. That was what it meant to be a god. The woman's lips parted. She warned him that if anyone discovered a successor candidate had infiltrated the shipping department, suspicion would immediately fall upon the Inner Enlightenment Center. But Hajene only smiled. She had the authority to silence such rumors. The lady raised her hand to her mouth, unable to deny it, as she admitted. The woman finally admitted that yes, she did indeed have such power. The young man grinned, slamming his hand on the table in triumph. But before he could speak further, she shouted for him to wait until she was finished. Looking away, she explained coldly that if his plan went wrong, other cult organizations would inevitably interfere with the candidates. That would throw the entire divine cult into chaos. Her words hung heavy, but Hajene's reply was sharper still. Wide-eyed, she listened as he reminded her what she owed. He had brought someone dear to her back from the brink of death. Folding his arms, Hajene made it clear. He had no interest in weighing the value of a human life, nor in guilt. But she herself had insisted it be a deal, and a deal had to be honored. Lowering her head, Andam admitted she had no choice. With the life of her cherished ward at stake, she was bound to her promise. Beaming, Hajene praised her decision, calling it the wise one. Closing her eyes, the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center conceded she would need time to devise a method. She added that Juhua, her ward, had already demanded to lead a squad the very moment she awoke from her coma. Raising her head in frustration, she complained that the girl was still far too weak to take on such responsibility. Hajene lifted a finger with confidence. He had a plan. The sun dipped low, casting its golden rays across a quiet house. Inside, Juhua turned her head as a voice asked permission to enter. The door slid open, and Hajin stepped inside. To his surprise, the girl was already moving. She had only just woken, yet she carried herself with remarkable strength. She looked at him and asked plainly who he was. He smiled faintly and answered that he was just a doctor. But she shook her head. That was not her question. She was asking about his identity. Closing his eyes, Hajin replied that he was the one who had helped her break free from her chi block. Recognition flickered across her face. Juhua realized then he was also the man who had given her the martial arts technique. Bowing deeply, she thanked him for everything he had done. But Hajin only asked in return, why did she trust him so easily when she knew nothing about who he truly was? Juhua raised her chin and explained firmly. Suspicious people could never simply walk into the inner enlightenment center. That alone told her what she needed to know. Hajin studied her closely. Quick to assess, sharp in judgment, this girl was no ordinary ward. Turning to his companion, he stated that with a bit of energy restored and half a day of training, Juhua would be fit to set out. Just then, Yenizum entered the room. Hajin greeted her calmly, noting that Juhua's condition was far better than expected. With him by her side, nothing would happen to her. But Yenizum's brow furrowed deeply. She snapped that her ward had only just woken from bed rest. Juhua, however, stood firm. With determination in her voice, she declared that commanding the delivery department was her duty, and so he would rather die than live as someone useless. Watching the wheels of the cart roll forward, the young man finally felt relieved. They were leaving at last. Almost a year had passed since he woke up inside the body of the heavenly demon divine, cult's third young master. But only now, after 10 long years, could he finally breathe the outside air again. As the group advanced, he hoped this journey might lead to freedom. Crossing his arms, he reminded himself of their destination, Jiangshi. In his mind, Hajin pictured a map of the region. He recalled 2 secret shelters for assassins hidden within Jiangshi. One was tucked inside a ravine, far from Guangdong province. With his current strength, if he pushed himself without rest, he could reach it in 3 days. His thoughts were broken when someone apologized beside him. Juhua lowered her head, admitting she hadn't known he was Hajin. He brushed it off with a smile, telling her it didn't bother him. Grateful, she thanked him for allowing her to be here. She confessed that without his help, she would never have escaped the blockage restraining her. He replied simply, it wasn't really him who saved her, but the master of the center. Suddenly, he raised his palm, sensing a familiar energy. From the road, a loud voice rang out. It was Yun, announcing himself as deputy commander of the delivery squad. Another man stepped forward, clenching his fists. I am Dongpil, he introduced, explaining that he would be joining their escort. Hajin's heart sank. Dongpil, he hadn't expected him to be the one. Dongpil quickly barked orders, directing guards to cover the front and back of the column. Hajin grit his teeth. Why assign such seasoned fighters to a simple escort? Still, he turned back to Juhua, asking how she felt. She explained she had trained for 2 hours that morning. Taking her hand, he suggested they run through the movements again, but reminded her that sleep was the best medicine. From nearby, Dongpil caught the sound of a voice. He turned sharply, realizing it was Hajin calling him to the carriage. His fist tightened. Young master, are you part of this delivery team? He asked. Hajin leaned forward, telling him not to speak aloud. Instead, to use the distant whisper technique. Hajin asked why the delivery team even needed an escort. The third leader, sweating under the question, admitted that the atmosphere leading up to the Mara festival felt unusual. That was why the squad had been ordered to join them. Glancing toward the carriage, he added that this mission should be treated as a secret one. Hajin quickly made it clear. No one was to know he was inside that carriage. Yet his disappointment showed. Having someone so close from the sect traveling alongside him only made his hopes of escape feel even smaller. Deeper in the forest, voices broke the silence. Someone complained loudly about being sent on such a meaningless task with a bunch of misfits. One of the assistants immediately cautioned him, reminding the captain that their opponents were a formidable group. But the warning only angered Manhwa, who barked back at Hajin for daring to lecture him. With a sneer, he ordered him to fetch a drink instead. The captain Jianghua, watching it all, stayed confident. To him, the Iron Blood Fortress remained unmatched. Snatching the cult's delivery team would be effortless. But even he frowned when glancing at their so-called allies, the palace of the southern wild beasts. monsters who called themselves human. When he saw the wolf-like face of one of them, he muttered that working with such creatures was beneath him. Still, he told his assistant to watch carefully. At least they'd see how beasts devoured their prey. Leaning forward on one knee, the man grinned. It had been more than 50 years since anyone had crossed paths with the demon cult. Maybe this mission would bring some entertainment after all. Meanwhile, the treetops swayed gently as Juwa stirred awake. Someone asked if she had slept well. Turning her head, she saw Hajene. He warned her to be careful. If she strained her back again, he'd have to answer to his master. Juwa was stunned. She had slept for half a day without realizing. But Hajene corrected her. She had actually been asleep for a day and a half. That was good. Her body had been drained after the chi blockage was released. The healer explained further. No matter how much she had prepared her body for absorbing and circulating chi, she was still human. Until she reached the highest stage, rest would always be necessary. Hajene nodded in agreement, telling her that after this recovery, she should be fine. He tossed her a small bundle. Inside were rice balls and dried beef. Handing it over, he advised her not to eat too much at once. Holding the food close, Juwa softly thanked him for saving her. When Juwa thanked him again for the food, Hajene replied calmly. It was because of her that he was here at all. Then, peeking under the seat, he called out softly. A small creature appeared, making Juwa scream in shock. Resting his hand on the seat, Hajene invited Goldie to join them for the meal. Eyes wide, Juwa asked if the animal was a fox. Hajene nodded, explaining that he had met it by chance. She broke into a sweat, startled that a fox could be tamed as a pet. From the carriage came his voice again, saying he wanted some fresh air. Narrowing his gaze, Hajene asked if Dongpil had summoned him. The third leader quickly bowed, apologizing for dragging Hajene into the forest. Hajene adjusted his hat, telling him there was no need for such formality. The warrior stepped forward and asked if Hajene had faced any trouble inside the carriage. Hajene ignored the question and demanded to know the real reason they were on this mission. Slowly, the assistant slipped a hand inside his robe and pulled out a folded paper. This, he said, is why I was assigned here. Hajene's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Elsewhere, inside a quiet room, two men conversed about the state of the world. The elder traced his fingers over a set of fine fabrics, remarking that such cloth was never meant to be worn casually. Lifting a cup of tea, he asked his guest about life in Jiangxi. The heavy-set man admitted that the land was good, but times could be difficult. As they sat at the table, the man mentioned the upcoming demon cult festival. The elder corrected him. It wasn't just a festival, but the Mara festival, the most important event for every cult member. Setting down his cup, Illinois added that rumors were spreading about cult members collecting valuables from all around. A voice from outside called that it was time for the elder to leave. With hands clasped behind his back, the old man promised to speak well of his comrade. The fat man bowed deeply, thanking him. But he also warned. Everyone knew the elder's cultivation had reached the enchantment realm. If he wasn't careful, he could attract unwanted attention from the cult. The elder, Ilryong, smiled faintly. Though old, he claimed he still had enough vigor to face even Cheon-sang if needed. Hajene gritted his teeth as realization struck. The elder was deeply involved. Then, as he stood still, another voice reached him. The elder fixed his eyes forward and asked, Tell me, what was it like to be the Alliance leader's hunting dog in your time? Someone remarked that at his age, he was doing the wrong kind of work. The warrior replied that his efforts were nothing compared to what Iran had endured to rise as leader of the Alliance. The old man countered, saying Hajene had grown careless. His reputation as the best assassin and martial artist was proof. For an assassin, fame was a weakness. Hajene frowned, realizing the leader resented that some nameless killer was praised more than the first elder himself. Iran looked ahead, hearing the challenge. If he truly wanted the title of the strongest, he should take it. As the man turned to leave, the elder gave one last piece of advice. Be on guard. In the next instant, the Alliance leader lunged. The old man's eyes turned white. In Hajene's vision of his past life, his right leg was severed by Ilryong in those final moments. Clutching the piece of paper tightly, Hajene's body trembled. His sworn enemy was here. Peeking from beneath his hat, he tried to hide his unrest. Dongpil noticed. Young master, are you all right? He asked. Yui stepped closer, offering a drink to celebrate his arrival. Then, moving ahead, she questioned the servants why she hadn't sensed Hajene's presence earlier. One girl clutched a broom, insisting he wasn't there. The guard corrected her, She was asking about Hajine's location, not Hajine. Nervous, the servant admitted that Hajine had gone out to train. Eui bared her teeth in surprise. Training? Even with his strength, he still pushed himself further. Her eyes fell to his waist. No sword. It struck her as odd that he would train without it. Through the bushes, the carriage came into view. Hajine closed his eyes, trying to steady himself. He clenched his fist. His only goal was escape. To succeed, he had to reach every safe house he had hidden throughout the Central Plains. Looking down, he swore he would not abandon that dream. His teeth grit. Beyond escape, he wanted to kill the elder. Beside him, Juwa stroked Goldie gently. "Are you all right?" she asked. But the fox suddenly leapt from her arms, landing squarely on Hajine's face. Startled, he grabbed the pet, unable to tell what had set it off. Not far from the carts, Yin remarked that there wasn't much left worth recovering. Dongpil replied that this only meant what they carried was extremely valuable. The third leader cut in firmly. No one should let their guard down until the mission was complete. Turning his head, one of the guards noted that the patrol group was late. Dongpil explained that the rough terrain had slowed them down. Just then, a patrolman came running toward camp, shouting. The patrolman burst into camp, shouting for the captain. Yin clenched his fists, demanding to know what had happened and why only half the team had returned. The fighter explained that a battle had broken out at the transfer point. Dongpil immediately raised his hand. "Then we strike back," he barked. From inside the carriage, someone listened carefully as the patrolman added. Among the attackers was a martial artist of frightening skill. Hajine bared his teeth. "Where is their master?" he demanded. Soon after, a ruined village came into view. Crates lay scattered among the wreckage, filled with resources. Staring at them, Hajine asked if everything had been stolen. Kimwa stroked his chin. "They were rare medicines," he said, though why anyone would buy them in such large amounts was a mystery. Still, with his hands folded behind his back, he dismissed it. It wasn't his concern. An assistant bowed, reporting that none of the enemy had survived. Only 3 of their own men had taken minor injuries. The commander roared in anger, saying that the enemy's strength alone was enough to wound their fighters. The group leader narrowed his eyes. "How many did you let escape?" The reply came quickly. "Only 4 or 5. Qianhua turned sharply, ordering his men to start unloading the supplies. Beneath the rubble, they found a battered enemy fighter still alive. The captain studied him. To have survived even a single blow from his palm proved the man was no weakling. The wounded fighter glared upward and swore the demon god would never forgive them. The captain sneered, calling such worshippers insane. Raising his boot, he pressed it against the man's throat. "If you love your god so much, why don't you join him now?" The man choked under his weight. The captain leaned closer. "Since you lack the courage, I'll help you. Pray your god exists." With his hands behind his back, he called out that the so-called demon god would do nothing, that his follower had died for nothing. Standing before the ruins, he mocked aloud, daring the deity to appear. "If you truly exist, then show yourself." Yul Liang quietly approached. "Captain." Qianhua turned, eyes sharp. "What is it?" The warrior lowered his gaze. "Food, sir. I need to feed my children." The captain's face hardened. "Are you giving me orders now?" The man shook his head. "No, just a request." A disciple of the Beast Palace stepped forward, frowning. "You promised the squad food," he reminded. The captain snapped, shouting at him to be grateful for what they'd already eaten. The savage blinked, taken aback. He had only asked because they truly needed more. His voice dropped as he accused the captain of breaking his word. The captain's face darkened, but he turned away, striding off without another word. The captain coldly suggested that his subordinate feed on the demon cultists instead. Grinding his teeth, Qianhua thought to himself that once this mission was over, he'd bury every fool here along with them. Yul Liang remained silent, staring ahead, while the man at his side rested a hand on one of the wolves. Dongpil broke into a sweat. This is terrible," he muttered. Amid the ruins, the Elder Council's leader studied the wreckage. He reasoned that the attackers had destroyed the houses to erase all traces. But Juwa disagreed. It was done too hastily. If their goal was to truly cover their tracks, they could have done it far better. She looked ahead, analyzing aloud. Either this was a trap, or the attackers had hidden somewhere they couldn't be found. Turning to a subordinate, she asked if a message had been sent to the nearest branch. He confirmed it had, but with the distance, it would take 3 days for the message to arrive. With one hand on her hip, Juwa ordered the assistant to handle the corpses. Privately, She decided there was no time to wait for the commander's orders. It would be wiser to resolve the matter first, then report afterward. Dongpil, concerned, suggested she rest. She had only recently recovered from a chi blockage. But Juhua shook her head. The healer had restored most of her martial strength, so she didn't need to be treated like an invalid. Dongpil lowered his gaze. He realized she could be trusted. If she were the kind who sought glory above all else, she would never have chosen to act this way. Looking at her, he thought silently. When she spoke of the healer, she meant Hajene. Dongpil wiped sweat from his brow when he heard his master's voice call him. Ahead stood a house near the green hills. The assistant's eyes caught the sword resting there. It was the very blade the boss had asked for. Hajene gripped its hilt and declared that the enemy's trail stretched 20 kilometers northeast. Looking away, he explained that the guardianship's first duty was still to deliver the goods safely to the cult. Only after that could they uncover the true enemy. For now, their movement needed to remain quiet. Dongpil asked nervously, "Young master, what about me? What will happen to me?" Hajine didn't turn back. "We'd better hurry," he said firmly. The young man called after him, but Hajine had already leapt forward, his thoughts racing. Something about this was wrong. The first elder of the Heavenly Alliance was here. Why? He needed answers. From his robe, a jackal peeked out. Nearby, wolves tore into flesh, gnawing greedily at the corpses. Watching them, Kimwa shook his head. They were far too ravenous. Raising a vessel to his mouth, he muttered that he couldn't wait for another human to appear. Stepping onto the ground, the man asked if the captain had been waiting for him. The leader of the group turned his head, while the wolves fixed their eyes on the newcomer. With a faint smile, Illinois greeted his old acquaintance. Arms folded, Kimwa asked why the elder had taken so long. The old man replied calmly. He had business to attend to. His gaze shifted to the wolves. He realized at once who they were, the infamous beasts. The captain confirmed it. Looking at the pack's leader, Kinwa scoffed, saying he always thought they were nothing but filthy creatures. The elder frowned and asked the wolf leader's name. Yul Liang introduced himself. With his hands clasped behind his back, Iron remarked that the martial arts of the Beast Palace were far less strange than those of the Central Plains. Then, with conviction, he added, even the greatest martial artists of the Central Plains would be unable to withstand 10 of Yul Liang's strikes. The captain narrowed his eyes. Why speak so kindly of this savage? The elder chuckled, brushing it off as small talk. Orin, watching Yul Liang surrounded by wolves, explained that each of the 4 palaces housed martial artists of extraordinary skill. It was crucial, he said, to learn who might be an ally and who might be an enemy. Kenas closed his eyes. If allies, we fight together. If not, we kill them. The elder shook his head slightly, advising him to temper his character if he ever wished to climb higher than where he stood now. From the forest came whispers that the captain intended to live life as he pleased and die on his own terms. The elder turned back, asking if the promised goods were ready. With a hint of disdain, the man pulled something from his robe, muttering about having to work with an animal just to obtain it. Il accepted the small pouch, thanking him. Inside was a strange orb. His eyes narrowed. He recognized it as the Jade of Calamity. Hands on his hips, Kenwa demanded to know what it was. The elder slipped the stone into his pocket and told him simply to think of it as something necessary. The captain's brows furrowed. The old man was as sly as ever. Folding his arms across his chest, the group leader invited his guest to join him for a drink. Elon smiled faintly, saying he would enjoy chatting like old times, but he was too busy. Placing a hand on the elder's shoulder, Kenwa extended an invitation to join the Steel Blood Fortress. The old man stared at him in silence. Looking away, Elon was taken aback that the man had even asked. Slowly removing his hand, the captain pressed further. What's wrong with recruiting talent into my fortress? The captain argued. Ilryong turned slightly, listening as the man urged him to seriously consider the offer. The old man stood motionless, then looked back. How does someone of your rank dare to speak to me like this? The captain closed his eyes. Why humiliate me like that? In the next instant, his face twisted in agony. The elder's hand had pierced straight through his body. Ilryong recalled the words spoken earlier, that allies could be killed if they weren't true allies. He stared ahead. Perhaps you should have learned who your friends and enemies were first. The captain's men shouted his name, but his body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Ilryong glanced around, surprised at how many henchmen remained. His eyes shifted to Yulian. Are the wolves ready for another meal? Sweat ran down the soldiers' faces. The savage grinned. A second helping? I wouldn't mind. Elsewhere, in a village, another group prepared. A man with hands on his hips ordered everyone to unpack and get ready. Someone approached him from behind, asking when the first elder would arrive. The chief explained the elder had traveled far, likely returning in half a day. When pressed about his destination, a red-haired man scoffed, suggesting he'd gone out to collect bribes again. The chief's eyes narrowed, and he snapped at him to shut his mouth. With a firm hand on the man's shoulder, he warned them all, if the alliance asked, they would say the elder had gone to honor his mother. Stretching his arms, the chief reminded them that everything depended on the first elder. If something happened to him, they would all be dragged into it. He warned them to be careful. No information about the elder could be allowed to leak. Just then, the red-haired man pointed forward. What's that? A strong wind surged from the forest, carrying an oppressive aura. The men frowned, confused. They hadn't noticed it before. Suddenly, Hajene shot forward, trees shattering in his wake. His face twisted in a grimace as his hand gripped his sword tightly. From above, Hajene leapt down, blade flashing. His aura exploded outward with a deafening burst. He landed and seized one of the men by the throat. Where is the elder? Hajene demanded. Terrified, the man stammered that the elder had gone to his mother's grave. Hajine's eyes narrowed. He roared, don't spout lies. If that were true, then. Hajene snarled, threatening to kill the man if he didn't tell the truth. Hajene released him, though his mind was already racing. It was suspicious enough that the first elder had left without his escorts. Tightening his grip on the sword, Hajene thought darkly. Since he was already here, he might as well kill the elder. Before leaving this place, he would do it. At worst, he would at least take his leg. A sharp pang shot through him as he recalled his past life. Just thinking about the elder made his right leg throb, the very leg that had once been cut off. He leapt from the cliff, aura flaring. I'll kill the first elder, he shouted. Below, the battlefield was littered with corpses. Wolves prowled among the dead. A man muttered with grim satisfaction that it was good they had come to an agreement. Another remarked that anyone would side with those who treated them better. On the cliff stood Ilryong and Yuliang. Yuliang observed that the medicine they had delivered seemed to be working. The palace master would soon recover. Yuliang's eyes narrowed as he asked what exactly Ilryong had received from the palace master. The old man answered flatly, it was the Jade of Calamity. Yuliang pressed further. And you intend to use it on the leader of the righteous Heavenly Alliance? Ilryong silenced him with a finger to his lips. Quiet. Together, they looked down at the battlefield. The elder commented that these wolves had a frightening appetite, and they were more than capable of bringing down skilled swordsmen. He admitted he had seen strange and unfamiliar occult research before, but this was beyond anything he had known. Yuliang spoke up. This isn't occult research. It's the Great Beast King's technique. It teaches beasts to grasp internal perception of power, the same way humans do. Ilryong's brow furrowed. So they can understand even your orders? Yuliang nodded. Raising 2 fingers, he explained that the wolves and the Blood Wolf squad were bound through their souls and upper energy cores. With such a bond, even the most detailed commands were understood. Ilryong exhaled slowly, both unsettled and intrigued. He had once doubted the idea of working alongside beasts. But now, seeing their coordination, he was astonished. His thoughts darkened. If he could make use of these wolves, he might even claim the position of leader of the righteous Heavenly Alliance for himself. Below, one of the wolves raised its head and began to howl. Irian placed his. With his hands behind his back, Ilryong asked what was happening. Yuliang explained that the leader of the Blood Wolf squad had caught the scent of demon cultists. The elder frowned. How many? Yuliang shook his head. I don't know the exact number, but it's close to 100. Ilryong's eyes narrowed. Have the wolves tasted their blood yet? The wolves lifted their heads and howled in unison. Yuliang smirked and said they had ambushed the cultists nearby. We missed a few dishes, he added, but it was still a fine meal. Ilryong studied him carefully. Inwardly, he noted that with the Mara festival approaching, the cultists were bound to be on the move. From a cliff, the elder asked how their strength compared to the Blood Wolf squad. Yuliang admitted there were many among them who were powerful. Ilryong stroked his beard thoughtfully. Show me how strong your blood wolves truly are. We won't interfere. Take your time if needed. Yuliang lowered his head. His aura flared, and he promised. It will be finished before sunset. Meanwhile, Dongpil and his group were moving quickly when he suddenly froze. His eyes widened, and he ordered everyone to halt. The entire squad stopped. "This isn't demonic energy," he muttered, "but it's violent, too violent." From behind, Juhua said the presence ahead felt barely human, and the scent of blood was overwhelming. Dongpil clenched his teeth. That means many are already dead. He turned his gaze upward and froze. On the cliff stood Yul Yang, surrounded by wolves. Dongpil's mouth fell open. "Who are you? Were you the ones who attacked the delivery squad earlier?" Yul Yang's face darkened, and he gave the order. "Wolves, tear them apart." The beast charged forward in a frenzy, teeth bared. Dongpil drew his sword, shouting for the warriors to scatter. Jua's hands flared with magic as she warned everyone to stay sharp. The wolves slammed into them like a storm, ripping through the fighters mercilessly. Dongpil watched from the side, his face twisted with displeasure. But there was no time to hesitate. He lunged into battle, cleaving into one of the wolves. His eyes widened. What kind of monsters are these? The beasts were enormous, larger than cows. He turned again, stunned as his blade left only shallow marks. Their hide is like steel. A wounded wolf snarled at him. Dongpil muttered through gritted teeth. He had enough strength to cleave boulders with his internal energy, yet against these beasts, his strikes barely scratched them. Even infusing his blade with chi was useless. The wolves were too fast to keep up with. He steadied himself, raising his weapon into a stance. Charging head-on wouldn't work. A wolf's glowing red eyes locked onto him. It bared its fangs and lunged. Dongpil's eyes went wide in shock when the order came to retreat. Juhua quickly unleashed her magic on one of the charging wolves. The beast roared, jaws gaping wide, but froze solid, unable to move. She turned sharply to the delivery team, ordering them to stay inside and not interfere. The Guardian Court would handle this. She then exchanged a look with the council leader. Both understood. At this rate, they'd all be wiped out. Retreat was the only option. But the wolves didn't stop. They tore through the ranks, their bloody onslaught continuing. Juhua frowned as she fought. Dongpil roared an order, commanding the third squad of the Guardian Court to form a rotating formation. The warriors immediately shifted, lining up side by side and moving at high speed. With his sword in hand, Dongpil stood at the center, focusing on their strategy. If they kept spinning endlessly, they could disorient the wolves. Two rotating circles of vines formed, spinning in opposite directions, shielding the weaker delivery members behind them. From the cliff, Ilryong observed. Interesting. Even without much real combat experience, the council leader has created a defensive formation, and he's using its structure offensively. On the battlefield, Dongpil's sword flashed, severing a wolf's head. Juhua fought fiercely as well, though Ilryong muttered whether the Blood Wolf squad would really be troubled by this. Yul Yang smirked. It's fine. Wolves like ours can shatter an amateur formation like that with ease. More wolves advanced, fangs glistening. They don't understand yet, Yul Yang continued, how terrifying a true Blood Wolf squad really is. Ilryong's eyes narrowed. Let's see how long they can last. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, a squirrel foraged for food, only to be hurled back by a violent gust as something streaked past at terrifying speed. Hajene was racing forward, fury burning in his chest, desperate to confront the elder. Back at the formation, Dongpil's blade cut down wolves left and right. Juhua cast spell after spell, but her shock grew. The wolves began anticipating her moves, dodging her strikes as though they could predict her. Danger! Dongpil shouted, rushing toward her. He bellowed the name of one of his techniques and swung, his sword cutting down several wolves in one breath. Dongpil! Juhua cried, her voice sharp. Stay closer to the formation, he barked, chest heaving. She glanced at him. His sword radiated such immense aura it startled her. But she frowned. His face was pale. He was exhausted. Dongpil collapsed to one knee, gripping his blade. His thoughts darkened. So much internal energy just to hold this line. The man opened his eyes, sensing the violent surge of demonic energy. His breath grew heavy, and he realized his warriors were beginning to falter. Simply holding the line would lead them nowhere. Dongpil suddenly roared out, commanding everyone to scatter and escape. The warriors obeyed at once, breaking formation and retreating in unison. The third leader shouted over the chaos, urging them to run faster, straight back to their branch. Watching from above, Ilryong frowned. How dull, he muttered. He glanced toward Yule Liang and asked what he intended to do next. After all, they were performing better than expected, and the wolves had taken heavy losses. On the battlefield, a warrior slammed his weapon against a wolf skull. Irian spoke up, reminding everyone that, wounded or not, these enemies were still part of the demon cult. The old man gave him a stern look, warning that letting any cult member escape would only bring disaster later. Meanwhile, Dongpil continued cutting down wolves, while Yulin's body began to radiate an ominous aura. Ilriang smirked and wondered aloud if Yen would unleash the might of the southern wild beast palace. At that moment, Yule Liang leapt into the fray. Dongpil turned to face him, instantly realizing this was no wolf. What he sensed was an overwhelming hunger for blood. Before he could react, Yule Liang rammed into him headfirst. Juhua, witnessing this, screamed. She raised her hand and cast her magic, determined to stop him. If Yule Liang was truly a martial artist, she couldn't let him rampage freely. Ice sealed his hand in place, only for him to break it effortlessly, mocking her as he declared such techniques mere child's play. Juhua gasped, stunned that her martial art was shattered so easily. Yule Liang appeared in an instant, striking her in the stomach and saying it was time for her to taste pain. From the sidelines, Erlin shook his head, commenting that she was no match for him and noting how the demon cult seemed to be crumbling. Yule Liang grabbed the girl by her hair, sneering that she had barely twisted her body in time to avoid a fatal blow. The warrior stared in shock as he tightened his grip and issued a Chilriang warning. No one should dare to think of fleeing, or their leader would be devoured before their eyes. Raising his fist, he ordered the Blood Wolf squad to halt. The wolves froze instantly. With a sharp gaze, Yule Liang counted aloud. More than 10 of his wolves had already been slain by these so-called insects. Turning to the demon cult members, he admitted they had fought well and taken down many of his beasts. Juhua winced in pain, while Yule Liang coldly remarked that raising more wolves would be no issue for him. But he wasn't the kind-hearted type to let them off so easily. Yule Liang scoffed, brushing off the thought of how long it had taken to raise his wolves. One warrior, burning with fury, gripped her sword and shouted at him to release their leader. Yule Liang simply lifted a finger and mocked her. A dog dares to bark? Before coldly ordering her death. Dongpil shouted for her to move, but it was too late. A wolf lunged, tearing her head clean off. Yule Liang smiled at the sound, savoring it. Holding the captive girl by her hair, he forced her to watch as her comrade was devoured alive. Before he could continue, the third leader struck with his sword. Yule Liang dodged smoothly, surprised at the force behind the attack. Extending his hand, he reached for the man, wondering how he still had such strength left. Through clenched teeth, Dongpil declared this would be his final strike. In an instant, Yule Liang slammed him into the ground, remarking that his determination was impressive but meaningless. Blood covered Dongpil's body as he lay battered, his thoughts drifting. Yule Liang's sheer destructive power could crush even first-class martial artists through raw physical strength alone. At this rate, they would all die here unless they escaped. Yule Liang then dragged the third leader across the ground and hurled him off a cliff. Juhua and the others stood frozen in shock as Dongpil fell unconscious. Planting his foot on the fallen leader's head, Yule Liang commanded his wolves to feast. "Run!" Juhua screamed desperately, urging her comrades to flee and warn the sect. But Yule Liang raised his hand with a cruel grin. "Food is everywhere. Let the wolves eat as much as they desire." The wolves bared their fangs, ready to tear flesh, while more beasts appeared along the cliffs, summoned to surround their prey. The warriors circled protectively around their wounded leader, trapped in a sea of blood wolves. Yule Liang taunted them, describing how their bodies would be shredded and how they would suffer deaths beyond imagination. From the cliff above, Ilriang observed with amusement. "What a fascinating sight," he mused. The beasts of the demon cult bowing to true beasts. Hands folded behind his back, he spoke calmly of the world of illusions. But illusions or not, one truth remained unchanged. Only the strong survive. He continued, "Humans are no different from beasts. Whether through claws or cunning, we kill and are killed to reach the summit. Isn't that why we exist, to fight our way to the top?" As the wolves surged forward, Dongpil stirred weakly. Forcing himself up, he called out his opponent's name. Yule Liang glanced back at Dongpil, advising him not to waste what little strength he had left. "You'll die just like the rest," he said coldly. Dongpil narrowed his eyes, his thoughts drifting to Hajene. Staring across the battlefield, he desperately searched for a way to protect his comrades and fulfill his duty in this hellscape. Meanwhile, Juwa glanced around anxiously, mind racing for an escape. Before she could act, a wolf charged at her from behind, jaws wide open. Her heart sank. She was too slow. But before its fangs could reach her, the wolf's head was severed in an instant. A sword spun through the air, gleaming as it descended. From the cliff above, Hajene leapt down, catching his blade midair before landing squarely on the battlefield. Juwa froze in shock, Irian's eyes widening as well. Dongpil, battered and helpless on the ground, could only watch. Hajene swung his sword in a sweeping arc, cutting down wolves in rapid succession. "Tisish, there's way too many of these beasts," he shouted, his voice echoing as an explosion erupted, visible even from a distance. He leapt into a cluster of wolves, daring them with a grin. "Good, come at me all at once." With a single horizontal slash, he tore through them. Yul Yang's face twisted with rage as he demanded to know who this man was. Landing firmly on the ground, Hajine's body radiated a crimson aura. His voice cut through the chaos. "I only came here to kill one man, yet all I see is a mountain of trash in my way." Juwa knelt by Dongpil, whispering to Hajene, while Yul Yang's eyes widened in fear. Hajene continued, muttering that he didn't have time to waste on this nonsense. Hajene glared at him and declared that he would be the one to kill him. Hajene turned his head slowly, and his gaze locked onto an elder. Ilryong also looked down at the scene, tension in the air thickening. A terrifying aura burst from Hajene. Grinning wickedly, he growled, "Wait right there, old man. I'll carve you into sashimi soon enough." The scene then shifted. Inside a grand palace, Yozong raised a mug, speaking casually. Of Yenizum's countless virtues, one stands out, her honesty. Yenizum across from him frowned, reminding him that she had told him the same thing before. She added that, suddenly changing the subject like that was a way to catch someone off guard. Yozong lowered his gaze to his teacup, remarking that her response was unexpected. The chief strategist of the heavenly demon divine cult smiled faintly, steering the conversation. "Actually, I was talking about Hajene." Yenizum's brow furrowed, suspicion flickering in her eyes. Was he spying on her? Yozong leaned back, folding his hands with ease. "As you know, being the chief strategist is a lonely role. Naturally, I've been keeping a close eye." Yozong spoke lightly of how he had been keeping track of recent events, calling it amusing. With a half-laugh, he even shed a tear, saying that without such vigilance, he wouldn't have lasted this long. They sat opposite each other, and Yozong went on, recalling how she had once been branded a cold-blooded dictator, even a cult butcher. Yet recently, her actions hadn't lived up to that reputation. The chief strategist smiled knowingly. It's no sin to speak ill of someone, even Chion's saying, as long as he isn't around to hear it. At that moment, Yozong suddenly raised his hand and loudly demanded a lighter workload and a higher salary. Yenizum narrowed her eyes, thinking to herself that if things ever went wrong, he would surely try to manipulate her. In her mind, she replayed his image. The man who seemed impulsive on the surface, but in truth was the most dangerous, meticulous figure in the divine cult. Yozong calmly lifted his cup and asked if the Inner Enlightenment Center was secretly breaking its neutrality to support the third young lord. Yenizum frowned, firmly repeating that the center had no intention of interfering in the succession struggle. Yozong tilted his head, his gaze sharp. "Is that your personal stance?" A bead of sweat slid down her cheek. Was he deliberately pressing her, testing to see if she would slip? Yozong folded his arms, his tone softening. He told her he would never interfere with her decisions, because he understood how deeply she cared for the cult, and because of that, he trusted her. Yenizum closed her eyes and quietly thanked him. But her gratitude was short-lived. Her eyes flew open in shock when Yozong leaned forward and added that he still wondered, why would someone so devoted to the cult send the third young lord beyond its walls without telling him? He extended his hand, assuring her not to mistake his words for sarcasm or threat. "I won't have you dragged to the criminal justice hall. I know you must have your reasons." Yenizum met his gaze and asked directly, "Why are you so interested in the third young lord?" Yozong's lips curled into a smile. Nothing but harmless curiosity. But in his mind, the image of Hajin surfaced. He noted how every member of the divine cult had begun to focus their attention on the third young lord. Yenizum, too, pictured him, recalling how he had grown rapidly in strength and influence ever since casting aside his Glock. Sweat formed on her cheek as she admitted silently that she, too, was drawn to him. She stretched out her hand and confessed that she couldn't put into words what he truly was. If you wish to know, you must meet him yourself. Yozong's smile widened. All the more intriguing. I've never heard you speak of anyone this way before. Yenizum lifted her cup of tea, her voice calm yet firm. I know that. She told him that he could meet Hajene whenever he wished. The chief strategist removed his glasses, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Good. I truly want to meet him. Every time boredom weighs on me, something interesting stirs. Turning the glasses in his hand, he mused aloud. When he returns, perhaps I'll share tea with him. Until then, I'll handle everything that must be done before Hajene comes back. The scene shifted. The battlefield lay littered with the corpses of blood wolves. Juwa clutched her side, barely able to stand, while the warriors around her had nearly exhausted all their strength. From above, Ilriang observed closely, wondering whether this youth was truly part of the demon cult. Below, Hajene stood alone against the wolves, his aura raging, every ounce of his killing intent aimed directly at the elder. Across from him, Yuliang demanded, How dare you slaughter a squad of blood wolves before me? Hajene, unfazed, asked if Yuliang was their leader. His eyes narrowed as he continued, questioning why such a man would take orders from that old elder. With a cold grin, he added, Not that it matters. There's no reason to waste words with a dead man. Yul Liang's expression hardened as a dangerous aura flared around him. One of the wolves suddenly lunged at Hajine's back, jaws snapping. Yul Liang extended his hand and declared that he didn't care where the stranger came from. If he belonged to the demon cult, he would be killed all the same. Just then, something stirred beneath Hajine's kimono. A small creature leapt out, Goldies. Landing on the ground, its presence shifted the entire battlefield. Yul Liang clenched his fist, ordering the wolves to attack. The beast behind Hajene charged at him. But in that instant, the young man realized Yul Liang was controlling the wolves through a shared energy core. Goldie's eyes widened, and then his aura exploded. Baring his teeth, he unleashed a force so intense the blood wolf froze in terror. The warriors dropped to their knees, covering their ears. Even Yul Liang grimaced, clutching his head as he wondered what this terrifying power was. A blinding light erupted from behind the rocks. In the next breath, the blood wolf collapsed in defeat. Goldies padded forward calmly, stretching out his paw as though cursing the fallen beast. He hopped onto its head and sat there proudly. Yul Yang's gaze fixed on him, disbelief etched across his face. What kind of creature is that? To him, it was no ordinary animal. It was something beyond, another being wearing the skin of a beast. Crows dropped lifelessly from the sky as Goldies remained perched atop his defeated prey. Yul Yang's voice carried across the battlefield, grim. This might be a divine creature, or a demonic one, a being tied to countless myths and legends. Yul Liang trembled. His body shook as he realized that this beast's presence eclipsed even the king of tigers. Next to it, the proud ruler of the southern wild beast palace seemed pitiful. The very fact that such a creature existed left him stunned. And then, Hajene slowly turned around. Hajene smiled faintly. So, Goldies, turns out you're not just an ordinary fox. Hajene tightened his grip on his sword as Yul Liang glared, baffled. That howl should have shattered the will of every living being that heard it. Yet this youth stood untouched. Who are you? Yul Liang demanded, fists clenched, his eyes fixed on Hajene and the strange creature by his side. Why walk with such a monster? Hajene met his glare, voice cold. There's no point explaining anything to a dead man. A blue aura erupted around Yul Liang. He roared furiously, promising to tear Hajine's mouth apart, then charged in. Hajine's eyes widened as he too launched forward, his red aura surging violently. Their fists collided, red against blue, and the air itself seemed to tremble. Yul Liang gasped. His bones splintered, his muscles twisting painfully as his arm buckled under the sheer force. His face contorted in disbelief. His fist was losing. A deafening explosion shook the battlefield. Yul Liang stumbled back, staring in horror at his mangled hand. The bones of his left arm were completely shattered. Even with all his aura, all his power, Hajine's strength dwarfed his own. This wasn't technique, nor refined energy. This was raw, overwhelming dominance. Hajene dashed suddenly to the side, vanishing from his sight. Panic flickered in Yul Yang's eyes. Where? But before he could react, a brutal strike slammed into his stomach. The impact launched him back, smashing him into solid rock. Ow! How can I lose to a mere cult member? He thought desperately, blood spilling from his lips. Hajene frowned, recalling aloud the southern palace of wild beasts, one of the greatest powers of the outer wall, rivaling even the great sects of the central plain. Yul Yang's eyes widened in shock. But Hajene continued coldly, raising his blade. That has nothing to do with me, which means I can kill you. In one motion, his sword cleaved through Yul Liang's neck, and even sliced through the pillar behind him. High above, Ilryong's eyes flew wide, stunned at the sight. The heir of the southern wild beast palace, slain by a youth from the demon cult? Hajene turned away without pause. He began climbing upward, his mind set. Ilryong, you've been waiting for this moment for far too long. Hajene bared his teeth, rage blazing in his thoughts. That elder will die. He leapt high above, descending toward the elder, even though he could have simply passed him by. Ilryong raised his head, sword in hand. Hajine's mind churned, flashes of his past life cutting through his focus. He could live anew, start fresh, yet the pain in his leg throbbed as though refusing to let him forget. He screamed, the memory burning. That leg, the very one you cut from me that day. And with that cry, Hajene struck out. Hajene roared, demanding that Ilryong return his leg. The elder froze, stunned, while Hajine's fury only burned hotter. Ilryong frowned, baffled at where such a demon had come from. The ground split open with a massive crack from the last strike, shaking the battlefield. Hajene landed lightly behind him. Turning slowly, the elder declared that the beasts had been the ones to attack his people, and this fight had nothing to do with him. Hajene stood with his back to him, answering coldly. Hajene already dealt with those wolves. This fight is meaningless now. Besides, even if great triads clash, it still falls into political territory. There's no need to fight to the death when we could simply stop here. He motioned toward his blade. Put your sword away. Hajene only smiled. People, they never change. Cracks spiderweb beneath his feet as he pressed forward. Tell me, old man, why are you afraid to fight? Has it been that long? Ilryong's brows knitted together. He was certain they had never met before. Do we know each other? Hajine's red aura swelled, his eyes glowing like blood. His voice cut like steel. Know each other? We were more than acquaintances. Then, in a blink, he vanished. Ilryong's eyes widened. Was that movement technique? But then he shook his head. No, the dispersal speed was too fast for that. He instantly blocked an attack descending from above. Their blades clashed, sparks erupting. Ilryong grinned. You're powerful indeed. Hajene struck again and again, his voice seething with rage. If you died in a single blow, I'd be disappointed. The old man scowled. So, the demon cult has birthed another abomination. You may be stronger than I expected, but I won't lose to a child. He raised his sword and unleashed a flurry of techniques. Hajene slashed back, his blade deflecting the magic, but each strike forced him back step by step. Hajene gritted his teeth, realizing the truth. My body's aerodynamics are weaker. These attacks will damage me internally if I don't counter properly. The elder steadied his sword, preparing a hidden move. Hajine's eyes narrowed. He recognized it immediately. White funeral swordsmanship. Though beautiful like a dance, the elder's white sword scattered countless projectiles toward him. Hajene lowered into a stance, preparing his counter. His voice was steady, ninefold elastic blade of calamity. Form 3. The elder's blades glistened, ice encasing their edges. But a lotus-shaped aura bloomed around Hajene, his sword sweeping with immense force, repelling every last blade. At that moment, frost spread at the elder's feet. His head dipped, and recognition flickered in his eyes. The elder's eyes widened. That technique, he had seen it before. His thoughts raced in the dark. Could it be? The most dreaded secret weapon of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. The blade technique that slaughtered countless masters under the command of the great powers. Frost spread across the rocks as dawn began to break over the battlefield. From above, Ilryong narrowed his gaze. The truth struck him. This was none other than the blade of Hajene King, Hajene. Gripping his sword tightly, the elder demanded, Who are you? He tore open his torso, his aura flaring. How dare you wield the technique of that worthless cur, Hajene? Hajene frowned. So, you finally remember? Meanwhile, away from the clash, the warriors busied themselves loading supplies. Juwa turned as Dongpil called her over. He pressed an orange life-sustaining pill into her hand, urging her to take it. She hesitated, pointing out that he too was badly injured. "I can get more once we return," he replied firmly. "For now, I'll keep watch. Circulate your chi and recover." She nodded softly, thanking him. Dong Pil clenched his fist in frustration, his thoughts heavy. The worst thing is that I couldn't protect anyone when it mattered most. The third leader looked back, reflecting. Once again, he owed everything to Hajene. That gaze, he had never seen such fury in him before. Dong Pil raised his eyes toward the rocky cliffs. Dong Pil lowered his head in silence. Just then, Goldie's barked suddenly, startling them. Golden scowled. "What's wrong with you now?" But the fox bolted, sprinting away into the distance. High above, Ilryong frowned darkly. "Impossible. I killed Hajine myself. I cut off his legs, made him die more cruelly than anyone else." His gaze shifted, narrowing on Hajine's legs. Yet, could Hajine have raised a successor in secret? And stranger still, this boy carried the blood of a demon. The elder's aura surged violently. His voice thundered. "Who are you?" Hajine met his glare, his words cutting like steel. "Since you're so curious, why not let my sword give you the answer?" The old man roared and swung his blade. Instantly, countless swords appeared in the air, all aimed at Hajine. The elder's blades shot toward Hajine, but Hajine stood unflinching. Ilryong gripped his white, craned sword tightly and charged forward, convinced that this body, his body, could never lose to a half-demon. Steel clashed, the sky filled with blades, all cutting toward Hajine. Hajine bared his teeth, his voice sharp as he roared. "Do you really think white funeral swordsmanship will work on me?" His aura flared violently. "If I'm to tear this trash apart, then it's time to summon true demonic energy." A torrent of dark energy burst from him, engulfing the battlefield in a suffocating aura. The elder's eyes widened in shock. Hajine's blade came down, releasing a beam of destructive force that tore across the ground. The elder slid backward, stunned. Hajine's enlightenment, it had already surpassed his own, but he refused to yield. With a furious cry, he lunged. "You're nothing but an insect from the demon cult." Then suddenly, Ilryong's breath caught in his throat. His eyes went wide. It felt as if he were drowning in a river. His limbs grew heavy, each breath a struggle. His senses were clear, yet his body lagged behind, trapped in an agonizing slow-motion world. And there, standing above the still waters, was Hajine, his blade extended calmly. Hajine's expression was clear, devoid of any bloodlust. Then another surge erupted from him. Ilryong's heart sank. "Impossible. This is just his energy is so vast, it's warping my perception, slowing the very world itself." The explosion followed, violent and unrelenting. The old man staggered back, his chest tightening with disbelief. Snarling, he shouted, "I am the first elder of the righteous heavenly alliance." Hajine swung his massive blade through the air, his voice dismissive. "I don't care." The clash shook the ground. The elder blocked desperately, but cracks split the earth beneath him, and fractures spread across his own sword. He leapt back, realizing that Hajine's enormous blade was wrapped in monstrous, demonic energy, carrying a weight that could split mountains. He studied him in horror, barely over 20, and yet superhuman. The elder's brows furrowed. How? How could he wield such power? Hajine smirked. "I brought this massive sword for one reason. When we were at the same level, I knew your white funeral swordsmanship was especially weak against heavy blades." His voice darkened, cruel. "If I surpass you in enlightenment, then you're nothing." And then his body began to flicker, dispersing into countless shadows. Ilryong braced himself, his stance firm. But when the strike came, it wasn't from the front. A single lock of his hair fell to the ground. Hajine stood behind him, back turned. Hajine's voice was steady, edged with mockery. "You traded the battlefield for politics, neglected your blade for far too long. And now," Hajine's voice cut through the silence, "you've grown rusty. A year ago, you relied on the inevitable net formation, an ambush, not a true battle." He turned, his blade gleaming. "Tell me, with talent like yours, could you really push aside Cheonsangs of Xian and claim the seat of leader of the righteous heavenly alliance?" The old man's eyes widened in horror. His voice trembled. Are you Hajine?" Hajine smirked. "You've been looking for the wrong man from the start." In a flash, his sword carved downward, severing the elder's leg. A thunderous explosion shook the cliffside. The old man's scream echoed as his body was hurled back, crashing violently to the ground. The severed leg landed nearby. Hajene stood firm, sword in hand. From above, Ilryong watched, stunned. Misjudged, completely misjudged. Since joining the righteous Heavenly Alliance, no one has ever injured me so gravely. The elder dropped to his knees, pain tearing through him. I never should have fought this boy. If I want to live, I must escape. But as he looked up, his eyes narrowed. Hajine's condition had changed. His cheeks puffed as he stifled a cough, streams of blood flowing from his nose and dripping onto the ground. Not enough demonic energy, he realized. The vision of the highest gate of heaven and earth I forcibly closed. It's trying to collapse. Hajene pressed his bloodied hand to his face, his thoughts racing. If I keep moving like this, what little demonic energy I have left will turn upstream, blocking my chi. I need a way to replenish it. Hajine's black brows furrowed. His grip tightened on his blade. If that's the case, I'll have to use the primordial energy. The elder's eyes narrowed. Hajine's skin had gone pale, his breathing ragged. His internal energy was nearly depleted. A faint red glow still clung to him, but it flickered. Ilryong steadied himself, rising to his feet. He only managed to corner me because of those strange techniques. But if his internal energy is failing, then victory is mine. My cultivation is above his. The wind rustled his long beard as he snarled. It's impossible. A mere child from the demon cult cannot surpass me. I'll finish this with one strike. With a roar, the elder charged. Your days are over. But Hajine's eyes blazed crimson. His voice rang with cold finality. No, you'll die here. A brilliant streak of energy burst forth from him, tearing across the battlefield. Ilryong's mouth fell open in shock as blood sprayed from his lips. The wound burned fresh, and Hajene snapped, shouting that this was exactly why the villain should have never crossed him. His sword dripped with red, and in that moment, he realized he no longer cared for the things he once longed for in his past life. The enemy lay sprawled on the ground, and a dark urge surged within him. He wanted nothing more than to cut the man down again and again. His teeth clenched tight, sweat streamed down his face, and the storm inside him refused to calm. From the distance, Dongpil's voice rang out, desperately calling his name. Hajine's body suddenly gave out. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. The third council leader rushed toward him with the jackal close behind. A crimson building came into view. Voices echoed, reports of tragedy. Only 5 victims had survived inside the Enlightenment Center, while 22 from the Guardian Court's third squad had lost their lives. Juhua lowered her head, apologizing to the center master for her lack of caution. Yenizum stared at her in disbelief, telling her there was no need to apologize. Blame belonged to their attackers. With a steady hand on Ja's shoulder, Yenizum assured her that she had accomplished her mission. Punishment was not needed. What she needed was comfort. Turning away, Yenizum offered food to her comrades. The center master slipped her hands into her sleeves, silently reflecting. In just 10 days, Hajene had restored more than half of his martial arts and faced every monster alone. Her brows furrowed. Hajene was terrifying indeed, and yet she knew she would have to meet him again soon. In front of the building, warriors gathered. The third leader stood before his comrade, who admitted he felt unworthy. Dongpil warrior clenched his fists, vowing to personally visit the families of his fallen squad. Gunsung rose from his seat, holding out his written report for the Guardian Courtmaster. He told the third leader not to burden himself with guilt, as he would take responsibility for the mission's outcome. Dongpil shut his eyes when the first leader spoke. Their duty, he reminded them, was to protect their loved ones. But even so, as the squad's leader, responsibility still fell on Dongpil Man. With hands clasped behind his back, the first leader declared he would administer punishment himself. Until it was complete, the third leader would be stripped of his duties within the Guardian Court. Dongpil closed his eyes once more and accepted without protest. Gunsung looked to him and finalized the order. Dongpil warrior was suspended indefinitely and would not return as third executive until the directive had been fully carried out. Sweat rolled down Dongpil's skin as the weight of it all sank in. The punishment was harsh, but Dongpil knew he couldn't complain. Expulsion wouldn't have surprised him either. Still, his eyes widened when Gunsung suddenly announced that instead of further discipline, Dongpil warrior would now serve as Hajine's personal guard. Just like that, his punishment was declared complete. The first executive smiled faintly, wishing that his comrade would gain wisdom from Hajene before one day returning to his original post. A long white staircase stretched toward the building. At its base, the beast pressed its paws into the soft ground. Hajine's eyes snapped open. He thought he was dreaming. He remembered being carried to a carriage, his thoughts swirling in confusion. The awkwardness weighed on him, but suddenly he shoved the jackal aside, shouting that he didn't want to hide in shelters, collect scraps of information, and then flee. Stepping out of the building, his mind returned to a single name, Il-ryong. From the moment he heard it, his world had been drenched in blood. He recalled his battle with the old man, realizing he hadn't even known how deep his own resentment ran. Images filled his mind, himself leaping through the air, striking at the enemy. But as he stood there, he frowned, questioning whether what he truly sought was freedom. A voice called out, snapping him from his thoughts. Dongpil bowed respectfully, saying he had just arrived. Hajine's eyes widened before he invited him to share a meal. Stroking the jackal at his side, Riang Seo listened as Dongpil suddenly dropped to his knees. With a loud voice, he swore loyalty, dedicating his life to protecting Hajene as his personal guard. Hajine's mouth fell open in disbelief. Dongpil Man vowed he would defend him with his very life. But instead of relief, horror flashed in Hajine's eyes. Was the third leader planning to live here now? Above them, the sky was clear and blue, yet Hajene felt his dream of escaping slipping further and further away. Inside, plates of food were set on the table. Manhwa sat at the round table, while Dongpil ate heartily, showering her cooking with praise. With a cheerful smile, he gave her a thumbs up. Hajene frowned silently, thinking of how close he had come to death. His fight with Iran had been far too dangerous. He remembered coughing up blood, the overwhelming power of the second level, the gate of heaven and earth of demonic vision. That very gate had detonated with demonic energy, endlessly forcing the essence of darkness into his body. The toll it left behind was severe. Lowering his gaze, he decided he needed a replacement technique until his dark shadow demonic art reached completion. Ideally, something versatile enough to counter different martial arts. Dongpil furrowed his black brows when Hajene suddenly asked about the blade he had brought him. The answer came swiftly. There were notes on the paper, and Dongpil explained he had retrieved it from the Demon King's weapon storehouse. Hajine's mind wandered, imagining the storehouse accessible to ordinary cult members and the countless weapons hidden within its depths. Hajene pictured the Demon King's weapon storehouse. Ordinary cult members usually purchased their blades from the standard armory, but this place was different. It held the sect's most treasured swords, reserved for captains of combat squads and those of even higher rank. His mind then shifted to an even grander sight, the Heavenly Demon's weapons storehouse. A towering structure, it was the finest armory of the entire sect, its access so restricted that only Cheon Sang and the designated successor could step inside. As they sat around the table, Hajene asked whether permission from the sect leader was required to enter that storehouse, and if so, how he might obtain it. Seated across from him, Dongpil Man explained that every disciple of Cheon Sang was granted a single chance to enter. Cold sweat traced down Hajine's face. If that were true, then if the body's original owner had already used that chance, he would never be able to go again. Folding his arms, he considered the possibility that his body's former self had already walked those halls. Just then, a voice called out to him. Turning, Hajene saw Yui holding a bag of food, offering them a drink. She stepped outside, explaining that she had delayed her work to come. Hajene closed his eyes, telling her to return later. He had somewhere to be. But when she asked where, Dongpil stepped in, raising a hand to block her path. Before they could continue, another voice drifted from the half-closed doors. Someone mentioned the weapon storage. A man emerged, saying they could instead visit the Heavenly Demon's weapon storehouse. With a faint smile, he remarked that it had been 7 years. His companion narrowed his eyes and corrected him. It had actually been 8. Yozong walked forward calmly, saying he wouldn't be staying long. Entering the courtyard, he asked if they were truly heading to the weapon storage. Then, smiling, he suggested they enjoy a cup of tea together first. Hajine's eyes widened in disbelief. He admitted he had no idea who this man was, but warned that he had come to the wrong place. And besides, this area was easy to get lost in. Hajene turned when Dongpil called out, announcing that the man was none other than the chief strategist. Hajine's eyes widened in shock. Yozong smiled faintly, saying he was actually offended that Hajene had failed to recognize him. In that instant, Hajene realized the truth. This man was second in command of the divine cult. Hands folded behind his back, Yozong asked why they were going to the Demon King's weapons storehouse instead of the heavenly demons. Hajene met his gaze and replied that was precisely why he sought out the Demon King's armory. But the chief strategist countered, pointing out that the sword in Hajine's hand. Yozong remarked that the sword Hajene had obtained last time no longer seemed to suit him. With a wide grin, he added that he had heard Hajene was known for using a rather unusual sword technique. Was he planning on changing his main weapon? Hajene frowned, wondering why Yozong had suddenly taken such an interest in him. Then Yozong's lips curved into a faint smile. Adjusting his glasses, he asked if they wanted his help in gaining access to the Heavenly Demon's weapons storehouse. Hajine's brows rose in surprise, and even Eui and Dongpil were caught off guard. Stepping forward, Hajene faced the chief strategist directly. Was that truly possible? And if it was, then surely Yozong expected something in return. Yozong's gaze sharpened. Life was all about exchanges, he said, and he suspected Hajene already knew that truth well. Hajene lowered his head, asking what price he intended to demand. With a light smile, Yozong answered. All he wanted was to spend the day in conversation with him. Approaching closer, he clarified, just to talk, to share a drink tonight. Nothing more. Hajene bit his lip, certain Yozong had an ulterior motive. The sunlight fell across the temple's rooftop as Hajene excused himself, telling Yozong to wait while he changed. Moments later, dressed in new clothes, he ordered Dongpil to seek out the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center. If she had met with the chief strategist during his absence, he wanted to know exactly what they had discussed, especially if her words had involved him. Hajene lowered his head, reflecting on how Yozong stood apart from everyone else within the divine cult. His words sounded careless on the surface, yet each one carried weight. Frowning, Hajene recalled Yozong's peculiar phrases, while Hajene remembered that Yozong had appeared almost immediately after he had regained consciousness upon returning to the cult. Leaving the room, Hajene saw Eui and Yozong together. Yozong lowered his gaze, eyeing the food in Euy's hands. Watching him, Hajene silently admitted that he wanted nothing more than to avoid this man. Then Yozong stretched out his arms in a dramatic whine, startling Eui. Hajene, meanwhile, continued to think. The reason his instincts urged him to avoid Yozong was simple. The moment he saw that man's face, something inside told him to stay away. Yozong immediately turned his attention back to him. Was he ready? Yozong smiled, declaring it was time to leave. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, as Yozong began sharing a story. On his first vacation, he had gone out to enjoy the beauty of nature. Yet instead, he had been robbed by bandits. Yozong raised his head and laughed, but Hajene could tell. His words hovered somewhere between truth and lies. Hajene studied him carefully, realizing just how skilled he was at concealing his true self. As they walked, Hajene commented that Yozong was brave. But Hajene shook his head. Hajene was the only one here who truly showed courage. With a faint smile, Yozong revealed that his leave of absence had been officially granted. Hajine's eyes narrowed. Unlike him, who had merely snuck out, Yozong had done things properly. Suspicion struck, he knew about it. Lowering his head, Hajene asked him not to report this to Cheon-sang. Yozong, however, was surprised at how quickly he admitted it. Hajene then closed his eyes, demanding to know the real reason the chief strategist had sought him out. Yozong only smiled. Perhaps it was nothing more than curiosity, he said. He simply couldn't resist it. Hajene instinctively stepped back. Yozong turned away, remarking that the Heavenly Demon's weapon storage was still a long way ahead. But Hajene countered that he had no choice but to stop here. Hajene spoke next. It seemed Yozong had indeed set out on this journey alone. He hadn't sensed the presence of any escorts. In that moment, Hajene drew his sword, pressing it to Yozong's neck. They stood on the bridge, the air thick with tension. Frowning, Hajene demanded to know, was Yozong prepared to have his head severed right here? Yozong met his eyes calmly, admitting he had not expected such a turn of events. Hajine's gaze hardened. Predictability, he said, was never interesting. Still locked on the bridge, Yozong asked why Hajene was doing this. Hajene turned the question back. Why was Yozong here at all? He kept his hand steady, saying that he didn't know Yozong's true purpose. But one thing was certain. Yozong wasn't here out of curiosity or kindness. Lowering his head, Yozong replied. Perhaps Hajene himself didn't fully understand what was happening. But the unease he felt had pushed him to act, to draw his blade. Hajine's frown deepened. This wasn't just a threat. He was ready to kill. Yozong stayed calm, asking if he was truly prepared to slay the divine cult's chief strategist. Even as the third young lord, the consequences would be inescapable. Elsewhere, Goldie was quietly washing his face. On the bridge, Yozong tried to reason with him. Put the sword away, he urged. Otherwise it would be seen as betrayal. In the end, it didn't matter when death came. Whether now, later, or by old age, everyone's fate was the same. The chief strategist frowned, his expression finally tightening. Yozong warned that he would count to 3. But even as he spoke, he felt it. Hajine's resolve. Yozong realized he could truly die here. Hajine's eyes bore into him as he asked one final time, why had Yozong come to him? If the answer was curiosity, he would cut him down without hesitation. A thin drop of blood slid from Yozong's neck, staining Hajine's sword. At that moment, Yozong asked how Hajine had figured out. Goldie stood silently between them, watching. Hajine repeated his warning. This was Yozong's last chance to give a truth. Hajine's brows furrowed. His intuition told him something was wrong. He spoke firmly. He had a sixth sense, and he already knew the world did not run by logic alone. Yozong's mouth fell open, caught off guard. Hajine pressed on. When logic clashed with emotion, he followed his emotions. At least then, he would have no regrets. Yozong's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected to hear such words here. Memories pulled him back. He stood once in a candlelit room, arguing that he wasn't good enough to be the chief strategist. Cheon sang, the great ninth heavenly demon, stood with his back turned, dismissing reasons as unimportant. Yozong insisted otherwise. But Cheon sang turned, telling him it was his sixth sense. Yozong froze in surprise. Cheon sang continued. The world was not built on logic alone, yet men like Yozong often forgot that. Logic gave answers to the present, but intuition revealed the future. True wisdom lay there. Yozong could only stare in awe. This lesson struck him deeper than anything the Imperial Prince had ever said. Unlike the prince, who only gave orders, Cheon sang had given him insight. For the first time, Yozong had bowed, something he hadn't even done before royalty. Back on the bridge, Hajine frowned at Yozong, listening as he explained. When answers were out of reach, it was best to ask another. They might know. Hajine narrowed his eyes and asked what he meant. Yozong clarified with a sly smile. He simply wanted to see how Hajine would react if put in an impossible position. For example, he said, imagine letting Hajine enter the weapon storage, only to later reveal he had no authority to send anyone there. Hajine loosened his grip on his sword, replying coldly. If that were to happen, not even Cheon Sang-es. Hajine warned that if such a deception ever happened, even Cheon Sang-es disciples would not escape punishment. Entering a forbidden place was no small crime. His gaze shifted to a water lily drifting on the surface of the pond, their shadows mirrored in the water below. He glanced back at Yozong and called him a very angry man. Yozong scratched his temple lightly and admitted he often heard that. Some even called him a madman. Hajine slid his sword back into its sheath and suggested they part ways. But Yozong ignored the dismissal, speaking again about the weapons storage and having tea together. Hajine turned his back sharply. He wasn't about to share a drink with someone who would happily send him to prison out of sheer curiosity. Besides, he had no need for the heavenly demon's weapons storage. Still, as his eyes drifted to the horizon, he wondered if there was something deeper he should be worried about. His thoughts shattered when Yozong suddenly revealed he knew everything. That Hajine had sent an escort to the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center, warning her not to reveal anything about him. Hajine froze. If the chief strategist knew this, then he was far more dangerous than an annoyance. Lowering his head, Yozong confessed bitterly that the master no longer trusted him. That loss, he admitted, stung deeply, because she had been the only relationship he truly valued in the divine cult. Now, he had no other friends here. The sun slipped behind the jagged rocks, painting the sky in shadow. At last, Hajine relented, agreeing to drink with Yozong. But first, they would visit the weapons warehouse. What followed left Yozong stunned. His mouth fell open as Hajine emerged from the warehouse, carrying not one, but many swords. Yozong stretched out a hesitant hand, asking if Hajine hadn't planned to take just one. But Hajine's answer was cold and precise. The condition had been that he could enter once, not that he was limited to a single weapon. A bead of sweat traced down Yozong's cheek. He had been outmaneuvered. Looking at him calmly, Yozong recalled the words of the inner enlightenment master. It was as though an old martial artist who had endured countless battles now inhabited this young body. Hajine smiled faintly, asking if Yozong was coming. Yozong's expression softened into a quiet smile. Hajine wasn't someone who would ever betray the divine cult. Perhaps that was why even Cheon-sang left him alone. And yet, Yozong couldn't know for certain what kind of changes this youth would bring. Tomorrow, he reminded himself, he would have to face Cheon-sang. A day passed. In the courtyard, Hajine stood with his new sword. Turning, he saw the third leader approaching. Dongpil stepped closer, immediately noticing the weapon in his hand. Dongpil frowned as he realized Hajine had taken far more than just a pair of blades. His eyes landed on one in particular, the Seven Knights blade. Officially named the Dark Demon's Blazing Night Blade, it looked plain at first glance, but carried a subtle, unsettling bloodlust. Once, it had been the favored weapon of the seventh heavenly demon. He also noticed a pair of twin blades among the collection. Their uniqueness stood out immediately. These were not demonic weapons. Even martial artists of the Orthodox faction coveted them. Lowering his head, Hajine said he liked these blades, but if they weren't suitable for combat, he wouldn't keep them. Dongpil frowned, realizing Hajine valued practicality over history or prestige. Then Hajine lifted a massive sword, asking if Dongpil recognized it. He admitted he had never seen it before. Hajine asked if the third leader wanted to try holding it. As soon as Dongpil gripped the weapon, shock struck him. The blade weighed 30 to 40 kilograms. Hajine recalled how it had been leaning against the wall, and though it wasn't fit for prolonged battles, something about it drew him in. Unlike the other polished weapons on the shelves, this one sat neglected in the corner, nameless. Still, he decided to call it the Dragon Scale Blade, inspired by its hilt. Hajine's eyes widened slightly. This one wasn't bad. But Dongpil could only think that Hajine had a terrible sense for names. Hajine stood with the sword in his hands, and Dongpil remembered the day in the secluded bamboo grove, how effortlessly Hajine had wielded every weapon he touched. Without warning, Hajine tossed the heavy blade back at him. Dongpil caught it midair as Hajine pointed at him, saying he could keep this sword. He trusted his judgment, though he couldn't guarantee Dongpil would like it. Hajine smiled, adding that this blade suited Dongpil's heavy, grounded style of martial arts. That was why he chose it for him. Drawing the weapon, Dongpil was stunned. The steel gleamed, reflecting his face back at him, and in that moment he realized what he was holding. It was one of the 5 great demonic swords of the divine cult, and one of the 10 great demonic swords of the Jianu. A radiant aura flared around it. Dongpil whispered its name, the Sword of the Silent King, also called the Sword of Silence. Its true power would remain hidden until it recognized a worthy master. But once it did, the strength it unleashed would be overwhelming. Dongpil frowned, staring at the aura that coiled around the blade. Then, without hesitation, he slid it back into its sheath. Dongpil thought about the sword in his hands. It had been chosen for him personally by Hajine, taken straight from the heavenly demon's weapons storage. His gratitude was immeasurable, yet he knew showing too much would only weaken Hajine's favor. Hajine frowned, noticing the strange look on the third leader's face. Suddenly, Dongpil struck his fist into his palm, his voice booming as he swore he would become the finest warrior of the demonic cult. Hajine only smiled faintly in silence. From beyond the wall, the cries of a messenger rang out, bringing urgent news from the palace of the demon god. Dongpil turned quickly, while Hajine's eyes widened in shock. Closing them, he thought grimly that this was a terrible omen. The scene shifted to a forested clearing. Li Qion sat across from Hajine, pouring him a drink. As he raised the cup, Hajine silently hoped Cheon-sang wouldn't bring up his secret escape. Placing his hand on the table, Li Qion remarked that he had noticed how hard Hajine had been training. The sudden question that followed, however, made Hajine choke on his drink, spitting it out in shock. The topic was the cult's 4th young master. Hajine could only stare, stunned, admitting aloud that it had truly happened. The heavenly demon recalled the image of Yomin and his technique. He explained that the 4th master's demonic art was a revised form of the Jaka family's martial arts. Sitting calmly at the table, Li Qion continued. Yomin had been stubborn but skilled. At his age, few dared attempt creating a new martial art. Though it began poorly, over 3 years it had taken shape, growing into a formidable style. Hajine listened silently, unable to grasp what message Xionsang was trying to deliver. Li Xionsang then closed his eyes. Iman's art, he said, remained incomplete. Though he had talent, he wasted it on schemes instead of cultivation. Raising his cup, the heavenly demon added coldly, "Those who fail to recognize their own talent are ignorant, and ignorance is something he despised." Hajene remained silent, watching as Xionsang voiced his disapproval. The fourth master had wasted the life he'd been given. Xionsang remembered the day Hajene struck Yeoman down. How unexpected it had been. With eyes shut, he admitted he had long known of Iman's ambitions, but the man was never destined to take the heavenly demon's throne. Turning his back to Hajene, Xionsang spoke again. He had never imagined Yeoman would fall from the race for succession so soon. The heavenly demon admitted he admired those who defied his expectations. Turning back, he said that Hajene had done just that, and more. Li Xionsang-ji's voice lowered as he added that this was why he admired and respected him. Hajene's eyes widened in disbelief. The greatest demon in the world respected him. Leaves rustled as the wind swept through. Water lilies drifted silently across the pond. Hajene stared at Xionsang's back, thinking to himself that admiration and respect were never easy to earn. For someone like Li Xionsang-ji to declare such words, it made pride swell within him. He bit his lower lip. Memories clawed their way back. The cage, being raised as the Heavenly Alliance's secret weapon, living as nothing more than the Alliance leader's loyal dog. After everything he had endured, he could hardly call his life miserable, yet the horrors still burned inside him. And now, Xionsang of the Divine Cult acknowledged him. He remembered the slop he once ate, the hatred he felt for himself when recognition brought even a flicker of joy. He remembered the lives he had taken and wondered, when would he ever break free? If pride alone could stop him in his tracks, then what future awaited him? Then a smile formed. Recognition from someone on the heavenly demon's level was an honor any martial artist would be proud of. Perhaps he didn't need to be so harsh on himself for feeling this way. Li Xionsang-ji stood with his back turned as Hajene lifted his cup. Emotions, he thought, were nothing to fear. They were natural. Even the feelings he despised were still part of who he was. Xionsang turned again, saying Hajene had once more acted against his expectations. Startled, Hajene listened as he continued. He disliked being flustered, but he immediately accepted it as part of himself. That constant growth, that constant change, this, according to the heavenly demon, was what made him magnificent. Lowering his gaze, Hajene whispered inwardly that the words made him smile. Then he spoke aloud. He had never expected Xionsang to say that. Hajene smiled faintly. Unique, that was what he was. The wind swept across the open field. Xionsang then revealed that the chief strategist had come to him the night before, reporting that Hajene had entered the heavenly demon's weapon storage. Standing on the grass, Xionsang added that Hajene likely hadn't even tested the swords he had chosen yet. A dark aura seeped from his hand, heavy and suffocating. His voice sharpened. He would be disappointed if Hajene chose relics without ensuring they truly suited him. Suddenly, several swords materialized in the air. The swords dropped from the air, landing right at Hajene's feet. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. Xionsang's void capture was at its peak. With nothing but sheer will, he had moved the weapons all the way from the entrance. Xionsang lifted his head and declared that this was a reward for him. Xionsang, however, frowned and told Hajene to pick whichever sword he wanted. Still stunned, Hajene stared at him. That gaze from the heavenly demon, it wasn't just commanding, it carried a strange sense of offering as well. Xionsang's expression was sharp, yet behind it, there was a glimmer of expectation. He reached out his hand and promised that one day he would teach him. The wind rustled the leaves against Hajene's face, and in that instant, his awareness turned into clarity. He finally understood Xionsang's intent, and his fighting instinct flared. Hajene gripped his sword tightly. He knew the moment Xionsang finished speaking, this would be his only chance. Without hesitation, he struck. A crimson aura swallowed the area, followed by a violent explosion. Lowering his stance, head bent forward, Hajene wondered, did I succeed? But there he stood, Xionsang, untouched. Shot cut through him. His attack had left deep marks across the ground, flawless in execution. Xionsang hadn't blocked. He hadn't dodged, yet he was completely unharmed. Extending his palm, the Overlord spoke, praising the attack as impressive. The mist around him dispersed as he reminded Hajine of his earlier words. He had said he would teach him something, not that he wanted to be attacked. Li Qion Sangji's eyes narrowed. He had noticed it. The exact moment Hajine struck was when he was most exposed. He wondered, was this insight something Hajine was born with, or was it merely intuition? Hajine stood tense, his grip firm. Li Qion Sangji dismissed the thought in his mind. Intuition was worthless. This was something deeper. Behind him, the ground bore scars of the strike. The instinct to kill. The instinct to die like a beast. Qion Sang's lips curved, opening slightly, as though a smile formed. With hands folded behind his back, he spoke again. He had a question. Turning to Hajine, he said, after such a finishing blow, he had sensed that Hajine was preparing for a follow-up strike. But he stopped midway. Why? A bead of sweat slid down Hajine's cheek. Did he notice even that? He thought. Looking up, he answered inwardly. There was no particular reason. He simply had to stop. Qion Sang frowned. No, he thought. It wasn't without reason. He stopped because he knew. If he had rushed forward, my barrier would have destroyed him. Hajine struggled to his feet as Qion Sang warned him to prepare for the next round. Calmly, Qion Sang stood his ground, saying there was still more he needed to teach. Lowering one hand, Qion Sang ordered him to attack again, but this time with true killing intent. Hajine frowned. I can do that too, he thought, ready to unleash the gates of hell from the dark shadow demon art. His body suddenly lifted off the ground. The 9 heavens contraction divine steps propelled him forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Qion Sang and swung his sword with all his strength. Dust and fog burst out across the field, yet Qion Sang remained unmoved. Hajine pressed on, charging relentlessly, slashing again and again in rapid succession. The scene shifted inside the palace. Eui rushed in, looking everywhere for Hajine. She ran straight to the maid, demanding to know where Seer or Ian was. The maid answered that he was currently inside the demon god's palace. Eui crossed her arms, scoffing in disbelief. How is he busier than me when he doesn't even have a job? The maid shut her eyes and snapped back, shouting that Eui was being disrespectful toward Hajine. Eui lowered her brows, glaring sharply. And you're not afraid to say that to me? She stepped closer, face to face with the maid, fuming that she couldn't even strike her because she was too small. She had to hold herself back. Dongpil arrived, trying to defuse the situation. He explained that no one knew when Hajine would return. If Eui was only here to drink, she should go back. Before he could finish, Eui screamed. Her eyes locked on the third leader holding a sword. She demanded to know where he had gotten it. Don explained it was a gift from Hajine himself. Eui pointed a finger at him, stunned. Hajine gave you that treasure? And only you. Dongpil's silent frown only fueled her anger further. The maid hurriedly urged Eui to leave, while Dao silently thought that Hajine needed to come back quickly, because he had no way of handling this woman. Back at the battlefield, Qion Sang's black hair whipped in the wind as he stood composed, gazing into the distance. His voice rang out, commanding Hajine to rise. On the ground, Hajine pressed one hand against the earth, struggling to lift himself. Staring up at the sky, he admitted to himself that he could hardly move. It was even difficult to breathe. His sword lay beside him. He thought back, realizing even the inevitable network formation of the righteous Heavenly Alliance wasn't as overwhelming as this. The wind carried leaves into the air as he reflected bitterly. He was still only half as strong as he had been in his past life. Yet every time, he gave everything he had, and still, Qion Sang remained completely unshaken. But even so, he began to rise once more determined. Fighting someone as powerful as Qion Sang was a lesson in itself. Hajine looked up and admitted that Qion Sang had always been a source of worry. But this time, he had finally done something good. With his back turned, Qion Sang replied that this was enough for now and told Hajine to return to the pavilion. The sunlight fell across the pavilion's roof. Sitting there, Hajine muttered that this half a day felt like half a year. Qion Sang set his brush down on the table and asked if Hajine had learned anything. Then, without hesitation, he handed him a black envelope. Hajine's eyes widened. Inside were the missing parts of his martial arts. Holding the scroll in disbelief, Hajine listened as Qion Sang explained that his demonic art was still far from matching the 10 great demonic arts. Since it was a recent creation, it held many flaws. Pouring himself a drink, Qion Sang said this scroll would help correct them. Hajine stared at it, stunned. In only half a day, Cheon-sang had identified the weaknesses in the Dark Shadow demonic art and even laid out the corrections it needed. Something like this he had never received before. The heavenly demon raised his cup, drinking casually, while Hajene could only think. He never knew this man had such a side to him. He tightened his fists, wondering if this was the true lesson he had been meant to learn. Then, bowing his head, he thanked Cheon-sang. Cheon-sang closed his eyes, rejecting the gratitude. To him, it was nothing more than the obvious reward a teacher should give a student who had managed to surprise him. Hajine's mouth fell open in admiration. Could the great ninth heavenly demon really say such words? Quickly, he shut his mouth, eyes burning with determination. Lowering his head once more, he promised that he would not disappoint him. The heavenly demon responded calmly. He would look forward to it. Dark clouds rolled across the sky. Heavenly Day lifted his gaze, muttering that this was interesting. Crossing the bridge, he reflected that finding interest in someone was proof that they were still within his grasp. He remembered the strikes aimed at him. It had been so long since anyone dared to point a blade his way. There was even a cut across his robes, faint but real. Within that strike, he had felt traces of the supreme blade, a sign that Hajene had indeed grown. The water lilies trembled as the river began to swell. Cheon-sang recalled the legend of a mythical fox said to bring war upon nations. He closed his eyes, thinking that if the legend were true, the one who brought war must also dance with death. And no one understood death better than him. Rain began to fall, dripping onto his face, sliding down to the golden dragon embroidered on his robes. Cheon-sang slowly raised his. Cheon-sang raised his head, wondering if the time had already come. The scene shifted to the military department of the heavenly demon cult. Mirim faced the chief strategist, asking him what the third young lord was truly like. Yozong, seated at the table, replied that he didn't quite understand the intent behind the question. But Mudum pressed him again. He wanted to know what kind of person the third young lord was. Yozong clasped his hands together. He disliked repeating what others had already said, yet the only answer he could give was the same one spoken by the master of inner enlightenment. Taking a sip, Yozong explained that it was nearly impossible to fully understand someone after just a single meeting. Mudum frowned, agreeing, and clarified that this was why he was asking the man with the keenest insight into the cult. Yozong raised his hands happily, amused that the first guardian himself had praised him so openly. On the table sat a tea set between them. Mudum continued. 2 days ago, the third young lord had been summoned directly by Cheon-sang to the demon god's palace. Yozong's eyes widened in shock. This revelation was beyond expectation. While pouring tea, Yozong admitted that the rumors were true. The heavenly demon had even opened the weapon vault for the third young lord. Mudum's expression grew stern. He declared that he could not sit idly by while the internal balance of the cult was shaken. But even so, he did not believe they should openly take sides. Yozong smiled faintly. So you're here to reprimand me, aren't you? The first guardian shook his head. He said he lacked the authority, experience, and wisdom to reprimand the chief strategist. He was here simply as the head of the guardian court, voicing his concerns about the man who stood at the very center of the cult's political storm. Yozong narrowed his eyes. He understood now. Earlier, when Mudum had asked about the third young lord, what he truly wanted to know was whether Hajene was worth opening the heavenly demon weapon vault for. The first guardian narrowed his own eyes and confirmed it. Yozong lifted his cup and drank slowly. Then he said there was no need to open the vault at all. Mudum's jaw dropped. Yozong explained calmly. Someone who had already surpassed others had no need for a divine weapon. Inside that small room, the conversation grew heavier. Yozong continued, saying he could not yet define exactly what kind of person the third young lord was. But from their brief encounter, he had understood him, at least a little. As he poured more tea, Yozong reflected aloud. His role was to observe, to measure the differences between the cult's members, all for one purpose, to help Cheon-sang form a precise judgment. And so, everything the first guardian's fears, it turned out, were unfounded. He could finally rest easy. Mudum glanced at the buildings of the military department and realized he had misjudged the chief strategist all this time. As he turned away, he thought to himself, this man's eccentricity wasn't the whole picture. His loyalty to the cult was genuine. Yozong noted that he had just discussed the cult's future with the first guardian, a man he had only spoken to a handful of times. Smiling faintly, he admitted to himself that life within the divine cult had grown far more interesting lately. The scene shifted to the palace. Dongpil staggered back, fighting desperately. Hajene raised his sword and told him flatly. The third council leader was suppressing his killing intent too much. Dongpil gasped for air, struggling to steady himself, while Hajene continued. He explained that Dongpil's nature as a guardian likely pushed him toward protecting him. Lowering his sword, he added that in a positive light, that could be called responsibility, but in truth, it was also inflexibility, holding him back from reaching his full potential. Closing his eyes, Hajene admitted that Dongpil was strong, but still not strong enough to protect him. He did not want Dongpil to die before him, because it was his role to protect him, not the other way around. The third council leader lowered his head, questioning whether he truly had been holding back. Hajene sheathed his sword, ending it there. "It's time to eat," he said. Dongpil, still catching his breath, thanked him for his effort. But Hajine's focus shifted suddenly. His gaze snapped toward the gates. He could feel it. A powerful energy lingered just beyond. An interesting guest had arrived. Tea was poured. At the table sat Go, master of the criminal law hall. Hajene scratched his ear casually and asked what brought him here. As far as he remembered, they weren't close enough for casual visits. They sat across from each other. Go leaned forward, stating plainly that the Mara festival was approaching. Pressing a hand against the table, he added that he knew Hajene preferred directness, so he would skip the empty chatter. Hajine's eyes narrowed when Go suddenly asked for his help. His expression darkened. Why should he lend aid to someone who openly disliked him? Go pulled his hand back and answered firmly. His beliefs hadn't changed. He still saw Hajene as dangerous. But with a common enemy, he believed their goals could align. Then his tone sharpened. The other successor candidates, they were Hajine's enemies as well. At the Mara festival, Go intended to arrest and imprison one of the disciples. Hajine's eyes widened in surprise. Another disciple? The Mara festival, an ancient ritual honoring the sole god of the divine heavenly demon cult, the ruler of the sixth heaven. The desire realm, Mara. In the past, human sacrifices have been offered to this being. It was during those times that the divine heavenly demon cult first gained its notorious reputation as a demon cult. But the Mara festival of today was different. Despite their scriptures and doctrines, the cult was now deeply involved in worldly affairs. What remained of the festival was nothing more than an ancient rite, not unlike the Murim festival held in the city. Hajene rubbed his chin in thought. Hajene fixed his gaze on Go and asked what the connection was between this request for help and the Mara festival. Go's expression hardened. He explained that during this year's festival, they would imprison one of the heirs in the criminal court. Of course, the 6, would be left alone unless one of them committed an unforgivable crime. Hajine's jaw dropped. Were there heirs beyond the remaining 6? Go placed his hand firmly on the table and clarified. To be precise, there was another, a candidate nominated as successor, who would appear at the Mara festival. Hajene frowned deeply. The eldest son of the Demon Sword family. The Demon Sword family, rulers among the 7 families of the demon cult, renowned as the greatest sword wielders of them all. Hajene could hardly believe it. The eldest son of the Demon Sword family as a successor candidate? His lips parted as he asked why they wanted him imprisoned. Had he committed some crime? The vein in Go's neck bulged as he spat the answer. This man had robbed and murdered 7 cult followers, then pinned the blame on an innocent half-demon. Hajene froze. The true culprit lived freely, while the half-demon, who had devoted everything to the cult, was unjustly executed. Still as stone, Go admitted in shame that it was a disgrace. The cult had erred, and now they needed to capture the criminal. He said they owed it to the grieving family to deliver justice for the wrongly executed. Hajene frowned, asking how exactly they planned to catch him. Narrowing his eyes, Go admitted he didn't know. That was why he had come here to him. The scene shifted to the center of inner enlightenment. When Yenizum entered the room, Hajene greeted him. "You must be busy, yet you came without notice." Tea was placed upon the table. Hajene got straight to the point. The reason he had come was because of the unjust execution. 2 years ago, he explained, a maid from the Inner Enlightenment Center had been murdered. He needed information about her. Yenizum frowned, asking if that was truly why he had come. Placing his hand firmly on the table, Hajene said she knew the truth, that the culprit was someone else. The girl froze, startled. "How do you know that?" A bead of sweat slid down her face as she pressed further. "Did the Criminal Justice Hall ask you for help?" Closing his eyes, Hajene replied calmly. "They'd figure things out quickly." Her eyes lit up. Then did they already identify the real culprit? The teacup in her hand cracked. Hajene opened his eyes. The demonic energy radiating from her was overwhelming. Years had passed since the murder, yet her fury had not dimmed. Placing 5 scrolls on the table, she said all the information about the victim was contained within. After receiving the evidence, Hajene turned to leave. Watching him go, the girl thought silently. Hajene didn't mention the Mara festival at all. He must believe I can uncover the real culprit's identity. She studied him closely. If the criminal law department could solve this with their own investigative skills, they would have. But instead, they asked one of the heirs for help. Her brows furrowed. Even a law hall staff can't easily touch the true criminal. That must mean the culprit is a high-ranking official, one who will attend the Mara festival. Turning to her attendants, she ordered, "Bring me a list of the high-ranking officials attending this year's festival." The scene shifted to the manor. Hajene placed a heavy book on the table. Picking it up, he muttered that if he was going to hunt the criminal, he should at least read about the law. He read through the dense text until the end, then flopped onto his bed. Why is this law book so thick? Staring at the ceiling, he sighed. He couldn't ignore this. Someone else could handle it more easily. But still, wouldn't it be better to use his time searching for a way out of here? Escaping had always been his dream. Yet he knew, understanding and then turning away would be wrong. Ironic, he thought, that a former assassin was the one saying this. Golden padded toward him, the fox's eyes glowing in the dim light. Outside, Hajene muttered to himself. When faced with such a request, even if one couldn't help, they should at least share in the outrage. Dongpil was waiting outside. "This is one of those cases," he said. Walking up to the blonde warrior, Hajene asked how he was. Dongpil admitted in amazement that he never imagined he possessed such power. Hajene smiled. "That's because you've been suppressing your potential all this time." Closing his eyes, Dongpil confessed he was now ashamed to even look at him. But Hajene cut him off sharply. "You should be ashamed of the mindset that keeps you chained down. Because what's the point of strong will?" Hajene finished. "If your way of thinking isn't flexible." Then he patted Dongpil on the shoulder with a grin. "Relax. Just a joke." Smiling, Hajene added that they could take their time, walk slowly, and see the face of the criminal for themselves. Before long, they were in the city square. Lanterns hung from every post, lighting up the streets in celebration. As dishes were served, Hajene ate along the way, nodding in approval. The Mara festival really is something. No wonder Anho was so excited to come out here. He bit into a kebab, smiling brightly. "Delicious." Dongpil stared in puzzlement. He never thought he'd see Hajene so genuinely happy. In the square, a traveling theater troupe performed. Hajene tilted his head, watching. The plot's obvious, but sometimes the cliché ones are the most fun. Then he noticed Yui. Waving his hand, he called out to her and reached toward her. "When someone calls you, shouldn't you at least answer?" "Still mad, I turned down your invitations to drink." Suddenly, a tear slipped down Yui's cheek. Hajene blinked, caught off guard. Then he grinned widely. "Wait, are you crying over the play?" Flustered, Yui quickly turned away, embarrassed. But the light-hearted air shifted. Poles bearing the crest of the Demon Sword family appeared in the square. Hajine's face darkened as his eyes fell on the clan's patriarch. "The grand entrance of the family the criminal belongs to," he muttered. The patriarch frowned faintly as murmurs spread through the crowd. At his side was the elite unit of the Demon Sword family, the Honorable Sword Squad, moving in with their leader at the front. Dongpil, standing in the crowd, stiffened. The patriarch's aura was heavy, stern, composed, the unmistakable presence of a master who had reached the pinnacle. The blonde warrior frowned, glancing around nervously, only to realize Hajene was no longer beside him. The patriarch lifted a brow. "And who might you be?" Hajene stood firmly in his path. "You're Cheon Sang of the Demon Sword family, aren't you?" Hajine's smile was light, but his words struck sharp. He explained that he'd suffered an injury some time ago, losing his memory. If they had met before, he no longer remembered. The patriarch's frown deepened. "I don't know you, but I do know that you're well aware of the disrespect you're showing right now." Hajene tilted his head. "Disrespect? What did I do?" From atop his horse, the patriarch sneered. "You're a foul-mouthed boy." Hajine's eyes narrowed. "I asked you what I did. All you've done is insult me. That's the arrogance of old men. I've seen plenty of it." The patriarch flinched. For a moment, he was frozen. Around him, his swordsmen released a surge of killing intent, their energy pressing heavily on the square. But Hajene narrowed his eyes, unshaken. A tiger, he thought, is never intimidated by wolves. On the other hand, Cheon-sang of the Demon Sword family remained composed despite the provocation. Wanhoi eased his frown and said calmly that he didn't understand why this young man was being so disrespectful. But, out of generosity, he would let it pass for now. Hajene clasped his hand behind his back and cut him off. If your own child committed a heinous crime, as a father, what would you do? The sons standing behind the patriarch stiffened, the question forcing them into thought. Wanhoi released the reins of his horse. I don't indulge in pointless discussions, he declared, his palm filled with blazing chi. This is the first day of the Mara festival. I'll allow this display of insolence one more time. Leave now. The crowd gasped as his energy surged, shielding their faces as dust whipped across the square. From the side, Dongpil and Eui were stunned. The patriarch wasn't even attacking, just amplifying the surge of his chi with the energy of his sword. Even so, the sheer force of it was overwhelming. But Hajene only rolled his neck. I've had enough of hand techniques. Wanhoi's eyes widened. Hajene was still standing there, completely fine. Hajene wrapped his leg in chi, the ground beneath his foot fracturing as he stepped forward. What? Are my questions really that hard? The patriarch frowned deeply. This brat was actually daring to use martial arts against him. Grinding his teeth, he admitted aloud, what strength! In a sudden burst, he rose into the air, hovering over Hajene. And yet you dare attack me with such pitiful martial arts. From below, Hajene watched, noting how the man controlled his descent perfectly with nothing but inner strength. Then, with his hands still clasped behind him, he asked plainly, what attack are we even talking about? If we're counting who struck first, it was you. Closing his eyes, he added, all I did was return the favor. And I held back. It didn't even touch me. The patriarch's attention snapped downward. The earth had split apart dangerously close to his horse's legs, but the cracks had stopped just short of the hooves. Hajene smiled. Wanhoi's thoughts churned. How could someone so young master such precise control over inner demonic energy? He hadn't drawn a weapon. He'd simply moved forward and yet shaped the force so perfectly. His frown deepened. This boy is a first-class expert. Still smiling, Hajene raised his voice again. So about my question, but the patriarch dismissed him. I have no obligation to answer someone I don't even know. Hajene's eyes narrowed. And yet you've already done so much without. The patriarch's eyes narrowed. Introduce yourself. Hajene frowned. You're not the kind of man I'd speak to in that tone. Before the tension could rise further, a shout split the air. The divine teachings are indisputable. All demons bow before him. A sword was raised high, then driven into the ground with force. Dongpil appeared beside Hajene, his voice ringing out as he declared his respect for the third young lord of the divine cult. The patriarch's eyes widened. What? The swordsman bowed low, introducing himself. He announced that he had come to escort the worthy third young lord of the cult. Hajene smiled. That's right. At the same time, the criminal law hall of the heavenly demon cult was stirred into motion. Messengers relayed urgent news. The third young lord was in direct confrontation with the head of the Demon Sword family. Standing by a window, Go frowned. This could spiral into a full emergency. Orders were given immediately. The entourage needed to be sent out discreetly, without the cult members catching on. Yet even as his subordinate accepted the order, Go's thoughts darkened. So, the third young lord actually moved first. That boy is a double-edged sword. But who would have thought? Even the hilt of this blade is sharp. Back in the street, Hajene stood firm, the crowd crying out in awe. They whispered that it was their first time seeing him in person, that he was truly as handsome as the rumors claimed. The patriarch's sons stared at Hajene, trying to determine if this man before them was truly the third young lord. The patriarch himself looked away, realization dawning. Now that he thought of it, this youth did look familiar. It must have been years ago, back when he'd first begun growing facial hair, that he was named the third young lord. But the difference between then and now was staggering. Who could have imagined that Hajene from that time could have changed so much? Hajene grinned. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Then he added casually, You still haven't given your greeting. At once, the patriarch extended his hands before him, introducing himself formally and offering his greeting to Hajene. Hajene noted how their words were sharp and precise, greetings that avoided belittling him, yet carried no excessive respect either. The patriarch admitted aloud that he had not realized who he was. But even without knowing, it was still discourteous of him. He acknowledged his mistake. Mouth slightly open, the head of the demon sword family added that Hajene, as a candidate for succession to the divine cult, had also. The young man's words and actions broke formal etiquette, so he asked directly if Hajene intended to simply pretend nothing had happened. With his eyes closed, Hajene calmly replied that it didn't matter. He hadn't come here to pick a fight. But he reminded the man that his original question still hadn't been answered. The elder raised his hand, asking him to repeat it. Hajene agreed, saying he could ask as many times as needed. Then, looking at him, Hajene asked, "What would you do if you saw your own child commit shameless crimes?" The man frowned, trying to understand why the guest would bring up such a thing. But with so many eyes watching, dragging this conversation on was pointless. Placing his hands behind his back, he answered, if such a crime occurred, he would follow the law. Hajene raised a finger, challenging him. But the law is vague. Does that mean you'd follow the laws of your family? The head of the family stayed silent, frowning. His two sons watched closely as their father finally spoke. His family's rules were harsher than any others, and if such a time came, he wouldn't hesitate to punish his child. Hajene leaned forward slightly and asked again, "So, if that person is your own child, you'd hold them to an even stricter standard?" Though he knew Hajene was pressing him on purpose, the man couldn't deny it with so many witnesses present. He agreed, declaring that he wouldn't be worthy of leading the family if he couldn't even control his own children. Then, with a hand on his chest, he shouted that he believed none of his children, or anyone in the demonic cult, would ever act shamelessly. Hajene smirked, recognizing the pride behind those words. The leader of the demonic sword family had spoken sincerely, and everyone could hear it. Raising his hand, Hajene apologized for taking his time and congratulated him on joining the divine cult. Turning away, the man dismissed it as nonsense. When Hajene looked back at his sons, he recognized who they were. They returned his gaze, clearly seeing him as an eyesore. He wondered, what could he do if they chose to see him that way? Dongpil, watching, admitted that the leader of the demonic sword family was impressive and added that the eldest son's path wasn't bad either. Hajene agreed, but then he looked ahead and stated plainly, this man carried the aura of a killer, and that was something else entirely. The aura surrounding him was the kind you'd only find in a battlefield, thick, heavy, and unmistakably forged in blood. Hajene explained that this eldest son must have killed someone nearly every day, or at least every other day, and not warriors who resisted, but helpless victims. His aura carried that weight. The assistant, surprised, pointed out that if he really killed daily, the number of corpses would be overwhelming. Hajene then remarked that it seemed the head of the demonic sword family hadn't noticed this at all. But frowning, Hajene realized something else. The true danger wasn't the killer brother, it was the younger one. All eyes turned toward him. Though just as young, he carried strength hidden too deeply to ignore. Hajene recalled his gaze and understood. The essence of the ninefold demonic art pulsed within him. His inner power was not just comparable to Hajene's own, but perhaps even greater. A smile formed. The situation was becoming more intriguing. Night fell. At the gathering, someone questioned why the treasured sword had only been given to that one man, the commander of the third squad. Another immediately pressed, wondering if they were even equals. Did Hajene really choose to bestow such a weapon on him? A girl, shocked, admitted she never expected Hajene to act this way. Human bonds weren't built like this. It was blatant favoritism. Dongpil sighed and told her to rein in her drunken words. But she burst into tears, shouting that this wasn't just any sword. It was one of the 5 great demonic blades of the divine cult, the blade of the Silent King. And now, it had been wasted on that yellow toad. Iui took the weapon into her hands, declaring that this was no ordinary sword. It chose its master, and her comrade would never be able to draw out its true power, even if he trained his entire life. Nearby, a man turned his head, watching as sudden shouts erupted from behind their table. Manhwa leapt to her feet, asking what to do. Her companion had collapsed unconscious. She urged the man to carry her, but he shook his head. It was already late, and the gates would soon close. He needed to leave first. Struggling to wake her companion, the girl muttered that she too wanted to receive a weapon from Hajene. Iui, half whispering, noted bitterly that Xionseng only favored that toad. Then, almost pleading, she added, if only he looked closer, he would see just how much value there was in her. She glanced sideways just as the mage shouted for someone to carry her as well. Turning toward the voice, she noticed the man. His presence was heavy with demonic energy and murderous aura. The trees overhead swayed as another voice questioned why he had been told to come and go during such critical matters, especially when he claimed he urgently needed to be elsewhere. Go, frowning, pressed further, asking about the reason behind his actions earlier that morning. Hajene looked aside and asked if he was referring to when he stood before the head of the demonic sword family, because surely the matter had already been settled. But the man in front of him shook his head. Just because no swords had been drawn didn't mean things were resolved. Hajene challenged him, asking what exactly was wrong with the way he handled it. The leader answered firmly. He had been too hasty. That ambiguous question of his only made the true culprit more cautious. Hajene replied that if the kind of people they were chasing truly hid because of a single remark, there wouldn't be so many victims to begin with. His thoughts immediately turned toward the younger brother of that family. Looking up, Hajene said that such a man would never stop killing regardless. Then, turning back, he added that at least one thing was certain. The family head had publicly declared that he would demand even harsher standards from his own children. The leader's eyes widened at that reminder. He admitted that those weren't words one could take lightly, especially not as the head of the demonic sword family. With so many witnesses, he couldn't cover for the real culprit even if he wished to. Hajene frowned, pointing out that the reason was simple. He couldn't afford to lose face as a leader. Recalling the earlier scene, Hajene remarked that respect determined the rise or fall of a nation. He couldn't believe the family head would be so reckless as to throw away his family's standing just to protect his eldest son. Go finally nodded, admitting he understood Hajene's logic. But he warned that this would only come into play once the real culprit was exposed. If they pressed too hard without proof, the enraged blade of the demonic sword family's leader would turn against them. Hajene turned away, saying calmly that everything would sort itself out in time. The man frowned as he watched him leave. Lowering his head, the leader suddenly asked what it was that Hajene truly wanted. Hajene paused, then turned back with a questioning look. What makes you ask that now? Standing before him, Go explained that from the very first moment they met, he had sensed something strange. Hajene didn't seem interested in the divine cult at all. The man pointed out that if Cheon Sang himself had taken him in as a disciple, then surely he must hold some ambition. Closing his eyes, Hajene replied that he was being overestimated. The man pressed further, asking if perhaps his ambitions were simply too high. Then, with a sharp tone, he remarked that Hajene sounded more like someone from the righteous sect. Hajene's eyes widened at those words. The man continued, wasn't it all about striving for a higher position? After all, wasn't the thirst for power the very essence of a demon? Lowering his head, Hajene answered quietly. Ambition only makes life more difficult. All he wanted was to eat well and sleep peacefully. The man countered that Hajene had never rejected his request. If he had refused outright, he wouldn't be stuck in such a troublesome position now. Go spoke up, saying this was likely the reason for his unease, why he found Hajene so dangerous, why he couldn't shake the sense of anxiety around him. Hajene's eyes widened when Go concluded that the third young lord was not someone suited for the cult. Under the light of the full moon, the leader spoke again. Tomorrow, high-ranking members of the demonic martial factions would come to pay respects to Cheon Sang. After the ancestral ritual, a grand tournament would be held, one that would shape the future of the demonic Murim faction. Hajene turned aside and asked what his role in all this should be. The man explained that, on that day, reports of various troubling incidents would also be made public. Hajene stopped suddenly when a man added that the death of the Heavenly Alliance's great elder would be among them. His eyes widened as he asked why Go hadn't arrested him earlier if he knew. Leading a sect without permission was a grave crime, wasn't it? The man replied that it was not Cheon Sang's will. From behind, the leader explained that Cheon Sang favored him. He wouldn't want him thrown into prison under such charges. But that didn't mean he had ordered them to protect him either. Hajene, without turning around, listened as the man said he had allowed him to walk free despite knowing the weight of his crime. Then, suddenly, energy surged at Go's feet. He asked Hajene if he could forgive him for one more crime. Hajene looked back and asked flatly what crime he meant. With a shout, Go rushed forward. The one I'm about to commit right now. Hajene blocked instantly, his sword braced like a wedge. And in that moment, he realized this man had grown even faster. This time, the enemy was stronger. Before, he had only deflected attacks, but now his strikes carried real weight. Suddenly, the man appeared behind the swordsman, But Hajene turned and blocked again, realizing his opponent was finally fighting seriously. The clash continued until the enemy suddenly gripped the sword handle. From within his robes, Gogu drew his own blade, pressing his other hand against it. At once, the two exchanged a flurry of lightning-fast strikes, sparks flying as steel clashed. Hajene let out a sharp breath, remarking that such a fine weapon had been hidden all this time. Gogu frowned, saying the third young lord still hadn't revealed his true martial art. Hajene narrowed his eyes. "You keep talking as if you know me. It's irritating." With a shout, he unleashed 6 consecutive hell winds. The explosion lit the night sky, dust billowing high into the air. Holding his sword steady, the leader questioned whether it was truly a righteous blade. But even as he poured more energy into his core, the weapon only weakened, its edge bending. Gogu looked ahead, astonished at the crushing pressure radiating from Hajine's sword. Hajene then asked aloud what Gogu was doing. Was he simply trying to raise his fighting spirit before the real battle began? If so, he suggested ending this nightly sword dance right here. Lowering his blade, Gogu admitted he now understood why Cheon-sang had taken such an interest in him. But Hajene turned away, saying it wasn't his concern. He had already promised he wouldn't interfere. Watching his back, Gogu warned him to be cautious of Cheon-sang. He spoke of a temple on a mountain, describing Cheon-sang's nature. So dark it seemed endless, yet so blindingly bright no human eye could bear it. He recalled the figure of Cheon-sang, noting the sorrowful fury and deep resentment that had long since cooled within him. And yet, Cheon-sang remained like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Gogu explained further. Cheon-sang was the type to seek amusement in everything, yet fear it at the same time. He envisioned his gaze, someone who could step into hell while staring at the heavens, then suddenly stand upon the clouds, looking down at hell itself. With a faint breath, Gogu declared, "That is who Cheon-sang truly is." Hajene turned and admitted bluntly that he couldn't make sense of any of it. Go answered that he never expected him to. All he asked was that Hajene remember his words and recall them when the time came. Placing his hands behind his back, Go added that aside from the leader, there was one other person in this matter. Since he was the third young lord, he was expected to lead them properly. But Hajene couldn't understand why the man suddenly brought all this up. It was nothing but a headache. Meanwhile, Dongpil walked through the forest. As he moved, he admitted that it was true. Then, with a sharp voice, he declared that the third young lord was right. This man was the real killer. From behind a tree, the man from the bar peered out. Young Hyun raised his arm, preparing to strike back. Screams echoed from the shadows of the trees as the two faced each other. The swordsman soon realized something shocking. Despite fighting with full strength, his opponent remained completely unharmed. The enemy lifted his hand and demanded the sword. The swordsman hesitated, remembering that earlier this morning the man had seemed stable and rational. But now he was like a frenzied, demonic beast. With a twisted scream, the monster repeated his demand. "Give me the blade." The swordsman blocked furiously, thinking that his opponent's martial arts were far from ordinary. When he looked closer, he realized it wasn't sword technique at all. The man's entire arm had hardened like a treasured weapon, while his martial skills themselves were nothing special. But his internal energy, that was something else entirely. Its quality and sheer volume were overwhelming. He had absorbed demonic energy and internal energy recklessly, far beyond what a human body should contain. The swordsman stood still for a moment, stunned, when suddenly a shout rang out. Yui charged in, unleashing the berserker demon Divine Fist. Her strike sent young Hyun flying backward. Lowering her fist, she admitted she normally disliked ganging up on a single opponent. But for her comrade, she'd make an exception. Tossing the sword over her shoulder, she asked if he was still all right. The commander muttered grimly that they'd both soon be coughing blood. She could tell from just one strike what they were up against. Their opponent pulled back his hood, and Yui's eyes widened. She said his body felt like cold iron forged for 10,000 years. Then, with another furious scream, the enemy charged again, demanding the sword. His strike sent dust exploding into the air. The blade was suddenly caught in his grasp. Clutching it tightly, young Hyun shouted wildly, "The taste of demonic energy is the best." The swordsman's eyes widened when he realized the enemy was absorbing demonic energy straight from the Silent King's blade. Throwing his head back, he roared, How dare you defile the sword gifted to me by the third young lord? He smashed his forehead against his opponent, while Eui lunged in from the side. The enemy blocked her blade with his wrist, then swung his arm, shouting for her to get out of the way. She blocked frantically, but her mind spun. What kind of monster was this? His relentless barrage made her realize his strength was far beyond enlightenment. Even if he were just a few levels higher, this would still be terrifying. Then, without warning, a glowing sphere formed in the enemy's palm and shot straight into Eui. She was blasted backward. Dongpil rushed forward, shouting if she was all right. Gritting her teeth, she demanded to know, did this monster have unlimited energy? But young Hyun was already charging another strike. His eyes suddenly went wide, because Hajene had already closed in, blade flashing. The enemy blocked, but Hajene landed hard, stabbing his second sword into the ground. He turned to his companions. Aren't you tired of being protected by the one you're supposed to protect? Another figure arrived, apologizing for being late. He explained that an annoying encounter had delayed him. But before he could say more, young Hyun came rushing at him again. Hajene dodged, astonished. How could someone with such sloppy martial skills, like a child waving a wooden stick, possess this kind of raw power? The enemy screamed, demanding more demonic energy. His aura surged, making his defense and reaction speed skyrocket. The strikes became endless. Hajene wondered if he had enough demonic energy left to fight him head-on with the Chiz sword. Just then, Hajene appeared, fist clenched, and drove his strike straight into the enemy. The blow sent young Hyun flying, right into the sword still standing in the ground. Blood sprayed. Grinning fiercely, Hajene declared, "Then I'll just keep hitting you until you run dry." The enemy staggered, blood erupting from his body. The two assistants stared in shock as Hajene roared that this bastard could certainly take a punch, and he was going to find out just how long he could endure. 3 crimson beams shot forward, tearing into the enemy with a chain waterfall strike. Laughing wildly, Hajene felt something awaken inside him. Was his life before really this boring? Because right now, he felt something he hadn't in years, pure liberation. Satisfaction. From the sidelines, Dantel called out desperately to Hajene. But Hajene only shouted louder, voice raw with exhilaration. "This is exciting." Blood sprayed through the night as his blade came crashing down again. The man reminded him that young Hyun was already unconscious and urged Hajene to stop. The prisoner's face was swollen and bruised all over. Crossing his arms over his chest, Hajene asked bluntly why everyone was staring at him like that. The man frowned as Hajene pressed further. "What did I do wrong? Was it because I was too rough with him, or because I laughed while beating him?" Hands folded neatly behind his back, the leader told him to look at the prisoner's face. Hajene glanced down and shrugged. "It's not that bad. Still recognizable." Gogu stepped in, saying the prime suspect had always been the first young lord. So why had he done this to his brother? Hajene replied calmly that they were about to find out. The man raised his brows. "What do you mean by that?" Closing his eyes, Hajene explained that the difficulty of this case lay in the lack of evidence. The suspect had moved carefully, left no traces, and hid everything so thoroughly that even his stern father, the King of Swords, had not noticed. Then he asked the man outright, "Do you really believe he acted alone?" The man stared at him, stunned, as Hajene went on. His hypothesis was clear. The culprit must have had an accomplice. And by watching closely, the answer was obvious. Pointing out the 2 brothers, Hajene explained. The elder carried a murderous aura born from countless killings, while the younger concealed an abnormal demonic energy. Together, it was plain, they were the main culprit and his accomplice. The chief admitted the case was extremely difficult. The main criminal would deny everything. But Hajene pulled out a small packet, revealing a fine powder. He explained that he had obtained it from the Jaxa family with great difficulty, a medicinal plant with hallucinogenic properties, known for weakening a person's will. The 2 assistants listened in shock as Hajene revealed his plan. With hallucination powder, they could force a confession, not only incriminating the older brother, but also uncovering the truth about the younger's demonic energy. The prisoner lay unconscious as Hajene continued, explaining that the demonic energy inside him was clearly taken from the lives he had stolen. And his certainty only grew stronger after seeing him fight, driven by the energy absorbed from the Silent King's sword. The leader's eyes widened as Hajene concluded. Even if both brothers confessed and were sent before the criminal justice hall, it would all be meaningless if one crucial figure refused to. Hajene frowned and said there was still one last person he needed to visit, the only one who could truly resolve this matter. A quiet building came into view. Inside, a man sat drinking tea, remarking how the divine cult's brew tasted different from any other. He wondered if the feeling came from it being his first day here, or because tomorrow his son would become a disciple of Cheon-sang. Lifting the cup to his lips, he found that even the fragrant tea and cool night breeze couldn't settle his restless heart. Suddenly, he sensed a presence and turned. Hajin approached, commenting that the man must live a healthy life since he chose tea over alcohol. Standing before him, he asked if disturbing the family head during his rest would cause any issue. Hajin didn't waste time. He said plainly that he knew the man disliked troublesome affairs, so he would get straight to the point. His third son, Young Hyun, had been arrested. The family head froze. What do you mean by that? Hajin unrolled a scroll, explaining that he had already been considering the same action for his first son. He asked what the man thought of it. Under the full moonlight, the scroll lay across the table. It listed the cult members who had been killed by the two brothers, along with the younger one's confession. The family head stared at it. Was this truly their doing? Hajin answered firmly that it was. If he didn't believe it, then the criminal law court could be summoned immediately. But the man shook his head. I refuse to believe it. Hajin frowned as the man asked, what if you're doing this only to eliminate rivals? Hajin admitted he had already dealt with the fourth young lord, who now lay at home half dead, receiving treatment, which meant the struggle for succession had already begun. And as the man could see, eliminating someone like him would not be difficult. Looking straight at him, Hajin continued, don't waste time on useless thoughts. What matters is this. What happens if your son becomes a disciple of Cheon-sang and starts killing cult members again? The man's hand flared with purple aura. Hajin pressed on, asking if he intended to tarnish his family name for this. The leader's frown deepened as Hajin reminded him of the very words he had once spoken in public. The man shot to his feet, shouting that Hajin was being insolent. A great statue rose, and a voice rang out declaring that the holy god had passed away, that all must pay their respects. The capital city came into view. Among the massive crowd, the family leader stood silently. Then he suddenly looked up. On the rooftop above them stood Hajin. The man frowned, glaring at him. Back at the family residence, the tension lingered. The leader listened as Hajin told him to calm down, that he wasn't there to fight the demonic sword family. Hajin stepped forward, stating clearly that he knew the leader had enough influence to cover up his son's crimes, but also adding that he knew the man was not that kind of person. Hajin then suggested that during the Mara festival tomorrow, the leader personally confess Kong Hun's sins before Cheon-sang. By doing so, the demonic sword family's honor would remain intact in front of all witnesses. The man ground his teeth as Hajin pressed on. The fate of ages depends on your conscience. What will you choose? Trumpets blared as people carried a grand palanquin on their shoulders. Inside sat the ruler. The square opened wide, and voices shouted in unison that their demon lord and the heavenly demon cult still lived. The crowd collapsed to their knees in worship. The family leader's fist trembled. He thought of how he had longed to see his son revered as a god, something he himself had never achieved. His gaze fell on his son. How could he commit such unforgivable acts? Hajin, watching closely, wondered if the family head was beginning to waver. Then, suddenly, the pet leapt onto the roof. The ruler's cloak snapped in the wind as Cheon-sang raised his hand, noting that it had been a long time since they last saw the jackal. The creature stared directly at him, its eyes fixed. Cheon-sang stared back. Though still just a child, the jackal radiated a dazzling energy. Smirking, the man asked if the jackal was trying to say that despite its youthful body, its strength was as formidable as ever. The animal's eyes shone even brighter. Standing before the vast crowd, Cheon-sang spoke. He said he disliked long, loud speeches, and so he would end the gathering with only a few words. The leader lowered his head, listening. His son's eyes widened as he stared into the distance, while the man silently wrestled with the impossible choice before him. How could he condemn his son? How could he destroy his family's honor? But Hajin, frowning, knew the truth. This was the family head's only chance. He closed his eyes. Then, opening his mouth, Cheon-sang declared that he would take Kong Hyun, eldest son of the demonic sword family, as his disciple. The family head immediately shot to his feet, bowing deeply and shouting that he had to speak, even if it cost him his life. Hajin's eyes widened. Lowering his gaze, the family head confessed that his son had committed a grave crime. The ruler's cold voice cut through the air, ordering him to be silent. The overwhelming aura struck him like a blow, yet he forced himself to remain standing. Cheon-sang then spoke, instructing him to come to Cheon-sang's palace. The palanquin carrying the ruler began to move away. Hajine mouth agape could hardly believe it. Was Cheon-sang truly planning to take that man as a disciple? Soon after, the great hall of Cheon-sang's son appeared, and the voice declared that the third young lord may enter. Bowing his head, Hajine offered his greetings to Cheon-sang. The family head also lowered himself in respect. From the throne, Cheon-sang gestured for Hajine to sit. With one hand resting on the stand beside him, he asked if the young man would share a drink. Hajine refused. The family head was stunned. How could he dare reject alcohol offered by Cheon-sang? But Cheon-sang only noted that Hajine must not be in the mood. Bowing his head, he added that Hajine had shown great courage. Facing him directly, he said it must have been difficult to act so boldly before such a crowd. Hajine thanked him for the praise. Suddenly, the family head froze as Cheon-sang turned his gaze upon him. Cheon-sang asked what he intended to do. Bowing deeply, Wooey explained that now that his son had become Cheon-sang's disciple, it was no longer within his authority. But Cheon-sang called out again, his tone sharp, asking if the leader needed to be asked twice. His teeth clenched, Wooey bowed further, apologizing. Hajine frowned, watching closely. Cheon-sang asked again, how did he plan to resolve this matter? Head lowered, the man realized that trying to guess at Cheon-sang's true intentions was pointless. He admitted his son's grave sin, but insisted that as his father, only he could forgive him. Hajine observed silently. Li Cheon-sang narrowed his eyes as the family head cried out for Cheon-sang to treat him harshly. He shouted that he wanted his son punished according to his crimes. From the throne, the ruler asked if that was truly what he believed. The family head answered firmly, yes. He shut his eyes, bracing himself for what would come next. Cheon-sang raised the saucer to his lips. He stated that, as he had said, the child was now his disciple and beyond his father's reach. Yet, he would not dismiss the man's words. He would handle his son himself, carefully. On the table sat a bottle. Cheon-sang gestured to it, instructing the family head to take it. Bowing low, the man thanked him for his mercy. He then excused himself, preparing to leave. Cheon-sang turned his gaze to the third young lord. Come with me. As they walked, Cheon-sang asked if it was true that he had found the head of the demonic sword family on his own. Hajine said nothing. With a faint smile, Cheon-sang asked why he had involved himself in that matter at all. Walking ahead, Cheon-sang remarked that Hajine had no reason to interfere. Hajine finally answered. He had to resolve it. Why? Cheon-sang pressed. Hajine looked away. There is no reason. It was just instinct. I simply felt I had to. Without turning back, Cheon-sang replied, I like that answer. Hajine's eyes widened as Cheon-sang added that he would have been disappointed if Hajine had given a long list of excuses. Trailing behind, Hajine asked for permission to speak. Cheon-sang responded, Is it about the source of your information? Hajine shook his head. No, I want to understand why you allowed me to continue, even knowing what I had done. Under the full moon, his words lingered. A member of the demonic cult died for a crime he never committed. And until his last breath, he prayed for you. Cheon-sang halted, repeating Hajine's question back at him. Why had he not intervened, knowing who the real culprit was? Facing him, Cheon-sang said the answer lay in what Hajine had just spoken. Hajine pressed again, admitting he was guided by nothing but instinct. Do you dislike that reason? Cheon-sang asked calmly. Looking ahead, he continued, It doesn't matter. You don't need anyone's approval. The same was true for that cult member. Hajine pictured the man's execution. Cheon-sang's voice cut through his thoughts. When he prayed for me, did you think he expected something in return? Did he hope for salvation? Cheon-sang turned, his cloak swaying. No, he only thought of me. All he wanted was for Cheon-sang, he served his entire life, to remember him. There was no ulterior motive. Hajine imagined the man's face once more as Cheon-sang added. Loyalty without expecting anything in return. That was the truth he lived by. He didn't care that he was being used, because his devotion was never about gain. To him, anger or resentment would only stain his faith. Standing beside Hajine, he spoke with certainty, saying this was exactly why people called him a god. The young man turned toward him as he continued. A god, did not concern himself with trivial matters. Awareness and understanding alone were enough. Looking ahead, Cheon-sang reminded him that even if he was still human, he carried the title of a god. So he should try to act like one. Hajene opened his mouth in surprise. He couldn't grasp what kind of effort Cheon-sang was talking about. To him, it seemed as if the man had been born this way, needing no effort at all. The full moon rose once more, and Hajine's voice broke the silence, admitting that he finally understood why Cheon-sang held himself back from action. Following his lead, Hajene asked why he had accepted the first son of the demonic sword family as his disciple. If there was no need to intervene before, then why take him in at all? Cheon-sang's answer came swiftly. That judgment was wrong. There were countless reasons why he had chosen to take that man under his wing. Hajine's eyes widened as he listened. Cheon-sang explained that this disciple was not just a student. He was a necessary piece for the cult's future. Yet Hajene couldn't understand what piece he meant. Dark energy began to coil around the man's hand as he declared that he would explain it, since Hajene was also part of it. Suddenly, several boxes appeared before the young man. Cheon-sang asked if Hajene recognized them. He should, because he had been there too. Hajine's breath caught. He remembered instantly. These were the same boxes Irang had confiscated from them during the delivery squad mission. His eyes grew wide as he realized the truth. The ruler had known everything. His departure from the cult, his hidden activities, none of it had gone unnoticed. Cheon-sang's voice cut through his thoughts, cold and sharp. Those herbs weren't meant to create miracles. He opened one box and revealed their true purpose: to destroy, to capture, to annihilate. With one hand folded behind his back, he added that they were meant to be tested on that disciple. Hajine's mouth fell open in shock. Cheon-sang said he wanted to measure the man's core energy, his clarity of mind, his hunger, and then strip away everything that made him human. If the trial failed, the disciple would simply be discarded. The scene shifted, and the demon god's palace loomed in sight. Hajine's voice rose with a question that burned in his chest. Had the ruler planned this from the very beginning? Taken that disciple only for this? And the man answered, it was the wish of the patriarch of the demon sword family. Cheon-sang admitted, almost casually, that if he hadn't been asked, the ruler would have carried out the experiments on himself. Still, he added, using a criminal weighed down with unforgivable sins was hardly a poor choice. Hajene hesitated, then asked what would happen once the experiments were over. Cheon-sang's answer was simple. The decision would be made afterward. His gaze drifted forward as he remarked that once a fish had been cooked, there was little chance it could return to the sea. Hajine's eyes widened at the thought. He understood such punishment might seem fair for those crimes, but at the same time, the fate awaiting that man felt unbearably cruel, something no human should endure. Hajene finally spoke, saying he hoped the experiment would fail. Cheon-sang turned away, silent. But Hajine's thoughts burned inside him. This man had murdered 7 members of the divine cult, likely many innocents as well. Neither execution nor torture seemed enough to balance such sins. He clenched his teeth and declared that his only wish was for the man's death. And then, in the same breath, he thought perhaps death was too merciful. Perhaps it would be better if the experiment failed, leaving him shattered, trapped in a ruined body and mind, suffering without end. As Cheon-sang looked at him, a realization struck. Hajene was changing, drawing closer. He remembered their first meeting back in the pavilion of the demonic court. Then, Hajene had embodied only death. Cheon-sang had studied the concept of demons for years, freeing himself from its grasp, yet he could never have imagined meeting someone who carried that essence so naturally. Now, a crimson aura spread from Hajene, and Cheon-sang's thoughts darkened. He saw that this boy was no longer just an embodiment of death. He was walking the path toward becoming a demon. The reason for his rage no longer mattered. What mattered was the cruelty taking root inside him, the violence sharpening with every step. Cheon-sang pictured Hajine's clash with the youngest son of the demon sword family and shuddered. If Hajene kept advancing this way, his motives would vanish, leaving only brutality. He would grow hot-tempered, merciless, savage, without reason or restraint. And unless he reached the supreme demon realm before that transformation was complete, he would end up as nothing more than another powerful, ordinary member of the cult. Strong, yes, but ordinary. At that moment, Hajene looked at his lord and quietly suggested that perhaps he had already gotten involved in. Hajene muttered that perhaps he had gotten involved in this matter in vain. But Cheon-sang shook his head. No, it wasn't in vain. Thanks to his intervention, the legacy of the demon sword family would live on. Closing his eyes, Cheon-sang spoke calmly, saying he would soon send an order, one that would grant its recipient a breath of fresh air. The young man covered his mouth with his hand, relieved that the ruler's attention wasn't fixed on him. Hands folded behind his back, Cheon-sang allowed Hajene to take his leave. Voices rose in the street, whispering that such leniency was careless. But the decision had already been made. With his hands still clasped, Go remarked that a true criminal was better off like this, caught in a state between life and death, a fate harsher than simple imprisonment. Turning back, Hajine asked the man to personally take care of Yayan, saying it would be better for him to step away. The master of the Hall of Justice opened his mouth and gave his word. He would not remain in debt. As Hajine walked away, he assured them all that everything was fine. The man only stared ahead in silence. Candles flickered inside the hall, shadows dancing along the walls. Holding the Calamity Jade in his hands, Gogo marveled that such a thing even existed within the Janghu. The old man studied the stone, its presence heavy and ominous. He knew it consumed a person's life force even more fiercely than Kanhan or Yongyun could ever manage. As he thought of the two brothers, the master of the Hall of Justice realized the truth. Kang Hyun had forced his younger brother to study demonic arts. The jade's effect was deadly, and only by absorbing essence could one hope to endure. But the side effects had driven Hajine mad, filling him with an uncontrollable hunger for demonic energy. He remembered the fighter's twisted face, recalled how his craving had led him to pursue the sword of the Silent King, desperate to devour its power. Looking down at the jade, Gogu felt a rare sense of relief, knowing Hajine had been by his side through all of this. A colossal presence loomed over Hajine. He shut his eyes. Rage had nearly consumed him when he stood before Cheon-sang, and the memory of Yayan's face returned, mirroring the madness of that fighter. The red entity before him opened its mouth, baring its teeth. Hajine felt himself slipping, becoming harsher, more brutal with each passing moment. The flurry of blows from his last battle echoed in his mind. His fury refused to fade. Lowering his head, he saw his body wrapped in a crimson aura. Then came the realization. This was the true essence of a demon. Red lightning tore across the building as he slowly raised his eyes. And yet, standing there, he was once again struck by Cheon-sang's presence. No matter how high his expectations climbed, Cheon-sang always surpassed them. He looked down at the note in his hands. To his surprise, it was nothing more than a manuscript on martial. The manuscript contained 200 characters on martial arts. Remembering his last battle, the young man realized Cheon-sang had never grasped the true essence of demonic arts. Instead, he had only sensed the flaws in the technique through demonic energy itself, writing them down one by one to mend its weaknesses. Tearing the scroll apart, Hajine felt a sense of satisfaction. With this, he had completed the Dark Shadow demonic art. As the scraps of paper scattered, he knew there was nothing left to add or take away. The technique was perfect. He burned the fragments, watching the flames consume them. In his heart, Hajine resolved to raise his own dignity, so that his martial art would truly reflect the power of something that could open the gates of hell. Amidst the ashes, he caught the final words from the manuscript, the mastery of the 9 deaths. Watching the fire rise into the air, he decided this would be its name from now on. Outside, a voice announced that Cheon-sang of Demons had summoned someone. In another chamber, the general strategist, Mouth Agape, asked if the man was truly painting an orchid. With a brush in hand, Cheon-sang only asked if the preparations were complete. The answer was yes. Yozong smiled and said that when a tiger hunts, lesser cats follow, hoping for scraps. Such pests, he argued, should be eliminated. But Cheon-sang calmly ordered otherwise. Leave them. Yozong lowered his head, startled by such leniency. As he continued painting, Chong spoke firmly. They must not be underestimated. Neglecting them will bring consequences. Yozong suggested sending a tiger to deal with them. Another, adjusting his spectacles, proposed choosing a few from the top 10 of the 108 demon generals. But the chief shook his head, eyes closed. Those generals already had greater tasks to carry out. The assistant raised a brow, surprised to hear the leader was dispatching troops to the Northern Sea instead. Gazing at Cheon-sang's brushstrokes, he cautiously remarked that there was one person who could serve as the answer to all of this. Yozong smiled again. That person had been stirring no end of trouble lately, but his abilities were remarkable. Xionsang looked ahead, silent. Finally, he handed over a note, ordering it be delivered to their chosen target. Yozong accepted it, promising to pass it to Hajine. Then, a powerful thud echoed outside. Dongpil fell to his knees, someone rushing to ask if he was all right. Hajine stepped forward, assuring his friend he was improving every single day. Hajine smiled to himself. Dongpil was learning quickly, once hesitant, once relying only on stabbing techniques, now finally embracing the sword. Gripping his blade, the warrior declared that this was his first sword. He raised it high above his head. Hajine's eyes widened. Hajine couldn't understand why his partner swung his sword from such a distance. It shouldn't have been able to reach him. But then the blade came sweeping down, cutting through the air with unexpected weight. He watched the strike rush toward him. It carried no aura, and its speed was sluggish. Blocking it with ease, Hajine frowned and asked his friend what he was doing. But then he felt it, his feet sinking into the ground under the sheer pressure of the blade. Sweat formed on his brow as realization struck. That swing weighed at least 600 kilograms. Dispelling the pressure, Hajine shouted that something so simple would never be enough. But when he lifted his head, he froze. Dongpil had already closed the distance, moving faster now, his sword aimed straight at Hajine's solar plexus. There was no time to draw the dragon scale blade. Hajine lifted his katana instead, deciding to block with the blade of the Seven Knights. Dust exploded across the battlefield as their clash rang out. The third leader staggered back, coughing blood, the aftermath of Hajine's counter etched into his body. Froth rose from his lips where the strike had landed. Sheathing his katana, Hajine explained calmly. This was the price of fully experiencing the force of a blade strike. Now, he would fuel his minigun with demonic energy. Dongpil shut his eyes as Hajine asked how he had come up with such a strategy. As his wounds began to knit, the third leader spoke. He admitted he lacked the strength and speed to rely on raw power. Instead, he leaned into what he was good at, finding a way to sharpen the effectiveness of his martial arts. Hajine placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, praising his clever thinking. Dongpil replied honestly. He hadn't believed a simple strike could achieve much on its own. Then he admitted something else. He had drawn a hint from his mentor's martial art. Head bowed, Hajine listened as his partner revealed it came from a ninefold elastic wedge of calamity technique. He recalled how Hajine once unleashed the devastating blade storm, and said that combining such a move with the icy wind technique reached the pinnacle of martial mastery. With ice projectiles swirling into being, Dongpil declared that fusing his mentor's extreme techniques made the storm of wind and ice even more terrifying. Looking down, Hajine asked whether he alternated between overwhelming force and quick strikes. Dongpil admitted it. His mentor's strength was far too great to match, so he had to adjust. Drenched in sweat, he stiffened when Hajine suddenly called him an idiot. Folding his arms, Hajine told him plainly he didn't even recognize his own genius. Closing his eyes, Hajine added that innovation was just as important as diligence. True creativity was born from knowing yourself, and only through that could martial arts reach new heights. Dongpil stood frozen, listening, his mouth slightly open, as his companion's words sank deep. Hajine told his comrade that true greatness was born from recognizing one's strengths and weaving them into strategy. Standing before him, he asked if he knew what that kind of realization was called. Dongpil hesitated before answering. It was enlightenment. Raising the sword in his hands, Hajine spoke firmly. Enlightenment was not a gift from the heavens, but the result of persistence, of endless effort and practice. Then, lowering his head slightly, he admitted that he was genuinely moved. But his assistant's body was still unprepared for such tactics. Looking straight at him, Hajine added that Dongpil had been training incorrectly all along. His limits didn't come from his talent, but from the martial arts he had chosen to follow. The warrior froze, at a loss for words. Outside, voices carried, whispering that Hajine had suggested meditation to his partner. Inside, Hajine picked up a book, his eyes lighting up. It was the demonic arts of Isha. Opening the text, he was convinced it would be perfect for Dongpil. A faint smile crossed his face. Even though his assistant was still at a modest level, with diligence he could grasp the basics in a single day. Replacing his current energy with a new one would take time, but it was possible. Reaching for more books, Hajine carefully chose a few others to go along with it. Then, unexpectedly, a little girl appeared. Hajine's eyes widened as he stared, not recognizing who she was at first. Clutching a book in her hands, she greeted him softly, "Brother." Sweat ran down his back as realization struck. This was Yeoman, the youngest of the family. Hajine looked at her, remembering how fragile and weak she had once been. Yet now she stood before him, completely recovered. Still, he could not understand why Cheon-sang had chosen to bring such a child into this world. Lifting her head, Yeoman asked if she could visit his house. Soon, they sat together in a large hall. At the table, Hajine asked if it was true. Was she really studying the 10 great demonic arts? The girl nodded, explaining that Cheon-sang himself had given her permission. Hajine studied her carefully. How could someone so young handle such complex techniques? Crossing his arms, he realized he had rarely spent any time with children at all. As the food was laid out, Yeoman thanked her brother warmly. He told her she was welcome to eat whenever she wished. Then, her words caught him off guard. She thanked him for killing Hong Yuemun. Hajine spat out his drink in shock. With wide eyes, he asked what she meant. Yeoman's small voice answered. It was Yuemun who had poisoned her. Hajine was left speechless. He stammered that there was no need to thank him, but the girl only shook her head. She owed him her very life. Before he could respond, Hajine turned his gaze aside. A carriage was approaching from the palace of the demon god. Yeoman, too, sensed it drawing near, and when Hajine looked back at his sister, he was startled once again. She could feel its presence, just like him. The carriage drew near from afar, and soon Yozong's voice carried through the street. He brought a message from Cheon-sang himself. When Hajine opened the document, his eyes widened. He had been appointed as the deputy chief of the Special Assignments External Supervision Department. The chief strategist raised a finger, explaining with a smile that the shorter title was simply Special Inspector General. Hajine frowned as he held the letter. Successor candidates never took on such roles. Yozong countered quickly. Since it was only a deputy position, it was acceptable as a temporary duty. Still uneasy, Hajine remarked that any role like this could interfere with the competition for succession. Yozong, studying the painting on the wall, replied calmly that anyone with power would naturally draw opposition. But Hajine shook his head. That wasn't the problem. The real issue was his class. Yozong only smiled wider, dismissing his concern. Don't let worries weigh you down. Hajine narrowed his eyes. The man seemed far too pleased with this conversation. Putting a hand on his hip, Hajine muttered that the position would be nothing but trouble. Then, raising his brows, he accused Yozong directly. Judging by that smug look, they were trying to trick him. Yozong chuckled, impressed at how quickly Hajine caught on. Then his tone shifted. This was a direct order from Cheon-sang. They would depart in 2 days. Hajine remembered Cheon-sang's earlier words, that he would soon send an order, granting him a breath of fresh air. He repeated them silently in his head, clenching his fists. Does this mean I'll have to leave the cult? He asked. Yozong confirmed it. External supervision could only be done outside the cult. For the first time, Hajine's face lit up with joy. Perhaps this order would finally let him walk away freely. Yozong handed him another sheet, asking him to explain in more detail what his duties would be. Snatching the paper, Hajine declared bluntly. His task was to eliminate anyone who misbehaved. Yozong wiped sweat from his brow, muttering that a cup of tea would be nice, though he was far too busy. Hajine tried to usher him out quickly. Waving a hand, Yozong teased that he doubted Hajine could even manage to escort him out. Hajine only told him not to worry. At that moment, Goldie hopped on Hajine's shoulder. Raising her head, Yeoman turned to her brother with wide eyes and asked if he was in pain. Hajine answered firmly. He must never show pain, no matter what. Clutching his sister's hand, he shouted with a grin, I'm free. From the window, Yozong observed, intrigued. He wondered how Hajine would handle his first prey. Watching the sun sink beyond the horizon, he reflected that these were not the kind of people who easily submitted to fate. And as he traced the family tree in his mind, Yozong knew the balance between the divine cult and the 7 families had grown fragile. Resistance was stirring, subtle, but undeniable. Yozong pictured the faces of the 2 clans most at fault, the Jiaxa and Jeojeong families. Outwardly, they offered their children as disciples to Cheon-sang, but beneath the surface, their true intent was betrayal. Removing his glasses, Yozong reassured himself. The Demon Sword family and the Thousand Treasures family remained loyal. Pure, studying the documents before him, Yozong came to a decision. It was time to act, and when he imagined Hajine wielding his sword, he knew The third young lord was the perfect one to crush this growing threat. Elsewhere, Hajin spun in circles with his sister, laughter spilling out as he shouted that he felt incredible. A maid cautioned him gently, asking him not to be too rough with the young mistress. But within moments, the four of them were caught up in a whirlwind of motion. Smiling, Hajin felt a surge of confidence. This time, he was certain he could escape. Looking at Yeoman's face, he swore to himself that he would walk away on his own 2 feet, carrying his dignity with him. Dongpil remained silent as he spun alongside them. When Hajin's eyes fell on his friend, regret struck him. Once he left, the two of them would no longer stand side by side. He gazed up at the night sky, unable to describe the strange heaviness in his chest. Then, Dongpil unleashed a projection of Vajra. In that instant, he truly understood what it meant to wield his power without restraint. His eyes lit with realization. Compared to the sword aura he once relied on, this was an entirely different level. Dispersing his chi, Dongpil accepted Hajin's congratulations on mastering the demonic arts completely. As he stepped closer, Hajin told him to put to good use, though he knew Dongpil hardly needed reminding. Sheathing his sword, Dongpil spoke quietly. He would only ever use that power to protect Hajin. The words stopped Hajin in his tracks. He told him firmly that such power belonged to him alone, and his own life had to come first. But Dongpil bowed his head, apologizing. He could not. He was Hajin's escort warrior, and if a blade ever reached him, it would only be after cutting him down first. Hajin frowned, eyes falling to the books scattered across the table. How many times had Dongpil already saved his life? Sitting up, he admitted that in his past life, no one, not a single person, had cared for him as deeply as Dongpil did now. Narrowing his eyes, Hajin added one last thought. He hoped that this elder would never try to stop him from leaving. In his mind, Hajin pictured himself clutching his blade tightly. He couldn't bring himself to imagine killing Dongpil, not even for freedom. But he knew this truth. He could never become a true warrior if his heart remained weighed down by the responsibility of others. To reach what he truly desired, he would have to sacrifice much. As he passed the maid outside, Hajin caught himself wondering when he had grown so sentimental. He had even planned to teach manhua martial arts. Goldie patted over, sensing his thoughts. When Hajin murmured that it still felt unreal, that he was actually leaving, the fox leapt into his arms. He smiled faintly, stroking its fur. At least he wouldn't have to abandon everyone he had grown attached to. If he ever changed his mind, he could always come back. Without him, life here might feel unbearably dull. Goldie pressed its head against his finger, and Hajin's smile softened, before fading again. Growing serious, he thought of what lay ahead. The escape from the divine cult, the dream that had carried him this far, it was still before him. Yet even now, unease settled heavy in his chest. Elsewhere, the sky rang with a harsh voice. Iui shouted for her subordinates to show some backbone. Were they really going to stay on the ground, over an injured arm or leg? A battered warrior staggered upright, shouting that they weren't dead yet. Iui hefted her sword over her shoulder, her voice sharp as steel. Meeting a berserker demon meant certain death, that was the saying. If their arms were broken, they had to fight with their legs. If their legs were broken, then they must bite, claw, and tear with their teeth. That was the way of the berserker demon squad. She swung her sword with a flourish, barking at them to fight with heart, with soul, as though this were a true battlefield. Kicking her opponent back, she called him forward again. A fierce grin spread across her face. This was how it had to be done. But by the end, only a handful of trainees could still stand. Iui finally declared the training over for the day. A healer rushed to her side, pointing out that she was injured badly and offering his aid. She brushed him off with a shake of her head. She was fine. He should tend to the others instead. Turning toward the tent, her voice lowered. She couldn't keep doing this. Every moment was meant to be a chance to grow stronger, but sparring with weaker opponents held her back. She couldn't reach the peak like this. The third young lord should have been guiding her. Inside the tent, someone was waiting. He told her he had exactly what she asked for, an opportunity. Go stepped forward, lips curling into a thin smile, and said he had a mission perfectly suited for the Berserker Demon Squad. The red-haired girl's teeth flashed in anticipation. At that same time, a voice echoed within Hajin's mansion, announcing that preparations were complete. Handing Iui a book, Hajin explained that her internalization of power was stable, though not exceptional. That was why he prepared this for her. It might not be highly prized within the cult, but elsewhere it was first class. Surprised, Yui accepted the technique. Hajin told her that if he had more time, he would have trained her personally. Instead, he left her notes and comments to follow. He couldn't be sure how useful they were, but he knew one thing. She had the potential. She was not unusually gifted, not like others he had seen, but Hajin told her what she did possess. Consistency, seriousness, the qualities most people lacked. The maid broke into tears at his words. After changing clothes, Hajin found her again. She raised her head and asked quietly if he couldn't entrust this task to someone else. Couldn't he stay? Hajin's mouth fell open in shock. She knew. Somehow, she understood that he was leaving the cult. He owed her so much, yet he had never expected her to see through him. Resting a hand gently on Angwa's head, he told her not to skip meals, just because there would be no one left to cook for. Then the gates opened. Yui dropped to her knees, greeting Hajin formally. She announced her new position, Deputy Inspector General. Raising her head, she addressed Hajin by his own freshly appointed title, Deputy Chief of the Special Assignments External Supervision Department. The crowd around them knelt as one, cheering for the Special Inspector General. Hajin gave a small laugh. Embroidered on his shoulder was the mark of the Divine Cult's Inspector General. And now, with his two deputies at his side, he stepped forward into his new role. The carriage rolled out. By its pace, they would reach the Gioxa family in a few days, longer if they made too many stops. Inside, Hajin sat in silence. For years he had dreamed of this, freedom, and yet, as the wheels carried him farther away, unease gnawed at him. Closing his eyes, he searched himself. Why did it feel like this? His senses, sharpened by countless battles, were on high alert. He frowned. This was worse than the time he'd been trapped by the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Worse than the Iron Blood Fortress. Worse even than facing Li Qian-sang. Clenching his fist, a dark thought struck him. Could it be that he couldn't escape, even now? Faces of his enemies flashed through his mind as he tried to grasp what he was missing. His eyes flew open when Yui and Dongpil leaned forward, worry etched on their faces. Sweat poured down his brow, and they asked if he was all right. I was just thinking, Hajin replied, brushing it off. I'm fine. Night began to fall. He gave the order to prepare camp. When the carriage stopped, Dongpil stepped outside, remarking that perhaps Hajin wanted to be alone. Yui agreed, her voice sharp with concern. He hadn't even eaten. Turning to Dongpil, she asked if he knew anything, since he was closest to Hajin. But he shook his head. He didn't know either. Yui looked back at the carriage. If the mission leader is compromised, the entire mission is at risk. And then, Hajin's voice cut between them. He stood there suddenly, a wry smile on his lips, saying their concern touched him so deeply he nearly cried. Yui jumped, stunned. You should have warned us. Sneaking up like that. Your stealth is terrifying. Hajin barked back that it was a stealth technique. They were just being inattentive. The flames of the campfire burned bright as his words hung in the air. The young man asked for some dried meat. As he ate, Yui remarked that he was enjoying it like it was a feast. He shook his head and said he'd tasted dried meat before. It was far worse. Compared to that, this was almost gourmet. Yui then offered him a flask of alcohol. Taking a drink, he commented that she seemed awfully eager about this mission. Normally, quests like this went to the criminal law hall or the main hall. Yet here she was carrying alcohol. Yui quickly explained it was meant for celebrating afterward. While he drank, Dongpil spoke up, asking if he could try some as well. Yui snapped at him, saying there was no way he should drink. Offended, Dongpil muttered that he only wanted a small sip. The young man smirked, asking since when the two of them had gotten so close. Yui looked up at the sky and shouted that they weren't close at all. Dongpil, too, insisted he had nothing to do with her. Days later, their convoy reached the gates of the Gioxa family estate. Sango stood before them, explaining that the grounds were under heavy construction. They couldn't house everyone, so the guards would be moved elsewhere. Yui's brow furrowed, anger flashing at his words. The young man stepped forward, Estiomak baying once as he asked if Sango was the patriarch. Releasing a wave of chi, Sango replied that he was the second patriarch. Hajin frowned and asked where the true head of the family was. Looking over the men gathered, Hajin declared that their lack of respect was obvious. They should simply write in their reports that there was nothing to report, since the Gioxa family clearly looked down on the divine cult. With that, he said they'd go directly to the great young family instead. Sango's brows tightened. The young man turned and ordered his attendants to record everything that had just happened, pointing out how the Gioxa family had insulted the divine cult by trying to separate them from their guards under the excuse of construction. Sango quickly shouted after him, begging Mr. Inspector to calm down. But Hajine only glanced back, noting that Sango refused to even call him by his proper title. The man frowned, insisting they hadn't even heard the Gyakusa family side yet. How could he just cut ties and act on his own judgment? The young man looked over his shoulder and answered that this was exactly how he handled things. After all, why should he stay after being greeted with such hostile, demonic energy? If it were anyone else, they'd have already walked away. Cold sweat dripped down Sango's face. He knew well. Hajine standing before him was the disciple of a demon lord. Sango stepped forward, saying that their men had just finished training and hadn't been able to control their demonic energy properly. He bowed, sincerely apologizing on their behalf. The young man turned sharply and asked if that was really the truth. Narrowing his eyes, Sango insisted it was. But in response, Hajine released his chi, his voice cutting through the air as he said he didn't like the way Sango was looking at him. He unsheathed his blade, the steel gleaming, and demanded if Sango was undermining Cheon Sang's authority at that very moment. Sango's body trembled as he denied it, calling the accusation absurd. Yet Hajine's presence only grew heavier, his aura wrapping around him like a storm. Then tell me, Hajine's voice rang out, who do you think I represent right now? His eyes flared with power. Sango's eyes widened in dread. He knew that answering wrong meant death. Suddenly, Hajine roared for him to speak. The force of his chi sent the patriarchs staggering backward. Gritting his teeth, Sango forced the words out. He was representing Cheon Sang. But inside, he realized he could barely remain standing against such terrifying energy. Hajine didn't ease up for a second. Instead, he demanded they start over. Sango quickly lowered his head and formally introduced himself, saying it was an honor to stand before him. Trying to ignore the suffocating aura pressing down on him, he explained that the estate was under construction and they lacked the space to house so many guards. They had prepared a temporary resting place instead. Hajine frowned and turned to Eui, asking if she was Ryong to stay in such a place. After all, it was meant for short-term use, hardly comfortable for anyone. Sango froze in shock when he realized who she was, the infamous commander of the Berserker Demon Squad. When Hajine asked if she could behave herself, Eui laughed lightly and let her own chi seep out, reminding them she had always behaved. Behind her, Kyan and Shan bared their teeth, hungry for a fight. Cold sweat trickled down Sango's back. Hajine eyed them and asked if Sango was truly fine with this, since those two were barely under control. Then, with a sharp frown, he ordered his group to move out. A wave of his chi blasted against the gate, shattering it apart. The second patriarch recoiled in horror, stunned that a single strike had destroyed it. Walking down the rough path ahead, Hajine remarked that since they were already rebuilding, they might as well make a new gate. Glancing back at Sango, he added that they could always ask Cheon Sang for funds, because he himself didn't have a coin to spare. The scene shifted to the demon god's palace. Cheon Sang, seated upon his throne, mentioned he'd heard a squad of berserker demons had been assigned as guards. Yozong, standing before him, replied that they had no other choice, but they were, in fact, perfect for the job. Cheon Sang smiled. Yozong remarked that the squad's reputation alone should be enough to keep conflicts at bay. Raising his cup, Chong countered that trouble might still come. The Gyakusa family wouldn't show them kindness. In fact, the situation could even force the third young lord to clash with them instead. Pressing his lips together, Yozong asked what would happen if the third young lord actually lost. Pouring sake into his cup, the demon god replied coldly. If the disciple of Cheon Sang were assassinated, it would make handling the matter far simpler. But then he added firmly, Hajine would not lose. Chong narrowed his eyes. Looking at Yozong across from him, he admitted he wasn't naive enough to trust someone he couldn't see through. At that moment, the third disciple was already en route to the criminal justice hall. Cheon Sang stroked his cheek as he reflected. They had uncovered much about Hajine, yet not everything. Yozong's jaw dropped in disbelief when he realized even Cheon Sang himself could not see through the third disciple. Recalling their meeting in the forest clearing, Cheon Sang explained that Hajine hadn't been hiding anything. Even if he tried, it would have been impossible. No, there was simply something about him that remained unknown, and this mission would reveal what it was. Yozong pictured Hajine's back in his mind. Narrowing his eyes, he asked his lord if he truly trusted him. Cheon Sang glanced at him, saying nothing at first. Then, lifting the sake cup, he simply replied that he did. The scene shifted to the Jiaxa family. Their patriarch, lying on his bed, asked where the divine cult envoys had been taken. A servant bowed and answered. They were escorted to the pavilion of contemplating the dragon. Quan frowned. How could an outsider force his way into their residence, past even the deputy head? Pouring himself a drink, he muttered that this one could prove to be a troublesome opponent. The servant replied cautiously, saying Hajene was no ordinary guest. He was handpicked by Cheon-sang himself. He may be young, but that didn't make him any easier to face. The patriarch raised his bowl, dismissing the thought. He wasn't underestimating Hajene. He simply didn't see him as someone worth worrying about. Still, the servant frowned despite his master's calm words. Pointing to his own head, the patriarch remarked that the rumors about the third disciple were impressive, but martial talent often came at a price. Those gifted in combat usually lacked insight, and against someone with experience, dull perception was always a weakness. Turning his eyes toward the screen in the room, he instructed that if anyone inquired about him, the answer would be that he was recovering from illness. Then, when the time was right, he would formally invite them to dinner. Lifting his bowl again, Quan admitted he was curious about this boy. At that moment, a woman stepped out from behind the screen. She asked if he wasn't being too lenient. Emerging fully, she reminded him. This was the one who had killed his son. How could he not be furious? Quan's face darkened into a frown as he answered. Quan's frown deepened as he muttered that he wouldn't recognize a fool who died in a meaningless fight as his son. If anything, Hajene should have fallen in battle, giving his life for the sake of the family. Closing his eyes, he added that the blood of a snake runs cold. He had no intention of mourning someone useless, even if that person carried his blood. She smiled faintly and asked when the treatment would continue. The patriarch chuckled, saying it could begin at any time. Tossing her houri onto the floor, the girl said there was something she wanted to say. Meanwhile, Hajene looked over the Jiaxa family estate, silently recalling his past here, back when he had killed the commander of their strongest squad. Opening his mouth, he remarked aloud that the place was just as extravagant as before. In front of him, Goldie appeared. Hajene asked where he had been all this time and what he was doing here. The fox rose and began to pace, restless. Hajene grew concerned, noticing that Golden hadn't even been eating as much as usual. Just then, Hajene felt a stranger's presence. Turning, he saw a girl approaching. Yirin stopped before him, parting her lips to suggest they speak in private. Before long, the two were seated at a table together. Yirin's gaze moved to the fox. She asked what kind of creature it was. Raising his cup, Hajene replied simply, it was his friend. Sitting across from him, Yirin was surprised. The third young lord calling a fox his friend was not what she expected. But Hajene cut her off, asking why she had sought him out. Frowning, Yirin studied him silently. Inwardly, she admitted it wasn't a mistake. This man had changed. He wasn't irritated out of arrogance. He was calm, steady, utterly unshaken. Watching him sip tea, she thought to herself that he seemed like a completely different person compared to before, as if he had undergone a rebirth. Her frown deepened. Everyone in the family, even her father, had underestimated him. And under these circumstances, she couldn't predict what might happen to her family. She needed to know the true reason for his presence here. Hajene set his cup down, saying that if she had nothing to say, he would be leaving. The fox leapt onto his shoulder just as Yirin suddenly congratulated him. She noted how impressive his results had been since returning from the secluded bamboo grove. Not only had he caught the overlord's attention, but he had also been granted the title of Inspector General. Looking straight at her, Hajene asked what she was getting at. Was she here to curse the man who had beaten her brother? Yirin smiled softly. On the contrary, she wanted to thank him. Her smile faltered when Hajene calmly replied. Hajene told her she was still young. Turning slightly, he added that he didn't know why she despised her brother, but no matter what, he was still her blood. Right now, she stood in front of the very man who had nearly killed her kin, yet she wanted to thank him. Yirin answered coldly. Her brother was nothing more than an obstacle in her path. With Golden perched on his shoulder, Hajene said that iron had been more like a towering wall she could never climb. Yirin's eyes widened when he went further, saying her brother might have been trash in character, but he never wavered when holding a sword. He still had the spirit of a martial artist, something she lacked. Yirin flushed red, biting her lip when Hajene declared that her brother was far better than someone like her, who clung to others and abandoned her own dreams out of fear. Iron wasn't such a fool that he deserved ridicule from the likes of her. As he began to walk away, Yirin called after him. She said that no matter his reasons for accepting his inspector role, whether uncovering corruption or something else, he should remember that sometimes bowing to the right person was necessary. Without looking back, Hajene replied flatly. He alone decided who deserved his bow and who didn't. He was more sociable than she thought, but people like them weren't worth the gesture. What was amusing, though, was that she was probably the last sane person left in her entire family. Yirin's jaw dropped as he added that she needed to muster courage when facing him again. His eyes glinted as he warned her. If she truly cared about her family, she should tell them to stop playing childish tricks on him. Reaching up, Hajene stroked Goldie, asking if he was unwell. The fox stayed curled in his tail, sound asleep, as if exhausted since arriving here. At that moment, Dong Pil entered, announcing that preparations for the banquet were complete. The patriarch and the high officials would all be attending tonight. He assured Hajene that since they were acting under the direct orders of the cult, it would be easy to steer the banquet to their advantage. But Hajene folded his arms, disagreeing. From the very beginning, they tried to separate him from the Berserker demon squad. He doubted things would be that simple. Frowning, Dong Pil asked if that meant he expected the Jiaxa family to pull something unexpected. Drawing his sword, Hajene replied there was no point in worrying over their schemes. Yui nodded in agreement and asked if they were even allowed to attend the banquet. Hajene strapped his sword across his back and said that this was a mission. Then he looked at her directly, asking if she intended to cause trouble. But that was exactly what he wanted. No one stirred chaos better than her when it was needed. Yui chuckled, and so walking side by side, escorted by Dong Pils, Hajene made his way toward the banquet hall. The group passed through a vast garden, so large it rivaled even the famed gardens of the Thousand Treasure Gold family, who were the wealthiest among the 7 great clans. Yui's eyes widened in amazement. She whispered that she had never seen a garden of this scale. It could easily compare to the royal palace grounds. A servant approached, bowing respectfully, and informed them that the patriarch awaited them in the pavilion. Then he raised his head and requested that they leave their weapons behind. Yui scowled, asking if they really wanted to try that again. Hajene calmly handed over his sword, saying they weren't here to pick a fight. Why lose his temper over something so trivial? He reminded them he was attending as the Inspector General. Showing respect was only proper, especially since they were still within another family's territory. Dong Pil, however, shook his head at the servant. He explained that as the inspector's personal guard, he could not surrender his weapon. His duty was to protect Hajene at all times. At that moment, Quan's chi flared from within the pavilion. His commanding voice ordered the servant to stop troubling the guests and allow them through. Hajene frowned. The man's strength was obvious. His aura was sharp enough to be sensed from afar. Glancing at the pavilion's second floor, Hajene realized the patriarch stood at least half a level above him, stronger even than Wui. As he climbed the steps, Hajene noted to himself that this was not someone he could afford to underestimate. Soon, they entered the hall. The elders were already gathered, their gazes sharp as they examined the visitors. Quan rose with a smile, placing a hand on his chest as he introduced himself. He said it was an honor to welcome the Inspector General. A shadow crossed Hajine's eyes. He bowed slightly, introducing himself in return, and said that it was his own honor to meet them. Quan chuckled, saying they were far too polite, so much so that he himself didn't know how to respond. Straightening, Hajene replied firmly. If he had come as the demon cult's 3rd young lord, he would carry himself differently. But tonight, he was here as the Inspector General, and he would act accordingly. Quan's smile widened. He understood the message clearly. By nature, the 3rd young lord held a higher rank than the Inspector General, yet Hajene was deliberately setting that aside. Out loud, Quan praised him, saying the rumors of his courage and unmatched martial skill had not been exaggerated. The prodigy of the divine cult was indeed real. Looking away, Hajene remarked that he would sit there, pointing to a seat. They should prepare it for him. Quan, who had been watching closely, asked why he chose that spot instead of sitting beside him. Settling into his seat, Hajene answered plainly. This gathering was business, nothing more. When the business concluded, then, and only then, would he sit next to him. The elders exchanged shocked glances, stunned that Hajene had just rejected the patriarch's invitation. The air in the hall grew heavy, tension creeping in like a storm. Quan slowly closed his eyes and nodded. He said he understood. Then, smiling faintly, he promised they would enjoy themselves once the work was finished. Hajene, however, frowned. He realized that he was Hajine could feel it clearly. He was being looked down upon. Staring at the patriarch's grinning face, he thought to himself that this old man believed that no matter how talented a youth was, age alone made him superior. But in truth, he was nothing more than a typical elder, the kind one could find anywhere. The only difference was that this one happened to hold an influential position, backed by experience. Placing a scroll on the floor, Hajine explained that it contained the names of those subject to inspection. With a flick, the scroll floated upward. When Quan snatched at midair, Hajine realized he was deliberately showing off their difference in strength. Opening the scroll, Quan listened as Hajine declared that for centuries, the list had never changed. This was the agreement they had upheld. Quan frowned at the contents. Bowing his head slightly, he asked if the document was genuine. The air grew heavy. Tables and floorboards trembled under the pressure of spiritual energy. Hajine calmly lifted his cup without touching it, asking if Quan was truly suggesting that he had forged the scroll. Quan's gaze sharpened. He hadn't expected Hajine to telekinetically control the cup and table simultaneously. The level of control surpassed what he had imagined. Hajine frowned and clarified. As stated clearly in the document, every branch of the Jiaxa family was to be inspected. The patriarch's face darkened. He demanded to know if such nonsense really required his approval. Hajine gave a faint smile. If they had raised their son properly, none of this would have been necessary. Ayman had disgraced his position as the fourth young lord by abusing servants for his own pleasure. Quan narrowed his eyes and asked if Hajine expected the family to bear responsibility for Hajine's actions. Hajine answered plainly. If that were the case, it would not be him here. It would be the criminal law master. Quan sneered, asking what that master could possibly do against him, the patriarch of the Jiaxa family. The tea in Hajine's cup began to boil. His voice cut through the tension, saying they were straying off topic. All he needed was a clear answer. The water bubbled furiously. Quan's eyes widened. This boy had made the tea boil without even touching it. His mastery over core energy was absolute. Hajine tilted his head slightly and asked why Quan believed the criminal law master couldn't act against him, or why he thought Hajine himself wasn't part of the cult. Glancing at the crest of the Jiaxa family, Hajine reminded him that the Jiaxa, along with the other 6 great families, were nothing more than branches of the heavenly demon divine cult. When Quan glanced back down at the scroll, Hajine continued. The so-called agreement was a farce. It wasn't built on equality, but on tolerance. Respect, not independence. They had no right to confuse the two. This is the demon cult, not the orthodox faction, Hajine said flatly. Sweat trickled down the patriarch's face. Lifting his cup, Hajine added that he expected full cooperation during the inspection. Placing his hand on the scroll, Quan admitted that their family was indeed part of the heavenly demon divine cult. They had served faithfully for centuries. Looking to the elders, he reminded them that it was also true that many matters had been resolved through mutual agreements, through tolerance and respect. And wasn't it precisely because of those values that the cult had partially recognized their independence? Raising his hand, Quan proposed that for this reason, he should contact the divine cult directly. It would take a few days, but he asked for their understanding. Hajine frowned. He could tell the old man was trying to smooth things over to buy time. With a sharp slam, Hajine set his cup down on the table. His voice cut across the room. Did Quan know why Cheon-sang had sent him here instead of someone with more experience? Quan's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. The elders shifted uncomfortably. Hajine explained. He had killed the patriarch's eldest son under the pretense of a succession struggle. But the truth was simple. The son had tried to kill him first. Hajine's brows furrowed. He continued, saying Cheon-sang had sent him precisely because he was meant to be aggressive. Quan, seated across from him, asked in a low tone if such aggression was truly necessary. Hajine leaned forward, his voice sharp. Did Quan expect to slip past accountability with nothing but smooth words and a snake's tongue? The patriarch gritted his teeth. A servant at Quan's side suddenly stepped forward, shouting that this was going too far, even for the inspector general. Yes, the Jiaxa family belonged to the divine cult, but the patriarch was a man of high standing, someone only Cheon-sang himself could address. A cup shot past the servant's head and shattered against the wall. The hall fell silent. Hajine's voice rang cold. This was a matter between the patriarch of the Jiaxa family and him, the inspector general. No one else had the right to interfere. Blood trickled down the servant's face as Hajine's aura exploded outward. He declared that he would forgive this intrusion once. but only once. If it happened again, he would destroy the offender without hesitation. Then he issued his command. All documents would be checked here and now. The entire hall froze. Quan closed his eyes as Hajene ordered the servants to bring every accounting record from the past 3 years. They had half an hour. If the books weren't delivered by then, the Jiaxa branch would be reported as non-compliant. In that moment, Quan no longer saw just a youth across from him. Hajene stood before him like a titan, his voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. Quan realized too late that he had misjudged him. He had seen only a youth and underestimated him, but Hajene had carried himself like a politician, seeing through everything, never giving him the chance to take control. Faint light from the lanterns spread through the gazebo. Sitting at the center of the hall, Hajene thought to himself that this had gone more smoothly than expected. He hadn't imagined that his time as a slave to the righteous alliance leader would be so useful here. All he had done was mimic the way that man had hounded his subordinates, yet it worked astonishingly well. As he lifted his cup, Hajene suddenly felt the 6 forces of the heavenly network stir on their own. His heightened senses screamed of danger. The back of his head prickled, though he couldn't yet understand where the threat was coming from. Removing his heir, Quan said there was something he had not mentioned. He explained that he was often exhausted from training and required daily treatment. Now, he would be calling for a doctor to perform acupuncture. Hajene closed his eyes, uninterested in the patriarch's excuses. His ears felt heavy, almost numb, as though they might fall off. At that moment, a girl entered the hall. Hajene stiffened. The sensation she carried reminded him of the Chilryong presence of the demon queen he had once encountered. Closing his eyes briefly, he realized the atmosphere here had become deeply unsettling. The patriarch, smiling at the girl, said his body was beginning to ache again and asked for her treatment. Rin lowered her gaze and replied softly that she would be grateful if everyone allowed her to proceed. Hajine's eyes snapped open. The moment he looked at her, he felt it, the essence of the secret demon queen. He smiled thinly, remarking that surely the others must be dazzled by her beauty. Grinding his teeth, he uttered the name aloud, the secret demon queen. Rin's eyes widened in shock. Hajene immediately rose to his feet, chi erupting around him. He demanded to know what her connection was with Sojio. The scene shifted to the neighboring quarter of the Jiaxo estate. Sango, face twisted in anger, shouted that the inspector general was clearly looking down on them. A servant, still wiping blood from his face, answered that the inspector had only emphasized that their clan was part of the divine cult, and they could not claim otherwise. Clenching his fist, Sango roared that the arrogant brat had gone too far. Once this was over, he would deal with the inspector himself. But then, a thunderous explosion rocked the residence. The patriarch and servant spun around instantly. Releasing his chi, Quan realized a battle had erupted inside. He barked orders for all martial artists of the clan to assemble at once. The building trembled under the impact. Marble split apart, and the hall's interior lay in ruins. Yui frowned and turned to Dongpil, who had already leapt back. She asked why their young master had suddenly erupted into violence. Dongpil, gripping his weapon, admitted he didn't know. But if the 4 elders joined the fight now, then this battle would. The clash was inevitable now. If the fight broke out at this pace, it would be anything but fair. Yui realized she had no choice. She needed to summon her squad. A blade was tossed into her hands. The elders unleashed their chi, their voices thundering as they declared that this attack could only be seen as a declaration of war against them. The Jiaxa clan stood in fury. Dongpil stepped forward, planting himself firmly at Hajine's side. He declared that he would remain there, no matter what, to protect his young master. Meanwhile, Hajene had Rin by the throat, his grip like iron. Chi surged violently through his body as he demanded answers. He would only ask once, what was her connection to the secret demon queen? Lifting her off the ground, he asked coldly if she truly wanted to die here. Quan rushed forward, jaw clenched, shouting for Hajene to release her immediately. Hajene was forced to leap back, dodging the patriarch's strike. Landing lightly, he raised his hand and told Quan to move aside. But Quan planted himself firmly before Rin. Hajene drew his sword. His body glowed with unchecked chi as he warned that if Quan did not step aside, he would die here. The scene shifted to the pavilion of contemplating the dragon. Yui sprinted along the rooftops, sword raised high. Her voice rang out, summoning her squad to assemble. As the berserkers gathered, she declared that the Jiaxa clan was now designated a code yellow enemy. Their target, the back garden of the Patriarch's quarters. Their mission, protect the Inspector General at all costs. The eyes of the Berserker squad lit with a wild gleam. One by one, they roared their acknowledgement. Charging across the rooftops, Iui raised her sword again and shouted that the Jiaxa clan had insulted the Inspector General and defied the dignity of the cult. From this moment, anyone who interfered would be treated as an enemy. Slinging her blade over her shoulder, she promised death to anyone who crossed paths with the Berserker Demon Squad. With a chuckle, she urged them to show the Jiaxa family why their squad was feared as the most brutal within the entire cult. Back in the hall, Dongpil swung his blade, releasing a surge of chi that forced the elders back. He positioned himself in their path, declaring that none of them would lay a hand on his young master. The elders ground their teeth, their minds reeling. A martial artist so young, yet already standing on equal footing with them. The four elders of the Jiaxa family. Dongpil's breaths grew heavy. He knew the truth. They were close to the true supreme peak. Even the smallest mistake would mean his death. But gripping his sword tighter, he told himself he wasn't afraid of dying. What he feared was leaving his young master exposed to danger. If that meant laying down his life to block them, then so be it. Chi swirled around him like a storm. His resolve was absolute. He would protect Hajene, no matter what. Across the room, Hajine's blade cut through the air, his strike sharp and controlled. Run, standing behind Quan, watched in horror. She whispered that this Inspector General wasn't just any disciple. He was the chosen disciple of Cheon Sang himself, the very same man who had beaten down the Patriarch's son. But even so, he was still only a disciple. Hajine clashed with the Patriarch blow for blow, holding his ground as an equal. Run, frozen in disbelief, watched Hajine's relentless assault. How could he possibly know of her master, let alone her true identity? Her arts of deception could fool even martial masters at the highest level, yet he had seen straight through them. Panic seized her. She turned and bolted, desperate to escape. Gritting his teeth, Hajine barked after her, demanding where she thought she was running. A beam of chi tore past her head, striking the pond behind her. The blast erupted, sending water and dead fish raining down. At the center of the pond, only a lone sword remained upright in the rubble. Hajine's gaze hardened. He admitted he had wanted to capture her alive, but if forced, he would kill her. One reckless move would be her last. Shrouded in blazing chi, he declared that the Jiaxa clan would now bear the mark of traitors. Turning toward the Patriarch, he added that he even knew why. The truth was simple. The secret demon queen had once trained within the fortress of Steelblood. Lightning began to spark along Hajine's aura as he accused the Jiaxa clan of sheltering someone tied to that fortress. They had shattered the trust placed in them, and now every ledger, every record of their dealings would be scrutinized. On the other side, Dongpil crossed blades fiercely with one of the elders, fully aware that the clan stood on the brink of being cast out of the demon cult itself. Quan's brows knit tightly. How could this boy possibly know that Run was a disciple of the Demon Queen? Even he had never heard of the Queen's connection to the fortress of Steelblood. Snarling, Quan unleashed a surge of poisonous chi. He scoffed at Hajine's words, calling them nonsense. Hajine leapt aside, spinning to keep his eyes locked on the Patriarch. But Quan seized the moment, pressing forward with his full demonic art. His strikes pulsed with venom. Dodging another deadly palm, Hajine realized the truth. The man's martial arts were steeped in poison. He grit his teeth, thinking fast. As long as the toxin was concentrated in one place, he could still expel it. Nearby, Dongpil panted heavily from the pressure of his duel. Then Iui burst in, striking with twin kicks that forced one of the elders back. She shouted that it was unfair. 4 against 1 was nothing but cowardice. Landing beside Hajine, she stared at him in disbelief. Was he really faltering, even while wielding such a magnificent sword? Suddenly, she hurled her blade through the air. Hajine sprang up, dodging an incoming strike, and caught the weapon mid-flight. Quan thrust out a flood of poisonous chi, snarling that there was no escape. Hajine swung, cutting straight through the venomous stream. Quan's eyes widened, stunned that his toxic chi had been severed in a single stroke. Hajine's pupils glowed. His voice thundered. He would not repeat himself again. If Quan stood in his way, he would die. The ground beneath the Patriarch split apart under the crushing pressure of Hajine's aura. Quan prepared to release enough poison to engulf the entire estate. Behind him, Yui and Dongpil spun around as Hajine's voice roared out. He commanded them to retreat immediately. Poisonous streams of qi surged toward Hajine, covering his nose and mouth. He pressed forward, still searching. His eyes locked on her, standing calmly behind Quan, completely untouched by the poison. The air itself trembled with her dark qi, spreading like a suffocating veil. It hit him, then, what his sharpened senses had been warning him about. If Jean had wrapped his blade in sheer force, then this girl had drenched the battlefield in shadows. Hajine's sword flashed, slicing through the venomous currents. But the patriarch instantly appeared before him, standing tall. With a strike, Quan declared that Hajine's end had come. Hajine's answer was sharp. If you wanted death so badly, you should have said so earlier. I'd have gladly helped. His brow furrowed. Freedom, the one dream he longed for, still lay hidden behind vengeance he could not let go. Seizing Quan, memories of those who had wronged him flooded his mind. Until their blood was paid in kind, his soul would never rest. Clenching his grip tighter, Hajine muttered, "Our first true meeting, it would have been easier to cut you and run down together, cleansing this clan once and for all." The patriarch's eyes widened. Hajine roared, "A pleasure to meet a poisonous snake." His fist tore through Quan with overwhelming force, the projection of his strike ripping the air apart. The explosion shook the entire clan's grounds. Blood poured from the patriarch's mouth as he crashed to the floor. Hajine quickly struck his acupuncture points, ordering Dongpil, "Grab Ren." She lifted her hands, summoning qi. But before she could unleash it, Dongpil's blade severed her fingers in a single swing. His follow-up blow slammed in her body as he leapt past. Rin choked on blood, her eyes clouded in disbelief. Her technique, why did it fail against this man? The second patriarch stormed in, shouting in fury. "How dare you attack our patriarch in our own halls? Do you truly think being disciples of the master will spare you?" Hajine's gaze shifted to him, cold and sharp. Before the man could continue, a razor-thin slash of qi cut past his face, silencing him. Yui stepped forward, sword leveled. "You're speaking to Hajine and the chief inspector. This is your only warning. Disobey, and we'll classify you as code red enemies." The man froze, trembling with rage. Yui's tone remained steady. "If you resist, you'll die here. At best, you'll lose an arm, and the cult will know of it." Her sword hummed with qi. "The end of your family is inevitable." As Hajine walked past her, he spoke without hesitation. "I don't need the patriarch. My goal is that woman." A servant watching from the shadows narrowed his eyes. "I understand him perfectly," he murmured. Though their hands were tied, he furrowed his brows and spoke firmly. "There's no point in arguing about who struck first. We came here to end this without bloodshed. Release the patriarch, give an honest account, and you'll walk free." His words carried caution, yet also trust. Sango glanced back at him. The man's composure was clear. He truly wanted to settle things peacefully. But the servant, tense and unwilling to yield, warned, "If you insist on this path, we'll have no choice but to use force." Hajine closed his eyes. Unlike the hot-tempered second patriarch, this man carried himself differently, but even his measured tone grated on him. He asked coldly, "Do you speak for the patriarch?" The inspector met his gaze. "As far as I know, in the patriarch's absence, the second patriarch carries authority." Hajine's frown deepened. "Enough arrogance. Step back." He moved forward, his voice sharper. "I won't waste words with someone who has no real power." Sango cut off his subordinate sharply. "I'll handle this." With a warning glare, he added, "No more interference. If you overstep again, punishment will be immediate." The servant fell silent, shocked at his harshness. For the first time, he realized just how reckless the second patriarch truly was. Hajine let out a weary sigh, but Sango pressed closer. "You're not only injured, you've been poisoned. The blackbone snake's shadow palm leaves its mark. Its energy might be keeping you on your feet, but at most, you have 3 days." His eyes narrowed. "Hand over the patriarch, and I'll give you an antidote." Blood trickled from Hajine's nose. He waved him off. "Enough. Step back." But Sango advanced another step. "You're at your limit. Injured. Poisoned. One strike away from collapse." Hajine's eyes flashed. "You're standing too close. Are you planning to attack me and drag me away?" Without warning, Sango's body shifted, his form twisting as he lunged. Yui and Dongpil gasped in shock. Hajine's pupils lit up, his spiritual body awakening. His eye gleamed with power, and in that instant, Sango's world turned upside down. Before the clan could react, the transformed beast appeared, the jackal, jaws wide. Its fangs clamped down mercilessly, and within them was the head of the second patriarch. The clan froze in horror. The beast landed at Hajine's side and spat out the patriarch's severed head. Dongpil narrowed his eyes, unable to grasp when Zolit had grown to such strength. Hajine stroked the jackal's fur. I was worried. You've been restless these past 2 days, but it seems it was all for this surprise. Even his tone had grown deeper, resonating with newfound power. Touching his wound, he felt the poison mixing into his blood, but Zolit's spiritual energy surged through him, mending what it touched. Closing his eyes, Hajine let the change wash over him. Despite its suddenness, it felt strangely natural. The patriarch's guard trembled in horror as Hajine's voice cut through the silence. Tell me, what was it you promised to do with us? Do you still want an honest report? Or has your stance changed? Straightening, Hajine's tone sharpened. You still think you stand above us? You're in no place to bargain. At best, you can plead for mercy, maybe ask for a favor. But negotiations? Those are over. His gaze locked onto the guard. You're the one in charge now. Why hesitate to decide? Keep flaunting your arrogance, and I'll erase your family completely. The scene shifted to another chamber within the Jiaxa family. Hajine sifted through the records stacked on the table. After careful inspection, he remarked, most branches are clean. No sign of corruption. His eyes lingered on one entry. But Iman, the flow of funds points to embezzlement. Taking a messenger dove in his hand, he sighed. Further investigation will be hard under these conditions. Sitting back, he added, don't bother covering anything up. My report will be clear and complete. His expression hardened again. I'm also the leader here. I'm only recording what I've seen, so don't hold personal grudges against me. Pointing toward the battered patriarch, he continued, take him away. Without immediate treatment, the demonic energy I left inside will pierce his core. The man's eyes widened, but Hajine didn't waver. Forget chasing us. Save him first. The dove took flight, carrying the message into the sky. The scene moved to the forest, where Hajine sat in meditation, mending his body. Chi wrapped around his hands as he murmured, so this is why that mythical beast could reach me with formless chi. The spiritual bamboo. He recalled the sapling he had absorbed. That bamboo was the heart of a secluded grove. Its core entered me. Zolit wasn't drawn to me. He was drawn to it. The jackal's golden eyes gleamed as Hajine whispered, I don't know when, but I'll find a way to return this energy to you. Zolit pressed against him affectionately. From behind, Yui watched in silence. Dongpil stepped forward, offering a canteen. Water. Hajine accepted it. The girl asked softly about his wounds. Hajine had suffered severe internal damage, but he brushed it off with a calm reply. I'm fine. As Yui drank from the canteen, Dongpil spoke with a heavy tone. He didn't fight that hard. The girl gave him a puzzled look. Lowering her hands, she asked, then why do you look so downcast after leaving the snake's den? Dongpil glanced at his master, conflicted. I'm just wondering if there's any point in protecting him anymore. That fox, once barely the size of my shoulder, now towers over us like this. The jackal lifted its head, fixing its golden gaze on him. Dongpil remembered their time in the bamboo grove and wondered aloud. Could that tiny fox have been the guardian of that grove all along? Raising her hand slightly, Yui teased. Are you sulking because he's a better escort warrior than you? Dongpil let out a breath. I can't deny it. Yui turned away. Don't waste envy on a beast. Even if it's a mythical creature, it's still not human. Closing his eyes, Dongpil muttered, I just don't know what to do now. Yui frowned, but before she could answer, Hajine approached. You two all right? We're fine, they replied in unison. Rubbing the back of his neck, Hajine said, there are things we need to discuss, but that can wait. His eyes sharpened. For now, we head to the Jiajiang family. There are matters I must confirm. His gaze shifted toward the girl inside the carriage. First, I need to know how you ended up in the Jiaxa family, and where the secret demon queen is. With a flick of telekinetic force, the girl was yanked out of the carriage, suspended in the air. A sword struck the ground beside her head. Hajine gripped the hilt firmly. We're not in a hurry, he said coldly, but I don't like wasting time. Answer every question clearly and in detail. His jaw tightened. What is your connection to the secret demon queen? Her eyes widened at his next demand. The blade shifted dangerously close to her ear. With one swift motion, Hajin swung, slicing it off. Grinding his teeth, his voice thundered with rage. Tell me, how did you meet the patriarch of the clan? The girl trembled, her whole body shaking. I can't answer that. Hajin's blade flashed. Fingers hit the ground. He lifted the sword to her eye, his tone ice cold. Your sorcery, the patriarch's demonic arts, they fit together too well. Don't tell me there was a deal between you. The carriage will turn slowly as Rin cried out, blurting, I only met the Jiaxa patriarch under the master's orders. Dong Pil shut his eyes, refusing to listen to her screams. Rin's legs shook uncontrollably, her body writhing in pain. Hajin stood over her. Compose yourself, then answer me properly. Blood smeared across her face. His sword pierced her shoulder. Looking down at her, Hajin said flatly, I'll spare your tongue, for now. I need your answers, but your insolence will still cost you. He gave a low, unsettling chuckle. At last, I think I understand my position. Her screams echoed through the forest for what felt like hours. When it was over, Hajin wiped the blood from his hand. Tie her up. Load her back into the carriage. Ei sat beside Run, watching her battered form. Is there even a point in keeping her alive? Wouldn't it be simpler to kill her? I'll decide that later, Hajin replied. As Ei watched him, she asked, Then, when do we leave for the Jiajiang family? Rest for now. I'll tell you the rest later. Dong Pil studied his master's back. Are you all right? Hajin lowered his head slightly. My internal injuries are already healed. The rest will recover soon enough. Dong Pil shook his head. That's not what I meant. You don't seem like yourself. You've changed. The air grew tense. Hajin frowned, but Dong Pil continued carefully. Ever since that woman appeared, you've seemed unstable. I don't dare ask about your thoughts, but I couldn't stay silent. He bowed deeply. Forgive me if I've overstepped. If punishment is needed, I'll accept it. Hajin lifted his gaze to the sky. I can't explain it now, but I've chosen my path. It's not the same as before. It's dangerous. And one day, I may have to use you as a pawn. Dong Pil straightened, eyes firm. Even then, I'll follow your orders. Hajin turned toward him. Your loyalty, it isn't because of my status in the cult, or my strength as a martial artist? Dong Pil met his gaze. No, I'll follow you regardless. Hajin watched his subordinate in silence. In his heart, he knew Dong Pil would obey any command without question. Yet part of him still wanted to offer a choice. Loyalty, without hesitation, almost disappointing. Perhaps it was this very man who had freed him from the prejudices he once held against the divine cult. Passing him by, Hajin said calmly, Tell the squad leader, we leave in half a day. Not to the Jiajiang family. His hand stroked Golden's fur. We're going to the treasure vault. The closest one scattered across the central plains. I haven't stepped inside for years. As he walked away, Hajin added, Deliver our new route to the squad leader and inform the patriarch of the Jiajiang family. He is to meet us at Plains Valley Village with all the necessary documents. The scene shifted to the Jiajiang family estate. A man's angry voice filled the hall. We can't accept this. The head of the family lowered the scroll he was reading. Then what message should we send back? His brother answered firmly. We'll deliver exactly what the Inspector General commanded us to. Risen scowled. The Inspector General was appointed directly by the immediate lord. To question him is the same as questioning Cheon Sang himself. Richeon raised his hand. So we obey? And what are the other families? How will they see us if we simply bow? Risen's eyes narrowed. Since when have I cared about the opinions of other families? His brother pressed on. We cannot allow them to look down on us. What did you just say? Risen's tone grew sharp. Richeon lowered his head. Forgive me. I shouldn't have spoken so. But my stance remains. The family head rose to his feet. Regardless of how reasonable our answer may seem, if the divine cult rejects it, their word is law. We are bound to obey, however unjust their orders may be. Gesturing toward Chong, he continued, All of this unfolds under the will of the demon god. That is the true essence of the bond between the 7 families and the cult. Richeon turned aside, his expression hard. I'm trying to break us free from those chains, to cut ties with the cult, so the 7 families can stand on their own. I'm nothing like Jiaxa, who only serves his own greed. Risen fixed his gaze on him. Then hold your tongue. Such words are dangerous. Richeon looked out the window. If I do exactly as the inspector demands, my plans will crumble. And why do they ask for our account books? His brows furrowed. If we refuse, will be branded as losers. Richin's voice was bitter. This procedure itself is irregular. They could easily alter the records. Risen frowned. This inspector didn't send that message out of fairness. He left us no choice but to comply. A servant entered the chamber. The patriarch turned to him. We leave for Mount Hung this evening. The Sea King's guards will escort us. Gather all ledgers for the journey. The scene shifted to the mountains, where Hajene's convoy advanced. Stepping out of the carriage, Hajene commanded, "Leave the carriages and horses here. We'll move on with only the Berserker demon squad." His eyes narrowed at the entrance ahead. The passage is too narrow. Barely enough space for 100 men. Beside him, Yui asked, "So, we keep them waiting here?" Lowering his hands, Hajene replied, "Tell them to stay sharp. No reckless moves. If Patriarch Jijiang has sense, he'll arrive within 2 days. By then, we must finish what we came for." Her eyes widened. What task? Hajine's gaze lifted to the mountain. "You'll understand once we're inside." He began climbing, his thoughts steady. "I thought I'd feel excitement coming back here. But no, only calm. Maybe it's because my path is clear now. This place, it marks the start of my second life." Eui and Dongpil followed close behind. Reaching a narrow gap in the rock, they entered, swallowed by darkness. Eui muttered complaints under her breath. Dongpil shot back, careless, for the leader of a berserker squad. Her voice rose. "It's not as easy as it looks. I was made for breaking and killing, not careful steps." Hajene closed his eyes. "That excuse doesn't change your lack of preparation." Eui snapped back instantly, pointing at Dongpil. "And what about him? He stepped on my foot." Hajene glanced over his shoulder, expression unchanged. He had expected this. The air inside was laced with foul, twisting odors, disrupting their senses. Without his heightened perception, they would have been lost already. He pressed forward, unwavering. Soon, the tunnel seemed to end in a dead wall. Hajene set his hands against the stone and pushed. The hidden path groaned open. "Not far now," he said. They had walked less than 5 minutes when a blinding light forced Eui and Dongpil to shield their eyes. Hajene, however, stared ahead without blinking. Before him stretched his greatest refuge, the shelter he had crafted back in Han, during his years as an assassin. The cavern's ceiling and walls glimmered with embedded spiritual stones, flooding the chamber with light. Hajene stood still, gazing at it. Hajene looked around the cavern. He needed nothing from here. Dongpil's eyes caught the massive clay barrels. "These are life-sustaining pills. With this stock, we could survive 5 years without leaving." Eui's gaze shifted to the walls. "And these pearls, phosphorescent pearls, each worth at least 2,000. Hajene's eyes narrowed at them, touching everything without permission. Unbothered, Eui picked up a book. "How did you even know about this place?" Her words struck him, especially when she added, "Even assassins don't build hideouts this extravagant." She glanced around once more. If these shelves held secret martial arts instead of medical texts, this place would be a true treasure trove. Hajene sat on the cobblestone floor, his voice cutting through her musings. "Eui." She turned, surprised by his serious tone. "I'll be brief," he said. Her eyes widened when the offer came, to work under him. She looked around again, a flicker of disbelief in her expression. What kind of cautious man built a place like this? The books, the medicines, the treasures. It felt more like a fortress than a hideout. But to Hajene, it was nothing more than that. A hideout. Memories of his past life seeped in. This place, the hideout of the greatest assassin alive, the so-called king of assassins. He had crafted it with more care than anyone else could. Yet what had that life amounted to? He lived not as himself, but as someone else's blade. A turtle crawling too slowly, realizing too late what he truly wanted. By the time the truth struck him, he was already dead. His own face flashed in his mind. Hajene, one of the strongest martial artists alive. But those titles meant nothing. He had been nothing but a tool. A child in an old man's shell, never once living for himself. Back then, he never risked his life to seize his own fate. Now, could he truly give everything up for freedom? The moment of his execution flickered in his mind, his head falling from his shoulders. His chest tightened with a grim thought. If I had aimed higher from the start, perhaps I would not have died that way. Bracing his feet against the stone floor, he made his resolve. This time I will live. Turning to Eui, his expression was firm. "I'll be brief," he repeated. Her eyes widened once more at his words. His request for her to become his person. A single drop of water struck a puddle in the silence. EUI frowned. This almost sounds like a confession of love, and in the worst possible moment. Hajin folded his arms, unbothered. The warrior narrowed her eyes. You shouldn't have looked so serious if you were only joking. Hajin's reply was steady. I wasn't joking. Her gaze swept the hideout. I don't know much about Hajin, but you know him better than I do. Looking directly at her, Hajin answered, and I don't know much about you either. EUI clenched her fists. Then why Sarong? Why ask someone you barely know to work under you? His tone didn't waver. Because you're right, I don't know much about you. But there's one thing I do know. Her breath caught when he added, you're useful. EUI cursed silently, her fists tightening further. She hated being judged like that. Yet, hearing it from him, something stirred in her chest. It almost felt good. She had felt something was off ever since they'd left the cult. Still, she had chosen not to pry. Even when Hajin crushed the Jiaksa family, she told herself he had his reasons. But now, his words left her with questions she could no longer ignore. Crossing her arms, she muttered, after what you just said, maybe I should ask why you've changed so much. Hajin's brows lifted. He knew he had to win her over, no matter what. With Dongpil, trust had been forged in blood. In the bamboo grove, they had survived death together, saving each other's lives time and again. But with EUI, there was no such history. Blind trust couldn't exist between them. Still, she was captain of the combat squad. If she moved, the entire Berserker Demon squad would follow. That was why he needed her, and why he couldn't afford to treat this lightly. Reaching for a box from the shelf, Hajin finally spoke. I have a grudge against the Iron Blood Fortress and the righteous Heavenly Alliance. A grudge you can't possibly understand. EUI arched a brow. Every member of the Divine cult despises those too. That's nothing new. Hajin's voice hardened. This isn't just hate. He turned, his eyes burning. I want to wipe out every last one of them. Orthodox. Unorthodox. All of them. Both EUI and Dongpil froze in shock. Dongpil's mouth even hung open. Hajin continued, his voice sharp as a blade. The succession struggle doesn't interest me. But this is different. If the cult won't move against them, then I will. I'll make it happen by force. EUI's voice was low, almost hesitant. So, if I understand you correctly. Hajin's gaze locked onto hers, unflinching. I will become Gangwi of Cheon Sang. The weight of his words struck them both like thunder. EUI's face flushed with heat, unable to look away. Hajin's next words fell with finality. That is why I want you. Hajin's voice was steady, unwavering. It doesn't matter who stands against you. Righteous Heavenly Alliance, Iron Blood Fortress, even the Divine cult itself. If there's a reason, you'll strike at their throat without hesitation. He stepped closer to her. Take my side, and I'll give you free rein. At the very least, you'll taste real adrenaline. EUI grinned. Do you really think you could become Gangwi? His answer came without pause. I'll have to risk my life. That much is certain. She stretched her neck lightly. You don't have to go that far, but it's good to see such determination. Hajin then tossed her a small box. Catch. Decide for yourself after this. Opening it, EUI found a shimmering pill. It's not as powerful as the Heavenly Demon Divine Orb, Hajin explained, but it's still a top-tier miracle medicine. Take it as both an offer and a bribe. EUI brushed her bangs aside, her expression tightening. This was no joke, it was the real thing. Then, I'll accept, but, she added suddenly, I want something else. Hajin's eyes narrowed. What else? A new sword. His fist shot up threateningly. You thief. Do you even know how valuable that medicine is? EUI smirked. Didn't you say yourself it's not as great as the Heavenly Demon Divine Orb? Hajin jabbed a finger at her. You're overestimating your worth. She crossed her arms. It would benefit you if I got stronger, wouldn't it? He clicked his tongue. That may be true, but you're pushing it. Still, he glanced over the boxes stacked in the cavern. Fine, this should be enough. In her hands appeared a blade, gleaming and weighty. That, Hajin said, is the Tiger Cannon Sword, a divine weapon once known as the White Tiger Sword, one of the 4 legendary divine weapons. It suits you. EUI's eyes widened as she held it up, admiring the craftsmanship. Not bad, she admitted softly. Shiny too. Hajin sighed. Crazy woman. Her eye patch slid to the floor as Hajin gestured for her to sit. Now, if you're done with your miracle cure, sit down. We don't have much time. She tilted her head. What do you mean? Today we'll condense all that chi into your energy core, Hajin said bluntly. But be careful. If you lose control, every last drop of that precious chi will be wasted. EUI admitted quietly, It's a little scary how much control you're taking. You're even helping me circulate my chi. Hajene pressed his palm against her back. You said it yourself. It benefits me if you grow stronger. His voice dropped lower. But even with this investment, I'm not sure you'll live a year. Yui gave a faint, sad smile. Then let's see if I'm even alive in a year. Focus, Hajene ordered as the process began. A cry echoed from the rocks outside. Someone shouted that a party from the Jeojeong family had arrived, under orders from the Inspector General. 2 detachments met on the narrow mountain path. Risen stepped forward, his presence heavy. Take me to the inspector. Dukyan bowed deeply. Patriarch, I am Captain Dukyan. Welcome. Risen's brows drew tight. Where is the inspector? The captain lowered his head. He is not here at the moment. Please wait. I will report your arrival. Risen's jaw tightened. This is unpleasant. To summon me here and not even show his face? Where's Hajene now? From under his brows, Dian studied the patriarch carefully. His chi waves are unsettling the entire flow of the air. Out loud, Dukyan responded carefully. We were ordered to remain here as guards. Risen's fists clenched. So I'm called out here, only to be made to wait? What does that mean? He frowned, then declared. Tell the inspector I'll wait once. But if he doesn't appear within the hour, a voice cut in from above. Oh, the old man sounds so terrifying. Risen's head snapped upward. Who said that? High on the cliff, Yui stood proudly, her gaze sharp. If he's so frightening, what should I do? Maybe ignore Risen's tantrum again. She leapt from the cliff, landing with a crash of confidence. The Berserker Demon Squad instantly saluted their commander. The Patriarch's eyes widened as realization struck. This woman, she's their commander? Her demonic energy is far beyond expectation. Yui strode forward, facing him without fear. This is not how a mere squad leader should address the head of the 7 families of the demon cult, Risen snapped. Her retort came cold and clear. If you wanted good manners, you shouldn't have acted so arrogantly to begin with. Risen's brow darkened. Don't forget, I could kill you with a single word. Yui didn't flinch. If I feared death, I wouldn't be standing here. Risen's fury erupted. This insolent woman dares to mock me? You really want to die, don't you? He growled. Yui smirked. Try me. But before sparks could turn into fire, Hajene appeared. His voice cut through the tension. Enough. He shot Yui a glare. I told you to greet our guest, not pick a fight. As she opened her mouth to protest, Hajene smacked the back of her head. Calm down. You're still burning from that miracle medicine. Fighting with unstable chi is pointless. Turning to the Patriarch, Hajene bowed slightly. My apologies for my subordinate's rudeness. I hope you won't hold it against her. Risen blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected courtesy, not after being summoned here. His anger eased into reluctant respect. You greeted me first, unexpected. Hajene extended his hand. Let's skip the formalities. You're busy. I prefer we finish this quickly. Risen gestured, and attendants brought forward a stack of ledgers. The past 3 years of accounts. As Hajene examined them, Yui leaned toward Dongpil. Are you sure Hajine's fine? He doesn't look like someone who just forced the full effects of a miracle medicine through my body. Dongpil folded his arms. Stabilizing a completely different form of demonic energy is no small feat, but don't worry. Hajene is far stronger than you think. Yui crossed her arms. I wasn't worried. Suddenly, the ledgers burst into flames. Gasps and shouts echoed as panic spread. Hajine's expression remained calm as the fire curled around his palm. The books were genuine. My inspection is complete. Risen's eyes widened. Then why burn them? Explain yourself. Hajene let the fire die with a flick of his wrist. I'll deliver a fair report. For now, let's talk. His tone grew heavier. I need your cooperation for the good of the cult. Sweat slid down Risen's temple. Cooperation? What exactly do you mean? Hajine's gaze locked on him. There's an organization that must be erased, but manpower is scarce, which is why we're targeting the demon clan of the Martial King. The Patriarch's face went pale with shock. One of the 7 families, slated for annihilation. Clenching his fists, he demanded, what reason could there be for such madness? Hajine's answer was cold. Who knows? I'm only following the orders of my superiors. This is nonsense. Risen barked. We are one of the 7 families. There must be a reason for such a drastic decision. But Hajine's gaze didn't waver. He smirked, realizing the man before him was acting no differently than the Jiaxa Patriarch. Standing firm in front of Hajene, the man still didn't grasp what was happening. So Hajene laid it out plainly. This man's frustration stemmed from the divine cult's silence, their lack of explanation. But wasn't their reaction expected? Hajene frowned and spoke coldly. Shouldn't they have just followed orders? No reason was needed. Disobedience to the divine cult was never an option. The family representatives darkened at his words. Turning to Risen, Hajene reminded her, the Inspector General may share his reasons if he wishes, but he isn't bound to. What matters is whether you see yourselves beneath the cult, or do you believe you stand equal to it, like those so-called righteous allies? The old man bristled. His denial came sharp and defensive. Hajine's eyes hardened as he shot back. Even the Righteous Alliance command its sex without question. Yet here you are, complaining about something even the orthodox fools wouldn't dare object to. Risen froze in disbelief as the inspector accused them of straying from their loyalty to Cheon-sang. His subordinates stiffened, unsettled. This boy was pushing the line, even for someone of his rank. If the patriarch gave an order, it was law. A blade struck the ground. Hajim gripped his weapon tightly, his voice cutting through the tension. You call yourselves the Sea King's guards. I've tolerated your arrogance for the sake of your patriarch's face. But don't mistake that for weakness. Test my patience again with this bloodthirsty posturing, and I'll kill every last one of you. The steel bit into the earth as he drove the blade down. His tone turned sharp and final. I don't have time to waste. This is the last time I'll ask. Answer me clearly. Will you stand with me, or will you walk away? The patriarch stared in shock as Hajine pressed again. You're still tied to the divine cult, aren't you? Or have you abandoned it entirely? The northern outer wall, usually referring to lands beyond Shongyuan, was divided among 4 great sects. The northern Sea Ice Palace, the eastern Sword Palace, the western Heavenly Dragon Palace, and the southern Beast Palace. Together, they were known as the 4 palaces of the outer wall. For generations, they've been dismissed, overshadowed by the power of Murim-Yuan. But should they rise and involve themselves in the struggle for Zhongyuan, the balance of history itself would shift. With weary eyes, Yozong studied the paper in his hand. Thoughts swirled. Were the 4 palaces of the outer wall truly training alongside both orthodox and unorthodox forces, infiltrating Zhongyuan in secret? Yozong unrolled a scroll, muttering under his breath. This time, it's the Sword Palace. This was deep inside the residence of the Heavenly Demon Divine, cult's chief strategist. The door opened, and Mudum, the first guardian, stepped in. He asked calmly, do you still remember the disgraceful incident when the Beast Palace ambushed the Inner Enlightenment Sex delivery team? Yozong glanced up in surprise before nodding. Harder to forget than to remember. Mudum went on, explaining that unidentified martial artists had been spotted in the northern parts of Guangdong province. A proper surveillance team hadn't yet been assembled, so their origins remained a mystery. Pouring tea into a pot, Yozong spoke lightly. I see. Everything's becoming clear now. Mudum narrowed his eyes. You knew about this already? Without looking up, Yozong replied. If the Guardian Court is gathering a surveillance team, then it means there's someone in that region they're trying to protect. Mudum stiffened. As expected, Yozong had pieced it together with almost nothing to go on. His perception was unnerving. So it's true, and yet you admit it so easily. Shouldn't this be a secret? But looking into Mudum's expression, Yozong realized something. He wasn't hiding anything. He was straightforward, unlike himself, who often cloaked his intentions behind a smile. Yozong knew empty words wouldn't get him anywhere here. The first team was already moving toward their target in secret, but they needed to be prepared for any outcome. Pouring the tea with steady hands, Yozong spoke. I understand your concern, Guardian. But these martial artists aren't chasing after just any prey. Their target is different from yours. Mudum leaned forward, asking sharply, then who are they after? Yozong raised the teacup, sipping slowly. That's for the Guardians alone to determine. Mudum's gaze sharpened. How can you be so sure? Setting the cup down, Yozong finally answered, because I already know who they're hunting. The Guardian pressed further, demanding clarity. But Yozong shook his head. That's enough. Details of my concern alone. If you needed to know, I'd have told you already. Then, with a calm but piercing look, Yozong added, of course, if you insist, I could reveal their identities and their goal. The question is, do you truly want to know? Mudum studied him carefully. Different methods, different ways of working. Yet one thing was certain, this strategist's loyalty to the cult was absolute. The first guardian finally sighed, lifting his cup. You're right, Yozong. I let worry cloud my judgment. I shouldn't have pressed you. Perhaps. I'm simply getting old. My thoughts keep circling Zhong Yuan and the endless politics surrounding it. Yozong raised his own cup and countered firmly, no, this isn't age. This is instinct. His sharp gaze lingered on the Guardian. Once, you were the fiercest of beasts. That instinct hasn't faded. What you're feeling now is the unseen storm drawing near. And somewhere deep inside, you already know who drives those clouds and who stands at the center of the coming tornado. Elsewhere, Patriarch Jiujiang was growing restless. He glared at Hajine. Are you trying to threaten me with such nonsense? Hajine's expression didn't waver. Whether it's nonsense or not, that's for you to decide. All you need to do is answer my question. A demonic aura surged from him, dark and heavy. His voice cut through the air. This is the last time I'll ask. Have you lost your loyalty to the cult? Risen stood firm and answered directly, we have not. Hajine's aura eased and his tone shifted. Then it settled. Tonight, we march to the Demon Martial King clan. Gather every force at your disposal. But the Patriarch frowned. I have not lost my loyalty. However, I will not aid in destroying the Demon Martial King clan. They are one of 7 families. Our ties run back centuries. That bond will not be severed. Hatred flickered in Hajine's eyes. He cut him off, barking an order to EUI. Send word to the sect. The Jiujiang family is now branded traitors. Request reinforcements to replace their forces immediately. The warrior bowed seriously. Hajine's voice sharpened further. And one more thing, prepare additional martial artists and a strike team. If these traitors resist, we'll crush them. EUI nodded. Understood. Turning his back, Hajine dismissed the Patriarch without another word. Jiujiang panicked, raising his voice. Inspector General. But Hajine had already begun issuing orders for the group to rest before departure. The ground cracked beneath Risen's feet as his fury erupted. His voice roared, I've shown you respect, Inspector. His aura surged violently. But I underestimated how little my respect was worth to you. Crimson light wrapped around Hajine's body. He turned slowly, his presence suffocating. So, do you mean to let your chi and bloodlust speak as a challenge? The Patriarch seized his weapon and shouted, I do. Raising his spear high, Risen's voice thundered. I have always respected the Inspector and the divine cult. But this is nothing but a staged. Risen's voice thundered with rage. This is nothing but a circus. You've staged this to make us look like traitors. It's clear now, you were never on our side. Hajine turned his back slightly, his tone sharp. You're right. The Patriarch's anger flared, but Hajine repeated calmly. You're right. I've branded you traitors, and I'll stand by that decision. If you refuse to help eliminate the fighting Demon King. Risen roared, swinging his spear. What nonsense is this? But Hajine's blade was already there, deflecting the strike. The Patriarch staggered to the side, stunned. How can someone so petty hold such a high position? The young inspector's voice cut like steel. Tell me then, am I wrong? Can you swear your loyalty? The old man's fury burned hotter. I've already told you. We are loyal. Hajine frowned, his gaze unwavering. Seeking independence from the cult is treason. Do you think we wouldn't notice? Don't mistake our leniency for blindness. The records are genuine. If they had been forged, you would have been executed long ago. The problem isn't the documents, it's your mindset. Risen froze, lowering his head as Hajine continued coldly. You wanted independence, yet never dared deceive us outright. That's the only reason I've given you one more chance. Dark, demonic energy spilled from Hajine in waves, crashing over the Patriarch. His voice echoed, Ca Chilryong. Tell me, are you truly that angry? Do you truly wish to fight me? Risen's pupils shrank, his body trembling. The aura pouring from the inspector was beyond anything he had imagined. A deep rumble echoed across the rocks. The Jiujiang family turned in shock as the carcass of a tiger was hurled onto the ground. Blood dripped from its lifeless jaws. Risen's breath caught when a massive fox stepped forward, its golden eyes blazing, its growl rumbling like thunder. The beast loomed over the tiger's corpse, its presence terrifying. And yet, it lowered its head to the Inspector General. Risen's mind reeled. This fox obeys him. Hajine stroked the fox calmly, his words sharp. Do you still have anything else to say, Patriarch? The old man lowered his spear slowly. So, everyone in the divine cult already knows of my thirst for independence. Hajine's answer was simple. Yes. The Patriarch's shoulders sagged as the truth struck him. That's why they sent you, instead of troops to wipe us out. You were my chance. His weapon slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. Hajine's eyes narrowed. Does this mean you'll cooperate with your arrest? Risen lowered his head. His voice was quiet. No one else knows. A shadow fell across them. The patriarch's face darkened as he spoke plainly. It's true. I want to break free from the divine cult. But no one else knows of this, not even my clan. This sin is mine alone. He fixed his gaze on Hajine. And here, Inspector, kill me and spare them. I alone am stained with this foolish, dangerous ideal. My life is worthless. Understand me correctly. Hajine did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked past the old man, his eyes resting on the gathered warriors of the Jeojeong family. Then, his calm voice broke the silence. We're on our way to eliminate the Martial King's demonic clan. We don't have enough strength on our own. He extended his hand. So, I'll ask again, will you help us? Risen froze, his face twisting in surprise. Why would he offer me this? For a moment, he thought his death would solve everything. But no, the inspector's words struck deeper. If he refused, Hajine would have no choice but to report to the cult. And once the divine cult knew, there would be no forgiveness. Risen stared at the outstretched hand. His thoughts raced, but the conclusion was clear. This is the only way to save them. Slowly, he clasped Hajine's hand. Very well. I'll prove our loyalty. This kindness you've shown, I'll never forget it. Far away, in another mountain range, stone cracked and split apart before crumbling into dust. I may not know martial arts myself, but from the looks of it, you've pioneered a new style. Impressive, especially for someone your age. She raised an eyebrow. What are you doing here? Yozong stepped forward and handed her an envelope. A message. The Iron Horse Hall has been interfering in our affairs again. This is for you. Normally, I'd leave this to another unit, but we've learned that the enemy is being shielded by a certain force. Her gaze sharpened. Who? The Sword Palace. Yozong replied. Couldn't you have sent someone else? I barely have time to train as it is. But Yozong shrugged lightly. I'm just a messenger. I don't have the authority to make those changes. As he stroked his chin, Yozong thought quietly to himself. The fifth young mistress, the most gifted of all the students, but still so very young. And aloud, he added, even without martial knowledge, it's clear your potential is unmatched. Though his knowledge of martial arts was limited, Yozong prided himself on understanding the ways of the world. And so, he had something to say to her. Placing his hands behind his back, Yozong remarked calmly, if you don't intend to gain anything from this solitary training, then don't let yourself become obsessed with the word training itself. What do you mean? Obsession, Yozong explained, only creates distance. Her brows furrowed, but he continued. The third young lord is the best example. Co never missed his daily training. Yet even when time was short, he carried out his duties with complete dedication. He never faltered. His disciple crafted strategies for every mission, and Co faced his enemies without hesitation. When strength was needed, he fought without fear. When strategy was required, he stayed his hand. Yozong allowed a small smile. That balance is what true learning is. You could hide away in a library, read thousands of books, and gain knowledge. But wisdom? Wisdom only comes through experience. Covering his mouth, Yozong realized she wasn't moved at all. When she asked bluntly, can I continue training now? He sighed, admitting to himself that he had wasted her time. Turning back toward the carriage, he said lightly, perhaps my advice isn't very helpful. Don't take it too seriously. The young mistress returned to her practice, confused as to why he had praised her senior before walking away. Still, Yozong silently hoped that his words would stir something in her heart. As he walked, Yozong mused aloud, I wonder how our Inspector General is doing. He stopped in his tracks, a quiet confidence flashing in his eyes. Co will surely handle the Jaka family wisely and lead the Kigong family as well. Though whether that task is simple or impossibly difficult depends on how one looks at it. Narrowing his eyes, Yozong thought of the Martial King clan. The order wasn't to watch them. The order was to destroy them. The third young lord, admired, though not yet fully trusted. Perhaps Cheon Sang's intent was to test his loyalty more than to strengthen the cult. Or perhaps Yozong was reading too much into it. That same night, under the cover of darkness, Hajine and Patriarch Jeojeong stood on a cliff overlooking the demon Martial King clan's territory. The Patriarch broke the silence. We've stepped onto their land. What do we do now? Hajine's gaze never wavered. We go inside. Jeojeong hesitated. When? The young inspector smirked faintly. At night, of course. That's when the festival is at its most lively. Turning toward his companion, he added with a steady voice, "Let's begin." As the third young lord stroked his fox, Rum studied him quietly. Unpredictable, far too unpredictable. The patriarch reflected in silence. The aura of chi he released back in the plain village valley was astonishing. But the words he's spoken on our journey, those were the words of a true cult leader. His mind replayed Hajene's tactical briefing. With just a map in hand, Hajene had accurately predicted every movement of the Jeojeong troops, factoring in the martial Demon King clan's influence in their deployment. His martial prowess was already remarkable, but his talent for ambushes was nearly flawless. And yet, in other matters, he was shockingly naive. When asked about trade among the 7 families, he had been completely lost, eyes wide, unable to answer a thing. Rizen's thoughts darkened. He could be the face of the cult in battle, but as a leader, he lacks the vision. This boy is strange. Can he really be trusted? Meanwhile, outside the Martial King's residence, a loud and indignant voice broke the silence. "I'm not waiting for the patriarch to finish his training," a young man snapped. Inside, the clan leader continued his warm-up, practicing strikes against an unseen enemy. Yui crossed her arms, her voice sharp. "The Inspector General of the Divine Cult is here. You should be rushing out to greet him, whether he's eating, sleeping, or lying in bed with a woman." The servant scowled. No one interrupts the patriarch's training. Not even if Cheon Sang himself arrived, he would still continue. Yui's eyes went wide. He's completely insane. Hajine's fists clenched. Risen stepped in, his tone calm but pointed. "If it were just me here, it would make sense to delay." But the Inspector General was sent by Cheon Sang himself. Ignoring him is unforgivable. But the servant remained unmoved. "That isn't my concern. My only duty is to obey the patriarch, and he does not stop training for anyone." Risen frowned deeply. "I know what kind of man the Martial King is, but this is an insult. It shows no respect at all to the Inspector General." The servant only raised his chin higher. "We follow the patriarch's orders. That's all that matters." Hajine's blade glinted as he stepped forward. His voice was cold, decisive. "Fine. Patriarch KO doesn't need to do a thing. This works better for me anyway. I'd rather get straight to the point." He approached the servant, his eyes narrowing. "Your name?" "Choyang." The young man answered, pride in his tone. Hajine's gaze sharpened. "And tell me, Choyang, are you working hard?" The servant's bravado faltered. His body shuddered. That suffocating demonic energy pressing down on him. What was this boy? Hajine leapt into the air, a surge of power exploding outward, and then came crashing down with unstoppable force. The ground shook as Hajine landed on the training floor. The patriarch's fist stopped just short of his face. His voice was cold. "You're bold," barging into the training hall of the Martial King clan's patriarch. Standing firm, Cho Yang added, "If I hadn't restrained myself, you'd already be dead." Hajine's eyes narrowed. "So, you knew I was here all along." A dangerous smile curled across his lips. "Tell me then, how long do you intend to keep me waiting in this farce of training?" The Martial King frowned. "Until I'm satisfied. Wait until I'm finished." A quiet chuckle escaped Hajine. Choy's stance stiffened. "What's so funny?" The inspector's tone cut like a blade. "The idea of hiding behind training as an excuse to refuse inspection. It's laughable." Locking eyes with the patriarch, Hajine added, "I've heard it said the Martial King clan possesses the finest blood chi, but all I see is recklessness dressed up as strength. A child, playing at power under the title of patriarch." The Martial King's arrogance burned. Hajine's eyes glinted dangerously. "Now I see why the higher-ups ordered me to shut this clan down." The patriarch's eyes widened. "What did you just say?" Hajine raised his blade. "Had you spoken to me properly, I might have clarified. But it seems words won't reach you." Choyang barked. "Then tell me now." But Hajine's blade slashed through the air, his voice thunderous. "No need for more talk. The inspection is complete." The Martial King leapt back, crashing onto the floor. "Silence. Who dares give the order to close my clan?" But it was too late. Hajine's voice cut across the hall like a commandment. "Gather your forces. Attack without hesitation. Anyone who resists, kill them." Eyui's lips curved into a delighted smile. The patriarch froze in disbelief. Hajine's grin was sharp as a knife. "You want a training? Then let me show you what a real battle looks like." His hair whipped upward, demonic energy roaring to life as he unleashed the 9 depths of demonic arts. Let's see where your so-called arrogance truly comes from. The order was given. The second team charged. Steel clashed. The servant fought desperately with his blade. What are you doing? But I only sneered, cutting through enemies as they fell. Everyone knows, beating sense in a fool's works better than words. Dumped sword into the air, unleashing the heartbreaking heavenly return as he struck. Patriarch Jiozhang drove his spear into the earth, sending a quake that blasted rocks in every direction. Retreat. Enemy fighters scattered. Rizen's voice roared through the chaos. Sea King, pass the order to the third group. And as Hajene raised his leg to strike again, his opponent realized, too late. This was no inspection. This was an execution. Cho Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't keep up with Hajine's speed. How could the Inspector General's chi outclass his own? And yet it was true. This was the man who had defeated the Jiaxa Patriarch. He braced himself, pouring all of his internal energy into his fists. The first clash landed, bones snapped under the pressure. Even with everything focused on defense, he couldn't hold. The martial king darted back, desperately avoiding the blade. Strike after strike came down, but no matter how fast he moved, Hajene was faster. Terror crept into his heart. The patriarchs of the seven families were all said to stand at the peak of cultivation. But this boy, this inspector, stood far beyond. Another slash came, sharper and heavier than the last. Cho Yang's breath caught. How'd he do that? In the instant of a decisive swing, Hajene shifted the sword's trajectory, adjusting mid-strike with flawless precision. He was relentless. A blade carved down again. And in that moment of impact, Cho Yang realized the truth. Such mastery belonged only to one who had perfected the arts of heavy weapon combat. He faltered, his body collapsing. And then came the finishing blow. Hajene approached slowly, lowering his blade to the fallen patriarch's throat. His voice was cold, unwavering. Refusing inspection is always reported to Cheon Sang. He leaned closer. Do I need to explain the consequences to you as well? The martial king's chest tightened. Hajine's gaze burned crimson. The Jiaxa family faced the same choice. The Kaojian family as well. Now, it is your turn. Tell me. His voice grew sharp, like steel drawn across stone. Do you want your clan closed or destroyed completely? The patriarch froze. That killing intent pressed down on him, forcing his decision. At dawn, the palace's inspection report of all seven families was complete. Cheon Sang, seated in silence, looked at his strategist. And what do you think of the third's handling of it? Yozong smiled lightly. He handled it well. Standing before Cheon Sang, Yozong continued. His approach was aggressive, yes, but the results exceeded even my expectations. His martial skill is undeniable, but brute force alone could not have achieved this. To subdue the martial king clan with nothing more than the Kigong family's support. It is remarkable. Cheon Sang raised his cup, drinking quietly as Yozong went on. The Kaigong patriarch was not one to be subdued by strength, nor by persuasion. For the third to convince such a man to turn against the martial king clan, that is commendable. Wine poured smoothly into a cup as Yozong concluded. Thus, his martial prowess is matched by wisdom. I always knew he was clever, but I never imagined he was such a genius. Cheon Sang lifted the cup slowly, eyes narrowing. So, it seems, strategist, you've finally begun to recognize the true potential of the third. Yozong's face grew serious. Yes, you're right. He is more than just that. Cheon Sang turned, his tone steady. Then tell me, my disciple, is he dangerous? Cheon Sang closed his eyes as Yozong answered without hesitation. Very dangerous. And why? Folding his hands over his stomach, Yozong confessed, because I don't know his goal. Cheon Sang remained quiet as Yozong explained. There are many kinds of cult members. Some dedicate themselves fully to their missions. Some resent the tasks they're given. Others place survival above all else. And some seek only personal gain from success. Cheon Sang finally looked up. And you're saying the third doesn't belong to any of these? Yes, Yozong admitted. His brows furrowed. I cannot understand him at all. Cheon Sang placed his hands behind his back, stepping forward. If you cannot understand him, perhaps it only means you've overestimated him. As they walked down the quiet street, Cheon Sang continued. Still, he must have made a decision. Otherwise, he would not have completed his mission in such a way. Yozong turned to him. What do you mean? Cheon Sang lowered his gaze. I don't know, but I believe he's finally ready to acknowledge his place in this cult. Yozong's eyes widened slightly. Though Cheon-sang called an assumption, there was no doubt in his tone. He was certain. Cheon-sang moved on. Did he say when he would return? Yozong shook his head. He only reported that he would return once the inspection was complete, but he never gave a date. Cheon-sang's gaze fixed forward. And the people of the Sword Palace? Yozong glanced past his shoulder. They're in the southwest region of Hunan. For the last 10 days, they've made no move. Cheon-sang's reply was calm, but certain. That will soon change. Yozong's face tightened. It's fortunate the third never crossed paths with them during his journey. Otherwise, he trailed off, worry sinking into his voice. Even for him, it might be dangerous. Then his steps halted, realization dawning mid-sentence. His breath caught. Cheon-sang said nothing. Yozong's panic burst out. Could it be? No. I'll send word immediately. He must return at once. There's no reason for him to fight those men, not after the inspection is done. But Cheon-sang stopped him with a quiet order. Leave it. His eyes remained fixed ahead as he spoke with absolute calm. If he meets them, he will fight. If not, he'll return. Yozong's voice trembled with unease. But the third is the Inspector General now. He represents the cult itself. If he gets dragged into this, it could spark a war. Cheon-sang only smiled faintly. Yozong froze, staring at him in shock. So that's it. This is exactly what he wants. But Cheon-sang shook his head lightly. Not quite. I don't wish for war. But if that is fate, I won't avoid it. Yozong narrowed his eyes. His master's words carried weight he didn't want to acknowledge. As the overlord turned away, he added calmly, I'll grant the master of the criminal law hall permission to leave the cult. Yozong bowed. As you command. Cheon-sang's reply was simple. Do as you wish. Apologizing, Yozong prepared to take his leave, though his thoughts burned bitterly. My master is a terrifying man. To speak of fate, yet freely allow the criminal law hall to abandon the cult. He doesn't care in the slightest. The overlord watched him go, his expression unreadable. He's still missing something, but that is why I trust him. Then, with a quiet smile, Cheon-sang murmured to himself, Do not fear the results, strategist. Far from the castle, the Inspector General and his team gathered. The Demon Sword family turned out to be clean, someone noted. Hands on her hips, Yui praised him. Well done, young master. Hajene chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so kind. Seems that medicine really worked on you. Yui frowned. I'm being serious. I know, Hajene said with a small smile. His gaze shifted to the man behind him. And Hajenes are doing well too. But inside, he reminded himself, the inspection is over. Yet this is only the beginning. Yui broke the silence, glancing at the carriage. What about the hostage from the Jiaksa family? With her fever, her condition will worsen in a few days if nothing is done. Hajene's answer was steady. We'll stop by the branch, see the doctor, and once she recovers, she'll be sent back to the cult. Then he called her name. Yui turned, and his hand rested firmly on her shoulder. Thank you for accepting my offer. You'll have to wait until I return if you want to have fun. She studied him closely. So you really won't return with us. Removing the stripes from his shoulders, Hajene tossed them to the ground. No, Dongpil and I have another stop to make. Yui pressed. Where? Hajene's eyes hardened. My path is clear now. I must become Gangwei of the divine cult. No matter the cost. Claiming the position of cult leader was never something that suited him. Turning to Risen, Hajene explained there was another matter that required his help and asked him to come along. Quietly, he added that becoming Gangwei would grant him significant authority, enough to command the full strength of the divine cult. The patriarch raised an eyebrow, questioning where they were headed. Meeting his gaze, the inspector answered firmly they were going to the Jiaksa family. Late that night, the curator of the Jiaksa clan stumbled down the street, consumed by frustration. His family wasn't part of the Orthodox faction, yet he once believed that climbing into a prestigious position would finally change his life. But everything had crumbled because of a ruthless villain. Misfortune followed him everywhere. With a bitter sigh, Wui muttered that this was simply his fate. When passers-by drew near, he lashed out, shouting at them to get lost. Leaning against a wall, he scolded himself. This wasn't the time to fall apart. At the very least, he needed to keep himself together. From the shadows, a voice broke the silence, asking if he was truly the curator of the Jiaksa family. Wui turned, startled, and demanded to know who the stranger was. The answer came in steel. A blade flashed, and in the next instant, a surge of chi ripped through him, ending his life before he could react. The deputy master of the Sword Palace calmly sheathed his weapon, watching the blood settle on the ground. He asked about the others. One of his men stepped forward, reporting that they were stationed 20 kilometers from the Jiaxa family grounds. With security weakened and no reinforcements sent from the 7 families, it was clear the news hadn't yet spread. Gangwon turned, asking about the demon cult's movements. His subordinate admitted they didn't know, but reasoned that if the cult had caught wind of this, they would have acted already. Gangwon simply shrugged it off. Raising his hand, he declared that by tomorrow's sunset, they would seize control of the Jiaxa family. Elsewhere, Hajene told Dongpil they would rest in the forest for the night. The guard bowed and promised to prepare food. Staring into the fire, Dongpil reflected on his path. So young, yet already a guard commander, entrusted with the safety of the 3rd young lord. For most men, such a responsibility was unthinkable. Any member of the divine cult would envy his achievements, but Dongpil had earned them through countless dangerous missions. Standing near the fire, he reflected that his life must already seem extraordinary to others. Yet, the path of a martial artist was never without peril. As the flames rose higher, he thought about what lay ahead. The dangers would only grow, especially since his young master's ambitions stretched far, destroying both the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Bloodsteel Fortress in Jingu. Protecting him meant facing threats greater than anything he had endured before. His thoughts were interrupted when Hajene asked what had him so deep in thought. Startled, Dongpil shook his head and replied it was nothing important. Then he noticed a deer slung over Cheon-sang's shoulder and blinked in surprise. He had managed to catch it while Dongpil was tending the fire. Hajene explained simply that it had been a while since they'd eaten venison, and tonight, that would be their meal. Driving his sword into the carcass, he prepared to skin it. Concerned, Dongpil quickly asked if he really planned to use the red blade of the twin meteor blades for the task. Calmly, Hajene replied that it was the sharpest weapon he carried, and its size was perfect for the job. Dongpil's eyes widened when he realized what he was witnessing. Hajene was applying the triple strike that cuts the sky, a powerful combat technique he had once demonstrated in a secluded bamboo grove. Now, he was using it to carve a deer. At first, it seemed absurd, but Dongpil knew better than to laugh. His master never wasted an opportunity to train. Every movement had purpose. Hajene practiced Qigong even when carrying supplies, moving with speed and precision. Even while doing simple chores, every action doubled his training. The same was true here. His master's strikes against the deer were sharp, measured, and efficient. Martial arts had become part of every aspect of his life. When the meat was finally cooked, Dongpil remarked that it smelled delicious. Hajene dismissed his words with a light scold, telling him to stop talking nonsense and eat while the food was hot. As they ate, Dongpil suddenly asked why they were heading back to the Chuck's family. Their inspection was already complete, and among all the families, the Chucks had proven the most resilient. Chewing his food, Hajene explained casually that this time, he wasn't returning for an inspection. That was why he had removed his mark. Curious, Dongpil pressed for a reason. Taking another bite, Hajene revealed his true intent. He was going to make the Chuck's family his subordinates. Dongpil froze, his jaw dropping in shock. While finishing off the deer, Hajene explained that the patriarch's injury wouldn't heal quickly. It would take at least half a year. And with the seat of the second patriarch still vacant, that meant there was a dangerous power vacuum. Holding a piece of meat over the fire, he calmly added that this was the perfect moment to seize control. A family like the Chucks could prove invaluable in the battle for succession. Concerned, Dongpil asked if such a thing was even possible. Wouldn't Patriarch Jeojeong step in to prevent one family from growing too powerful? Hajene shook his head without hesitation. That wasn't a problem. In fact, he intended to lead the Jeojeong family as well. Dongpil leaned forward, startled. Risen was the father of the 6th young master. Could he really believe that was possible? Hajene replied without wavering. He wasn't acting because he knew it was possible. He was acting because he believed it could be. He would push forward with everything he had, and if it didn't work, he'd adjust his strategy. But from this point on, he would hold nothing back. Dongpil's expression hardened with resolve. He swore to assist him in any way he could. Hajene smirked lightly, reminding him that he had no choice. After all, he owed him his entire life. Just as Dongpil began to think that the Chuck's family wouldn't pose much of a challenge, a sharp unease prickled at the back of his mind. Footsteps echoed nearby. Both men instantly rose to their feet. Dongpil reached for his sword, but Hajene gestured for him to hold. From the shadows, Yiren appeared, clutching a sword. Tears streaked her face as she cried out, blaming Hajene for everything. Hajene raised a hand, signaling Dongpil not to interfere, and calmly asked what she meant. But Yiren, still sobbing, charged straight at him with a blade. With a swift motion, Hajene struck her forehead, knocking her down in a single blow. Dust rose as she hit the ground. Dongpil's eyes widened. This was the daughter of the clan, but now she looked broken, her body wounded and disheveled. Before he could process it further, Hajine's gaze snapped to the treeling. The sounds told him all he needed. 5 armed men were approaching. Dongpil immediately stepped in front of his master, declaring the enemy's arrival. Hajine agreed, but noted something strange. There was no trace of demonic energy among them. A squad dropped into the clearing. Their leader glared at the group, his voice sharp as he demanded to know who they were. Hajine only frowned, reaching for his weapon. The moment Hajine drew his sword, the enemy leader realized they wouldn't get any answers. Still, it didn't matter. These strangers had already seen the woman, which meant they had to die. There was no room for luck or mercy here. In an instant, a blazing strike cut through the air, severing the man's legs cleanly. He staggered, staring in shock, only realizing too late what had happened before crashing to the ground with a scream. Holding his burning blade steady, Hajine turned toward Dongpil. His voice was cold and commanding as he gave the order, "Destroy them all." The enemies tightened their grip on their weapons, ready for battle. Dongpil unsheathed his blade, channeling the demonic arts of Vidra Yiksha. His body surged with violent chi as he hurled himself into their ranks. The opponents quickly realized the terrifying strength of Dongpil warrior. One man desperately raised his weapon to defend, only to crumble under the crushing force of each blow. Another 2 were struck down in an instant, fatal wounds carved into their bodies. Despite the bloodshed, Dongpil remained calm, his movements sharp and efficient. Standing near the enemy leader, Hajine smirked and praised his subordinate's skill. Dongpil only replied that he had lingered longer in the fight than necessary. Meanwhile, the legless man, writhing on the ground, demanded to know who they were. Hajine stepped closer, turning the question back on him, asking not only who he was, but also where he had gotten that sword. His technique was impressive, but it was impossible for someone like him to infiltrate the righteous Heavenly Alliance and steal such a weapon. Clutching the blade, the man narrowed his eyes. Judging from their chi, these 2 clearly weren't from the Alliance. But then, how could they possess one of the 28 righteous heavenly blades? Hajine leveled his weapon at him, his voice cutting through the night. "Where did you get it?" Grinding his teeth, the wounded man demanded to know how a youth connected to the demon cult could even recognize that sword. Blood splattered as Hajine drove his weapon into him again, reminding him that he hadn't answered the question. Taking the sword in his hand, Hajine remarked coldly that perhaps killing them just for seeing the girl had been unnecessary. But as he looked down at the man's trembling form, his words sharpened. "The moment you picked up that filthy sword, your fate was sealed." His gaze hardened with disgust. He despised the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Moments later, the broken warrior was hanging from a tree branch, bound and bleeding. Hajine crossed his arms, his expression firm, and asked if his assumption was right, that these men were the ones who had ambushed the Jiaksa family last night and razed their home. The enemy struggled, but gave no denial. Hajine frowned at the firelight, thinking aloud. The Jiaksa family wasn't so weak that they could be crushed in a single night. How many had attacked? His thoughts grew heavier. The 7 families of the demon cult were every bit as formidable as the 5 great clans of the Orthodox Miram. Facing them would not be simple. Finding a force greater than the 7 families of the demonic cult in Yungyuan was nearly impossible. Judging from Yiren's trembling state, she was too broken by the shock to provide anything useful. Hajine turned his attention to Dongpil, who had just remarked that these attackers likely weren't from the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Hajine asked why he thought that. Frowning, Dongpil explained. Martial artists raised by the Guardians were trained in the orthodox styles of the Miram, especially techniques rooted in the Heavenly Alliance. They were indeed strong, but their approach was vastly different. These men fought with assassination techniques, not with orthodox martial forms. Hajine narrowed his eyes as Dongpil continued. No sect of the orthodox Miram taught martial arts like this. Still, Hajine knew it wasn't always so clear-cut. After all, the righteous Heavenly Alliance had been the ones who shaped him. Looking over Yiren's wounds, Dongpil shook his head. These attackers weren't from the Steel Blood Fortress either. Hajene recalled how the Alliance always preached unity and fighting for a greater cause. But the Steel Blood Fortress was different. Tiredly, Hajene asked about them. Dongpil admitted they valued power above all else, not unlike their own cult. His gaze drifted to the legless captive hanging from the tree. The Steel Blood Fortress was like a massive scarecrow, lacking the deep history of the divine cult. Yet their techniques were brutal, refined, the product of countless generations. No mere upstart sect could have produced them. Dongpil's brows rose when Hajine finally spoke. These men weren't from Yongyuan. Frowning, the inspector reasoned they were from the Sword Palace. Dongpil looked again at the broken prisoner and muttered that he couldn't understand what the Sword Palace was thinking. Defeating the Jiaxa family wasn't simple, and sooner or later the divine cult would retaliate. Did they truly believe they could escape the consequences? After a moment's thought, Dongpil admitted the only path left for them would be to flee north. Hajin finished his sentence with a frown. The righteous Heavenly Alliance was in the north. But Hajin's face was set with dissatisfaction. That wasn't what mattered now. Meanwhile, screams and clashing steel rang through the Jiaxa family's estate. The ground was already blanketed with corpses, and Gangwon only added more as he cut through the defenders. Wiping the blood from his sword, he listened as a subordinate reported that the Patriarch's chamber had been secured. Turning away, the deputy master of the Sword Palace promised to join them shortly. At that moment, Hajin's expression darkened. The true problem wasn't the bloodshed. It was that some unknown intruder had stolen what should have been his prize. The sword, resting in its scabbard, leaned. The sword leaned against the tree, and in the silence of the night, a voice cut through, asking him to repeat his last words. Then it cautioned him not to jump to conclusions. After all, it was nearly impossible for groups like the Righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Sword Palace to work together. Before Hajin, a girl knelt on the ground. He asked where her leader was. She explained that he had left before the attack and hadn't been seen since. Hajin's gaze hardened. He assumed the man was already dead. Quietly, he cursed. That single disappearance had shattered his plans. He had wanted to leave the Jiaxa family in that man's hands. One of his subordinates stepped closer, addressing him as young master and offering to contact the cult for aid. Hajin refused, gripping his weapon tightly. There was no need. Someone had already arrived. From the darkness, Risen appeared, greeting the Inspector General. Hajin answered curtly, confirming his presence, while his men exchanged confused glances. The warriors gathered, their voices low, debating what had happened. Risen struggled to believe that the Jiaxa family had truly fallen. Who would dare attempt such a thing? Hajin's reply was firm. They would destroy the invaders. He then ordered a messenger to warn the cult. But his mind was already elsewhere. His first steps toward succession had been disrupted by unknown enemies, and that was something he could not forgive. His robe whipped in the wind as he stared forward, his eyes sharp with resolve. These people had chosen the wrong person to cross. He would see them all destroyed. Meanwhile, Gangwon stood in another chamber. Before him, the Jiaxa Patriarch lay unconscious on a bed, his face gray and lifeless, as though death itself clung to him. Over him stood a cloaked figure, speaking with thinly veiled disappointment. He had expected a real fight. He had heard the Patriarch was a man of rare talent he intended to use in breaking into the realm of creation and transformation. Yet as the cloaked youth admitted, the barrier to that realm stood close, but crossing it required far more than what he had achieved so far. With his back turned, the master asked coldly about the group sent after the girl. The servant replied nervously that no contact had been made with them. The master frowned and ordered replacements sent. The servant hesitated, warning that Hajin would be enraged. At that, the cloaked figure turned his head slightly, his glare sharp enough to silence all protest. The servant immediately bowed, apologizing before hurrying to carry out the command. The three men remained in the room. A hand poured wine into a cup. At the table, Gangwon spoke aloud, his tone thoughtful. The righteous leader of the Heavenly Alliance, he mused, was indeed no ordinary man. His mind drifted back to the image of a great battle. Silently, Gangwon reasoned through the scheme. The plan itself wasn't shocking. Seize control of the Jiaxa family, then unleash the Tang clan's deadly poisons to wipe out the demonic cult reinforcements bound to arrive after hearing the news. What did surprise him was that the Sword Palace had carried out this mission instead of his own forces. Still, the strategy had merit. Once the cult was dealt with, he could propose bringing the swordsmen into the alliance itself. If they were no longer treated as enemies, they could be rewarded with rare blades and secret arts. Their inclusion would bolster the righteous Heavenly Alliance, granting them the edge over the unorthodox Miram clans. He raised his cup to his lips, musing that there was no reason to refuse such a plan. Expanding his influence in Yung Yuan was too important. The image of his son flickered in his mind. Hajene was cunning, skilled in politics, and adept at manipulating others. For the good of the palace, Gangwon would have to accept his proposal, but doing so meant cooperating with someone dangerous. That realization left the deputy master tense, his gaze set firmly ahead. He would have to stay vigilant. A ninja knelt before him, bowing low. Grimacing, he reported that all preparations were complete and a message had arrived from the righteous Heavenly Alliance. A guide would be sent in 2 days. At midnight, Gangwon slammed his bowl onto the table, his voice firm as he ordered the news to spread across the unorthodox Miram that the Jiaxa family had fallen. Elsewhere, traces marked the forest floor. From behind a tree, Soha studied them closely, convinced his quarry had passed through here. His servants muttered that hours had already gone by. He snapped back furiously, reminding them he knew that, and that it was their incompetence, their failure to catch a single girl, that had left him searching like this. Suddenly, a silhouette shifted in the trees. A voice cut through the night. The servants spun around, shouting, demanding to know who was there. From the shadows, Hajene emerged, revealing himself. His tone was calm, but cutting. Not bad, he said. It was harsh, but most martial artists couldn't last a single round against him. Soha gripped his sword with both hands, dropping into a stance. His thoughts raced. The man before him had slipped past his senses entirely. That alone marked him as a martial artist of high rank. Before he could act, one of his men burst forward to shield him, forcing Hajine's attention. From the sides, 2 more charged in with spears. And then the truth struck. The movement in the air, the shifting presence. He wasn't facing just a few opponents. He was surrounded. At least 100 warriors were closing in, yet only 2 stood in front of him. Tensing, he demanded to know who they were. Hajine's gaze narrowed. Hajene drew his sword and slashed through the air. A blazing red line of fire erupted, flooding the night with light. The sudden brilliance caught the enemies off guard. In the next breath, silence fell. Trees lay severed, corpses scattered the ground. Only Soha remained alive, trembling on the dirt. His voice shook as he stammered, asking how Hajene had done it. Standing over him, Hajine's voice was cold and measured. A man of your position must hold influence. If you want this to end quickly, then answer every question. Soha's eyes widened in disbelief. Hajine's gaze glowed crimson as he asked again if the defeated man understood. Suddenly, an explosion ripped through the distance. Far away, Gangwon's chamber door burst open as a servant was flung inside. Bowing hastily, he reported that an unknown member of the demonic cult had blasted through the gates. The intruder, he added, was no ordinary fighter. He carried the presence of a master. The deputy master rose to his full height, declaring that he would see for himself. But the servant, desperate, added that they were holding Hajene of the Sword Palace as a hostage. Back in the courtyard, Hajene stood at the center of destruction. A massive crater stretched before him. He called out to the invaders, his voice booming across the ruins, declaring himself the inspector general of the divine cult, daring them to face him. Dongpil closed his eyes, his thoughts heavy. His master had grown stronger. Each inspection, each mission, he had studied him closely. Now, he was certain Hajene was brushing against the realm of demonic ascension, nearing the supreme peaks, a realm beyond human reach. His gaze lingered on Hajine's profile. There was still a higher level, a wall that towered above all others, stronger than any steel fortress. The absolute demon wall. That was where his master now stood. Hajene clenched his fist, sensing how close he was. Soon, he would break through. What he needed now was an opponent powerful enough to push him past the final threshold. His focus sharpened. A torrent of chi erupted from the grand building ahead, tearing through everything in its path. The energy devoured the landscape, leaving nothing behind. Dongpil shielded himself with his arm, his voice strained as he admitted the overwhelming force. Incredible. Hajene, however, stood tall and unflinching, his eyes fixed on the storm of power. The chi was sharp, ruthless, yet beneath it lingered something sinister. It carried a message, a claim. This was its master's domain. Stone shattered, the earth split beneath its weight. It was the chi of a warrior who had already stepped deep into mastery. The one who had seized control of the Jiaxa family stood tall on the jutting edge of the building, overlooking his opponents. From the overwhelming energy radiating off him, instantly recognized him as none other than the vice master of the Sword Palace. No one else could possess such a presence. At last, the man spoke with unshakable confidence, declaring that his guest must be the inspector general of the demonic cult, then demanded to know if Soha was with them. Hajene and Dongpil remained at the gate. Gangwon called out, inviting them to step forward and speak. But Hajine's sharp eyes noticed something troubling nearby: massive cauldrons. He remembered hearing that the Sword Palace was an order where warriors dedicated their lives solely to the blade, living and dying by its honor. Yet here, his enemy had abandoned even that. Fixing his gaze boldly on Gangwon, Hajine sneered. He accused him of discarding the dignity of a swordsman and resorting to poison, declaring that he felt ashamed to even stand before someone who had sunk so low. Gangwon's face darkened. Did Hajine already know about Cheon Sang-killing poison and the 7th-stage soul-destroying powder, substances that ran rampant here? His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. With a cold laugh, he dismissed Hajine's titles, mocking his talk, and said he would see whether Hajine's martial skills could match his words. Hajine raised his massive blade once again, challenging his opponent to come down and fight. In response, Gangwon stepped into his stance, a white haze swirling around him. Hajine's eyes widened. This was the aura of the sword itself. Good, Hajine muttered. White energy exploded from Gangwon's blade, roaring like a flood. Hajine realized at once. It was the way of the formless sword. Dongpil gritted his teeth, straining under the force. Young master, it's too dangerous, he cried, raising his arm and blade to shield himself as crimson energy devoured the building. The clash triggered an explosion, and a storm-like gust hurled stones high into the air. Through the whirlwind, a lone figure advanced, Hajine grinning madly. He welcomed the challenge, thrilled that this fight would not be easy. With a sword in each hand, Hajine unleashed streams of blazing red fire. They surged together, tearing across the air as though striking down the enemy's very home. Gangwon stared in disbelief, but quickly swung his sword, cleaving through the fiery torrent. The energies collided. The crimson beam slammed into the pillar, shattering part of the structure. Smoke and rubble scattered. Blood trickled from the corner of Gangwon's mouth. Hajine, his temple also marked with blood, smirked. Was that a good enough answer? He asked. Gangwon wiped the blood from his face and nodded firmly. Yes, it was. The army thundered across the plain, red banners snapping in the wind. At the front rode Go, his mind heavy with unease. Word had spread that a faction had taken control of the Jiaxa family. If the third young lord was indeed heading there after completing his duties as inspector general, and if those usurpers were truly powerful, then Xionsang's life was in grave danger. Go's eyes hardened. At their current pace, they would arrive too late. He cursed aloud, yanked his reins, and turned his horse sideways. The column came to a halt. Swinging off his horse, Go ordered the men to dismount. We must reach the Jiaxa estate before the 6th hour, he barked. From here, we run. Clenching his fist, he raised an arm. Anyone who falls behind loses their head. The warriors accepted the command without hesitation. Go gave the signal and dashed forward himself, leading the charge on foot. Back at the Jiaxa estate, Hajine and Dao still stood, blades drawn. Hajine glared from beneath his brow, his voice low and cold. I am patient, but I cannot stand it when someone dares to steal my prey. Facing him, Gangwon raised his naked sword once more. He repeated his warning with brutal certainty. Run if you like. I'll cut you to pieces regardless. Risen, standing tense at the edge, suddenly heard the inspector's voice within his mind. Hajine explained that the inner grounds of the Jiaxa territory were saturated with god-destroying poison and the dreaded 7th-stage soul-shattering powder. Nearby, the Jiaxa patriarch and his men stood at the cliff's edge, uncertain of what Hajine had planned next. Hajine summoned his fox. Sparks of golden light shimmered in the trees as the beast emerged. Gangwon's eyes widened. Was this energy human or beast? Whatever it was, one thing was certain. It was powerful. Without hesitation, Hajine called to Dongpil. Together, they surged forward in unison. On the balcony above, Gangwon barked an order for everyone to prepare for battle, his thoughts racing. Did the inspector truly intend to charge into a place soaked with poison, knowing it would dissolve one's inner energy? Without the antidote, anyone caught inside would be crippled for life. Gangwon smirked inwardly, convinced the palace swordsman had taken his dose. But the others? They would collapse the moment they crossed the threshold. Yet Hajene did not falter. While sprinting, he called out to his companion, instructing him to maintain a 6-meter distance at all times. Dao accepted the command instantly, matching his pace. Gangwon, watching from the rooftop, sneered at what he thought were fools rushing headlong into their graves. Channeling his strength, he swung his blade, releasing a torrent of energy straight at them. Gangwon's attack roared forward, aimed to end Hajine's life in an instant. But just before it struck, Hajene halted his steps, a sharp grin crossing his face. The trap had worked. He countered with a devastating strike of his own. The collision shook the ground. A violent explosion erupted, leaving a massive crater where Hajene now stood, his companion positioned a short distance away. From above, Gangwon gaped in disbelief. The suffocating fumes of the deity-destroying poison were gone. His eyes narrowed in dawning realization. The explosion had been no accident. It was meant to scatter the poison into the air, clearing a path for them to break through the gate. His expression hardened. He had fallen for their scheme. Blood streamed from Hajine's mouth and nose. The poison's toll was clear. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath. The pain was severe, his internal energy drained, but he refused to falter. Raising his head, he declared that this changed nothing. In silence, he promised to suppress the raging demonic energy within him. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword. A blue haze wrapped around his legs as he centered himself. Standing within the swirl of energy, Hajene closed his eyes, focusing. He would balance the poison's fury by drawing on the 4th level of the Infinity Technique. At the cliff's edge, the patriarch watched closely. His brows furrowed. The third young lord had truly pierced the gate. More shocking still, he had dispersed the divine poison of destruction and stood against an enemy more dangerous than himself. Yet, he had forced his way through. Moments later, fresh plumes of poison rose skyward from hidden vents around the grounds. But the fox, Hajine's fox, was already scattering the toxic clouds. The patriarch could only watch, unsettled. This was not the end. It was only the beginning. With a sharp glare, Risen raised a spear high, commanding the Sea King's guards to storm the Jiaxa family estate. An eruption tore through the air as the guards advanced. Yet even they froze, stunned, when the entrance collapsed before their eyes. Dongpil's hands tightened around his blade. We've broken through the courtyard, he thought grimly. Now, what of the 7th-stage, soul-splitting powder? He lifted his sword before his face, channeling his energy. Around him, orders rang out, voices pushing allies into position. Boots thundered onto the rooftops. On the opposite side, Gangwon faced Hajene once again. His voice carried a rare hint of respect as he admitted his shock. His opponent had not only scattered the divine poison, but now stood against the 7th-stage, soul-shattering powder itself. Do you truly intend to fight us at such a cost? He demanded coldly. You know the truth. This powder doesn't need to be breathed in. It seeps through wounds. Even a scratch, and you're finished. Hajene lifted his blade, unyielding. Oh, or nothing, he replied. Only suicides would fear to step forward here. At that, the patriarch's soldiers hesitated, torn. They had been ordered to retreat into the courtyard, but confusion and dread weighed on them. Gangwon listened, his sword steady. The clash raged on when Gangwon suddenly froze, his senses picking up faint echoes from both the north and south. His eyes narrowed. Those movements, they had to be the forces of the demonic cult closing in. From a distance, Hajene chuckled. The more unexpected the battle, the more Tetroriong it becomes. The more unfair it gets, the more alive the fight feels. Don't you agree? Still standing on the roof's edge, Gangwon studied him carefully. You're clever. Smarter than I thought. Then let's stop here. Hajene tilted his head. Stop. You don't want to die, Gangwon said evenly, sliding his blade back into its sheath. Retreat, before we both end up in graves. A shard of stone shattered the slate beneath them. The duel resumed in an instant. Hajene struck without hesitation, rejecting the offer. Gangwon caught the blow, his arms tense, his mind reeling. This man wasn't relying on inner energy. He was strong by sheer nature alone. The pressure of the strike was overwhelming, yet the control in his movements made it worse. Each simple stroke became harder to repel. Grinding his teeth, Gangwon hissed, "Do you want death so badly?" Hajine's answer came as his second blade sliced forward. "You told me to come at you, didn't you?" The swords rang together again, sparks scattering as veins bulged across Hajine's forehead from the strain. Gangwon muttered, "You think of nothing but killing me." "You're right." Hajine spat, pressing harder. The roof trembled beneath them. Tiles shattered and tumbled down. Hajine nearly slipped, but steadied himself at the last moment. Gangwon lashed out, declaring, "Then I'll play along. Since you started this, I'll finish it." He shut his eyes briefly, then opened them with a glare sharp enough to cut. His sword pulsed, shrouded in a sinister darkness. Lifting it high, he roared, "Lightsaber of the ghostly eye, the first sword of brilliant enlightenment." The weapon released a torrent of black energy that spiraled into a devastating current. Hajine froze, momentarily stunned by the sudden surge. "Void slash!" Gangwon cried, the attack tearing forward. The beam carved through the air, grazing close enough to scorch Hajine's vision. And then, the world shifted. A blossoming tree shed its petals, drifting gently to the ground. A lone figure stepped forward, muttering to himself, "Strange, I've wandered here before, yet never felt so drawn to the pavilion of the demonic court." Before him stood a carved gazebo, silent and haunting. He wondered what it sought to reveal to him now, when there was no one left to show. His gaze stretched into the distance, lost in thought. A single pink petal floated down, landing softly on the grass. Cheon Sang's mind stirred. A manifestation of my conscience, perhaps. But the moment the petal touched earth, crimson veins spread outward like rivers, flooding the ground in a sea of blood. From its heart, a dark flower bloomed, sinister and unholy. The dark flower at the center of the bloody sea swelled, its petals stretching wider as it bloomed. Cheon Sang stared, unsettled. "Is this the darkness buried within my heart?" Yet, as his eyes lingered on the growing blossom, doubt crept in. "No, this doesn't belong to me." The flower slowly unfurled its core. From within, a new presence began to emerge. Cheon Sang's breath caught. Before him, the image of Hajine took shape. The ninth heavenly demon himself was startled by the sight. So soon? This youth was already standing on the threshold of the highest demon realm before the age of 30. Though once crippled when his chi was sealed and his future stolen, he had clawed his way back, finding new strength through the martial techniques of the Buddhist clan. And now, impossibly, his growth only accelerated, climbing at a pace that defied comprehension. A red mist spread from the flower. Dark energy coiled upward, twisting like a storm as the bloom swelled larger still. The ninth demon gazed at it, his voice low but certain. "If this boy chooses to walk beside me, what kind of monster could he become?" From the flower's core, a beastly visage burst forth, a horned creature, snarling as it loomed over Cheon Sang's head. Yet the elder's eyes held no fear, only clarity. "I will never be disappointed in my ward," he said. The thought settled firmly within him. Hajine was no longer a boy to be observed from afar. He had grown enough to stand among the 9 great demon elders themselves. The vision faded. The 9th demon lowered his hand. Still, a question lingered. Would this disciple survive, or would he fall here? His gaze stretched forward, as though peering across space, and he asked in silence, "Can you endure this?" The battlefield snapped back. A blade of energy ripped through the air, slicing straight through stone. Buildings in front and behind crumbled as the cut ripped across the roof. Gangwon frowned darkly, his sword descending again. Below, Dongpil cried out in alarm. The destruction spread outward in a perfect line, devastation trailing from Gangwon's feet. But Hajine's body vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared elsewhere, his form dissolving and reforming with terrifying speed. He had used Shift, one of the most advanced footwork arts known. Gangwon spun sharply, eyes narrowing as Hajine's voice cut through the chaos. "That was close. Are you ready to fight me properly now?" Chi flared around him, pulsing like lightning. Gangwon slashed again, his blade hissing through the air, but his target was already gone. TCH. His teeth clenched. Hajine's steps were too sharp, too clean. He hadn't expected his footwork to be this refined. Still, such speed had a price. "That much movement must burn through your internal energy," Gangwon muttered. "A fatal disadvantage." Hajine bent one knee, grounding himself, Then, with a sudden snap, he kicked a loose stone. Your share. The rock shot forward like a bullet, smashing into the roof. Smoke and debris erupted. Gangwon brought up a blade of pure chi to shield himself, eyes widening in surprise at the force behind the strike. Through the haze, Hajene burst forward, his voice sharp. Now it's my turn. He swung with full force. His chi exploded across the rooftop, shaking the entire structure. The swordsman stationed below felt the tremor and looked up in panic. Their commander scowled, instantly realizing the danger. Fall back, he barked. Don't even think of joining that fight. The poisonous fumes crept closer, swirling dangerously with every clash of steel. Soldiers tried hacking at the mist with their blades, but each strike only delayed the inevitable. The moment a warrior was wounded, the poison would seep in, crippling him completely. The commander at the front remained firm. Do not panic, he ordered. They may have breached this ground, but starting a fight here is suicide. And if we force the fumes away, they'll only drift toward the deputy palace master. One of the younger fighters clenched his teeth. If he's injured, we'll lose all advantage. This battle rests entirely on their duel. On the rooftop, Gangwon's eyes gleamed. He swung his sword, sending streams of chi surging toward Hajene. Hajene met them head-on, his blade flashing as their energies clashed. Inwardly, Gangwon smirked. I won't counter while he strikes. The moment he retreats his blade, that's when I'll attack. With a burst of force, he knocked Hajene back. Pouring chi into his weapon, Gangwon taunted. You understand well. That technique drains vast amounts of energy. You're not just skilled, you're experienced. Hajine's teeth ground together, like a predator refusing to back down. He pressed forward as though trying to bring down a beast many times his size. Avoiding the most dangerous blows, he lunged in close, aiming for Gangwon's throat. Gangwon barely managed to intercept, blocking the kick. Meanwhile, Risen watched the battle with narrowed eyes. Open the escape routes, he ordered. A servant turned to him in shock. Escape routes? But the Inspector General is still fighting. Risen's frown deepened. I would gladly stake my life here, but there are greater tasks than throwing ourselves away in this battle. The scene shifted into the forest. Hajene stood with his back to the elder, his voice steady. If I fall here, the situation will spiral out of control. You must not hesitate. Take your men and leave. Haydeen frowned deeply. The Jiajiang family isn't here on the divine cult's orders. They came because I personally asked them to. Risen's reply was sharp. Whether it's duty or favor, it changes nothing. I cannot abandon a fellow cultist while he's being cut down. The old man's gaze hardened as Hajene pressed on. Then understand this. Unless we retreat now, there will be no chance for revenge later. I don't intend to lose, but I won't drag my people into a battle I cannot win. Risen's eyes narrowed, tension thickening in the air. Hajene gave him a thin smile. Promise me. Sweat beaded across the elder's face. Don't make cowards of us, young lord. Back on the rooftop, Gangwon slid across the tiles after blocking another strike. His chest heaved, eyes locked on Hajene as Hajene charged again. Not even 30, and yet he's standing at my level. He was the deputy palace master. Though slightly weaker in raw power, it meant nothing in a real battle. Each passing moment made the duel more uncertain, the outcome impossible to predict. His grip tightened around the hilt of his blade. I'll end this quickly, he vowed. Chi erupted from his body. Hajine's eyes widened. The danger had just risen to a level he hadn't expected. Gangwon raised his sword, and the air itself seemed to buckle. The gusts of wind were so fierce that those watching were forced to shield their faces. Risen's brow furrowed. That attack, the chi in it is immense. Danko crossed his arms defensively across his chest as Gangwon brought his blade down. Hajene froze, stunned. Before him, a chaotic net of chi formed in the air, shimmering with destructive force. The world erupted an instant later. A thunderous explosion split the rooftop as smoke poured upward, shrouding everything in gray. When the haze began to clear, Gangwon stood at its center, eyes narrowed. No one could have survived that. But then he saw it. Hajene, battered and bloodied, kneeling with one knee pressed into the ground. His arm dripped freely, blood gushing in steady streams. And then steam hissed from his wounds. Risen, watching from behind, spoke quickly. The bleeding, it stopped. But it's not because of me. The elder's jaw went slack. The 7th-stage, soul-destroying powder had seeped into every wound, thickening Hajine's blood. At this rate, his body would clot completely. He would lose the ability to fight. Yet Hajine slammed his palm to the ground, forcing blood to spill from the wounds once more. The crimson fluid coiled upward, wrapping his body like a shroud. So, the powder works well, he muttered darkly. Gangwon flinched. He saw it clearly. The demonic energy within Hajine's body was rejecting the poison, purging it by force. Hajine laughed, low and sharp. I've learned to take only what benefits me. Then he hurled his sword. Gangwon raised his own blade, deflecting the throw. Is he surrendering? The thought flashed through his mind as Hajine advanced unarmed. But then, every blade around them trembled. Swords tore free from their scabbards, rising into the air. Dozens, no, hundreds, hovered, all drawn into Hajine's orbit. They circled him like predators, spinning faster and faster, controlled by pure will, a power reserved only for absolute demons. Gangwon's frown deepened. He's grown stronger even while speaking to me. Dropping into a low stance, Gangwon braced himself. He had to kill him. Now. But as he moved a step forward, his body refused to obey. His leg barely lifted before locking in place. Across from him, Hajine's eyes narrowed. No matter how hard you try, you won't move. A flood of chi burst from him in all directions, shaking the rooftop. The roar that followed tore through the battlefield. Men clutched their ears. Others drove spears into the ground just to anchor themselves against the force. Gangwon raised his arm, disbelief clawing at him. Why can't I move? His gaze dropped. The ground itself was aflame, glowing like molten magma, yet colder than the deepest sea. And then, icy chains wrapped themselves around his legs. Gangwon's legs were bound tight. He felt like a criminal shackled before the judge of hell, unable to move, unable to resist. The swords circling Hajine spun faster, the air shrieking with their momentum. With a roar of fury, Gangwon forced his chi outward, ripping apart the icy bonds. But when he lifted his gaze, every sword tip was aimed at him. His breath caught, too late. The blade shot forward. For at once, his eyes widened as two surges of chi blasted outward from Hajine's body. The swords detonated the instant they struck. Hajine stood still, arm extended, while smoke boiled upward. Master! Dongpil raised his hand in alarm. Gangwon's followers screamed, voices breaking between fear and rage. But the swords rose again. One by one, Hajine summoned them back, his will dragging the weapons into the air. Risen and his men froze, stunned. This wasn't swordplay. This was divine. Sword control through sheer chi. Something only a martial god should wield. Hajine leveled the blades at his enemy. A heartbeat later, they dove. Another wave of explosions tore through the rooftop. Again, Hajine roared. His scream cracked the night as the swords soared upward, then plummeted like meteors. The ground shook. A crater opened beneath them, smoke surging skyward. Then blood. Hajine's nose and mouth overflowed. He coughed violently, vomiting crimson. His mind had long since broken into the absolute realm of demons, but his body was still far behind. His internal energy couldn't endure it. He lifted his head with a bitter snarl. This damned body far from perfect. From within the smoke, a shape emerged. Gangwon. His blade was shattered. Half his body burned black, but still he stood. Hajine frowned. The intelligence and composure that had once marked his enemy's eyes were gone. All that remained was madness. Only brute force had kept Gangwon alive, his martial body and internal energy absorbing what should have killed him outright. Through clenched teeth, Gangwon shouted, "Sword control. Someone like you? Impossible." With a furious cry, he leapt. Hajine seized his blade, the truth clear. If this strike landed, it could kill him. Still, he screamed and hurled himself forward. "Shut up." Gangwon roared, his own voice ragged. The rooftop erupted as their swords clashed once more. Sparks flew like lightning. Gangwon's weapon was forged to command sword chi, to refine the mind blade, pinnacle of swordsmanship. Yet here, Hajine's strikes were greater still, a technique far beyond even that. Their blades collided again. Mud splattered upward, sticking to Hajine's leg. He lashed out with a savage kick, striking Gangwon square across the face. The deputy's jaw clenched in fury. His retaliation came instantly, blade whipping across. Hajine twisted away, barely avoiding a fatal cut, then caught the next strike with his sword, forcing himself to block. Damn it, Hajine thought, straining his body screaming. I have no way to stop him now, not with my energy nearly gone. For the first time in a long while, Hajin truly thought he might die. The blade drove deep, piercing his side. His jaw tightened as pain surged through him, but he forced his eyes steady. Darkness closed in, the silence of his own subconscious. What am I doing? He asked himself. Until now, he had fought only with the thought of killing. Step by step, strike by strike, he had become no different than the very people he despised. On the battlefield, Gangwon conjured a blade of chi in his hand. Hajin's eyes snapped open in shock. The sword swept across his chest. Flesh tore, blood spilling as a wound split across his torso. Gangwon sneered, his teeth bared. With that injury, you won't be moving again. Hajin staggered, memories flashing, moments of being cut down, of losing everything. He clenched his teeth, fury breaking through. You should have left me alone, he roared. But his grin returned. I told you before, I hate it when someone tries to steal my prey. He bowed his head, whispering to himself. Don't forget who you really are. His hair whipped upward in the raging wind. Goldie, he cried, and he collapsed to the ground. The fox's eyes flared like twin stars. Far away, Go had finally reached the city. Straightening in his saddle, he shielded his eyes from the glow. What is that light? He spun on his men. Find him. Split up and search for the third young lord. Back on the rooftop, Goldie's body stretched. Its paws grew massive, its fangs lengthened, and its eyes gleamed with radiant fire. The colossal fox landed between Hajin and the swordsman, its presence shaking the tiles beneath them. Gangwon's brow furrowed. A fox? What kind of fox is this? The beast bounded onto the roof, its gaze sweeping over the gathered soldiers. One man's eyes filled with unnatural light, then another, and another. Their bodies froze, trapped in the beast's stare. A blinding glow surged outward, spilling across the city. The swordsmen clenched their jaws. Their hands trembled. Then, with sudden madness, they turned on one another. Steel clashed as comrades became enemies. Blood slicked the square. Corpses fell like rain. Dantel frowned deeply. What is happening? And then, as if an answer, the skies opened. Rain poured in sheets, washing blood into rivers. Gangwon stood frozen. His men slaughtered each other before his eyes. Behind him, Goldie approached, its multicolored eyes burning with unnatural power. The deputy turned, his face pale. This isn't a beast at all. It's catastrophe itself. A calamity out of legend. His lips trembled as he whispered, "What are you?" Goldie's gaze slid past him, toward Hajin. Hajin stirred, his battered body surging with GI. His voice was steady. Goldie is the guardian of a secluded bamboo grove. A mythical being. Gangwon stumbled back, horror dawning. The ground split beneath him, cracks racing outward. Despite his wounds, Hajin stood. His lips twisted into a wide smile, his expression ecstatic. Before their eyes, the massive wound on his chest began to close. His flesh knitted itself back together in seconds. Gangwon's eyes widened. Impossible. He turned at once. I have to escape. But Hajin's hair lifted on an unseen current, his eyes darkening to pitch. His roar ripped through the air, raw, beast-like. A tornado erupted around him, tearing through the battlefield. A torrent of chi surged skyward from Hajin's body, a storm that split the heavens. Gangwon clenched his jaw, straining to withstand the crushing pressure. Hajin rose into the air, hand closing around the hilt of a hovering sword. His lips parted. Your martial arts, disappointing. Stones ripped free of the ground, whirling upward in the gale. Hajin raised his blade, his voice thunderous. Now, let me show you true art. A hellish wind. His pupils blazed with a demonic light. Gangwon froze, terror locking his gaze on the figure before him. Hajin swung. The sky split. A wave of chi exploded outward, engulfing Gangwon. His scream tore through the storm as he was consumed, his body dissolving into nothing. When the light faded, not even ash remained. Dongpil gasped, his lips trembling. Young master. At that moment, Go arrived at the square. He stopped in his tracks, staring in disbelief. Rain pounded down, washing rivers of blood across the stones. From within that crimson flood, a lotus of blood bloomed. A devil's lotus, born of death itself. Go and his men froze, their hearts struck by the truth before their eyes. Hajin, standing in the rain, was no longer just a man. He was another demon king upon this vast continent. Go drop to one knee. All demons prostrate themselves before you. I, go master of the criminal law hall, welcome the third young lord. A moment later, the square was filled with men kneeling. Hajine's gaze drifted over them, settling on Go. His tone was cold. I did not expect to see you here. The chief strategist sent us, Go replied quickly. Stand, Hajine ordered, his eyes narrowing. Do not embarrass me by groveling. They rose. Go studied him carefully. Are you unharmed? Hajine's body bore only scars. No bruises, no lingering wounds. Even a massive cut across his torso had closed. Those who touched the peak of the demonic realm could call upon their innate core energy, healing at a speed that defied nature. He reached out, stroking Golden at his side. His body, tempered by breakthrough, was now capable of the impossible. Congratulations, young lord, Go said with solemnity. You've stepped into the highest demonic realm. Hajine lowered his eyes slightly. Just luck, Go frowned. Luck or not, you are now one step closer to becoming heir of the cult. A dry laugh escaped Hajine. Funny, coming from someone who never liked me. He turned, his voice sharp. But what you think of me doesn't matter. I have no interest in you. His gaze cut back over his shoulder. The Sword Palace dogs who seized the Jiaxa family. All but one are dead. I spared the heir. Deliver him to the cult. Go bowed his head. As you command. Hajine walked to Risen, his tone softer. I'll rest at the nearby branch for now. Will you come with me? The old man frowned, displeasure clear in his eyes. He had hoped they would return directly to Jiujiang. Hajine agreed to go with him, and from behind, Go watched quietly. In his thoughts, he admired the third gentleman, an extraordinary genius who had already stepped into the highest demon realm in his early 20s. Watching that figure walk away, Go couldn't help but compare. Hajine was only at the beginning of his journey, much like he once was, but the gap between them now was vast. Dongpil and Golden followed close behind as the scene shifted to the Yanzhou branch. There, Hajine sat in meditation. Normally, entering a new realm meant long struggles to master unfamiliar power. But for him, it was different. In his past life, he had already climbed to the peak. This stage wasn't new. His energy wrapped naturally around him. Not far away, an old man with his hands clasped behind his back spoke to Dongpil. How long have you known the third young lord? Only 2 years, Dongpil replied. The old man tilted his head. I thought you had known him for a decade at least. True friendship isn't measured by time, but by bond. The blond man nodded. Hajine has done more for me than anyone. I owe him deeply. Ryzen glanced at Dongpil and thought to himself. The way they stood together, it wasn't lord and subordinate he saw, but comrades who had survived a battlefield side by side. When the old man suggested they stretch their legs, Dongpil flinched in surprise. Ryzen smiled. Hajine told us to start eating without him, but that feels discourteous. Waiting is dull anyway. Why not train a little instead? Standing before his opponent, Dongpil bowed slightly. Thank you for the chance. His eyes drifted to the spear in the elder's hand. I've always admired the sea dragon spear. It's truly an excellent weapon. The old man chuckled. And yet, it pales beside your sword. That is one of the 10 great demonic swords, after all. The blonde warrior shook his head. I've never unlocked its true power. To me, it's nothing more than a sharp, enduring blade. Ryzen frowned. That, in itself, is the true essence of a weapon. Even if the Silent King sword is among the mightiest demonic blades, it remains just a weapon. Its strength lies in how you wield it, not in hidden mysteries. All you need is to swing it with intent. Dongpil's jaw dropped in astonishment. The old man studied him. Do you remember Gangwen's sword? Memories surfaced. He recalled Hajine and his blade. Yes, but it was nothing divine, nothing famed. Just an ordinary iron sword. Ryzen cut in sharply. And yet, with that sword, he was able to fight the third. Hajine had once faced Gangwen, who wielded nothing more than a plain iron sword. Yet with it, he stood against incredible odds. That was the essence of weapons. True strength lay in understanding, not in fame or name. Pointing his spear toward the blond man, the old master declared, even the greatest warrior falls if the heart is pierced. Whether by a divine blade or a wooden stick, the outcome is the same. Dongpil frowned, the weight of his sword's title clouding his focus, preventing him from grasping something so simple. He raised his weapon nonetheless. I'll begin. Risen chuckled softly. The moment Dongpil lunged, his sword was stopped with ease by the spear. Still, Risen's thoughts carried respect. To him, Dongpil was remarkable. not only protecting Hajine, but also pouring his soul into martial arts. Blocking the blade, the elder said calmly, "This isn't mere talent. A heart like yours, devoted to the path, is rarer than talent itself." Their clash continued, steel ringing against steel. The rain poured without pause, yet they sparred for over an hour in the training grounds. Later, cups clinked beneath the endless drizzle. Hajine raised his drink. "You've all worked hard. Now let's enjoy ourselves." Hajine, seated across from the patriarch, lowered his head. "Forgive me. I didn't realize how much time had passed." The patriarch waved it off. "When stepping into a new realm, mastering its world takes time." "I understand." Hajine set down his cup and turned toward the old man. "I'll be direct. I need someone like you." Rizen's eyes widened slightly. "You want me as your subordinate?" Pouring another drink, Hajine nodded. "That's right." The old man frowned. As Hajine filled each cup, Rizen finally spoke. "2 questions. First, what if I refuse?" Hajine straightened. "Most people would ask what they gain by accepting, but you asked the reverse." "Interesting." He leaned forward. "If you join me, I will make many requests of you, and you may make many of me. This won't be the bond of master and servant. It will be one of mutual use." The old man looked at him in surprise. "So, you mean we would use each other?" Hajine lifted his tea. "Exactly. And if I refuse?" Rizen pressed. Hajine smiled. "Then we rest here tonight and part ways tomorrow." His gaze drifted past the pavilion into the storm. "Do you truly believe I'd harm you?" Rizen pondered. "In the struggle for succession, there is no neutrality. Only allies and enemies." Still, his answer came firm. He would stand with him. Rizen warned that the moment he refused, he would instantly become an enemy. But across the table, Hajine replied calmly, "Even if you turn me down, you'll remain a patriarch, not my enemy." The old man pressed further. "And what if one day I side with another, betraying you?" Hajine answered without hesitation. "Then, when that day comes, I'll consider you my enemy." Rizen frowned. "People may call that tolerance, but never wisdom." Hajine gave a faint nod. "True, they would call it foolishness." He poured himself another drink and continued. "To strike down the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Bloodsteel Fortress, I need the support of all 7 cult families. Letting even one slip away would indeed be foolish." The old man's voice grew heavy. "So you truly mean to start a war?" Hajine spoke evenly. "I haven't thought that far. But if eliminating them requires worse than war, I'll do it." His gaze lifted to the sky. "Tell me, old man, what are your dreams? Your ambitions? Do you seek to expand your influence as patriarch and bask in prosperity? Or do you wish to cling to your seat and fade into quiet peace? If war comes, will you hide?" Rizen frowned. "That is not my meaning. If war breaks out, my family will be thrust to the front. But if you are resolved to ignite..." Hajine cut him off sharply. "In succession battles, there is no neutrality." The pavilion fell silent. Then Hajine spoke again, his voice steady. "Even if you reject me, I will not raise a hand against the Jeojeong family. But if you accept, you must share my hardships. If you refuse, you may stay here as long as you like before returning." The old man froze, his thoughts tangled. The atmosphere inside the gazebo was heavy. Finally, Hajine broke the silence. "Now that you understand my intent, the weight on your shoulders should be lighter. So what is your answer?" To Hajine's astonishment, Rizen replied, "I already gave you my answer." Hajine's eyes widened. Looking out into the rain-drenched distance, the old man continued, "Before I can respond, I must first know what kind of person you truly are." He placed his cup on the table. "You've told me your aim is to destroy the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Bloodsteel Fortress. But before that, you must secure your place as successor." Hajine's pupils tightened. Rizen's expression darkened. "That path will demand oceans of blood." He was at that very moment asking the father of the 6th young lord, a rival candidate for succession, to pledge his support. The room froze. Hajine's eyes narrowed. "I'm aware," he said evenly. Rizen lifted his cup and held it toward him. "Pour me a drink." Hajine raised the jug, filling the cup slowly. Rizen's voice was steady. "My son is not fit to lead the cult." When the cup brimmed, he continued, "He cannot defeat the 1st young lord, nor the 2nd. His gaze sharpened. "But if, during this struggle for succession, blood is spilled and my son is caught in it." He frowned deeply. "I will kill you, no matter what." Hajine only smiled. "That won't happen." Their cups met with a clear chime. Rizen rose to his feet and bowed his head. "From this moment on, I serve the 3rd young lord." Hajine remained seated. To rise as well would have disrespected the one who chose service of his own accord. Instead, Hajene simply spoke. I look forward to working with you. The scene shifted to the demon god's palace. A voice declared the report complete. A man poured milk into a shallow saucer, then knelt before the throne where Cheon-sang sat. Lifting the saucer toward him, he said, 10 days ago, the demon court pavilion summoned me. Go's eyes widened. Cheon-sang already knew? Still kneeling, the master of the justice hall lowered his head. It has been 26 years since I last stood here. For 10 years, I have overseen the criminal law hall. His words flowed on, recounting his visit to the prisons buried beneath the criminal law hall, an underground fortress, nothing more. Cheon-sang, raising a fist to his face, spoke with weight. I value you greatly. You've used your talents well. Tears welled in the dark-haired man's eyes. The demon god's palace loomed in the mist, silent and vast. From its shadow, the ninth heavenly demon watched the departing youth. Do not cling to what fails. Do not drown in disappointment, he thought. My dear disciple. His gaze lingered as Hajene walked away, dark hair streaming in the wind. Now Hajene stood in the center of countless hovering swords. He reflected quietly. His test of the demonic arts was complete. One blade dropped, stabbing into the ground before him. Turning his eyes aside, Hajene thought, now that I've stepped into the highest demonic realm, the demonic art of the 9 depths had transformed completely. Hajene frowned as he reflected. Of the 5 gates of hell, only 3 still remained. Stepping back from the gate, he knew he would never open it again. This realm was the end of that path. A few steps forward, his eyes locked on the sealed door. When it fully opens, I will return to the strength I had before death. Hajene within clenched his fist. At this pace, it won't take long. Yet there was a problem. Demonic arts demanded change. He hurled his fist forward, wind twisting into a violent spiral. Bamboo snapped and splintered under its force. Hajene muttered, where did all the precision go? His memories echoed, the words of battle reminding him that since mastering the demonic arts, his techniques had become destructive, too wild to chain in succession as before. He stepped back, light glinting off shattered bamboo. My techniques and my energy, they clash. I need time to ease this pressure, or it will slow me down. Since breaking through this realm, his body itself had shifted. Once, as an assassin, his skill and experience had allowed him to wield techniques freely. But now, this new body craved martial arts beyond what he had once mastered. A dark grin spread across his face. Now I understand. This is what I truly desire. His body and mind aligned, perfectly in sync. Leaves swirled upward in the wind. He stood face to face with the shadow of his past self, Hajene. That figure stared forward, recalling techniques such as heaven raising, the divine stages of 9 heavens compression. But Hajene knew the truth. These arts kept me alive as an assassin. Yet now, they're nothing but shackles. He frowned. The image of his past lingered, but he understood. Those techniques were standing in his way. Gazing into the empty space before him, he whispered his farewell. The scene shifted to the Injo branch, a voice welcoming the 3rd young lord with joy. A woman smiled warmly. Congratulations on your great achievement. Standing before her, Hajene shook his head. It's nothing great. My path is still long. She poured tea into a vessel. The matriarch lifted the cup in her hands, while Hajene silently wondered about her true reason for seeking him, especially since she came right after completing her inspection. Not far from Run, the woman spoke again. I heard the Gyeoksa family has been exterminated. I cannot help but. She explained that she wanted to check on them personally. Seated across from her, Hajene remarked, you are truly loyal. The matriarch kept her gentle smile. I heard you were going to lead the Gyeoksa family. He met her gaze and nodded. Yes, but sadly, the Sword Palace destroyed them. She sipped her tea in silence. Hajene frowned slightly, then asked, tell me, did you decide to financially support the Gyeoksa family? At his question, she set the cup down on the table. Hajene pressed further. Why make such a decision? Before she could answer, Rin spoke firmly on her behalf. It was because of this child. She is determined to restore her family. Their eyes locked, sharp and unwavering. Then the woman added, I am next in line for the patriarch's seat, but I lack experience leading so many. Hajene lifted his cup. So, you're taking responsibility for the Gyeoksa family? Her smile finally faded. His words struck deeply, and when she gave a quiet confirmation, Hajene grinned. Then they aren't just leftovers anymore. You made them whole again. Risen glanced at him with clear displeasure. Dample narrowed his eyes. If the inspection's over, why did she really come? The patriarch's answer was blunt. The 1,000 gold treasures family is renowned. If they stand with us, it will be of great use to Hajene. A carriage drew near, and 2 figures stepped down, greeting Hajene. Well done. He looked embarrassed. Please, don't put me in such a position. Just call me Lord. Their persistence left him slightly irritated. Too stubborn, he thought. That night, beneath the high moon, Hajene folded his arms and went over the discussion. She agreed to support the Jiaxa family for 3 years. In return, I'll take 1/3 of their shares. His tone hardened. I wanted it all, but because of the Sword Palace, this was all I could secure. Risen, standing before him, asked carefully, will the cult even allow such a deal? Hajene closed his eyes. They've already chosen to serve me as their master. That carries more weight for the cult than anything else. Bowing his head slightly, Hajene added, if I fail to become successor, the 1,000 gold treasures family's promise, and our bond will shatter. Risen looked at him steadily. I did not pledge myself to betray you later. At that, Hajene frowned. Hajene's earlier words could be summed up simply, a polite way of saying, let's all die together. But his expression turned serious. To secure that 1/3, I must take action. He frowned, then explained. That means healing every last member of the Jiaxa family. If I can't purge the deity destruction poison from their bodies, then I can't claim my share. Their eyes shifted to the buildings ahead as the discussion continued. This was already a private arrangement. Originally, Hajene intended to fight for a wager with the Jiaxa patriarch himself. But with him gone, only the sick remained, and they were all that was left to claim. Inside, the poisoned lay sprawled across the floor. Clenching his fists, the patriarch asked sharply, why cling to the Jiaxa family? If you need more people on your side, take another family. The dark-haired youth closed his eyes. I can't. To step into the 7 families' affairs now would be more than money or competition. It would be betrayal. Risen froze at the weight of that answer. Opening his eyes suddenly, Hajene said, then, I'll try something interesting while healing them. Crossing his arms, he added, besides, I think the Sea King's guards have rested long enough. The scene shifted to a grand building, raised upon massive stone foundations. The deputy master of the house sect stood inside, staring at a paper in disbelief. The Dark Trio squad, the Underworld Society, the Slaughter Pavilion, all destroyed. Masked figures of the Slaughter Pavilion appeared before him. An assassin stood, blade in hand. How could the Slaughter Pavilion fall in a single night? Beck's face twisted in anger. Could it be the Beggar sect? Across the hall, members of the Beggar sect grinned faintly. Crushing the paper in his fist, Beck snarled, we spent tens of thousands of Niang on the Slaughter Pavilion. His fury deepened as he leaned heavily against the table. Bring me the list, he roared at his assistant. The list of those who fought against the king 2 years ago. The list was placed in his hands. Beck's eyes narrowed. As I thought, the deputy master held the paper carefully in both hands. All 3 organizations joined the pursuit of the king. Beck's frown tightened. His thoughts drifted back to that brutal chase. Hajene's figure came to mind, sword gleaming in his grasp. The memories surged with a Chilryong truth. If Hajene could kill 700 people in 7 days, that meant 100 lives each day. This alone proved the terrifying strength of a single-seasoned martial artist. With his hands resting beneath his chin, Beck pondered, could the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Bloodsteel Fortress be involved? Why are the witnesses being eliminated only now, so long after the events? Closing his eyes, he reasoned further. The demon cult's grip over the South is strong. It would be near impossible to send troops there. Unless Hajene King has returned from death, seeking revenge. At that moment, his subordinate, still clutching the list, cried out, Master, new breaking news. Beck snatched the paper, staring in disbelief. Is this true? Meanwhile, Risen clashed violently with his opponents. The master frowned. Could this be the work of the demon cult? 2 men nearby turned sharply in surprise, only to hear the voice of the one responsible. It's my work, came the answer. Hajene planted a foot on the window frame. I knew it would be the house sect. Perched at the window, Hajene added with a smirk, I expected your headquarters to be tucked away in an alley or hidden in the market. Never thought it'd be in a valley like this. He smiled lightly. Why don't we work together on something? From the mountain slopes, scattered buildings came into view. Voices murmured that the house sect had grown too noisy. Beck sang, noticing his comrade reaching for his weapon, stopped him with a gesture. His voice carried calm respect. Did our guest come to the Great Mountains? You guessed correctly. Crossing his arms, he gave a name, the one belonging to the body's former owner. The sex representative broke into a sweat, searching his memory. No such name exists in the demon cult. His black brows drew together in sudden realization. Baek Sang dropped to his knees in greeting. As expected from the house sex second strongest, the one who gathers every scrap of information in Miram, he still recognizes me. Tell me, aren't you close to the Steel Blood Fortress? After all, your roots aren't orthodox. Baek Sang froze, looking away in shock when Hajene added, and you're close to the Slaughter Pavilion too, aren't you? Fear twisted the deputy's heart. One mistake could doom his sect. Relax. I'm not here to blackmail you. Leaning back with his hands behind his head, he continued, I just want you to find me someone among the leaders of the Sichuan Tang clan, someone skilled in the art of poison. Baek Sang's eyes widened in dread, his voice trembling. Why, you mean the Tang clan of the 10 families? That's only the advance payment. If you bring me what I want within 5 days, the true reward will be far greater. Do you doubt yourself, Baek Sang? The deputy shook his head. Not impossible, but dangerous. He picked up the pouch of money and added firmly, I cannot accept this request. Stepping closer, he explained, there are certain organizations we never touch. The Tang clan is one of them. For that reason, we have never once sold their information. So, you'd reject even such a large sum? Baek Sang's brows furrowed. If the house sect were discovered selling Tang clan secrets to the demon cult, we would be finished. The Tang clan's retaliation. They're known to be even more ruthless than the cult itself. His eyes widened in sudden horror. Are you afraid of the Tang clan's revenge? The Bloodsteel Fortress won't protect you. Rising to his feet, he continued. They call it training, but everyone knows. The house sect exists to fulfill any request. Scratching the back of his head, he added, I've recruited many to my side lately. What I lack most is information. Inside the cult, it doesn't matter. Outside of it, it's essential. He raised his hand. If you work for me, I'll protect the house sect, even from enemies stronger than myself. So, will you work under me? But Baek Sang bowed low. I cannot. Forgive me. I do not lie to you simply because you come from the Great Mountains. Please understand. Riang's CEO's frown lingered. Not bad. If you won't join me, so be it. But I'll still get the Tang clan's information and perhaps give him a gift he'll appreciate. He crossed his arms. Very well then. I have something your house sect might like. With a snap of his fingers, a stack of thick notebooks appeared on the table. These are the records of my dealings with the Slaughter Pavilion. Flipping through the pages, he said, I'm not particularly curious myself, but the righteous Heavenly Alliance, they'd be very interested. Baek Sang grit his teeth, rage flashing in his eyes. Smiling. You know how resourceful those righteous fools can be. If they get this, they'll crush the house sect. He shut the notebook with a snap. So, instead of 5 days, I'll give you 4. Hurry, or this list will land in the hands of the Alliance. The Heavenly Demon Divine cult's hall loomed into view. A man knelt on the floor, while voices recounted Riang's CEO's recent actions, wiping out 3 assassin organizations in the south, sending orders to block the roads into Sichuan, threatening the house sect, and even kidnapping a key figure. That's right. The matriarch's eyes narrowed. He acts like a wild dog, not like a disciple of Cheon Sang. Stepping forward, Manhwa spoke aloud. I see the path you've chosen, the one that yields results in the least time. She pointed toward the captured man. But this isn't just any Tang clan member. That is the master of the Poison Dragon Pavilion. It's as I thought. He should know how to craft the antidote to the deity destruction poison. At once, Manhwa cried out, that man is the Tang clan patriarch's brother. You're worried about the consequences of this kidnapping, but you've missed a real point. His voice grew sharper. It was the Tang clan who armed the Sword Palace with their poisons, causing heavy losses to our cult. They're the ones who began this war. He stopped before the prisoner. The Tang clan has a motto, repay kindness twice, repay offense tenfold. The Poison Pavilion master cast a sidelong glare. But I'm different. I may not always return kindness. But if someone wrongs me, twice the suffering won't be enough to balance it. He lowered his gaze, whispering, if I cut off your limbs and fed them to the dogs, would they care about consequences then? A bead of sweat slid down the matriarch's cheek. He's stronger, harder, braver than anyone in the cult I've met. With a sharp kick, Riang's CEO struck the prisoner's head. The matriarch's thoughts hardened. And yet, this thinking aligns perfectly with the cult's way. No disciple can sit still when wronged. Revenge is law. Riang Seo turned toward Ranhwa. She bowed her head. Forgive me. I forgot the way of the divine cult. He dismissed her softly. What matters is what we do now. His eyes flicked back to the prisoner. And now we make him talk. A beating should loosen his tongue. But Ranhwa furrowed her brows. The Tang clan's will is unshakable. Torture and threats alone will not break them. Riang Seo smiled faintly. Then we'll go beyond ordinary means. I've yet to meet a man who can endure my methods. The pavilion master's brows knitted in fury. Above, the sky darkened, shadows spilling across the roof. Riang Seo extended a bloodstained. An old instruction manual on crafting an antidote capable of countering a deity's destruction lay open. After finishing, he wiped his face with a towel and explained that the prisoner was kept alive for a reason, but everything had to remain lawful. Ranhwa froze in disbelief. She realized she could never fully predict this boy's choices. His composure wasn't like someone his age, but like a seasoned veteran who had lived through countless battles. Suddenly, Dongpil came running, announcing that he had scrubbed the rust off the Jiaxa clan's weapons. Along the wall, swords were neatly lined up. Riang Seo remarked that because of the poison, their bodies wouldn't move the way they once did, so mastering sharper weapons was the only way forward. Closing his eyes, he added that weapons demanded constant care. Ranhwa looked straight ahead, silently admitting that this man was an enigma. At times, he was brash and rough, yet at others, he carried himself like an orthodox martial master. Turning toward him, she thanked him sincerely. He replied coolly that he was only doing what was necessary to earn his share. Ranhwa gave a faint smile, reminding him that this contradicted his earlier words about revenge. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to lecture her this way. He brushed it off, closing his eyes and saying it was nothing more than idle chatter. That was when Ranhwa leaned in and asked if he was embarrassed. His eyes snapped open in surprise. Raising his hands, he quickly denied it, insisting he wasn't helping the Jiaxa family out of goodwill, but only taking advantage of the fact that they had helped him first. Still, Ranhwa didn't believe a word of it. He let out a tired sigh. As they approached a red building, she thanked him once more. He answered that he was the one taking advantage of her kindness. With a polite gesture, he invited her to visit the divine cult someday, promising he'd treat her to a proper meal. Ranhwa chuckled softly and replied that she would make time to visit. With that, Riang Seo and Dongpil took their leave, while Ranhwa bowed in return. Standing at the gate, she thought to herself how blurred the lines truly were between the so-called orthodox sects and the feared demonic cult. Above them, white clouds drifted across the sky. Elsewhere, whispers spread about the return of the third young lord. 3 warriors stood in a circle, discussing how Riang Seo had put the resisting patriarchs in their place during the inspection mission. One of them laughed, saying it was impressive. After all, Riang Seo had been among the first to carry out Cheon Seng's orders without flaw. Lifting a brow, he teased his comrades, asking if they felt pity for the other disciples. Another crossed his arms, questioning what he meant. His friend explained that aside from the first young lord and Hajene, the others had always struggled to measure up. No one else could leave such a mark. The young man quickly raised his hands, insisting they shouldn't speak that way. But one of his companions smirked, pointing out that the second young lord had never once been entrusted with responsibility by Cheon Seng himself. They strolled across the grounds, deciding it was time to find something to eat. But anger boiled over. One of them gritted his teeth, hand gripping his sword as he glared at the younger disciples. Before he could act, the second young lord, Pyong Guan command cut through the tension. His subordinates, however, urged him on, swearing they ought to tear out the mouths of those who dared speak so crudely. Pyong Guan stepped forward with a faint smile and asked if it was really necessary to respond to every careless word. Continuing ahead, he explained that within the sect there would always be people speaking ill, not only of him, but of the first young lord, and even of Cheon Seng himself. Pyong Guan laughed quietly, recalling the saying, "It's no crime to insult the emperor, as long as it's done behind his back." Looking down, he reflected that knowing oneself was just as important as knowing the enemy. And that was the very reason he had returned to the demon god's palace after a full year. His long robe brushed the ground as he walked, choosing to ignore Hajine entirely. Gazing at the towering structure, he thought to himself that though it was the palace of the demon god, it was not lavish or dazzling, yet perfectly suited for a god's dwelling. Beside him, Pyong Guan observed with admiration, thinking that no matter how many times he looked at it, the sight never lost its grandeur. He admitted he truly loved this place. Approaching the entrance, he declared that he wished to meet Cheon-sang, but the guard immediately replied that no visitors would be admitted today. Inside, Lee Cheon-sang sat across from Riang Seo at a table, a large jug by his side. The two were in the middle of a private conversation. Pyong Guan frowned deeply when this was revealed. Beyond the gates, the curved roof of another building came into view as the guards repeated their order. Pyong Guan should return tomorrow. Pyong Guan raised his hand, asking them at least to inform Cheon-sang that they had come. But the guard, face stern, told them once more to leave. Frustrated, the man shouted that this was the second young lord himself. Pyong, however, turned calmly and told his companions it was time to go. His servants stared in disbelief, unable to understand. Pyong Guan's brows furrowed in fury, thoughts instantly shifting to Hajene. A carriage drawn by horses rolled past. Watching it disappear, Yozung Ho turned and studied Pyong Guan. Yozung, however, looked away, musing that Pyong never flaunted his authority, always trying to show people only his virtuous side. Yet behind that image, he was the most ambitious of them all, the disciple most consumed by his hunger for power. Watching Pyong Guan back fade into the distance, it became clear a true struggle for succession was about to begin. Wine was poured into a cup. Cheon-sang lowered his gaze and offered words of praise to Riang Seo. With a faint smile, Riang gave his thanks. They sat together in a gazebo built over the water. Riang asked lightly if Cheon-sang's stomach wouldn't hurt from drinking such strong liquor without eating first. But Cheon-sang simply replied that he didn't want to spoil the taste of the wine. Lifting his cup, he asked if Riang disliked drinking. Riang answered calmly that it had been a long time since alcohol had made him drunk. Riang smiled and added that, for that very reason, he hadn't touched it in a long while. Cheon concluded that was a far better choice than making some grave mistake under the influence. Riang frowned slightly, realizing that Cheon-sang looked more human now than at any other time he'd ever seen him. As he drank, the thought struck Riang, revered as a god he might be, but in the end, he was still just a man. Cheon-sang placed his cup back on the table. Facing him, he said he wanted to hear what the vice master of the Sword Palace was truly like. Closing his eyes, he added that he also wished to know why Riang hadn't returned immediately after completing the mission. The Overlord's gaze sharpened on Riang, demanding a full explanation. He looked away, silently admitting that this man still frightened him. Lotus flowers drifted gently on the water. A bridge stretched out toward the gazebo as Riang spoke, saying he had indeed subdued the Jiaxa family, but had been delayed because they were eliminating villains. Cheon-sang tossed something into his hands. Riang thought to himself that it was a poor excuse. A bead of sweat slid down as Cheon-sang made it clear. He wanted the truth, not excuses. Cheon-sang's narrowed eyes told him everything. This man could see straight through him. Riang stared at the figure before him, realizing that although Cheon-sang was drinking casually at his side, his gaze still carried that demonic weight, looking down on all things. A lie wouldn't work here. Taking a breath, Riang said seriously that he would tell the truth, since there was no point in hiding it. Then, furrowing his brows, he asked that in exchange, Cheon-sang evaluate his martial arts. Cheon-sang glanced down and replied that there was no need. After all, it had not been long since Riang had already reached the highest demon realm. He took another drink from the jug as Riang explained that he had been forced to abandon many of his techniques. To this, Cheon-sang simply replied that he couldn't understand why he was making such a request. Riang furrowed his brows but held his silence. Cheon-sang poured more wine into the cup. Breaking the stillness, Riang spoke. He said he had a dream. Cheon-sang studied him closely as Riang explained. His dream was to erase the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Bloodsteel Fortress. A faint smile touched Cheon-sang's lips. Sitting across from Riang, he remarked that to destroy the Alliance, one needed a vast and overwhelming force. Raising his cup, he added that both groups were enemies of the cult. Yet until now, Riang had never shown any particular interest in them. Drinking deeply, Cheon-sang asked if something had changed after meeting the first elder of the Alliance. Riang frowned again and answered bluntly. He hated them. Cheon-sang's gaze sharpened. He could see the resentment burning within him. He stepped forward and spoke, saying a single spark could burn down a mountain, and the smallest hatred could grow into a consuming fire. Sometimes hatred needed no reason at all. Crossing the bridge together, Cheon-sang said he would not pry into why Riang despised those two factions. But he did point out that what Riang had done to the Pavilion Master was reckless. Riang met his eyes and disagreed. The Tang clan, he said, had played a major role in the downfall of the Gyeoksa family. His eyes widened when Cheon-sang calmly replied that he intended to destroy that family. Looking straight ahead, Cheon-sang declared that Gyeoksa would one day bring great trouble to the cult. At the door ahead, the snake design was visible. Cheon-sang continued, saying that the Sword Palace used the Tang clan's poison to capture Gyeoksa, and he didn't care how the Sword Palace planned to dispose of them. What mattered was the outcome. The flag beneath their feet marked the Gyeoksa family's closure. As they moved into a clearing, Riang asked if Cheon-sang planned to use this as leverage against the Orthodox Miram. Cheon-sang shook his head. Such a move was far too small. Riang broke into a nervous sweat when the demon revealed his true intent. He would do far more than strike them. The wind whipped through the Cheon's long hair as he announced his plan, to wipe out at least 3 of the 10 great sects or 5 of the great clans. Riang's eyes widened in fear. He asked if that would not spark a war. Cheon-sang walked forward, hands clasped behind his back. He replied that the fall of a few sects or clans would not start a war. The only thing that mattered was who fell, not how many. Even if countless died, he said, war would never come as long as they were the wrong people. But the death of a single important figure, that could shake the entire world. Riang's mouth fell open when Cheon-sang said that if he were ever killed by the Sword Palace, just like the Inspector General, it could very well spark a war. Stepping closer, Cheon-sang explained that this was why everything had remained calm even after the death of the first elder of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Riang pictured the old man's silhouette in his mind and thought bitterly that the elder had long been useless, and so his death hardly mattered. They came to a stop. Cheon-sang remarked that by helping the Gyeoksa family, Riang had already altered his original plans. Riang frowned and declared that he would repay that debt. Looking straight at Cheon-sang, he vowed he would find a way to help Cheon-sang destroy 3 sects or clans. The overlord smiled faintly and asked how he intended to achieve such a thing. Riang recalled the prisoner lying on the floor, the one with ties to the Bloodsteel Fortress. Then he thought of the stunned face of the vice master of the Sword Palace, and finally, the image of the Poison Dragon Pavilion's master kneeling in defeat. All 3 held sway within those powerful factions. Frowning, Riang explained his plan to use those 3 people, along with the house sect, to set something very interesting into motion. Cheon-sang regarded him in silence. Standing by the water, Cheon-sang finally said he would trust him this time. After all, his work as the general inspector had been exemplary. Riang turned his head, silently feeling a deep gratitude. Suddenly, a sword came whistling through the air, slamming into the ground before him. Cheon-sang stood tall, reminding him that Riang had asked for his martial arts to be judged. Riang gripped the heavy sword, exhaling heavily. Cheon-sang raised his hand, instructing Riang to strike. Leaves rustled and scattered in the wind as the two faced one another. Riang narrowed his brows, remembering how flawless the Cheon's stance had been during their last duel. Now, though, he saw openings, yet he knew those openings existed only to teach him a lesson. The blade in his hand began to glow with a red aura. He admitted to himself that no matter what, he could never hope to defeat this man. But even so, he had to launch a proper attack. His entire body flared with radiant light. He resolved to strike in a way that could fell even a god in a single blow, knowing the line between perfection and imperfection was razor-thin. Cheon-sang's expression remained calm. He thought back to all the training duels he had endured with the 9 great demon elders. He remembered the old man wielding the sword. The result had always been the same. No matter how much time passed, none of them could even attempt to land strike. In the end, every one of them was forced to kneel. Cheon-sang silently regarded his opponent. Those who had once challenged him left in awe, admitting the sheer greatness of a god. The disciples who had once faced Cheon-sang all admitted they were not good enough. But now, Cheon-sang frowned, thinking that Riang was different. Riang lifted his sword, crimson light swirling around him. Cheon-sang studied him closely and realized this strike was meant to kill. Riang dashed forward at full speed, leaping high before swinging his weapon down. The Cheon-sang's expression didn't shift in the slightest. A white streak cut through the air. Though Riang was still far weaker than the demon elders, His intent was pure, his strike fueled by murderous resolve. Riang wrinkled his nose, eyes burning with determination. Xion-sang touched the edge of the blade and noted that Riang's aura now felt less like mere death and more like that of a demonic martial artist. Yet, deep down, the instincts of a grim reaper still lingered within him. With one hand, Xion-sang stopped the strike hold. Riang clenched his teeth, pouring all his strength into the blow. Xion-sang's face remained calm. His grip on the blade deepened, leaving scratches etched across its surface. Then, with a simple motion, he hurled Riang's CO away. Riang screamed as he flew through the air before slamming into the ground. He cursed silently, then forced himself back up, only to realize his legs would no longer move. His body could no longer channel the nine heavens contraction divine stages. The blade in his hand glowed red. Xion-sang raised his hand, and Hajene couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. Still, he frowned and declared he would continue. Xion-sang's gaze turned stern. Riang steadied himself in a fighting stance. Xion-sang suggested that this time, he try defending instead. He raised his palm and told Riang to block his attack. Fear spread across Riang's face as he realized reality itself was warping around him. The wind, the heat, the sunlight, everything vanished. He stood alone in suffocating darkness. Black energy swirled around Xion-sang like a storm. Gritting his teeth, Riang understood. This had to be an illusion forged from pure, demonic power. Xion-sang furrowed his brows, announcing that this was the demonic palm of heaven. His hand came down, and waves of black energy surged forward. Hajene swung his sword to the side as wind lashed against him, his hair whipping violently. The sheer force made his muscles feel as if they were about to tear apart. He thought bitterly. Unlike ordinary masters who drew only from their energy cores, Xion-sang drew not only his inner power, but also the energy of nature itself. The torrents of black energy crashed against him as Xion-sang stood motionless, palm extended, eyes locked ahead. Riang's thoughts raced. He had never imagined such a thing was even possible. Rage twisted his features as he wrapped himself in the demonic arts of the nine depths, forming armor around his body. But even so, his flesh split and bled under the overwhelming pressure. Xion-sang spoke calmly, remarking that he had heard Riang called his blade the dragon scale sword, and that the name of the weapon was... Xion-sang said calmly that a blade's name was tied to its master. Before them, the large weapon shimmered. He explained that this sword was once known as the dragon-slaying demon blade. He pictured it cutting through the body of a beast and recalled how the founding demon lord had used this very weapon to behead a dragon when claiming the great mountains as his domain. Hajene gripped the hilt tightly as Xion-sang told him he must grasp the weapon's true essence. Riang's CEO clenched his teeth when Xion-sang explained that just as naming a martial arts technique was the first step to mastering it, the same was true for a blade. Fixing his gaze forward, Xion-sang ordered him to awaken the sword's true nature and embrace its madness. Riang's CEO's eyes widened. He realized he couldn't simply flood the blade with demonic energy. He had to temper that energy, soften it, and let both power and steel resonate as one. He steadied his gaze. Suddenly, the dragon's eye engraved on the blade glowed fiercely. Xion-sang frowned in surprise. Hajine's expression twisted with fury as he shouted that he still didn't fully understand the sword's true power. Clutching the hilt with both hands, he swung it down, roaring that from this moment on, he would make it his own demonic blade. Red energy surged, rushing toward Xion-sang. Cracks split across the ground, and then something snapped sharply. The wind stirred the green leaves. Heavy breaths echoed through the clearing. Lotus blossoms floated gently on the water. Xion-sang praised him, acknowledging that he had managed to accomplish it despite the little time he had. Dripping with sweat, Hajene steadied himself as Xion-sang continued. He explained that a seasoned martial artist could block even the aura of such a sword with nothing more than a stick. Why? Because true masters learn to manipulate qi on another level. His eyes narrowed as he told Hajene that the ways to use qi were limitless. If he remembered this, he would continue to rise higher. By the lake, Hajene stood still. Xion-sang concluded that their training was done for today. As they walked through the clearing, Xion-sang noted that Hajine's muscles had transformed. Looking ahead, he said Hajine's stamina was impressive, and his body had developed into the perfect frame for chaining continuous attacks. But Hajene replied that his physique now seemed better suited for short, explosive strikes, and that he could make up for his endurance by relying on demonic energy. Still, he admitted he was confused. Cheon-sang did not look back. His long hair flowed down as he asked why Hajene no longer pressed forward with more attacks. Cheon-sang said seriously that the old Hajene would have already prepared a new strike the moment he was defeated. Hajene furrowed his brows and admitted his legs simply weren't responding. Their reflections rippled across the water. Cheon-sang praised Hajine's use of lightning and, as a reward, granted him entry to the pavilion of the demon domain. Hajine's smile spread wide. This man truly lived up to his title as the most powerful in the world. Standing at the pavilion gates, Hajene marveled at the sight. This was a sacred place, open only to those given direct permission by Cheon-sang himself. He stepped inside and admired its magnificence. Endless shelves stretched across the hall, each lined with scriptures and demonic manuals. Hajene paused, noting that the layout resembled the scripture pavilion, though this place was far larger. There might even be a connection between the two, but he quickly shook the thought away. He only had one day here. He couldn't waste a single moment. He had to find something useful. Outside, the sun blazed behind the building. Elsewhere, Cheon-sang sat upon his throne, a long scar visible on his arm. He mused that Hajene had actually managed to break through his chi. Picturing Hajine's face, he reflected on how mysterious this disciple truly was. Though Hajine's skill could be measured as a level 10, he always managed to display the strength of 12. Pouring himself a cup of wine, Cheon-sang admitted silently that such a gift was far beyond ordinary talent, an ability to exceed limits when it mattered most. Yet, closing his eyes, he concluded that Hajene still wasn't ready. Despite all his progress, he wasn't strong enough to bear the responsibilities of a cult leader. Meanwhile, inside the pavilion, Hajene ran his fingers along the shelves until he stopped at a blue-covered scripture. The inscription read, "Heavenly Demon Lightning Fists." He imagined a warrior taking a fierce stance as the text revealed its origin. 3 centuries ago, a martial artist known as the Divine Fistmach, called the strongest fist under the heavens, had forged this technique from a fusion of demonic arts. Standing before the shelves, Hajene muttered that unlike celestial techniques, this one consumed enormous amounts of internal energy. It was swift, but not overly complex. Smirking, he thought it would pair perfectly if combined with his explosive mountain blast. On the grassy field outside, Cheon-sang stood with his back to Hajene. He declared that he would bestow upon him a new footwork technique, one considered the greatest of all demonic martial arts. Hajine's mouth fell open in shock. He reached toward another scripture, this one bound in crimson. Its cover bore the title, Sovereign Steps of the Demon Emperor. The massive doors creaked open just then, and Yozong entered. Yozong entered Cheon-sang's chambers. Cheon-sang, seated on his throne, asked why Hajene had come to him. Yozong smiled, asking if Cheon-sang had granted permission to enter the demon pavilion. Cheon-sang's gaze sharpened as he asked to have been allowed such a privilege. Then, with a faint smile, he realized it could only be Hajene, saying he was more than satisfied. But Cheon-sang furrowed his brows, remarking that Hajene had ruined Yozong's plans, that new plans could always be made, better that than plunging in a needless war. Standing before the throne, Cheon-sang explained that Hajene was dissatisfied with the techniques he already possessed. That was why he had fought so hard to enter the pavilion. Yozong's eyes widened in shock, hearing Hajene speak so candidly to Cheon-sang. The third young lord glanced at the book in Hajine's hands, silently admitting that this was no ordinary youth. He truly was remarkable. From his throne, Cheon-sang sat in silence, while Yozong reflected that ever since Hajene had appeared, even Cheon-sang had begun to open up to others more than before. Far away, in a mist-shrouded bamboo forest, another voice discussed a patient's treatment under a doctor's care. Cheon-sang narrowed his eyes, calling this guest nothing but a troublemaker. But Yozong disagreed. Fog hung over the secluded grove where Hajene sat on a wooden bench. Sweat dripped from his face as he muttered about the heat. His palm glowed faintly with white light, and in an instant, frost spread across the surface around him. Snowflakes drifted through the air as he sat cross-legged, enveloped in an icy aura. Sweat still ran down his body, but he placed a hand to his chin, exhaling with relief. he felt much better now. Nearby, a maid swept the path. Suddenly, the door opened and someone called her name. Anhwa looked up in surprise, and tears welled in her eyes as joy overtook her. She cried out in happiness. Her master had returned. Hajene greeted her with a smile and asked if everything had been well. Overcome, Anhwa fell to her knees, bowing low before him. Hajene imagined placing a hand on her head, thinking that he had nearly lost hope of ever seeing her again. To keep her company, he handed her a book so she wouldn't be bored. He widened his eyes, silently admitting that life was full of surprises. Anhwa blinked at him in astonishment when he suddenly asked to see her hand. Taking her palm gently, Hajene noted the flow of internal energy within her. Beaming, she told him proudly that she trained 4 hours a day, twice daily. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Hajene pictured her seated in meditation and thought to himself, patience and consistency. Hajene reminded himself, were the keys to building chi. Angwa's face lit up when he told her he was proud of her progress. Then her brows shot up as she suddenly asked where Goldie was. She guessed the jackal must be hiding on top of his head. Hajine's eyes went wide at the thought. He pictured himself swallowed whole by a predator and quickly denied it, saying there was no way Goldie could fit up there. Crossing his arms, he reassured her not to worry. Goldie would return whenever she pleased. Elsewhere, the jackal dug its claws into a tree beside the corpse of a fallen boar. White clouds drifted above the great hall. Dongpil frowned and reported that a specially guarded target had requested to meet Hajene. Hajene kept eating as he asked what exactly the assistant meant. Seated across the table, Dongpil explained that such individuals were considered top priority by the Guardian Court. Raising his hand, he added that because of their importance, seasoned martial artists from the Guardian Court's inner pavilion were always assigned to protect them. A crowd of figures could be seen heading toward the mountains as he elaborated further. The inner pavilion included hidden martial artists, among them, even retired demon elders and former demon generals. Hajine's eyes widened. Old men were doing this kind of work instead of enjoying retirement. Sweat slid down his face as he wondered what kind of loyalty bound them so tightly. Dongpil smiled proudly, clearly delighted to speak about the inner pavilion. But Hajene rose from his chair and dismissed it. He said he didn't care, he was busy, and if those people wanted to see him, they could come knocking at his door. He turned away, only for the assistant to stop him, reminding him that such special guards were confined to their quarters to avoid any mishaps. Frowning, Hajene asked where exactly these people were being kept. The answer lay in a green bamboo grove. There, Gangwei turned when someone asked if he was adjusting to the surroundings. He dropped his prey to the ground, and Yang Yung pressed a foot against the animal's body, noting that beasts here no longer hunted in packs like before. The slain creature bore several bird heads. Yang Yung remarked that he had been stationed here for 8 years. Gangwei grinned, pointing out that most martial artists couldn't endure even a few months in this place. Gangwei stared in disbelief as Yang Yung casually said they'd be having chicken soup for dinner. Smoke filled the air as Gangwei covered his nose, watching the man casually pick up a plate of meat and lift a cup to his mouth. The hunter sipped his broth. Around the table, Dongpil Man admitted it was delicious, smiling as he thanked him for the meal before setting his empty plate aside. Gangwei furrowed his brows and asked if there had been any word from the third young lord. With a faint smile, the man replied that Hajene had only just returned to the sect. He was busy, and it would be better to wait a while. Gangwei's gaze lingered on Yang Yung. He said openly that he wished to meet Hajene in person. Yang Yung lifted his spoon again, suggesting calmly that they keep eating before the soup grew cold. Gangwei arched his dark brows, quietly considering whether to place his bet on Hajene if the rumors proved true. He thought back to Cheon Sang. Originally, he had wanted to meet him, but on the way, he had changed his mind. That kind of meeting was nearly impossible. Looking straight ahead, he admitted to himself that Hajene was the most talked-about candidate for succession. Yang Yung turned to him and asked why he was so determined to meet Hajene. Gangwei smiled faintly and said he had no particular reason. He was simply curious after hearing that Hajene had crossed blades with the Sword Palace. He pictured Hajene, his hair whipping in the wind. Meanwhile, in the residence of the third young lord, the sun was setting. Hajene furrowed his brows, thinking over the 5 techniques he had memorized from the Demon Domain Pavilion. He recalled the countless shelves of manuals and how the Bloody Hill palm stood out with its immense destructive force. Yet it wasn't something he could use just yet. One book lay before him, its red cover etched with a title, Sitting on the floor, Hajin began to study a footwork technique, one perfectly suited to him. He frowned, remembering that this very skill had only ever been mastered by Li Qionsang, the first young lord and the head of the council. Of all of them, only Qionsang had fully perfected it. Red sparks flickered beneath his feet as he acknowledged just how difficult the technique was. A bright aura radiated around him, and he resolved to begin training immediately. He had no time to rest. Closing his eyes, Hajin vowed he would eventually master all 5 techniques. He dropped into a fighting stance, wind curling around him as the ground beneath his feet cracked. Dashing swiftly across the room, he reminded himself to pace his strength properly. Stiomak banged down with force. He turned sharply, marveling that it was no exaggeration to call this the greatest footwork in all demonic martial arts. Sweat beaded his face as he admitted this technique suited him far better than the divine steps of the 9 heavens contraction. His eyes widened. Hajin thought to himself that this new technique would allow him to bring out the full potential of his other skills. He lifted his hands, then spread them swiftly to either side, convinced that with this, he truly could grow stronger. Nearby, swords rested on their stand as Yomizm entered, greeting the 3rd young lord. Turning to face her, Hajin asked what had brought her here. Yenizm stepped closer, explaining that she had come after hearing of his return. Hajin narrowed his eyes, doubting her words. But with a smile, she teased that if she truly wanted to deceive him, he wouldn't even notice. Reluctantly, Hajin admitted she had a point. Looking away, he asked her to wait for a while as he finished his training. It wouldn't take long. When she asked if she could watch, he gave his permission with a smile. At once, his body flared with red energy. From behind, Yenizm observed quietly. His focus was unwavering, his concentration unshakable, not something just anyone could achieve. She thought to herself that this was why he had already reached such heights of martial arts at such a young age. Her lips parted slightly in astonishment as she compared him to the current cult leader, who had only reached the level of an absolute demon in his mid-30s. Yet here Hajin was standing at the same level a full decade earlier. In her eyes, the sight was clear. This boy had the makings of a true successor. The ground beneath him cracked as Hajin clenched his fist and lifted his gaze. He smiled, declaring that he understood now. Turning toward her, he was surprised when Yenizm immediately recognized the technique. She explained that her primary martial art was the lightning fist, then asked why he was practicing it. Hajin opened his mouth in surprise when she went further, offering him a light sparring match after their talk. Later, seated at a table with 2 cups between them, Hajin asked why Gangwei wanted to meet him. But Yenizm shook her head. She didn't know either. Taking a sip of wine, she advised him to meet with the man regardless. Looking directly at him, she added that since Dong Pil had specifically requested Hajin, there must be a reason worth hearing. Hajin's eyes widened. Shouldn't matters like this be handled by the Guardian Court? Or even Qionsang himself? Sitting opposite him, Yenizm explained that Gangwei simply wanted to take a look around the sect. She fell silent, watching Hajin's reaction. Hajin grimaced, baffled that Qionsang would allow such a guest into the divine cult for something so trivial. Sunlight streamed into the house as Yang Yung held a letter in his hands. It declared that the 3rd young lord had accepted the request. Reading it with a smile, the former first head of the Guardian Court said he would soon be arriving. Gangwei of the Ice Palace was pleased with the news, smiling in satisfaction. Yenizm turned and asked if he should step aside while Hajin was around. Gangwei answered that he would appreciate it. Yang Zheng's gaze fell on the bamboo, swaying in the garden. He explained that Team Z had been tasked with guarding the Gangwei of the Ice Palace, while the rest of the men were stationed nearby. They would rest for now, but had to maintain some distance. As he prepared to leave, the former head of the Guardian Court hesitated. He hadn't planned to speak about it, yet he felt Gangwei needed a warning. Hearing this, the young man looked at his retreating figure, caught off guard. Yang Yung spoke again, telling him Hajin was once known as a tyrant. He admitted he had never spoken with the man himself, but even if half the rumors were true, dealing with him would not be easy. Gangwei thanked him for the warning. Yang Yung then asked if he knew the name people use for him now. Without turning back, he revealed it, the Demon King. At that same time, the women of the demon cult crowded around Golden, while Dong Pil silently observed. Yan Zheng went on, saying that with the coming of peace, the cult had lost much of its former edge. They were not like him, who had chosen retirement. Still, The blood of demons flowed through them. Madness burned within, just as fierce as the depths below, perhaps even stronger. He recalled the third young lord, also called the Demon King, a name born not from fear, but from respect among the demonic martial artists. Meeting Gangwee's eyes, Yanjung said he was certain there were personal reasons behind his desire to meet Hajene, reasons he wouldn't pry into. Almost at the door, he added one final piece of advice. If Gangwee truly wished to speak with the third young lord, he must take care not to provoke him. Gangwee lingered on those words, the Demon King. Memories surfaced of his ride to this place, when rumors of the third young lord filled the air. On the way, Yanjung had also mentioned something shocking. Cheon-sang himself had appointed the third young lord as Special Inspector General. This revelation stunned Gangwee of the Ice Palace. Why him instead of the first or second young lord? Yang Yung explained further how Hajene had confronted the 7 patriarchs, how he destroyed the demon clan of the martial king. It was daring, reckless even, yet his martial arts and his resolve were both undeniable. Gangwee frowned, deep in thought. The third young lord was no ordinary man. He was powerful, determined, and far more experienced than anyone had imagined. And then the sunlight broke through. The sun's rays spilled over Hajine's home. Dongpil called out to Hajene, who was adjusting his hat. Curious, Dongpil asked where he was heading. Hajene brushed him off, saying only that he had somewhere to be. Dongpil quickly offered to accompany him, but Hajene slipped past almost in a rush. He assured him there was no need, reminding Dongpil instead to focus on the technique he had given him. It would take time to master, and now was the perfect moment to practice. As Hajene disappeared through the door, Dongpil hesitated. Why was he covering his face just a step outside? His thoughts were interrupted by a voice behind him. It was Yenism, casually commenting that Hajene always seemed awkward. Dongpil turned, bowing respectfully to the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center. She waved off his formality, insisting it wasn't necessary. Standing opposite her, Dongpil asked what brought her here. Yenism explained that she came to persuade Hajene it was important for him to meet with the special division of the guard. And besides, she had just finished warming up. Dongpil blinked in surprise. Had Yenism really sparred with Hajene? From the look on her face, it hadn't been an ordinary match. The master frowned, her thoughts heavy. The third young lord was growing at a terrifying pace. She clenched her fists, realizing the duel had left a deeper impression on her than expected. Within the cult, countless warriors were stronger than she was, yet only a handful surpassed her in the lightning fist. Her mind replayed the fight. Hajine's strikes, sharp and unyielding, the way he forced her back. Maybe it was because he had already reached the peak of the demon realm. Or maybe it was pure talent. Yenism remembered the force of his blow, the floor shattering beneath her feet. He wasn't just reaching the highest level. He was already glimpsing beyond it. In her thoughts, Hajene appeared again, his movements crisp, each strike more refined than the last. With every motion, he was grasping the essence of the technique. At this rate, it wouldn't take him long to master it completely. Her reverie was broken when a voice called out to her. Dongpil had spoken, asking if she might spar with him as well, if she wasn't too busy. She gave a small laugh. Busy? Of course she was always. In fact, only the general strategist carried more burdens than she did. Both froze, awkward for a moment, until Dongpil hurried to apologize. But before he could say more, Yenism agreed. She stretched her shoulders, smiling faintly, saying a day spent in practice wasn't so bad. Still, before they began, she suggested they eat. Training had drained her energy. Though she hadn't used internal power in her attacks, the exchange had been exhausting. Dongpil immediately rushed to prepare food. Meanwhile, far from them, Gangwee of the Ice Palace sat in meditation upon a stone. The air was calm, until the quiet was broken by the sound of footsteps approaching. Gangwee heard the footsteps, steady, deliberate, neither concealed nor exaggerated. Whoever approached had no need to hide. Through the bamboo grove, Hajene appeared, and in that instant Gangwee was certain. This was no ordinary man, but a trained martial artist. Gangwee of the Ice Palace opened his eyes, meeting the presence of the third young lord. Then, calmly, he shut them again, releasing his energy to test Hajine's strength. Hajene felt it immediately. Something was off. The flow of icy energy spread until it reached his feet. Without lifting his head from beneath his hat, he muttered that he had never wished to return here while alive. Yet sometimes he found himself missing the breeze of this place. Raindrops slid from the bamboo leaves. Hajine adjusted his hat, warning Gangwei not to spoil the air with that Sichuryong aura. Right now, he simply wanted to feel the breeze. Gangwei couldn't help but find it remarkable. He turned, confirming that the man before him was indeed the third young lord. Laughter escaped him. Hajine touched a bruise, removing his hat with a sharp glance. He remarked it would have been better if he hadn't been summoned here for some trivial reason. Time passed, and soon the two were seated at a table, food set before them. Hajine licked his plate clean, commenting on how long it had been since their last meeting. The taste hadn't changed. No matter how many times he had it, the flavor was unforgettable. Across from him, Gangwei watched as Hajine complimented his sense of taste. The dish might look unappealing, but its flavor was exceptional. Hajine admitted he had eaten it often back in those days. Blowing gently on his food, Hajine paused when asked about his eye. He covered it with his hand, brushing the question aside. Just an injury from training, he explained, but his thoughts drifted elsewhere, to Yunism. He recalled how frail she had looked, struggling even to hold her chopsticks. Yet her fists had carried terrifying force. He remembered her stance, their duel fought only with the demon emperor's sovereign steps and a lightning fist, both sealing away their inner energy. And still, she had stood on a level beyond his, her understanding, her endurance, her reflexes, her strength, her speed. She had surpassed him in every way. Even so, technique decided everything. He thought back to the strike that had landed square on his face. Did she really have to hit him there? Hajine frowned. If it had been a sword instead of her fist, he could have died. It was his own fault, lowering his guard. That could never happen again. He hadn't yet regained the peak he once held in his past life. Across the table, Gangwei froze, unsettled by Hajine's sudden intensity. Hajine clenched his fists, declaring that next time, he would demand they fight with their internal energy unleashed. The meal continued. When the meal ended, Hajine leaned back and suggested they stop circling around. He wanted to know the real reason they had called for him. The two of them walked together through the bamboo grove, the soft rustle of leaves around them. Their talk turned to the swordsmen of the Sword Palace. Hajine walked slightly ahead, explaining that it was difficult to describe such battles in detail. Those warriors were formidable, and even he had struggled against them. Looking forward, Hajine added that the vice palace master of the Sword Palace was stronger than the young man, following behind him. Gangwei scratched his head, embarrassed by the comparison. He said Hajine was overestimating him, calling him a rising star. But Hajine suddenly stopped, turning back. His voice cut through the air. If Gangwei used his hidden power, he could hold his own in such a fight. Gangwei froze, startled, unsure how to respond. Hajine clasped his hands behind his back. He admitted he didn't know whether it was some kind of seal or another restriction, but if that power were ever unleashed, everyone would admire him. Then, turning away again, Hajine remarked that there must be a reason it remained sealed. Gangwei's eyes widened. How would he know that? Hajine glanced back, his gaze sharp. From the first moment, it had been clear. The young man's stance, his breathing, even his aura, each surpassed normal human limits. And yet, his physical strength and internal energy were only at the level of a top-tier martial artist. Something about that imbalance was strange. Hajine studied him more closely. Gangwei frowned deeply. In that moment, he realized the third young lord had seen through the great lily method. Hajine turned away again. This wasn't something one could detect simply through martial skill. His perception was sharper than most could ever imagine. With his hands still clasped behind his back, Hajine spoke once more. He doubted Gangwei had called him here just to discuss the strength of the Sword Palace. So what was the true purpose? Gangwei of the Ice Palace finally revealed it, because Hajine was the most loyal member of the cult. Hajine frowned. Loyal or not, he was now also the most renowned figure within the cult, admired and supported by countless members. Gangwei wanted his help to forge an alliance between the Ice Palace and the cult. Hajine spun around, stunned by the request. He stared in disbelief. If that was the purpose, then shouldn't Gangwei be speaking with Cheon Sang himself? After all, Hajine was only his disciple and held no authority to negotiate. But Gangwei remained firm. He knew this well. The young prince stepped forward, his voice steady. The Ice Palace, he said, was the most powerful force outside the walls. An alliance. Gangwei declared that an alliance between the Ice Palace and the cult would benefit them both. He believed Hajine was the only one who could make it possible. Hajine folded his arms, remarking that this was the true reason he had been brought here to the bamboo grove. Gangwei thought to himself that Hajine carried himself with striking confidence. After all, even if only half the rumors were true, the Ice Palace's strength rivaled that of Shaolin. For them, even forming such an alliance would be an honor. Hajine looked at the frowning successor and asked directly, what exactly did he want from this alliance? He warned him to answer truthfully, because if he lied again, Hajine would leave immediately. Gangwei clenched his fist, an icy aura spilling forth. His voice was sharp. He wanted Hajine to save his younger sister. Hajine frowned. She had been captured in the Palace of Beasts. At once, an image flashed through his mind. Yul Liang, surrounded by red dogs. Hajine's eyes widened in disbelief. He asked again, to confirm, the Palace of Beasts? He remembered the men who had those same red hounds. He pressed further, asking if this was the reason Gangwei wanted an alliance, and whether he truly understood what kind of place the Palace of Beasts was. Gangwei confirmed he did. Rage surged within him, and his aura froze the air. He explained that his father, Cheon Sang of the Ice Palace, desired the fall of the other 3 palaces. Hajine frowned at those words. Gangwei continued, saying the Ice Palace had no interest in Zhongyuan. They only wished for peace in the Northern Sea. Yet the other palaces pressured them relentlessly. The Palace of Beasts now cooperated with Steel Roof Fortress, while the Sword Palace aligned itself with the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. Hajine pointed out that, in the midst of all this, the abduction of the Palace Lord's daughter left the Ice Palace at a crushing disadvantage. The prince clenched his fists tighter. To him, this was not just personal, this could also benefit the Heavenly Cult. He had already heard of their clashes with the 2 palaces. They were a thorn in the cult's side, as much as in his. Why not destroy them together? Hajine lowered his head. He admitted that if such an alliance was forged, it would indeed be of great benefit. But decisions like this weren't his to make. It was something only Cheon Sang could decide. The wind stirred between them, sharp and restless. Gangwei added that he had asked for Hajine personally because he had heard of his destructive martial arts and his bold, unshaken will. But now, seeing him hesitate, he regretted it. If he had known Hajine would drag his feet like this, he would have gone straight to Cheon Sang. Hajine chuckled softly and offered to take him there immediately. Gangwei's eyes narrowed. He could not let such a chance slip away. With a sudden movement, he struck, apologizing even as he attacked. The wind roared, whipping Hajine's hair, and in that instant, Gangwei's hand stopped just short. Gangwei's strike stopped a mere millimeter from Hajine's face. Frozen in place, he stared at Hajine in disbelief. Why hadn't he dodged? That attack carried enough force to kill. Hajine's eyes lowered to the prince's hand. Calmly, he said he could always sense true killing intent, and this wasn't it. The prince withdrew his hand, muttering that any other martial artist, even knowing there was no intent to kill, would still have blocked or dodged instinctively. Hajine tilted his head. If he hadn't wanted to fight, then why attack in the first place? Gangwei stiffened, unable to answer. He hadn't even used his martial arts yet. Behind him, a black ice crystal materialized. He announced that this was the Ice Soul Heavenly Hand, one of the Ice Palace's 5 supreme martial arts. Droplets of water gathered above him, freezing instantly, glimmering like shards of glass. He explained further that its destructive force rivaled the 100 Steps divine fist of Shaolin. An orb of ice swirled into existence above his palm. He concluded that its depth was equivalent to the true chi of Wudong's 6 Tai Chi. Hajine stood across from him, frowning. Why waste time boasting about techniques when the only question was why he had attacked at all? The prince ignored the remark. Energy sparkled coldly around his hand as he prepared to strike again. Hajine's eyes narrowed. This would be the last time, he warned. Gangwei raised his stance, offering thanks. The clash erupted. Their energies collided, shaking the grove. Gangwei faltered first, forced backward under the pressure. His composure cracked. Hajine stepped in, blasting him away with a single punch. This, Hajine declared, is indeed on par with the 100 Steps divine fist. The prince's jaw dropped in astonishment. Hajine's voice cut sharply. His flaw was obvious. The time between preparing the technique and unleashing it was far too long. The words stung deep. Gangwei's eyes trembled, the realization striking hard. Hajine clarified, this wasn't a flaw in the art itself, but in the way he was executing it. Stretching his wrist, Hajine turned away. Gangwei steadied himself, asking what would happen if he mastered the technique completely. Hajine didn't answer immediately. Instead, Energy surged into his hands as he sank into a stance. "Watch closely," he commanded. The prince stared in awe as Hajene moved. His motions were strangely slow, deceptively simple. Then, without warning, Hajene drove his fist into the ground. The earth cracked open beneath the blow, the shock tearing through the bamboo grove. Gangwei was speechless. Hajene straightened. "This," he said, "is the heavenly demon lightning fist, a technique I've only recently begun to study." He clenched his fist tighter. "The strike is weaker than it should be, since I haven't mastered it yet. But can't you already see just how powerful it truly is?" The movements were plain, almost crude, but the strength behind them was undeniable. Simplicity, Hajine said, brought endless variety. He drew his hand closer to his body, continuing his explanation. Gangwei listened intently as Hajine compared their techniques. Whether it was the Ice Soul or any other art, they all shared the same foundation. They focused on sheer destructive power. Gangwei's mouth fell open when Hajine pointed out the difference. His Ice Soul Heavenly Hand was an area attack, while the Heavenly Demon Lightning Fist targeted a single opponent with devastating precision. Astonishment struck him. The third young lord had analyzed both techniques in such a short time. Hajine tapped the tip of his nose with his finger. He explained that this insight came from a duel against a master of the Lightning Fist, fought entirely without internal energy. Even then, the difference between him and Yunism was clear. He had lost that battle, but the memory of Yunism's mocking laughter drove him to clench his fists. Next time, he vowed, the result would be different. Gangwei, watching in silence, struggled to keep up with Hajine's sharp reasoning. Glancing at the bamboo trees splintered by their earlier clash, Hajine returned to the matter at hand. He admitted that the Ice Palace's technique was remarkable. If fully mastered, it would make its wielder unbeatable against most foes. With his hands tucked behind his back, Hajine turned toward Gangwei. Why had he shown him his technique? Gangwei answered plainly, because Hajine had revealed one of his own. It was an exchange. Hajine's mouth opened in surprise. Did Gangwei really believe he would show off for no reason? Of course not. He disliked wasting his energy unnecessarily. Gangwei smiled, countering that allies should understand how sharp each other's blades were. Only then could they truly support one another. The phrasing struck Hajine as ominous. Gangwei extended his hand, declaring that what he sought was more than an alliance between the Ice Palace and the Divine Cult. He wanted one between the two of them, successor to successor. It was, in his eyes, a union that would benefit them both. Hajine was caught off guard by the sincerity of the proposal. The prince continued, admitting he admired Hajine's strength. He himself had not yet been chosen as official successor, but he vowed to help Hajine in any way possible. Hajine frowned. By that logic, he was also expected to help in return. But he realized quickly, Gangwei of the Ice Palace stood to lose far more from this deal. The prince nodded. It was true. Many despised him. Hajine studied him carefully and concluded that what he truly wanted was someone to eliminate his enemies for him, rather than dirty his own hands. Gangwei did not deny it. He replied that choosing the right allies was also a form of wisdom. Hajine's brow furrowed. Was saving his sister just an excuse, then? The prince leaned forward, his tone steady. If Hajine refused, nothing bad would come of it. But his plea about his sister was genuine. If she were rescued, everything else would fall into place, even if it meant that he and Hajine became enemies in the end. Hajine chuckled, pointing his finger at Gangwei. Despite his refined appearance, he said, the man carried a surprising amount of masculinity. Gangwei laughed as well, admitting he had heard that often. Hajine raised a finger again, as if to clarify something, then folded his arms across his chest. He told him bluntly that trust was still far away. He didn't fully trust the Ice Palace's heir, and he knew the feeling was mutual. They could call this an alliance, but it could be broken at any time. He then asked how exactly they were supposed to formalize such a pact. Gangwei smirked, touching his chin thoughtfully. Alliances between states had always had one simple method, he said. He believed his sister could serve that purpose. His gaze drifted over the bamboo grove. At that moment, Yang Zheng's voice broke in, firm and displeased. An alliance with the third young lord was far too risky. More than that, it put Gangwei at a disadvantage. If Hajine chose to break the pact, what then? Gangwei only laughed, brushing off the concern. Yang Yung cleared his throat, uneasy. The young heir teased him, asking if he was worried despite being a member of the Divine Cult. The former head of the Guardian Court admitted it openly. He had never spoken much with Hajene, but he had seen enough to understand him. His concern now was for the Ice Palace's successor. Because of his nature, because of who he was. The heir remembered watching Hajene walk away earlier, and a thought struck him. He finally understood why the martial artists of the divine cult respected their lord so deeply, because he never broke his word. Both Gangwei and Yang stood, the wind spiraling around them. The heir declared that Hajene might seem gruff and unwilling, but as an ally, he would always do more than expected. Yang asked quietly if there was a reason he believed that. Gangwei looked ahead, silently affirming it. He continued walking through the grove, realizing something. The third young lord's ambitions reached far beyond simply becoming Gangwei. Meanwhile, within the demon god's palace, Cheon Sang sat upon the throne. Before him stood a girl, head bowed respectfully. He praised her achievement, the remarkable success of her work on the railway horse chamber. She must have worked hard to reach this point. Fixing his gaze on her, he declared this was proof she understood the path to advancing her martial arts. Cold sweat ran down Sion's forehead. Then Cheon Sang's tone shifted. There was still something that disappointed him. Sion, still kneeling, raised her voice in desperation. She begged him to teach her. Lowering herself further, she pressed her forehead to the ground, waiting for his words. Cheon Sang's voice was cold as he told her that her martial art was far too limited. Nothing more than technique. Mere strengths and weaknesses of movement. What it lacked was the most important thing. Pouring himself a drink, he continued. This was not something another could teach her. She had to discover it on her own. His gaze returned to the girl kneeling before him. Even a scholar who had read 1,000 books, he said, could not claim to know the world. To do so, he would have to step outside and see it for himself. She was like that scholar, trapped in knowledge, untested by experience. Her thoughts drifted. She recalled her conversation with Yozong, who once told her that Hajene constantly sought answers, even clashing with others in the process. He fought bravely when martial strength was required, but when wisdom was needed, he set violence aside. Progress, combined with experience, that was true cultivation. Her brows furrowed. That must be why the third young lord had grown so powerful. At that moment, a servant entered the hall, announcing that the third young lord had come to see him. Cheon Sang ordered him to be let in. The great doors opened. Seo-yoon turned, realizing instantly who was about to step inside. Hajene entered, his presence filling the hall. She rose to her feet, unable to look away. Strangely, she felt no chi radiating from him, yet the weight of his presence pressed down like an unseen force. It felt demonic, overwhelming. He walked past her without a glance, but she stared after him, trembling. This was no mere martial aura. It was something beyond, an exalted realm surpassing technique itself. Finally, he looked at her. His words were simple. It had been a long time since they last met. Seo-yoon frowned, fear knotting in her chest. He's an absolute demon, she thought. By the time the sun dipped low outside, Cheon Sang dismissed her. Cheon Sang set his empty bowl upon the table, shifting his attention to Hajene, who remained. How does she appear in your eyes? He asked. Hajene answered plainly that she wasn't bad. Inwardly, though, he noted her sensitivity, sharp enough to recognize that he had reached the peak of demonic cultivation. She was talented. Chonsang's eyes narrowed. If one measured only talent, she was the best within the cult. At her age, none but the youngest could compare. Hajene reflected on that, remembering the heaviness in her gaze. He replied that he understood. She was facing the same obstacle all prodigies encountered, the wall between talent and true mastery. He pictured her walking forward, breaking through. Once she overcame it, she would become terrifyingly strong. Cheon Sang agreed, his voice echoing in the hall. Then, leaning back upon his throne, Cheon Sang shifted the topic. He suddenly asked how Hajene's meeting with Gangwei of the Ice Palace had gone. Hajene's eyes lifted. Hajene lowered his gaze to the floor, replying that Gangwei of the Ice Palace had made an impressive offer, one he had been about to explain. But he realized the overlord already knew of their conversation. Suddenly, Cheon Sang cut him off. He didn't want to hear it. Hajene blinked in surprise. The overlord calmly refilled his cup, saying that one of the 4 great palaces beyond the outer wall had begun moving after a long era of peace. That alone meant it was no small matter. Whether it led to an alliance or war would depend on Hajene's decision after speaking with Gangwei. Hajene turned his eyes aside. Cheon Sang might not know the exact words exchanged, but he did know one thing. that Gangwei had come to him, not to the master himself. Looking down from the throne, Cheon-sang spoke evenly. When a successor bypassed Cheon-sang to speak with his disciple, especially after the recent uproar caused by the Sword Palace and Beast Palace, it could only mean one of two things: disaster for the cult or great fortune. The realization struck Hajene. Cheon-sang didn't care about the details others obsessed over. To him, the cause was irrelevant. The result was everything. Watching Cheon-sang sip his drink, Hajin thought to himself, this man had mastered not just martial arts, but also the ways of the world. He didn't need prophecy or foresight. He simply saw through all things as they were. They stood opposite one another, silence heavy in the hall, until Cheon-sang concluded that Hajin would soon find himself busy again. He then asked plainly, was this a matter that could be handled within the cult, or did it require action beyond its walls? Either way, both paths were open. Hajin was caught off guard. Cheon-sang had already seen through it. It was about an alliance. Cheon-sang leaned back. He hadn't personally met the Ice Palace's heir, but one thing was certain. The Ice Palace was merciless with its bloodline. To rise as successor, there meant Hajin met no weakling. His gaze sharpened. He warned Hajin not to allow himself to be used, but instead to turn the tables. If Hajin truly wanted to achieve his own dreams, he must be the one steering the outcome. Hajin let out a quiet breath at those words, then gathered his resolve. Looking up, he asked the overlord for a favor. Cheon-sang frowned, asking what it was. Meeting his master's eyes, Hajin requested permission to wield the power of the cult. Cheon-sang did not respond immediately. His gaze lingered, measuring his disciple. Then he said it was impossible, not if this was something Hajin intended to do in secret. Hajin admitted he had expected that answer. His thoughts returned to the past. The only reason he had been allowed to bring a squad of berserker demons as inspectors was because it had been an official mission. But this time it would have to be. Handling things quietly was the only option. It wasn't like he could openly march in with soldiers. The overlord raised his hand, while Hajin scratched his head, admitting there wasn't much he could do for now and that he'd need to think it over. Just then, a scroll flew into the inspector's hands. Surprised, he quickly unrolled it. At first glance, it looked like a standard report on the cult troops' assignments. But then his eyes widened. This wasn't just a simple report. It listed exact times and locations of every squad's movements. The overlord leaned back, resting his palms on the throne's armrests. He told Hajin he was free to use it however he wished. Hajin grinned, thanked Li Cheon-sang, and clutched the scroll tightly. Pouring himself a glass of wine, the overlord dismissed him. Without looking his way, he added one warning. If he ever caught him stumbling around with those clumsy legs again, he'd strip that technique away from him. Hajin spread his arms and replied he understood, promising he'd sharpen his skills so he wouldn't disgrace himself again. With that, he left the throne room. Cheon-sang silently watched him leave, sipping his wine before muttering that everything was proceeding just fine. Meanwhile, the Ice Palace followed its own political path, separate from the other three outer wall palaces. The younger sister of the Ice Palace heir had recently traveled through Zhongyuan's northwest region, only to be ambushed by beasts from the Beast Palace. She was captured after a fierce fight. As Hajin walked through the palace streets, his thoughts drifted. The situation was messy, but what mattered was what he could gain from it. He recalled that man, Gangwei. An alliance with him could give Hajin a powerful supporter in his fight to become successor. He already had backing from the Jiaxa family and the Caden family, but their loyalty to the divine cult kept their support indirect. The Ice Palace was different. They weren't bound to the cult, which made them valuable. Still, Hajin knew better than to trust them right away. But the chance was worth taking. Hands folded behind his back, Hajin reminded himself of that one thought, when footsteps sounded behind him. Turning, he asked Sia-Yun if there was something she wanted to say. Sia-Yun, trailing after him, calmly replied that she didn't. Puzzled, Hajin turned fully to face her. If she had nothing to say, then why follow him? This time, she answered she did, in fact, have business with him. Hajin frowned, confused by her contradiction. If she had business, why claim otherwise? She just stood there in silence, staring at him. Internally, Hajin was growing irritated at her hesitation, mentally shouting at her to stop dragging things out. But then, her gaze shifted, and what she revealed left Hajin utterly caught off guard. She asked him what he needed in order to perfect his martial arts. Folding his arms, Hajin narrowed his eyes, trying to clarify what exactly she meant. but Hajine admitted she didn't know how to put it into words. His jaw dropped when she added that she had simply been watching him. Then, fixing her gaze on him, she said she wanted to know how he had managed to advance so quickly, reaching the peak of the demon realm already. Hajine frowned. So, she was chasing after him. Without letting his expression shift, Hajine told her it wasn't something that could be explained with words, nor something that could be copied through actions. But Seoyun didn't back down. Even if that was true, she said it didn't change the fact that she had never actually tried. Hajine raised a brow, so that was why she wanted to see for herself. Sometimes, even if you know something won't work, you need to attempt it just to prove it. Turning away, he said he didn't know what she wanted from him, but she was free to do whatever she liked. Still, he was busy today. She'd have to come back later. But before he could take a step, she appeared right in front of him. Her voice was firm. She couldn't let him go. This was too important. Hajine's face tightened. Was she really asking him to abandon his plans just because she was persistent? But she shook her head. No, she wasn't asking him to give anything up. She would simply stay by his side. Closing his eyes, Hajine sighed. Did she forget they were rivals? Her reply was immediate. No, she hadn't forgotten. His hand balled into a fist. He demanded an explanation. Did she not know he had already crushed the fourth student? Her answer stunned him. She said that had nothing to do with her. Mouth slightly open, Hajine stared. How could she say that? As long as she was Cheon Sang's disciple, she had to compete for the position of successor. But her words left him shaken. She calmly replied that she had no desire to become the successor. The next morning, Pyong Guan stood under the rising sun, noticing how hot it was already becoming. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Seoyun walk past. Her stride and her expression caught his attention. Raising a brow, he asked why she hadn't even greeted her own brother. Seoyun finally turned, offering a greeting. Pyong Guan remembered that the last time they had met was during the Great Conference. Her face stayed unreadable as he remarked how much her chi had grown since then. She gave him a polite thank you. But when she returned the observation, saying he must have been training hard as well, Pyong Guan broke into a smile. He hadn't expected that, and the compliment genuinely surprised him. Lowering her brows, Seoyun recalled Hajine's figure and almost spoke up. But instead, she changed her mind and muttered that it didn't matter. Pyong blinked, puzzled, as Seoyun turned abruptly and bid him goodbye. Watching her leave, he called out, asking where she was heading so early in the morning. She stopped for a moment. With calm eyes, she reminded him that she had no interest in becoming successor, so he needn't waste his worries on her. Her words stunned him. Shock spread across his face as he tried to call after her, but she walked away without listening. Just then, a servant hurried over to deliver a report. But before he could speak, Pyong silenced him, his gaze fixed on Seon's retreating figure. He ordered his comrade to keep watch over her. His comrade blinked in disbelief. Did he really mean Miss Seoyun? Hands folded neatly behind his back, Pyong confirmed it. He explained she was delicate, better to keep some distance while watching her closely. Still, he pressed for a reason. Pyong's brow furrowed, his tone sharp. Just because. Then, softer, he admitted he hoped she'd give him a reason to stop monitoring her. Until then, she was not to leave his sight. Meanwhile, Hajine returned to his quarters. Dong Pil, bruised and beaten. Startled, Hajine asked what had happened to his face. His fists clenched as his mind instantly recalled Yunizum's smirk. That fox had humiliated them both. Suddenly, the sound of clapping echoed through the chamber. Dong Pil instinctively drew his blade, snapping into a stance. Dong Pil demanded to know what it was. Hajine, holding his sword calmly, praised him. He said it was impressive. Dong Pil had already managed to grasp the technique fully. It wasn't an easy feat, considering the ninefold demonic sword was ranked among the cult's top 10 techniques. Hajine smiled faintly, adding that it was indeed difficult, but Dong Pil had managed it with surprising creativity. Squinting, Hajine wondered silently. Could he have come up with that approach himself? No matter. This technique was worth sharing with a friend. Dong Pil looked at him in shock when Hajine suddenly mentioned he would be leaving the sect in a few days. He asked where. Gazing at the glowing figure of Dong Pil, Hajine admitted that at first he planned to leave him behind. The journey would be dangerous, and Dong Pil had only just mastered the technique. But now, after witnessing his growth, Hajine believed otherwise. With his current strength, he could accompany him anywhere. Dong Pil lowered his head, murmuring a thanks, though his expression showed he wasn't fully satisfied with the answer. Seoyun stood quietly at the side until Dong Pil asked why she was there. Glancing at the youngest, Hajene waved it off, telling him not to mind her. She didn't know how to talk properly, so there was no need to pay attention. Better to continue training. Even so, Anhwa looked toward her with concern and asked if she'd had lunch yet. She leaned forward slightly, offering to bring tea, but Seoyun gave no response. Meanwhile, the Hajin shifted into a stance, and the Seoyun fixed her eyes on the sparring session, observing closely. Training pressed on with full intensity. Perched up in a tree nearby, Jaehwan caught sight of Seoyun with the third. The scene surprised him. He hadn't expected her to come here. He even suspected there might be something going on between them. But his frown deepened. If that were true, Pyongwon wouldn't be pleased. While Hajin drilled his strikes, Seon's eyes stayed glued to him. Suddenly, he planted his foot onto the tile with force and let out a long breath. Deciding it was enough, Hajin declared the session finished. Her brows lifted in surprise. He didn't even look exhausted. Why stop so soon? Was this really all the training the master of the supreme demon realm needed? Either he had gone through unimaginable training already, or he was satisfied with this level of practice. Meanwhile, Hajin asked Anhwa if she was hungry. She beamed and quickly agreed. Turning towards Seoyun, he repeated the question but teased that the food being prepared was especially delicious today. Seoyun, however, looked down at the tiles where Hajin had trained. She thought his fists hadn't seemed like much, but then her eyes widened. Clear footprints marked the ground. Her heart skipped. He hadn't just been throwing punches. He had been refining his movement. Her thoughts raced. What exactly was he focusing on? Attack? Defense? Or both? To think such a movement technique could even exist. Soon after, everyone gathered around a table in the courtyard. Hajin bragged proudly that Anhwa cooking was the best in the cult, maybe even unbeatable. Dongpil eagerly agreed, calling it far too delicious. When Anhwa flushed from the compliments, she quickly asked them to stop teasing her. Still chewing, Hajin turned to Dongpil with a grin and suggested another sparring round later. Dongpil replied with honor that he would be ready. Between bites, Hajin asked Anhwa not to stack grilled meat around him. That wouldn't bring Goldie back. Confused, she asked if something had happened to him. She lowered her head quietly. Hajin only told her not to worry. That fox would surely be off somewhere, playing at being a mythical creature. Watching the scene, Seoyun realized something important. There are no walls here. Hajin treated Dongpil and Servant as equals, as friends. Shoving another bite of food into her mouth, Hajin turned to her with a sharp question. Since she insisted on watching, had she managed to learn anything yet? Seoypan admitted she hadn't figured it out yet. Hajin wasn't surprised, mouth full of rice. He told her that true understanding only came when one found it for themselves. Nothing was more wasteful than chasing after someone else's path. If she wanted to watch, then fine, but she should know that was all it would amount to. Seon's eyes hardened as she asked if he wasn't doing the same. Setting his bowl down, Hajin explained the difference. It wasn't about skill levels. It was about perspective. No matter who she watched, she wouldn't recognize her own flaws. When she pressed him for the reason, he answered plainly, her stubbornness. She blinked, asking if he was talking about her obsession with martial arts. Hajin frowned. No, it was her belief that only her own way was the fastest way forward. That mindset and the stubbornness clinging to it. He wasn't telling her to abandon it, but not every method suited every person. His words shook her. She didn't want to believe it. After all, she trained until exhaustion, then rested just enough to recover. What was wrong with that? Hajin stood, asking if she had anyone she could actually talk to about martial arts. He doubted she did. While the others finished eating, Hajin added that every martial artist had their own path. If she couldn't accept that, then at the very least, she should question why. Otherwise, she would never move forward. Turning toward Anhwa, he said there was no need to explain further. He'd wager less than 5% of young geniuses had reached her level of comprehension anyway. But when she responded that she wasn't satisfied with that answer, Hajin's face twisted in annoyance. He told her bluntly to broaden her horizons. Her mind was too confined. Puzzled, Seoyun stared at his back. She prided herself on being flexible in martial arts, always able to grasp the differences between techniques. What did he mean by too constrained? Shifting his focus, Hajin called out to Dongpil. Narrowing his eyes, he ordered him to catch the one eavesdropping nearby. Perched in the tree, Jaehwan had been quietly observing. He noted how the Hajin and the Seoyun not only trained together, but even shared meals. Perhaps Pyongwon was right to have him spy on Seoyun. If the two ever joined forces, they could become a real problem. But before he could think further, he realized Dongpil was gone. Confused, he turned his head, too late. A blade sliced down, landing on his shoulder. He froze, cursing silently, as a sharp voice commanded him not to move. Behind him stood Dongpil, blade steady at his back. Dongpil's voice cut sharp. This was the third prince's residence. How dare a lowly servant spy on Hajene? Reaching into his robes, the man realized there was no other option. A loud boom erupted as smoke exploded outward, thick and toxic. Poison gas. Covering his face, Dongpil recognized it instantly. The spy dashed away through the haze, berating himself for letting things spiral this far. If he were caught, his master's name would be dragged into it. But before he could escape, Dongpil's fist crashed into him, sending him sprawling across the ground. Dongpil dropped into a stance ready. Coughing in disbelief, Jaehwan wondered how he had broken through the poison cloud so quickly. If he gathered his energy now, it might not be too late. But then it hit him. A crushing wave of demonic chi engulfed him, pinning him in place. Veins swelled against his skin as he struggled. He couldn't move, couldn't even breathe properly. His energy core was sealed. As the smoke thinned, Hajene strode forward, eyes cold. Slinging his sword across his shoulder, he said flatly that he wasn't fond of talking, but the spy would answer him. Name, allegiance, why he had risked using poison to escape. Every last secret laid bare. Jaehwan's face twisted in terror. His body was frozen stiff. Was this even possible? Could a mere force of expelled energy lock him down completely? Hajine's glare burned into him. If he wanted to leave here alive, there was only one way. Answer everything. The truth came quickly. He had been sent by Pyong Guan, the second young lord. Hajine scoffed. Being good to his sister was one thing, but ordering a servant to stalk her? That crossed into something far more unsettling. Seoyun frowned when Hajine teased that she must be quite popular. Folding his arms across his chest, he asked if she at least knew where Pyong Guan lived. He planned to have a word with him, but she cut him off. She didn't need his help, she said. It was none of his concern. Hajine's brow shot up at that. Solving her own problems? She was misunderstanding everything again. Her eyes widened when he told her plainly. It wasn't for her sake. It was for his. Being spied on might have been her issue, but the servant had trespassed in his quarters. His guards had been attacked. That was something he couldn't let slide. Still, Hajine's mind lingered on the spy, Jaehwan. Something about him was strange. His energy flow carried no trace of negativity, only pure positive force. With demonic arts, such an imbalance should have left him unable to even move. Hajine frowned, suspicion digging deeper. Hajine reminded himself that the spy's strength was heavily restricted. Even if he had far more energy stored, something inside him wasn't right. Turning to Dongpil, he asked how many days were left until their departure. 3, came the reply. A grin tugged at Hajine's lips. Plenty of time. I'll make sure to leave a little mark on that bastard's face before we go. That same day, inside the quarters of the second young lord, Jaehwan knelt on the ground, trembling. He begged for death, but Pyong Guan only called it a relief. Jaehwan's eyes widened. Relief? What was he talking about? Pyong explained calmly. Jaehwan had returned without serious injury. That alone was fortunate. He reassured him further. No matter how things were twisted, downplayed, or redirected, he was still one of his men. And since he hadn't even drawn his sword, the matter shouldn't spiral too far. He promised to handle it so it would not happen again. Turning back to the window, Pyong added, almost softly, that he still believed in him. But once Jaehwan had left, Pyong's gaze hardened. It was too late for effort now. He had thought he'd found someone with intelligence. But Jaehwan had proven himself just as worthless as the rest. Hands clasped behind his back, he muttered with regret. At least Jaehwan had lasted longer than the others. A frown crept across his face. Could it be? Had feelings begun to form between Hajine and the Seoyun? Before he could dwell on it further, a knock sounded at the door. Turning, he asked what it was. The reply made him spin around. Hajine had already arrived. Faster than expected. When the man entered, Pyong ordered the younger one to be admitted through the gate, but told him to wait an hour. The visitor bristled at the delay. Irritation flickered across Pyong's face as he stated flatly that an hour would be enough. Elsewhere, in the demon chamber guardhouse, a shudder ran through one of the great doors. Startled, one guard asked if his partner had felt it. The other nodded grimly. Yes, A surge of powerful demonic energy was pulsing from the third chamber. Then came a sharp crack. The massive lock, infused with fighting energy, split apart. Both guards froze in horror. That lock was meant to be unbreakable. From the shadows, a towering figure stepped forward. His clothes were ragged, his frame overgrown. "The heir," the man muttered, lifting his head. "So it's already summer." His fingers twitched as if waking from a long slumber. The guards exchanged whispers in panic. If this was the prisoner from the third demon chamber, then he was the closest candidate to becoming the next ruler. The man tilted his head back, brushing his long hair away from his face. It was Jin Guanyang the Great, Hajene of the divine cult. Guan lifted his head and murmured that 3 years had already passed. Meanwhile, Hajin sat waiting in the residence of the Pyong Guan. Dongpil's words echoed in his mind. Pyong was known for his blunt honesty, as well as his generosity. He supported his people and even looked after their families. Glancing around the reception hall, Hajin noted that the residence itself reflected that reputation. It wasn't lavish or excessive. Dongpil had said Pyong wasn't a bad person, and yet he had still sent someone to spy on Sioyun. That contradiction lingered in Hajin's thoughts. Generosity didn't cancel out ambition. Studying the layout of the palace, Hajin suddenly felt something unusual. Pyong Guan's presence, so clear a moment ago, had abruptly vanished. It was impossible to fully hide one's presence without a flow of air to detect, unless the space was completely sealed. Not even a master at the highest demonic realm could be sensed in such a place. But then Hajin squinted. The presence returned, stronger, closer. His eyes narrowed in appreciation. Pyong Guan's movement technique was extraordinary. The door opened. The second young lord stepped in. Their last meeting had been at the Great Conference. Sitting across from Hajin, Pyong Guan remarked that Hajin wasn't particularly fond of tea. Did he prefer wine instead? But Hajin cut straight to the point. He had a question. When Pyong Guan looked at him expectantly, Hajin explained. Upon entering the building, Pyong Guan's chi had been equal to that of a top martial artist. Yet in the past hour, it had doubled, and not in some reckless or rushed way. Pyong Guan's brow lifted. Did Hajin mean to suggest he had consumed some rare superfood in that short span? Raising his hand casually, the second young lord admitted the observation was sharp, but he brushed it off. There were countless martial arts techniques in the world, many of which Hajin had yet to encounter, even within the divine cult. With time, Hajin would understand. Hajin bit back irritation. Thousands of techniques were stored in his mind, from orthodox to unorthodox, demonic to sacred. He knew better than most. Straightening, he dismissed it. No matter. You already know why I've come. Pyong Guan inclined his head slightly. I assume it's because one of my men acted out of line. Hajin nodded to himself. So this would be quick. But then Pyong Guan's next words wiped the expectation from his face. You've come to the wrong place. Hajin frowned. Pyong Guan's expression hardened. If Sioyun had come to him, he could understand it. But not Sioyun. She had never been his target. Steam curled up from the teacup between them. Staring across the table, Hajin laid it out clearly. One of Pyong Guan's men had caused chaos, set off a poison bomb, and nearly injured his guard. If that wasn't reason enough to be here, then what was? Pyong Guan's expression softened as he apologized. Hajin's eyes narrowed in displeasure. An apology? From a member of the demonic cult? That wasn't something he could take at face value. Whether or not it was sincere would show in how Pyong Guan acted from here on. Pyong Guan calmly poured tea, his voice steady. He repeated that Sioyun was not his target. There was no need for hostility. Wouldn't it be better to drink tea instead? As Pyong Guan took a sip, Hajin's mind pieced things together. This man was after power. First aiming at the fifth, then someone much younger. Or perhaps Hajin had misread it. Still, he pushed further. Or is it love? Pyong Guan's brow furrowed. Setting his cup down firmly, the second young lord spoke coldly. He had been patient, but his guest was pushing too far. He wasn't about to be told how to behave. Must Hajin truly make things uncomfortable for them both? But Hajin's reply was sharper still. That wasn't what he wanted to hear. What, after all, was wrong with causing discomfort? His aura flared violently, filling the room. If I hadn't stopped to think, I might have targeted you the same way you targeted the fifth, Hajin said. Pyong Guan's gaze hardened, refusing to back down. And what makes you think you can handle me? Hajin chuckled darkly. With a loud slam, he set his cup down. I don't know how you doubled your chi so quickly, but your martial arts haven't caught up with it. That's why you can't properly judge your opponents. A crushing wave of demonic energy burst from Hajine, sweeping over the hall. Pyongguan's eyes widened. It wasn't just aura, it was pure chi. Hajine pressed his palm flat against the table. Did you really say I couldn't handle you? Pyongguan's mouth fell open in shock as he realized what was happening. The younger man was breaking apart the table, using only internal energy. This wasn't mere skill, it was a different realm altogether. Hajine's glare sharpened, his voice low and threatening. Should he show Pyongguan his true strength now? The thought drew up an old memory. Another fool who had tried to suppress him, drunk on his own arrogance. With his finger, Hajine carved a name into the surface of the table, the Fourth Lord. A dangerous smile curved his lips. Do you want to end up like him? Pyongguan? Crack. The table splintered and collapsed into pieces on the floor. Pyongguan staggered back, panic flashing his eyes. Impossible. Could this youth really have reached the ultimate demon realm? Among the shattered remains, Hajine calmly placed his hands on the... Hajine rested his hands on the armrests while his opponent's thoughts churned. To reach the ultimate demon realm at such a young age was terrifyingly impressive. But now wasn't the time to admire it. Sweat slid down Pyongguan's face as realization struck. If he had actually fought the inspector, he would have lost. As the dust settled around the shattered table, Hajine admitted he hadn't expected that Pyongguan, or rather, Sayo Rang, would think he'd already reached that realm. Pyongguan gave a wry smile. Then you're fortunate. But his eyes stayed sharp on Hajine. Luck alone doesn't carry a man's whole life. I'm sure you work hard when no one was watching. That's what truly surprises me. Hajine frowned. Why was he being praised? Straightening his posture, Pyongguan confessed his regret. He had always believed himself to be the strongest among his brothers after the first. But now, the strongest was Hajine before him. Hajine's eyes never left him as Pyongguan expressed sympathy for what had happened to his personal guard. He admitted it must be troubling, but promised he would make amends. Looking directly at him, Hajine declared that he had no interest in fighting anymore. Pyongguan exhaled slowly, admitting what they both already knew. He could not fight someone so far above him. Trying to keep his expression calm, he added that such a vast gap could never be closed by experience or clever tricks. Hajine's gaze narrowed, studying him. Confidence without arrogance. Quick to admit defeat, quick to retreat when outmatched. His skills were worthy of a disciple of Cheon Sang, but his composure showed a man tempered by maturity. And yet, Hajine couldn't help but wonder. Had he been wrong? He had thought Pyongguan had grown stronger by consuming the inner energy and life essence of his subordinate J1. But listening to him now, the man didn't seem the type to commit such a thing. Raising his brows slightly, Hajine decided to push further. Standing up, he asked whether Pyongguan intended to apologize only with words. Pyongguan's expression hardened. What do you want, then? Closing his eyes, Hajine admitted plainly, I'm a greedy man. Normally, I take everything. But today, I'll be less greedy. Pyongguan repeated his question, pointing directly at him. Hajine's answer came without hesitation. I want an apology from the one responsible for the incident. The elder's face darkened. Hajine moved to the window, and when Pyongguan asked if his own apology wasn't enough, Hajine's voice cut cold. The one at fault should take responsibility. Touching as it is that you'd shoulder it yourself, I don't like it. Pyongguan's brow furrowed deeply. I'm the one who gave the order to my subordinate, which means my apology is the one that matters. Hajine turned, his gaze like steel. And if my guard had died from the... Hajine's voice cut cold. If his guard had been killed by the poison bomb Jaewon detonated, then yes, he would expect Pyongguan to take responsibility. But by then, he would have already killed him. That, he said, was what true responsibility meant. Pyongguan's anger finally cracked through. Is it really supposed to be like that? Hajine's tone stayed unyielding. There's nothing more to discuss. Bring your servant here. He can apologize to me and to my guards later. Grinding his teeth, Pyongguan seethed. He hadn't expected Hajine to be this uncompromising. There had to be a reason behind his relentlessness. A crease formed on Pyongguan's brow as he reminded himself. This man needed to justify his actions. Then his teacher's words resurfaced in his mind. During a past gathering, Cheon Sang had said, the only thing more terrifying than heavenly wisdom is martial prowess without a worthy opponent. Supreme strength surpassed wealth, strategy, and circumstance. Those who held such power, yet had no equal to restrain them, could not and should not be ruled. They became walking disasters. Pyong Guan's lips parted slightly as the realization sank in. That description fit Hajine perfectly, more terrifying than wisdom itself. And right now, he had neither the strength nor the grounds to reject his boldness. At last, Pyong Guan relented. Fine, I'll summon my servant. Hajine blinked in surprise. Pyong Guan added that he hoped they would not meet like this again. Once the apology was given, this matter should end. Still surprised, Hajine asked if he meant the servant was alive. Raising a brow, Pyong Guan asked what he was implying. Hands clasped behind his back, Hajine admitted the truth. He didn't care for Jaewon's apology. He only wanted to know if the man had survived. But it seemed Pyong Guan was truly about to summon him here. To Hajine, it felt almost like bullying. Glancing at the shattered remains of the table, Hajine said he was merely pushing him lightly out of the competition. After all, they were rivals. Stepping closer to Pyong Guan, Hajine lowered his voice. That was why he was testing him, to see what kind of person he was. Would he be the type to stab him in the back like the fourth had? Then Hajine smiled. If Pyong Guan was capable of conceding when it mattered, without taking offense, then Hajine had no reason to linger here any longer. But as he turned, the broken fragments of the table suddenly lifted into the air. Pyong Guan's aura surged violently. His voice rang out. And what if I don't want to back down? Hajine smirked. Then I'll have to deal with it. Pyong Guan drew in breath, preparing to strike. You may have reached the peak of the demon realm, he shouted, but my patience has run out. At that instant, the door slammed open with a thunderous crash. A commanding voice barked, Enough! Both Hajine and Pyong Guan turned sharply. 3 figures entered the hall, the one in front stepping forward with calm authority. So, he said, the Marshall brothers and sisters finally gather again after all these years. And this is how you greet each other. The 5th, 6th, and 7th disciples stiffened in fear. Pyong Guan's eyes widened. He recognized him instantly. The eldest brother. Hajine's gaze sharpened. He hadn't even sensed the man until now. That alone spoke volumes of his martial arts. Guan frowned. 3 years apart. And this is how my younger brothers choose to behave? That same day, in the palace of the demon god, Cheon Sang himself sat with a scroll in hand. His eyes traced the lines, his mind stirred. Could it really be true? Did the power that shook his heart belong to the first? His eyes narrowed. 2 of his disciples had now reached the highest demon realm, a rarity beyond measure. The parchment crumbled to ash between his fingers. The servant bowed, congratulating his lord with a serious face. But scattering the ashes to the floor, Li Cheon Sang murmured that he wasn't sure if this was cause for celebration. Rare as it was, it left him unsettled. Still, it was astonishing. The first disciple had been nothing like the others. His soul lacked the polish of the third, and he was not as naturally talented as the 5th. No, Li Cheon Sang had chosen him because he saw himself in him more than in any other. Hands clasped behind his back, Cheon Sang admitted that Guan had achieved something unexpected. When the servant asked what he meant, Cheon Sang's lips curved faintly. Guan had managed to shut himself away in training for 3 long years, and in that isolation had climbed to the highest demonic realm. Even more, he had drawn the others to gather in the residence of the second. As the 2 main contenders eyed each other like sharpened blades, Muda muttered that perhaps there was now a third. Would this erupt into an all-out war among them, or remain a duel between 2? In the second hall, Guan's voice cut across the tension. So, will you keep standing there in silence? Your older brother has returned. Hajine's eyes narrowed, studying him closely. Memories from this body's past life stirred. Yes, this man was Guan, and his demonic energy, it rivaled Hajine's own. Looking firmly at his younger brothers, Guan's tone grew stern. Impressive, he said at last. It must have taken relentless effort. Sayo rang. To think you've already reached the highest demonic realm. What did you endure to reach it? Pyong Guan gave a faint shrug. It just happened. Guan raised his brows. I see. Words alone can't capture this realm, I know. Still, his gaze swept the room. Enough of this quarreling. It ends here. Guan suggested they have tea together. Hajine's face darkened. I don't know what you're trying to do, but stop. This isn't the time for you to interfere. A shadow crossed Guan's expression. The third had changed. Once, he couldn't even meet his eyes. Now, after reaching the highest demon realm so young, it was only natural that confidence, even arrogance, would follow. Turning to Pyong Guan, Hajine pressed. So, shall we continue? What do you plan to do? Pyongguan's jaw tightened. His voice cracked with fury. What are you saying? That I should give up the succession under threat? His aura ignited. There's only one way I'd ever surrender this. You would have to kill me. Hajine's anger flared, but so did his grin. Even if I lose my limbs, even if I can no longer wield martial arts, Pyongguan declared, I will fight for the position of successor until my last breath. That is the fate of us martial siblings, including you. Hajine's smile widened. Now, that's more like it. Inside, he noted how Pyongguan's energy had shifted. This was the real him, the dangerous edge beneath the surface. Pyongguan spread his arms wide. If it's to the death, then I'll make sure to take at least one of your limbs. Hajine's tone sharpened. If you can even touch me, I'll shed a tear at your funeral. Their gazes locked like blades. Hajine grinned. Time to show him how much stronger he truly was. In a flash, he launched forward. The blonde could barely react. But before the clash could land, Hajine's strike was intercepted. A crushing force dispelled their raging demonic chi as Guan's roar thundered through the hall. Enough. Hajine shot him a sidelong glare. Why are you interfering again? Guan's brows knit together. Because children are watching. No killing. Nearby, a tray trembled, its jug nearly toppling. Hajine's aura pressed harder, but Hajine rushed to shield the youngest child with her body. Pyongguan froze, his mouth hanging open. He couldn't even react to Hajine's attack. The gap was too wide. This was the difference between them, the gulf that separated the highest demon realm from all others. He wasn't even fit to stand in its shadow. Guan's eyes narrowed. Do you really intend to fight here? Hajine paused, then exhaled. Carefully, he withdrew his hand. You're right. Not here. Not while they're watching. He turned, voice sharp. But don't forget this. Today was chaotic. Consider yourself lucky, second. I was going to kill you. But apparently not today. Xiaoyun blinked in shock as Hajine turned away. He patted the youngest sister on the head gently. Forgive me for not visiting sooner, he said softly. I'll come again. Hajine promised he would return soon, wishing the youngest to enjoy herself in the meantime. Looking up at Guan, he remembered that his father had been the patriarch of Kyogyo, and this eldest brother was every bit as imposing as his parent. Before leaving, Hajine turned to Pyongguan. His voice was firm. I'm telling you this not for your sake, but for the sake of the demonic martial arts that will die with you if you continue this path. You won't grow stronger this way. Stop. Pyongguan's face twisted in confusion, not understanding. Hajine's eyes sharpened as he added coldly, if you truly value strength, then end it. With that, he left the hall and returned to his room. Clenching his wrist, Hajine felt a dull throb. He glanced down at his swollen hand and admitted inwardly that the first was indeed powerful. Still, he himself had grown. Walking through the courtyard, Hajine's thoughts deepened. Guan might well be the strongest martial artist in the world, and that was no exaggeration. Even with all his experience carried over from his past life, Hajine had only reached the highest demon realm at the age of 30. He muttered under his breath, defeating him won't be easy. Elsewhere, Guan sat with his younger brother. His gaze was piercing. I see you've given the demonic art of blood flame a dual form. Pyongguan's eyes widened. You noticed? Lifting his teacup, Guan reminded him. That technique is my creation, but it was never complete. You must have finished it. Pyongguan nodded reluctantly, but Guan's frown deepened. That technique carries a flaw, a grave one. Pyongguan's jaw clenched. I've done everything to compensate. Sipping calmly, Guan asked how. The blonde sneered. You think I'd just tell you? Setting his cup down, Pyongguan fired back. Then why don't you tell me how you reached the highest demon realm? Guan's reply was steady. That isn't something words can explain. Pyongguan smirked bitterly. Then it's the same with the dual form. The first leaned forward. Show me. Let me see it. But Pyongguan grinned mockingly. And why should I? His expression soured. Grinding his teeth, he spat. If you really want to know, then help me reach the highest demon realm. Then I'll consider it. Guan pointed his cup toward him. You're throwing a tantrum. Pyongguan slammed his fist against the table. You betrayed me. The cup in Guan's hand began to crack under his grip. You took everything from me. Pyongguan shouted. Then you ran off to train alone. Tell me, does it feel good, achieving the highest demon realm like that? Guan's gaze hardened, stern and unyielding. Guan's eyes hardened. You've grown quite rude. Pyongguan shot to his feet, his voice like a bark. I don't care what you think of me. I've no intention of bowing to you. His glare burned. 2 years ago, Hajine lost all his martial skills from a cheap blockage. And yet now he's reached the highest demon realm, without anyone's help. A shadow crossed Guan's face. Did Pyong Guan truly not understand? The third might have taken some kind of shortcut, but even so, it was doubtful Pyong Guan could defeat him as he was now. Pyong Guan's jaw clenched as he declared firmly, I won't give up. No matter what, I'll become the successor. But his eyes widened when Guan suddenly spoke. Then I'll tell you how to reach the highest demon realm. Pyong Guan froze. Guan frowned slightly. But know this, you'll lose much in exchange. Meanwhile, in a quiet bamboo grove, Hajine approached his white-haired friend. Why haven't you been training? It feels like it's been a month. Gangwei gave a weary smile. I train every day, but I can't focus. I'm worried. Then just try harder, Hajine said bluntly. Blushing, Dongpil hovered nearby. Gangwei's eyes flicked toward him. And who's that? My personal guard. My friend, Hajine replied. Dongpil immediately bowed. Young master thinks too highly of me. Hajine smirked. And you're not that funny either. Gangwei chuckled softly. He looks like a mischievous hooligan. Don't be fooled. He's sharp, Hajine countered. Dongpil's cheeks reddened further. Turning back, Gangwei's expression grew more serious. The day you promised to save my little sister is nearly here. What's your plan? Rubbing his wrist, Hajine answered calmly. Nothing special. I'll just fight. You mean to simply walk up to the Beast Palace? Gangwei asked, stunned. Drawing his blade, Hajine nodded. Exactly. That's reckless. Hajine's eyes glinted. More reckless than kidnapping a girl without facing the consequences? He explained that the Beast Palace was the most brutal of the 4 palaces beyond the outer wall. But the third young lord of the divine cult would be knocking on their door. They would think twice before acting rashly. Gangwei's fist clenched. But what if they do? You're strong, but can you fight an entire palace alone? Hajine's reply was cold, resolute. Even a dog turns into a beast when it defends its home. Fear flickered in Gangwei's gaze. That's exactly why I say it's dangerous. But Hajine only answered. Hajine's words cut through the air. When I said reckless, I meant me. The Ice Palace air shuddered. Hajine asked why he didn't count Yuan Province, home of the Beast Palace, as part of the divine cult's territory. It wasn't tightly controlled, but it was still theirs. Several sects and clans had tried to seize it, but none dared to claim it as their own. A smirk tugged at Hajine's lips. This will be a good chance to remind them who the real master of that land is. At the same time, within Cheonsang's palace, Li Cheonsang set down a letter. His voice was calm. That was fast. Yozong smiled faintly. The Jiaxa family had made a miraculous recovery, even with the 1,000-treasure gold family lending them aid. Their determination to rise again was clear. Placing the scroll across his lap, Cheonsang mused that while they might have fallen into stagnation, they were still true masters of demonic martial arts. Their defeat in their own domain must have stung deeply. Yozong agreed. Is the Patriarch's seat still empty? Cheonsang asked. Yozong nodded. Yirin, the former Patriarch's daughter, is the leading candidate. But she's still in training under the 1,000-treasure gold family's matriarch. The decision won't be made until she completes it. Sipping his wine, Cheonsang spoke as if reciting a creed. A rusty blade should be destroyed, not sharpened. It was a belief he had always held and would continue to hold. Yet now, the blade he thought to destroy was being sharpened instead. His eyes narrowed. This revival, it was sparked by the third. Not that he believed Hajine had thought so far ahead. Folding his hands across his stomach, Li Cheonsang recalled the matter of Yunnan. The Beast Palace was dangerous, even for one who had reached the highest demon realm. Yozong's eyes widened when Cheonsang murmured, I didn't know my disciple had gone to the Beast Palace. My lord, he stammered. Cheonsang's gaze sharpened. Why are you so shocked? Yozong bowed. Because disciples require your permission to leave the sect. Cheonsang frowned, then remembered. It was indeed the rule. And the strategist was usually the one who enforced rules to the letter. Confusion flickered in the man's eyes. Yes, but you are Cheonsang, my master. Surely he must have said something before leaving. Cheonsang pressed his hand against his face and exhaled. His disciple knew permission meant nothing. As long as the results were worthwhile, such trivialities were irrelevant. Rubbing his chin, Cheonsang reminded them, Yunnan is our territory. We simply do not care about it. Cheonsang's voice was calm, almost dismissive. This is a good opportunity to remind them who is in charge. Yozong forced a nervous smile. Could it be The third young lord has taken a step closer to you, my lord. His hope was crushed at once when Li Qionsang replied, if he didn't tell me anything, then he may go. He waved the matter away as if it were trivial, then added dryly, and aren't you even going to offer me tea? The land around Gangwei still burned with summer heat. As the horses halted, Hajin glanced at the ice palace air. Can't you cool it down with your ice arts? But Gangwei shook his head. I've decided not to. Hajin raised a brow, and Gangwei explained. If you make yourself comfortable all the time, cool when it's hot, warm when it's cold, you won't build endurance. But if discomfort becomes normal, you can endure true hardship more easily. Hajin studied him, then nodded. That's a sharp insight. But then Gangwei's expression changed. Do you think my sister will be all right? The question caught Hajin off guard. The ice palace air rarely showed such vulnerability. Looking into the forest ahead, Gangwei admitted quietly, it sounds strange, but she's very beautiful. The beast palace wouldn't act rashly, not unless they want to ignite a war. But his voice lowered. They value instinct over reason. Hajin's brows drew together. The beast palace was infamous for cruelty. It wouldn't surprise him if the girl had already suffered. He noticed Gangwei's fingers digging into his knees. The only thing keeping him from rushing in blindly was knowing it wouldn't help his sister. Still, the worry was eating him alive. Don't, Hajin said firmly, standing. Your fears won't come true. Gangwei blinked in surprise at his confidence. Hajin's gaze hardened. Remember, we're not the only ones watching. 3 palaces are trying to force their way into Zhongyuan. If they do something reckless, their alliances will crumble. Folding his arms, Hajin added, and sooner or later, they'll draw Chong Yu's attention. Gangwei frowned. What do you mean? Jiang Hu may act open, Hajin explained, but in truth he's extremely conservative. Even if the palaces managed to infiltrate Chongyuan, once others realized they had sunk so low as to violate a woman, his voice cut sharp, they'd be finished. And don't forget, Hajin continued, they're working with the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Those scoundrels wouldn't dare risk something that disgraceful, because they're the righteous leader, blind to his own corruption, yet ruthless in judging others' morals. Such hypocrisy lingered in Hajin's mind. Then suddenly, he stiffened. Something moved nearby. Dongpil's hand went straight to his sword. Who's there? A messenger leapt into the clearing, bowing quickly. I bring a letter for the third young lord of the divine cult. Hajin opened it without hesitation. His eyes ran over the words and froze. This took some time, he muttered. Shock flashed across his face. Is this true? He demanded. The messenger shook his head. I'll only deliver the messages, young lord. I'm not told their contents. Hajin frowned, sharp suspicion in his gaze. Does the house sect have branches in Guangxi and Yunnan? Yes. Then tell the vice leader this, Hajin said firmly. I'll repay the favor later. But for now, I need information, everything that happens near the Ileo Mountains. The messenger narrowed his eyes. And how will you find us when you travel by carriage? With a faint smile, Hajin replied, That's not your concern. The figure vanished into the woods, his voice echoing back. I'll return in 5 days. Hajin turned to find Gangwei watching him. His friend smiled faintly. What's changed? You look relieved. Hajin grinned. Because things just got easier. He explained that he had intended to rely on persuasion at the Beast Palace to recover the hostage. But now, it might not even be necessary. Meanwhile, inside the Beast Palace Lord sat upon his throne. His growl shook the chamber. Is it true? Gangwei has vanished. Yigwek standing before him, straightened nervously. Yes. He reached Hunan, then disappeared. The tiger's eyes narrowed, and Yigwek hesitated. The strangest part, he left behind his guards, then vanished alone. Tension rippled through the hall. Yet, leader of the Lightning Hawks shifted uneasily. And this information, the tiger pressed. Yigwek bowed low. We confirmed it with the house sect. It is accurate. The tiger's bloodshot eyes glared like fire. So, where did he go? Yigwek swallowed. Our informants, they don't know. The tiger's hand tightened on the throne's armrest. Are you joking with me? The beast crouched at his side, let out a thunderous growl, its killing intent shaking the chamber. Trembling, Yigwek forced his words out. And no, if he left without guards, then the heir must have a plan. The tiger's face darkened further. Then why didn't you discover it? Yigwek bowed deeply. I will check again. The old ruler leaned forward, recalling the constant quarrels between the Yak troops and the main bears. How do you intend to achieve anything when you can't even manage that? The chieftain's face went stiff, and then the tiger's words cut like blades. Don't think I'll help you simply because you are the father of my most admired student. Give me another chance, Yagwek pleaded, trembling. I won't fail again. I swear. The tiger's voice rumbled low. I sent my students to the Ileo Mountains. Find out what's happening there before they return. Yagwek dropped to his knees. Yes, my lord. Thank you. As Yagwek backed away, the Beast Palace Master turned to the massive beast at his side. A cold smile touched his lips. It's always amusing to watch them compete, at least if one disappears. His gaze narrowed. That boy. He must be trying to save his sister. Perhaps searching for a guide. Either way, he'll end up here. Looking ahead, the Beast Palace Lord's frown deepened. Welcome, son of the North King. Not far from the Ileo Mountains, the sound of harsh breaths echoed through the trees. The girl gasped, clutching her chest. 200 kilometers already. Her exhausted companion, sitting heavily on the ground, groaned. Already? We still need to go at least 400 more. She cursed under her breath. That's too far. Scar glanced at the long-haired man. Why are we going around like this? The man's face hardened. You don't need to know. Wung San frowned, suspicion flickering in his eyes. So, he really didn't know? All the better. But Gue Young cut in sharply. I don't care whether it's pleasant or not. Learn from Yolang. Arrogant and aggressive, yes, but at least he knew how to communicate. Gue Young's eyes narrowed. You mean that loser who failed his mission? Who knows if he's even alive? The young man spun fully toward him, voice sharp. If you're so clever, then why didn't you take his place? Wung San ground his teeth, seething, as his rival added. We're heading to the eastern Ileo Mountains. That's all you need to know. He dropped onto a tree stump, his aura flaring faintly. The others whispered bitterly. He only acted this way because the palace lord admired him. In truth, he was blowing smoke, making mountains out of molehills. Squinting, the top disciple dismissed their chatter. Let fools talk. They had no idea what was truly at stake. The demonic cult's people were already hunting them. But these mountains, they once belonged to the Beast Palace. His fists clenched as fire burned in his eyes. This is our chance to take everything back. And I'll be the one to lead it. Standing, the strongest disciple demanded. Where are the two that went to get food? A man with a tail shrugged. How would we know? Crossing his arms, the blonde sneered. They're doing things their own way. And I'll do things mine. Placing 2 fingers to his lips, Gue Young whistled sharply. Surrounded by useless bastards, his body shifted, bones creaking, muscles swelling as he transformed into the divine celestial. Gue Young's body twisted, feathers bursting forth as he shifted into the divine, celestial form of a hawk. Through the predator's eyes, he spotted the 2 who had gone for food, already standing in their fighting stances. Gue Young frowned. What are those idiots doing? But before he could finish, the earth beneath the Beast Palace squad rumbled violently. Gue Young surged forward. The others scrambled after him, realizing their comrades were in danger. Then Gue Young's eyes widened. He froze mid-step. In the center of a smoking crater stood a lone figure. Hajene. His gaze swept over them, counting. 6 in total. Good. The house sect can be relied upon. Who are you? Gue Young demanded. A crushing wave of demonic chi erupted. In an instant, his comrades were hurled back like leaves in a storm. Fear flashed across Gue Young disciple's face, when suddenly Hajine's voice came from directly behind him. An arm clamped down over Gue Young's shoulder. A very valuable person, Hajine said evenly. I came all this way to kidnap you and your friends. Bound in ropes, the Beast Palace hostages writhed on the ground. Is this the information you got from the house sect? Hajine asked coolly. Yes, the messenger confirmed. We were told Beast Palace disciples were plotting something in the Ileo Mountains. Gangwei's jaw dropped. This is insane. Why would you kidnap all the heirs of the Beast Palace? 1 or 2 would have been enough. Still gripping Gue Young, Hajine's smile was faint. Because I don't know which of you matters most to your palace lord. So, I'll take all of you. The heir's voice cracked. Release them. Now. Hajine's eyes slid to him. And why would I do that? Are you trying to start a war with the Beast Palace? The ice heir roared. Bowing his head slightly, Hajine's reply was calm, cutting. There will be no war. How can they start one when I hold every one of their successors? The heir shouted back, desperation rising. They could, if they've lost their minds. Hajine's grip tightened on Gue Young's hair, tilting his head back. Would they risk it, knowing I could slaughter all their students in an instant, including your sister? The ice heir's mouth fell open. Why, you're frighteningly well-informed. Hajene turned, voice steady. This won't happen. How can you be so sure? The heir demanded. Lifting one of the captives by the collar, Hajene explained coldly. Because if you had been the one they captured, then yes, the Ice Palace would also lose an heir, and war might follow. But your sister is not an heir, which means if they act recklessly, they lose everything and gain nothing. He let the words hang heavy in the air. Hajene spoke evenly. The master of the Beast Palace is 70 years old. With his martial skill, he'll likely live past 100. But at that age, he can't take on new disciples. His successors are all he has. The Ice Heir frowned. Age is one thing, but you're ignoring his character. He will do something unexpected. Hajene arched his back and replied, if he does, then everything is over. But if he acts rashly, his position becomes worse than mine. He won't take that risk. Don't worry. I'll make sure he does nothing impermissible. Turning to the coachman, Hajene ordered, we're heading to the Ileo Mountains. As the carriage rolled forward, a rocky ridge loomed into view. Why there? The Ice Heir asked sharply. That isn't the Beast Palace. Hajene's mouth curved. Because I'll summon the palace master to come to me, and he'll bring your sister himself. The heir's eyes flew wide. The carriage rattled across the grass, several hostages tied down on its roof. Inside, Hajene's voice carried. I wouldn't have done any of this if they hadn't taken hostage first. But now, the advantage is ours. He glanced at the Ice Heir. So tell me, is it really wise to walk into the tiger's den? In this situation, we must assert dominance, especially against the Beast Palace. Arms folded, his tone sharpened. We must be aggressive if we want to subjugate them. The Ice Heir lowered his head and said nothing. Hajene smiled faintly. Exactly. This is how you deal with fools who act like beasts. The carriage pressed deeper into the forest. Hajene's thoughts flickered. This wasn't the full extent of his plan. Meanwhile, in the Beast Palace, a letter was being crushed in the Beast Palace Lord's fist. His voice thundered. Is this true? The messenger flinched under the weight of his killing intent. Send the leopard. The Beast Palace Lord roared. Have him go in disguise and slaughter them all. Yigwek's mouth fell open. My lord, calm yourself. A massive paw slammed onto the floor. The beast beside the throne growled menacingly. Calm. The Beast Palace Lord's voice shook the chamber. My disciples, my own students, are being held by some nameless brat. And you want me calm? The old man stepped closer, voice low. One of those captives is your son. The tiger's glare burned. Exactly, which is why I cannot sit idle. The elder straightened. And that is precisely why I urge restraint. Calm yourself. The man frowned, his voice sharp as he asked if they truly expected him to sit idle when they didn't even know who their enemy was, or why any of this was happening in the first place. Yigwek looked up and warned that acting without thought could put the hostages in danger. The Beast Palace Lord slammed the messenger's head against the ground, snarling at him to stay silent. Glaring down, he demanded how the man dared speak against him. Did he really want his teeth knocked out? Just then, another messenger rushed in, shouting that a letter had arrived from the house sect. The Beast Palace Lord snatched it, muttering about what trouble had come this time. But as his eyes scanned the contents, they widened. He shot a sharp look at the messenger. Is this true? He demanded. The man confirmed it. The Beast Palace Lord froze, unable to comprehend why the demonic cult's combat unit was heading toward Mount Below. And then it struck him. His eyes went wide with realization. Gangway of the Ice Palace. So that was where he had vanished. The son of a northern king had joined the demonic cult. The Beast Palace Lord's foot slammed against the floor, his cry echoing through the hall. His fists clenched in rage. How could the Ice Palace successor ally himself with them, of all people? The chieftain rose, declaring that the kidnappings must be the work of the cult. If their combat forces truly moved into the Ileo Mountains, then conflict with the Tang clan was inevitable. Seated before the Beast Palace Lord, Yigwek explained that their priority was making sure the cult didn't clash directly with the clan. The Beast Palace Lord bared his teeth, then commanded the chieftain to bring the girl. We'll face them as they wish, he growled. Far away, on the outskirts of Yunnan, where the Tang clan had set camp, angry shouts rang out. A man protested desperately, insisting he was only a messenger and knew nothing of the higher-ups' affairs. From his chair, Tang Giant spoke coldly. He explained that the demonic cult, who had kidnapped the Poison Dragon Pavilion's master from the Tang clan, was now in the Aloe Mountains. Then he asked why the house sect was even bothering to report this to him. The messenger stammered, mouth agape, unable to answer. He collapsed to the ground, repeating that he knew nothing. The leader loomed over him. How long until they reached the Aloe Mountains? An aide quickly replied, 3 days, so long as they didn't stop to rest. With threads and needles in hand, Tang Jian muttered to himself, baffled by the arrogance of the demonic cult. How dare they think they could belittle him? His gaze shifted to the lifeless body of the messenger. They had come here to claim the mountains anyway. But now, given the situation, perhaps they wouldn't even need to pull strings from the shadows. The leader's brow furrowed as he said. The leader's voice was sharp as he swore the kidnapper would pay 10,000-fold for daring to lay a hand on one of their own. The scene shifted to the treetops. Someone muttered in awe, admitting they hadn't realized the Ileo Mountains stretched so vast. It was easy to lose oneself here. Standing at the front, Hajene asked if this meant the cult's combat unit was stationed nearby. Dongpil confirmed it, explaining they were right in the heart of the range, in a place known as the Valley of 1,000 Beasts. Tracing the map in his hands, an ally remarked how useful it was for keeping their bearings. Hajene smiled, admitting he had never seen such a detailed map before. He recalled Yozong telling him how essential it would be for their mission. One comrade added that within the divine cult, there were specialists who understood such terrains better than anyone. Pointing to a spot on the map, he explained that the Valley of 1,000 Beasts lay there, surrounded by countless dangers. His finger moved again, landing on the myriad beast forest. That's where we're heading, he said. Haji nodded and pointed out something he'd heard, that the house sect had mentioned the Beast Palace and the Tang clan gathering here multiple times. He asked if that meant the two clans trained together. Holding up a strange plant, the ally explained. The Ileo Mountains weren't just treacherous because of the terrain, they were filled with poisonous flora. For the Tang clan, there was no more enticing place. And beyond that, these mountains had once belonged to the Beast Palace before the divine cult seized them. Hajene concluded that this meant they all shared the same target. His ally agreed. The Beast Palace aimed to reclaim the land itself, while the Tang clan sought the herbs that thrived here, and both saw this as their chance to strike at the cult. Hajene ordered that they move out, taking the hostage along. He hefted 2 bodies over his shoulders and told his companions to carry 2 each as well. The forest shifted into view, the Midrid monster woods. Countless legs moved within the shadows. Warriors of the Beast Palace stood assembled at the cliff's base, their chieftain at the front. From above, Hajene called for them a halt. The Beast Palace lord glared upward, demanding to know who dared walk the cliff. His beast roared, its cries so loud that birds scattered into the sky. Looking down, Hajene noted quietly that the aura of the Beast Palace lord matched the rumors. This was indeed the strength of one who stood at the peak beyond these walls. The Beast Palace lord rested his hand on the tiger, demanding to know if Hajene before him had sent the letter. Hajene smiled, greeting him as if they were acquaintances, and called him by a mocking name. The Beast Palace lord repeated his question, voice sharp. Still grinning, Hajene replied that he had a cat beside him. That was why he used that name. Then he asked what the man had been feeding his beast to make it grow so massive, adding that he almost felt sorry for his own Goldie. The Beast Palace lord frowned, ready to speak, but Hajene cut in, remarking that his opponent should restrain himself. They still had a talk. The man's patience snapped. He shouted that enough was enough and demanded to know where the son of the Northern King was. Hajene only smiled wider. So the enemy had figured it out. He knew Gangwei was with them. That was why he was so tense and quick-tempered, yet not foolish. Playing along, Hajene asked who this son of the Northern King was, what Northern King they meant, and whether it was polite to ignore the man standing right in front of him. The Beast Palace lord's face hardened. He roared that none of it mattered. He didn't want to hear a single word from Hajene. Watching him, Hajene realized the distance between them wasn't measured in steps, but in strength. Yet even with the gap in experience, could the man not feel it? The pressure of his power? Turning to his comrades, Hajene thought about how people clung to titles like Ultimate Peak or Supreme Peak, attaching labels to realms of strength. But those names were nothing more than vanity, words passed down for generations. In truth, no label could define power. Growth was different for everyone, shaped by their own journey. He remembered his past life, the countless battles, and how, at the very summit, all paths led to the same place. No matter the martial art, once one reached the top, they became alike. Looking down again, he judged his opponent. If this man had truly reached the supreme demon realm, or even the evolutionary realm, he wouldn't be acting like this. He should have immediately recognized Hajine's level and prepared for the fight. After all, the Beast Palace drew their strength through communion with animals, wielding power beyond what humans alone could reach. The Beast Palace Lord glared and demanded Hajine hand over the Ice Palace heir, the one who had kidnapped his own successors. Hajine opened his mouth and declared plainly that it wasn't the Ice Palace heir. It was him. He was the one who had taken a man's puppies. The Beast Palace Lord's eyes flared in rage. Raising his fist, he bellowed at the audacity of such a lie. But Hajine calmly lifted one of the bodies, holding it before him. Hajine explained that the bodies were too heavy for him to carry alone, so they had divided them into two groups. He then asked if the person before him was truly Cheonsang's disciple. The leader looked up unsettled. Why couldn't he sense their chi? Anyone who had mastered the beast art should have been impossible to conceal from his spiritual vision. Then it struck him. The mountain itself was saturated with demonic energy. That was why his senses had been dulled. Narrowing his eyes, he suspected his opponent was one of the demon elders. Hajine frowned and asked if the daughter of the Ice Palace had been brought, warning that if she wasn't, the disciples' heads would roll for disobeying orders. The man countered with a question of his own. Why had the demonic cult formed an alliance with the Ice Palace? Hajine gave him a look, calling it a foolish question. There was only ever one reason for two powers to join hands, to help each other, just like the Beast Palace and the Tang clan. The Beast Palace Lord's eyes widened. How'd he know of their alliance? Could it be someone from the Tang clan had betrayed them? Still standing high above on the cliff, Hajine pressed further. Was the Beast Palace planning to seize control of these mountains with the Tang clan's aid, offering them the herbs here in return? Then, his tone hardened. If there were no more questions, they should bring forth the Ice Palace girl. The man lifted his hand. Warriors stepped forward, carrying out a long, narrow box. Hajine's eyes narrowed. A coffin? Were they mocking him? He called down that if the hostage were dead, then negotiations were over. The Beast Palace Lord raised his head and answered coldly that she wasn't dead. Then why a coffin? Hajine demanded. If she still lives, you're trying to tell me she's already close to death. The box thudded to the ground. The leader declared he could ask her himself once she woke. She was merely in suspended animation by her own choice. He even dared Hajine to check with his own eyes. Hajine leapt, plunging straight down from the cliff toward the enemy ranks. He landed firmly, dust scattering beneath his feet. Approaching the coffin, he wondered why he was being allowed to inspect her so freely. Something wasn't right. Why would the enemy make it this easy? Then, without warning, the lid sprang open. Hajine peered inside. Hajine hesitated, wondering if this was some kind of trap. But inside the coffin lay Sangrin. One glance at her face, and he could see the resemblance. She was strikingly beautiful, a true heir. He crouched down to check her pulse. The Beast Palace Lord above watched him closely, frowning. Suddenly, Sangrin's eyes snapped open. She lunged forward, attacking without hesitation. Up on the cliff, Dongpil asked if his comrade was upset. The reply came steady. He couldn't say he wasn't, but there was more to it. Gangwei spoke quietly, looking off into the distance. He explained that while he was here, his sister was elsewhere, and another was fighting to save her. Even knowing the third young lord's skill, he couldn't keep his unease at bay. Without turning, he added that Hajine's goal had never been solely about rescuing his sister. He had intended to accomplish other tasks along the way. Still, he wasn't bothered. Hajine had broken no agreements. His only concern was that someone close might suffer in the process. Dongpil reassured him, saying their leader was the one person who could handle this better than anyone. Why? Gangwei asked. Because, the fighter explained, no one carried a deeper hatred for the cult than that man. And because of that hatred, he would stop at nothing, showing no mercy until his enemies were destroyed. Movement stirred nearby. Figures emerged from the shadows. Dongpil pointed them out, just as Hajine had predicted. Their turn had come. It was time to lead these warriors straight into the trap. Meanwhile, Sangrin's attack was fierce, swift as a bird of prey. Hajine deflected her strike, his thoughts sharp. He had expected her to resist, but not like this, not so blindly. Her eyes were nearly pure white, proof she was under some spell. The Beast Palace Lord roared for his soldiers to seize the disciples, and warriors leapt up onto the rock. Looking into the girl's blank gaze, Hajine understood she would not wake on her own. 2 fingers pressed against her neck. He had no choice but to knock her out. Her body went limp. He exhaled, believing the rescue had succeeded after all. But then, the Beast Palace Lord launched into the air, fury burning in his eyes. He bellowed that Hajene would pay dearly for mocking him. Hajine's eyes shifted to the side. 3 blades were already flying through the air, striking down to land directly in front of the raging lord. The Beast Palace Lord's eyes narrowed at the blades embedded before him, assuming it was a manipulation technique. Glaring at Hajene, he shouted that if he had foreseen such treachery, Hajine's head would have already burst. He was trying to kill them both in one strike. Hajine's reply came sharp. He mocked the man for speaking of dirty tricks, considering he had tried the same when handing over the hostage. Then, without hesitation, he called for his companion. From atop the rocks, Goldie emerged. The warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. The beast opened its jaws, unleashing a roar so deafening that even the Beast Palace soldiers clutched their ears in pain. A blinding beam of light erupted skyward, Goldie's burning gaze glowing like fire. One by one, Beast Palace warriors collapsed under the force of his presence. The Beast Palace Lord's own beast roared back, its cry reverberating through the forest. Blood trickled from the leader's ears as he stared upward in confusion. What was this creature? It looked like a lion or perhaps a wolf, yet its body was that of a tiger. And those eyes, unnatural, searing. Hajene smiled coldly. This was his friend. Did his enemy truly think he would fall for such petty schemes so easily? Goldie's gaze bored down on the army below. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Something rushed through the forest with thunderous steps. More beasts appeared, shaking the earth as they closed in. Hajene glanced at them and realized his companion had called for reinforcements. Birds scattered into the skies as he turned to the enemy. Do you know why this is called the Myriad Monster Forest? He asked. It's because this place is home to the most vicious creatures alive, beasts both intelligent and relentless. Behind the Beast Palace warriors, a sea of animals surged, surrounding them. Hajine's voice rang out. Now let's see how you managed to fight them off. He clasped his hands behind his back, declaring that negotiations ended here. The Beast Palace Lord scowled, unable to hear another word. His fists tightened as Hajene warned that the man himself had dragged his precious disciples into danger. Hajene only smiled. Exactly as I wanted. The Beast Palace Lord swung his fist with fury, shouting for him to shut his mouth. Hajene readied himself. The two were already colliding head-on. The Sky Tiger's face took the first blow. Blood sprayed from Hajuen's mouth as the enemy's strike landed hard. The clash erupted into a storm of fists. Both exchanged blow after blow, neither giving ground. The man drew back for another strike. Hajene slid across the dirt, fists clenched tight. The southern warrior roared, ordering him to return the disciples. Hajene spat back that he would have done the exact same in his place. With venom in his voice, the Beast Palace Lord vowed that if his disciples weren't returned, the entire Beast Palace would hunt Hajene down. But Hajene only smiled again. Then from this moment forward, the cult will awaken a quasi. Hajine's voice cut through the chaos. From this moment, the cult would activate its quasi-military system, one designed to obliterate the Beast Palace. His opponent snarled, calling it nonsense. A demon elder didn't possess that kind of authority. Hajene only smirked. Who said I was a demon elder? The earth beneath his feet split and cracked. His aura flared, burning red. I am the disciple of the heavenly demon, Li Qion sang. The Beast Palace leader froze, his eyes wide in disbelief. The crimson light deepened, wrapping around Hajene as he declared his true identity. The third young lord of the divine cult. From the shadows, movement stirred. Figures emerged, approaching swiftly. The beast captain snapped out of his shock and roared for his men to prepare for battle. The Beast Palace Lord glanced back, bewildered by the shifting tide. But Hajene answered for him. Goldie had rallied every beast across Mount Ileo. The warriors' face tightened. There was no more room to hold back. The war against the demonic cult had already begun. The old commander lifted his hand, pointing high. His warriors recognized the signal, joined the palace master at once. They surged forward, voices echoing as they shouted their duty to reach him quickly. Juno's calm voice slipped through the tension. He admitted it wasn't surprising that his enemy had been hiding such an ace. Hand resting on his hip, Hajene spat back that his opponent was nothing but a coward. Wolves lunged first, tearing at the southern savage's men. The air shook as a massive tiger entered the fray, ripping through bodies with overwhelming force. The Beast Palace Lord's eyes widened. The king of tigers, The beast roared, its cry rattling the air. More animals swarmed in, surrounding it. But their instincts faltered. Hajene realized the truth. The tiger's aura alone was enough to subdue them. With one roar, it commanded their fear. From the cliff, Goldie stood tall, his presence undeniable. The pack of beasts growled, echoing his command. Moments later, man and beast clashed. The forest erupted into carnage. The southern savage clenched his fists, shouting across the battlefield. "Do you really think a herd of animals can defeat me?" Hajene twisted aside, dodging his strike. His foe raised both hands high, voice thunderous. "You are nothing to me." The ground split under his blow, the shock wave thundering through the forest. Watching the devastation, Hajine's voice carried sharp disbelief. "Are you trying to destroy this entire region?" The sky tiger's fangs gleamed as another strike shook the mountain. Meanwhile, further ahead, a squad raced through the woods, urging each other onward. They had to reach the palace master within half an hour. But before they could advance, a voice rang out, commanding them to stop. Iui stepped into view. She raised her hand, and instantly, the beasts froze in place. Calmly, she declared that Hajene must be told to come to this stifling battlefield. Resting her blade against her shoulder, she muttered that her mood was foul. 2 missions had already drained her, and now this. Sweat traced her cheek as she scanned the enemy ranks. There were far more of them than she had anticipated. Her gaze shifted to her subordinates. Iui steadied herself. The Berserker Demon Squad could withstand any trial, she was sure, but this fight would not be simple. Leaping onto the cliff, Zhang appeared, remarking that his partner still seemed to be in the right mood for battle. Iui shot him a sidelong glance. What was the demon general doing here? The general himself looked down, asking the same question. Lowering his head, Zhang explained. He had been summoned by the 3rd young lord, most likely for the same reason she had. Iui tightened her grip on her blade. Then let's begin, she said coldly. With a sweeping strike, she declared that every enemy would die. The battlefield below was already strewn with corpses of beasts. Goldie loomed from the cliff, roaring in dominance. Clinging to the rocky ledge, Hajene exhaled in relief. It could have been far worse. His gaze shifted to the sky tiger, and what he saw shocked him. This man had slaughtered his own men without hesitation. Pulling himself higher, Hajene realized the truth. This wasn't just any opponent. This was the Beast Palace Lord of the Beast Palace. His sheer power was undeniable. Hajene glanced toward the mountain passage. First, he had to get the princess to safety. The savage frowned, knowing how much internal energy he had burned in his last attack. His eyes lifted to the towering peak. His disciples were still bound above. Images of Gue Young flashed through his mind. He had to save them. The warrior's voice boomed, introducing his tied disciples. The Beast Palace Lord leapt again, hands raised high, preparing a crushing blow. His strike descended like thunder as he bellowed for Hajene to die. But Hajene's hand tightened around his sword. With calm precision, he unleashed the 7 Knights blade technique. In an instant, the weapon materialized in his grip. He swung, invoking the wild Kinclaw technique. The savage shielded his face from the flurry of slashes, eyes widening under the relentless assault. Hajene shifted into stance. His fist surged with energy. Heavenly Demon Lightning Fist. The old man skidded across the dirt, reeling from the impact. Hajene's extended fist burned with red light. That was only the 3rd level of mastery, he said flatly. The head of the Beast Palace roared, calling out to his disciples that he had come to rescue them. Hajene's reply cut through him. They will not rise. Glancing back, Hajene's eyes narrowed. How were the prisoners moving? Then he noticed Gang. His comrade had sealed their central cores and acupuncture points flawlessly. Clutching the cliff's edge, Yai called to the captives. The Sky Tiger charged once more. Hajene slipped aside, his voice sharp. If you value your disciples, then they should be your first concern. His aura surged. A crimson whirlwind spun to life. Ultimate Endless Path, 2nd form. 9-fold elastic blade of calamity. The storm of blades tore through the air. The Beast Palace Master's face twisted in panic. Stop! Don't do this! And in that instant, a thunderous explosion split the air. Hajene landed firmly while his opponent collapsed to his knees. Hajene's eyes widened. This man had shielded his disciples with his own body. Before him, the swordsman appeared, blade ready. Yagwek stepped closer, asking the palace lord if he was still alive. But in the next instant, the Sky Tiger's hand lashed out, seizing Hui Young by the throat. His palm glowed darkly as he began draining the disciple's energy. Gue Young's body shriveled, his chi ripped away. Throwing his head back, the Beast Palace Lord roared into the sky. Elsewhere, two figures rushed through the forest. Chong raised his hand. Arrows erupted in a storm, cutting through the air. Dongpil braced himself, blocking the incoming barrage. His teeth clenched. These arrows weren't normal. They were sharper, faster, deadlier. Their force rivaled even the heads of the 7 families of the demon cult. Beside him, Gangwei muttered that their foe's eyes were fixed on nothing but his target. The swordsmen agreed. Their opponent had locked perfectly onto his demonic energy. Another blast thundered deep within the forest. Jung raised his arm, barking for his disciples to ignore the sound and stay on pursuit. Dongpil's brow furrowed, sweat beating down his temple. That roar, it came from where his master was. Hajene surged ahead, urging the others to quicken their pace. Atop the mountain, Hajine's eyes locked on the scene before him. The Beast Palace Lord hunched over his disciple, siphoning every last drop of chi. Hajine's heart sank at the sight of Gue Young's wasted form. Could the Beast Palace truly wield demonic arts that consumed their own followers' life force? The Beast Palace Lord's face twisted as the stolen energy merged seamlessly into his own body. Hajine's eyes widened. This had to end. Now, Yigwek's scream cut through the chaos, spitting curses at the Sky Tiger. The savage Heavenly Tiger only lowered his gaze, muttering that his disciple should be left behind. His fist drew back for another devastating strike. But the leader of the lightning, Yigwek, lunged, his voice booming. I will never forgive you. A blinding explosion ripped the warrior apart. What little remained of him was left scattered across the rocks. From beneath heavy brows, the Beast Palace Lord barked at his survivors, ordering them to shield him. Climbers rushed up the cliff, rallying at his command. Hajine's eyes darted across the battlefield, shocked at how many still stood despite the carnage. Sweat dripped down his cheek. There wasn't much time before Dongpil and the allied clans arrived. He clenched his jaw. This had to be settled before then. Goldie intercepted the tiger's next assault. The two beasts squared off, muscles tense, eyes locked. The tiger lunged, jaws wide. Hajine steadied himself. He believed. No, he knew. Goldie could face the enemy alone. The clash of beasts shook the ground, their strikes echoing like thunder. But as Hajine turned away, his mind snapped back to reality. They still had one more problem. His gaze fell on the head of the Beast Palace Lord loomed above, and Hajine feared he would soon consume his disciple entirely. Hajine tightened his grip on his blade, raising it forward. He couldn't allow that to happen. The savages hurled themselves at him, taking blow after blow, shouting desperately that they had to protect their master. Hajine's eyes narrowed. Were they truly Ilryong to throw away their lives for him? Their formation tightened as they took their stances, voices united. They had to fight together, no matter the cost. Hajine stomped down, shattering the stone beneath him. Their determination was real. They would die before letting him through. But he had no time left to waste. Lightning surged through his fists as he unleashed the sky demon lightning fist, the ground trembling beneath his strike. Then he froze. His senses picked up movement deep within the forest. Dongpil and the Tang clan. They were almost here. He had to move fast. Hajine charged, his blade cleaving through the path ahead. Out of my way. The rocks split, rising violently into the air. His hand glowed with energy, lifting Sangrin into the currents of stone. He caught the Ice Palace princess in his arms, then shouted for his companion. Goldie burst through the fray, striking the enemy square in the face. A moment later, the beast stood loyally by his master's side. Hajine placed Sangrin onto Goldie's back. Take her, he ordered, voice sharp. Disappear from here. His eyes softened only for a moment. I believe in you. Goldie roared, accepting the command. Meanwhile, the savages climbed higher up the cliff, swarming like an unending tide. The Sky Tiger's eyes snapped open, gleaming with power. Hajine tightened both hands around his sword. So you're awake. From the ledge, a warrior's cry rang out. Their lord had awakened. The Beast Palace leader rose, his body blazing in a golden aura. His opponent's words echoed in his mind, the claim that he was the third young lord of the divine cult. Now, standing before him with his elite squad behind, the Beast Palace Lord bared his teeth. I'll tear you to pieces. Hajine thrust his blade into the ground, his voice cold. Human lives, they would be tokens in this gamble. His eyes lifted. Tell me, are you planning to kill me? The man's face flickered with surprise. A smile tugged at Hajine's lips. Too late for that. Energy surged. His blade carved through the earth. This place will vanish. The mountains split apart in an instant, the ground shattering and collapsing into ruin. The Sky Tiger was hurled back by the force. Hajine himself was blasted away, swallowed in the storm of dust and rubble. The mountain crumbled into chaos, stone crashing and air splitting with thunder. Through the haze, Dong Pil pushed forward, calling desperately for his master. Then, something caught his eye. Goldie was charging straight through the destruction. The warrior's breath caught. That beast. They stumbled upon a pet without a master. Spotting the girl, Gangwei quickly called for his sister. Cradling Yeoman in his arms, Gangwei asked if she was all right. Dong Pil frowned, demanding to know where Hajine was. His eyes shifted toward the pile of stones. Gangwei of the Ice Palace guessed the one they sought was buried beneath the rubble. Dong Pil's body glowed with golden light. He refused to believe his master would fall like this. Taking his stance, he swore he would save him no matter what. With a single strike of his katana, he split the stones apart. As the dust cleared, Dong Pil spotted a tiger lying motionless on the ground. A hand clung desperately to a broken piece of rock. The assistants exchanged relieved smiles. Hajine's voice rang out. This wasn't failure. It was success, because their master was alive. Near the shattered mountain, voices called out, asking if Hajine was safe. Leaning against a comrade, Hajine said it didn't matter now. His gaze shifted, questioning what became of the Tang clan. An aide replied they were only 100 meters away. Seeing the enemy approach, Hajine understood. This was the final piece, the last move to end the conflict. Blue aura surged around him. There would be no second chance. Staring straight ahead, he decided he had to end this in one strike. With a burst of speed, he called out to Dong Pil to follow. Zhang bared his teeth, thrilled that the cult members were charging at him. Bending low, he unleashed his technique, the falling rain of needle pear blossoms. Countless arrows filled the sky. Dong Pil stepped in, blocking them all. The patriarch of the Tang clan demanded to know where the other boy was. Suddenly, a blade pierced forward, striking Hajine's hand. The clan leader turned sharply, asking if his ward was all right. Writhing in pain, Hajine shouted for him to focus on the enemy. But then, a hand gripped the patriarch's hair tightly. A commanding voice ordered everyone to stop. Holding the hostage's head in his grasp, Hajine warned them to listen carefully. The man's teeth clenched as Hajine pressed a blade to the victim's throat, vowing that if anyone moved, he would rip out the captive's eyes and devour them. His gaze locked onto the clan leader's aide. Hajine reminded him of his warning. No one was to approach. The aide's face was scarred, one eye missing. Glancing at the dangling eyeball, Hajine admitted he had no real desire to eat it. The aide clutched his shoulder, asking what they wanted. Hajine leaned in with a C.A. Chilryeong question. Was this really the only squad of the Green King here? The soldier broke into a sweat. How did these intruders know about their squad? His grip tightened around the object in his hand. He had no choice. Sensing it was a trap, he seized the moment to try and save the patriarch. But when the dagger plunged into the master's shoulder, one of the squad members shouted in shock. What was he doing? Hajine calmly explained. They were trying to poison him. His eyes locked forward, listening as the enemy threatened that the patriarch would go blind if he resisted. Ignoring the taunt, he pressed again. Was this squad really the only group from their clan? The young man's teeth clenched. If they lied, the patriarch's life would be forfeit. Then came the whispers, rumors that the Dark King squad was hidden north of Mount Ileo. Hajine's frown deepened. He ordered the squads to join forces and launch an ambush against the Beast Palace. A soldier erupted, shouting that the plan was absurd. Hajine's dagger gleamed as he asked if that fear came from the possibility of losing. The man roared back that their clan would never fall to the Beast Palace. Hajine only smiled, inviting him to prove it. But suspicion lingered. A squad member demanded to know why they should trust him. Hajine's tone softened. He promised to behave. Then, introducing the master of the poisonous dragon pavilion, Hajine offered terms. He would release both the patriarch and this man, for they were brothers. Surely, the fighters would find this offer acceptable. The squad captain bit down hard on his lip. The weight of the decision pressed on him. From behind, Jung's voice rang out. He ordered the disciple not to accept. Hajine's gaze lowered, shadows filling his eyes. His voice hardened. The demonic cult could never be trusted. Suddenly, from the forest came orders for the Berserker Demon Squad. Do not retreat. Clashes erupted as their fighters took the blows head-on, voices roaring to maintain formation. EUI's eyes widened. At this pace, they would lose, and then the enemies would break through straight toward Hajene. The general turned, urging the squad leader to withdraw. She refused, insisting they could hold a little longer. Zhang's body trembled. He felt it, an ominous aura. Staring at the Green King squad, he realized in horror they would now have to fight everyone at once. EUI glanced back, yet the invaders weren't rushing them, but heading another way. The squad captain bared his teeth. Alongside the Tang clan, he roared for his men to attack the Beast Palace forces. The patriarch lowered his head, repeating his command, not to accept the offer. His voice cut sharp, declaring that even if they begged, the demon cult would never spare them. Hajine's gaze sharpened. His voice rose, reminding them the Tang clan had already destroyed a village. The accusation struck hard, that the Tang clan had destroyed 2 villages, using innocents only to test their poison. Jung broke into a sweat, stammering as he demanded to know how they learned this. Then came the answer. The enemy raised his head and agreed. They would accept the offer. The master of the Dark Cloud Pavilion even promised to return soon. But unease filled the air. One of the men cursed, swearing they would kill every last beast, yet calling it an unfair deal. His gaze fell on Dongpil, and he demanded Hajene be taken hostage as collateral. In that instant, Hajine's blade flashed. With a single strike, the patriarch's hand was severed. Gasps filled the battlefield. Hajine's brow furrowed as he repeated their words. An unfair deal? The Green King's squad trembled in fear. Hajine's voice cut through them. He was breaking the pact with the master of the Poison Dragon Pavilion. Lifting his dagger before their eyes, he declared that if they didn't move within 3 seconds, their patriarch would die. His sword pressed against Jian's throat as the count began. 1, 2, 3. Hajine's voice carried forward, unwavering. The pavilion master looked to his leader, and at last the order came. Retreat. Dongpil's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hajine's demonic energy was so intense that even someone of such high skill had been swayed into following his commands. Watching the retreating figures, the third elder realized with dread that their leader himself didn't even know he was obeying Hajine's will. Shock spread among the warriors. They had turned the Tang clan against the Beast Palace, their own allies. Hajene bared his teeth, turning to Dongpil. He swore they would stay together. No arrogant fool had the right to demand his friend as a hostage. The vast Ileo mountains loomed ahead. Standing firm, Hajene reminded Gangwei that he had kept his promise. Gratitude was exchanged, but Hajine's tone hardened. He told him to leave with his sister at once. This wasn't the time to meddle in the Ice Palace's matters. He would finish what was left here, and they would meet again later. But Gangwei, holding Sangren close, shook his head. He couldn't abandon them. He asked Hajene to wait until he delivered her safely, then he would return. Hajene tried to call after him, but Gangwei had already turned away. Suddenly, Goldie shifted into a battle stance. Hajine's eyes narrowed. What was wrong? His gaze swept ahead. The great tiger of the Beast Palace lay sprawled in the distance. Hajene explained that the creature had tried to pursue them, but exhaustion had pinned it down. Drawing his blade, his comrade asked the question, what should they do with it? After all, the beast was buried under stone, its body crushed. It wouldn't be moving again. Even if it woke again, it wouldn't be able to move. Hajene then introduced the wolves, asking his comrade if he remembered the ones from the Beast Palace. His ally nodded, saying those wolves were as powerful as real martial artists. Then came the Beast Palace Lord's Tiger. Larger and stronger than any ordinary tiger, its speed, endurance, and every attribute pushed past all limits. Resting his hand on its body, Hajene explained, this creature was the very pinnacle of the Beast Palace's sorcery. At once, his hand glowed red. He thought to himself, the core of this sorcery was inside the tiger's head. Shock hit him as he realized how sloppily it had been done. Fixing it wouldn't be hard. It was no different from removing a blood parasite. In his mind, he visualized the core within the tiger's skull. It wasn't a physical object at all, but a clot of condensed chi. That meant no precious medicinal herbs were required, unlike with parasites of blood. But then, he saw deeper. The core was tethered directly to the Beast Palace's master, who had poured his own thirst for blood into it. That hunger twisted the tiger into madness. Raised only to be a weapon, it had never been free. And in that moment, Hajine realized, so was he. A bowl clattered to the ground. Harsh voices ordered the children to eat. They were reminded they lived only by the mercy of the righteous leader of the Heavenly Alliance. Guards sneered as they dropped scraps, their only meal for the day. Among those children was Hajine. One boy stood, begging to be released. He cried out that his mother was waiting for him at home. The guard's cold eyes met his. The prison door creaked. A roar from the warden cut the air. "You have no home. Your parents sold you here." Hajine lowered his head and whispered to his friend not to look. Lifting the scraps to his mouth, he warned, "If you don't want to end up like that, don't pay attention." The guard struck the pleading child down, shouting that they would make him forget his home. Back in the present, Hajine's eyes lingered on the tiger. He understood now. The sorcery had been embedded so deeply in the beast's skull that it smothered its instincts, leaving it shackled to its master's will. It too had been stripped of its nature, forced to live as a slave. Placing both hands on the creature, Hajine knew he could end its life for all it had done. But once the chains of restraint broke, could he truly make that decision? Then, without warning, saliva began to drip from the tiger's jaws. The tiger's saliva sizzled and evaporated into the air. The full moon shone above as Hajine turned to his comrade, asking if he carried any medicine for internal injuries. His ally nodded and handed him a pill. Placing it in his mouth, Hajine thought back. He hadn't suffered internal damage, not even when he clashed with the Sword Palace's vice master. But the memory of that last blow lingered. If not for his narrow escape before the cliff collapsed, things would have ended differently. Had he taken the strike head-on, he'd never have made it out from under the rubble alive. Chewing the pill, Hajine muttered that the monstrous tiger wouldn't awaken for a long while, so his comrades should focus on circulating chi. The reply came steady. He was fine. The mountain range stretched before them. Hajine's voice carried a grim weight. This wasn't over. Their final battle was still ahead, and it promised to be merciless. Then a sound. Stones shifted by the cliff's edge. Hajine's eyes narrowed. He's still alive. Dongpil's mouth opened in shock as a hand clawed out from beneath the collapsed rocks. The master of the Beast Palace dragged himself free, stones tumbling around him. His scream echoed through the night, his wild eyes locked on Hajine. Sitting calmly atop a rock, Hajine asked, "Having trouble figuring it out?" The Beast Palace lord staggered forward, demanding to know what Hajine had done to the Tiger King. Hajine answered coldly, it was dead. After all, that beast had been the enemy's strongest weapon. The Beast Palace lord's face twisted in rage. "How dare you kill it?" he roared, charging in a frenzy. Hajine frowned. This was his chance. With one decisive strike, he could seize control of the fight. Raising his fist, he summoned the lightning of the heavenly demon. Their blows collided with a thunderous crack, power ripping through the air. The Beast Palace lord was sent skidding back, but Hajine clenched his teeth. He had unleashed everything into that punch, yet the man hadn't fallen. That alone proved it. His opponent was stronger. The Beast Palace master's arm hung broken, bent at an unnatural angle. Relief flickered for a moment, until Hajine saw it. The bones mended themselves, snapping back into place. He stared, unable to comprehend. How could flesh and bone simply heal like that? The Beast Palace lord bared his teeth in a savage grin, laughter spilling out. He raised his fist, mocking Hajine for running his mouth despite already reaching his limit. Shock hit Hajine. This was no ordinary enemy. This was a monster. From behind the rocks, Dump watched the scene unfold, his heart pounding. Staring at the battlefield, he finally grasped it. The man before them truly was the master of the Beast Palace. Dump's chest tightened. The master Shi was far more terrifying than the rumors had ever claimed. Dongpil beside him whispered in disbelief. Could they really stand against someone like this? This man wasn't just strong. He was on an entirely different level. Through the treetops, Hajine's voice rang out. Of course he's alive. A ruler like him doesn't die so easily. Stepping forward, Hajine commanded his beast to watch over the tiger while he and Dongpil advanced toward the cliff. His gaze turned serious. That man has grown stronger after devouring the life essence of his own disciples. In this state, I can't defeat him alone. He looked directly at Dongpil. I need your help. I'm asking you to risk your life. But if we do something great here, perhaps the heavens themselves will reward us. The rocks around them cracked, and the Beast Palace lord's voice thundered out. How dare you kill the Tiger King? Hajine stood firm. That's not all. The men you brought as backup? They're gone too. A mocking smile crossed his lips. Right now, they're locked in battle with the Tang clan. And those warriors, they live for the fight. The Beast Palace master scowled, uncertain whether to believe him. Hajin only grinned wider. Think what you want, but maybe you should pay more attention to what's behind you before you waste time on doubt. The Beast Palace lord's eyes widened. From above, swordsman descended. Shielding his face, he cursed, calling them rats. Hajin's blade cut forward. Where are you looking? The strike landed, forcing the Beast Palace lord back. Snarling insults, he tried to recover, only for Damp to lunge with a brutal charge, his blade carving into the enemy's legs. Hajin closed in, striking in tandem. The impact hurled the Beast Palace master through the air, smashing his body into the cliffside and carving a gaping hole through solid stone. Dust filled the air. Dongpil gripped his blade tightly. It worked. Hajin shook his head. No, it didn't. The dust began to clear. Out of the haze, the enemy's silhouette emerged, completely unscathed. His face twisted in fury. Did you really think such cheap tricks could harm me? Lifting an enormous boulder above his head, the Beast Palace lord roared. I'm the strongest martial artist in the entire South. Hajin's lips curled into a grim smile. So if it's true, you really are a monster. Practically invulnerable. The rock came crashing down. Both leapt aside as it shattered the ground. Sliding across the dirt, Hajin shouted to Dongpil. Are you all right? Yeah, came the strained reply. But before they could regroup, the Beast Palace master appeared like a shadow behind Dongpil. His fist slammed into his back, sending him hurtling into the cliff. The rock shattered as Dongpil's body crashed into the rubble, buried beneath stone. Dongpil coughed, blood staining the stones. The Beast Palace lord kept his eyes shut, then broke into laughter. I knew it would come to this. His gaze snapped open, burning with madness. He roared, the Tiger King still lives. As if answering his call, the beast's eyes shot open. The colossal tiger rose once more. Goldie locked eyes with it, a low growl rumbling from its throat. The Beast Palace lord stood tall before Hajin. I can feel it. The Tiger King is near. A brat like you could never kill it. Once it arrives, even fighting alongside your little rat won't save you. Hajin gripped his blade tight. His voice cut through the night. Then let's end this quickly. But inside, dread stirred. The battle had already dragged on too long. His reserves were nearly spent. If this fight stretched any further, he might not make it out alive. The Beast Palace master's body erupted in blinding aura. His voice thundered. Do you wonder why the Tiger King grew so massive? Because its favorite feast is human flesh. His eyes darkened with fury. Mock me all you want, but I'll see to it that the Tiger King devours your corpse. Hajin lunged forward, shouting back. That will never happen. The Beast Palace lord charged to meet him, bellowing that his beast would leave not even a single bone behind. Hajin's blade swept in a blur. This was it. No second chances. Everything had to end with this strike. The Beast Palace lord smirked, thinking to himself, if he blocked this attack, Hajin's internal energy would be completely drained. But Hajin unleashed it. At lightning speed, his sword carved through the air, executing the first form of the tenfold blade technique. Elastic Calamity, 6 consecutive hellish winds. The ground exploded with blinding force, a flash so fierce it lit the entire forest in white flame. The Beast Palace master roared, charging straight through the blaze. If that's all you've got, then die. His fists surged with monstrous energy. The impact sent Hajin flying, crashing into the rubble with devastating force. The Beast Palace lord sneered. It's over. Lie there, boy. Wait for the Tiger King to feast on you. Buried in stone, Hajin groaned. Damn, he's too strong. But he forced his arm upward, blood dripping down his fingers. His voice, ragged but unyielding, broke the silence. Then it's all or nothing. Blades shimmered into existence, floating in the air around him. His vision blurred, but his resolve sharpened. He only had a third of his internal energy left, but he had no choice. He would stake everything on the soul floating in the sky, the only technique that could touch a monster like this. Hajin tightened his grip on the blades, forcing his power to narrow and concentrate. He understood now. True sword mastery wasn't about swinging wildly. It wasn't quantity that mattered, but the quality of the energy within each strike. The Beast Palace lord laughed bitterly. So, you've realized this in your dying state? Do you think sword control will save you now? But before he could finish, pain ripped through his shoulder. His eyes widened, Dongpil's blade had pierced him. With a furious blow, the Beast Palace Lord hurled him away. Then his gaze snapped aside. A massive figure had appeared. The Tiger King stood at his side once more. Relief flashed across his face. Good, you've returned. Go, tear that arrogant boy apart. Leave nothing behind. But then, the beast sank its fangs into his leg. What? The Beast Palace Lord gasped, disbelief twisting his face. Why are you attacking me? Hajine's lips curved into a sharp smile. Looks like the king held more grudges than you thought. The blades hovered, locked on their target. Hajine raised his hand. Then let's end this. Fights like these are useless. The souls floating in the sky ignited. The sword streaked forward like lightning, piercing the Beast Palace Master's flesh. Explosions ripped through the night, flooding the forest in blinding light. When the dust cleared, Hajine still stood, his blade trembling in his hand. He bent low, muttering, "That was too close." Dongpil rushed to him. "Are you all right?" Hajine gave a faint grin. "Did you enjoy that fight?" But Hadine's eyes narrowed. "You missed your chance." Confused, Dongpil blinked. "What chance?" Hajine's voice grew quieter. "Dant. He's trapped at the highest peak. The Beast Palace Master could have been his way out of this kingdom. Don't you see?" Dongpil opened his mouth, stunned. But Hajine only shook his head. "Forget it. Explaining won't help now." The battlefield lay silent. The Beast Palace Lord's severed hand rested in the dirt. His body sprawled lifeless on the ground. Hajine looked at him. He was strong, stronger than most. Then, with a weary breath, he added, "But I'm still here." His gaze shifted to the Tiger King, collapsed nearby. "That goes for you too." Dongpil's voice cut in. "Why did it attack its own master?" Hajine's eyes softened. "Because he wronged it. The beast was chained, twisted into a monster. But now it's free. It can live without belonging to anyone." Dongpil suddenly turned, his expression hardening. "Wait, I feel something. Demonic energy. A squad is approaching." The air thickened with demonic presence. Bowing low, a man shouted that the divine teachings were absolute, that all demons must bow before them. At the head of the arriving army stood Eui. She declared herself the commander of the Berserker Demon Squad and saluted the third young lord. Eui's lips parted in shock. She reported that they had annihilated the Tang clan squad along with the forces of the Beast Palace. Meanwhile, the general and the 2nd Division of the Berserker Demon Squad were finishing off the survivors at the battlefield. Hajine's gaze lingered on her. "You've done well," he said. A smile tugged at his lips. Some time ago, the demonic energy around him had left him uneasy, but now it felt almost comforting. His brow furrowed as he asked why she looked so unsatisfied. Arms crossed over her chest, she muttered that she felt suppressed. Hajine's tone sharpened. "If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll hit you myself." But then his legs faltered, his stance weakening. She pressed on. "When we last met, you were only as strong as the heads of the 7 families. But now you've become a true monster. It's getting harder for me to even catch up with you." Her words trailed off as Hajine suddenly stumbled forward, collapsing against her. Concern filled her voice. "Are you all right?" He smirked faintly, whispering, "Then work harder." Straightening, he reminded her she was the commander of the entire squad. Falling behind was not an option. But before she could answer, her eyes darted away. An ominous aura prickled at the edge of her senses. Hajine's voice cut through the tension. He was already at his limit. His eyelids grew heavy. Then from the shadows, a man opened one eye. Dark energy pulsed from his body. His form blurred and vanished. The commander's mouth dropped open. Where did he go?" Hajine's eyes widened. The enemy was already in midair, flying straight at them, ready to strike. His mouth stretched wide in a savage roar. But then, Dongpil appeared at Hajine's side. His eyes blazed with light. The palace of the demon god rose before them. Far away, a figure stood with his back turned. "Report." His aide stepped forward. 3 Beast Palace groups have been fatally wounded. Most of the Tang clan has also perished. The Berserker Demon Squad, along with the 4th General, defeated them easily. Xion Sang's expression hardened. And the Tang clan's patriarch? The aide bowed. "Captured. But he has not yet been delivered here." Xion Sang lowered his gaze. "Good. That is the correct choice. If the patriarch were brought here alongside the master of the Poison Dragon Pavilion, it would only invite more chaos." Rows of jars lined the chamber. The aide bowed deeply, congratulating the Beast Palace Lord. One of Southern Manuria's long-standing problems had finally been dealt with. The leader clasped his hands behind his back, his tone calm yet firm. Do not underestimate them. This was a powerful force that has stood for hundreds of years beyond its walls. The fall of their leader and hundreds of elites will not erase them entirely. Still, his lips parted slightly. Even so, this is an extraordinary feat. His gaze drifted off in thought. If the third young lord had secured a pact, it would have made sense. But this was beyond expectation. To achieve such an outcome while Gangwei was involved, and still emerge having slain the master of the Beast Palace while humiliating the Tang clan. In the distance, towering buildings shimmered under the horizon. Qion Sang's eyes glimmered. Hajene was becoming more and more interesting. Suddenly, a messenger pressed his palms together, voice urgent. I bring important news for the alliance leader. But the man raised his hand behind his back. Wait, a moment longer. The messenger's head dipped in frustration. This will not do at all. Dam Seong held up a delicate blossom. This is the third of the 10 colored flowers. Its beauty inspires me. He handed a letter forward. Deliver this to the abbot. I hear he struggles with illness. Let it be encouraged. The messenger bowed. Dam Seong's eyes fell back on the petals. I'm growing too old. Even tending a garden tires me. Perhaps it is time to step down. His words were cut short. The messenger blurted, the Southern King is dead. Silence gripped the air. Walking through a field of lush pink blooms, Dam Seong, the Heavenly Alliance's leader, asked sharply, what did you say? The servant bowed lower. The king died 2 weeks ago on Mount Ale. It is suspected the demonic cult was behind his death. Dam Seong turned his gaze aside, voice heavy. This is troubling. His death comes at the worst possible time. Still kneeling, the servant continued. The elite squad the Beast Palace dispatched to Mount Alio clashed with the Tang clan. Dam Seong's head snapped toward him. The Tang clan? Impossible. Standing among the sea of blossoms, the alliance leader pondered aloud. Those two? Fighting each other? They ally behind my back. What could have shattered that bond? The servant bowed deeper. We do not yet know. Only that we found traces of the 7 steps separating souls powder and the torrential rain of pear blossom needles, weapons of the Tang clan. Dam Seong's brows knit tightly. Those items could never be used lightly. Such poisons could never be used without the direct approval of the Tang clan's patriarch. That meant one thing. The demonic cult must have known of the meeting between the Beast Palace and the Tang clan at Mount Ao. That was why they struck. After all, Mount Ileo was valuable to the demonic cult as well. Dam Seong narrowed his eyes. Why, then, were the Beast Palace and the Tang clan fighting each other? Stretching his back, he let out a low groan of pain. In the end, he muttered, this is none of my concern. None of it matters. Inside the quiet room, a fragile vase held a single flower. A question broke the silence. What of the Tang clan patriarch? The servant stepped forward, head bowed. They had done their best to restrict information from spreading, but a handful claimed to have seen the patriarch near Yunnan. He admitted he had not told Dam Seong earlier, because the reports were uncertain. Dam Seong's response was calm. I see. Pouring tea into a mug, the Heavenly Alliance leader reflected aloud. The Tang clan patriarch's martial arts were rare and unique, yes, but compared to the other patriarchs, he was lacking. His rise had not been due to strength, but legitimacy and cleverness. And because of that, many within his clan opposed him. Dam Seong lifted the cup to his lips, continuing. He doesn't have the strength to silence those who resist him. But the poisonous herbs on Mount Ileo, they would have tempted someone like him. His gaze hardened. If the Tang clan is concealing the truth, then he is either dead or missing. Setting the cup back on the table, his conclusion was clear. The Tang clan was in crisis. Rising to his feet, Dam Seong asked, who led the patriarch's group? The answer came. Tang Yonghua. Contact him, Dam Seong ordered. Arrange a meeting. Now is the time to rein in these troublemakers. As he stepped from the building, the servant ventured another question. What of the demonic cult? Dam Seong didn't slow. Leave them be. The servant's eyes widened. But my lord, Dam Seong's voice cut sharp. If they wish for war, it is not hard to start one. But know this, if war begins now, we cannot guarantee our safety. We haven't even dealt with those who came from beyond the walls. I will not gamble lives recklessly. Left behind, the servant bowed low. Dam Seong's gaze lifted to the open sky. His words were quiet, but heavy with weight. The people of the demonic cult are a natural disaster. Dam Seong had said it clearly. The demonic cult could not yet be treated as enemies to be defeated in open battle. Not now. But still, when Seong thought back to Hajin, he realized, if that boy hadn't escaped, everything would have been different. Near Mount Ileo, torches burned in the night. Voices rang out across the camp, commanding the Berserker demon squad to listen. Those wounded were to focus on healing, the rest to stand guard until Hajin finished his recovery. Seated cross-legged, Hajin folded his hands. His wounds were not yet fully closed, but his energy core was stable. If he practiced the traditional demonic arts, he could restore his body in an instant. But he knew better. Quick healing was not always the right answer. Treatment that ignored the balance of the core could become a shackle, hindering his growth. He exhaled slowly. If I had followed the traditional arts of the cult, I wouldn't have reached the upper demon realm today. The divine cult's arts thrived on raw destruction. His path emphasized balance. Hajin's eyes opened wide. This difference might mean nothing once he reached a higher plane of mastery. But here now it meant everything. His thoughts shifted to the banner of the Beast Palace. He had slain their lord, and now the Heavenly Alliance would move. He imagined the face of their leader, wondering how such a strange man would act in this moment. Predicting him was impossible, but Hajin knew two things for certain. First, Dam Seong would do nothing about the demonic cult. The Heavenly Alliance had already used 3 palaces to seize power in Jianghu. Now one had lost its lord, another its arm. There was nothing Hajin could change about that. Second, he would seize this chance to annex the Tang clan. They were weakened, vulnerable. The Heavenly Leader's greed was unmatched, even greater than that of demonic martial artists. In his mind's eye, Hajin pictured the eagle insignia. He remembered the warriors who had fallen. And then, Dam Seong's voice seemed to echo, calm yet cutting. Hands clasped behind his back, he spoke. Listen carefully. A sword that you cannot wield at will is no sword at all. Hajin bowed his head, absorbing the words. He understood. This was the phrase the leader of the Heavenly Alliance repeated often. And perhaps it was a good thing he had chosen his own path and walked away. Patriarch Tang was still alive, sitting in meditation at the foot of the mountain. His thoughts lingered on the sword, how it shattered the moment someone tried to claim it. Deep in the forest, Dong Pil stood silently, eyes closed, gripping his blade. He couldn't understand how such a thing was possible. With each swing, the servant realized something. The sword dance amplified his demonic energy. That breakthrough shattered the invisible barrier that had always restrained him. Nearby, Eui and the young man dodged his wild strikes. Du understood this was the peak. Hajin recalled the moment his blade severed an enemy's head. Eui, holding Hajin, asked how he was feeling. Standing over the corpse, Dong Pil realized he had truly broken past his limits. He sighed, thinking of the summit ahead. But as he turned, someone called out, asking the same question. He straightened immediately. His young master had arrived. Dong Pil, watching calmly, said there was no need to force anything. In time, everything would fall into place. Hajin agreed, praising his wisdom. Hajin then stepped forward, telling Dong Pil not to rush. With his talent, pushing too hard could cause greater harm. But Dong Pil insisted. It was only because of his master. Surprised, the master asked what role he had played. Wasn't it Hajin's own effort that led to this? Smiling faintly, Hajin thanked him for saving his life. Dong Pil frowned, replying that it was his duty to protect the master. He had simply done what he must. Hajin studied him closely, realizing Hajin had grown. He remembered their first meeting, when his impression of Dong Pil was far from favorable. Yet now, he had become not only a trusted comrade, but his personal guard. Memories of their battles returned, their blades cutting through enemies, their bodies stained with blood, fighting side by side. Dong Pil bowed in respect, and Hajin thought of how much he had changed. The Hajin of the past was gone, replaced by a warrior forged in fire. He recalled their clash with the monsters, how Dong Pil stood proudly before him. But Hajin knew the road ahead would be harsher than anything they had faced. There could be no complacency, only progress. The forest itself seemed to whisper that Dong Pil needed rest. He hadn't slept since the day before. But Dong Pil shook his head, insisting he had one more task, something he needed to deal with. From the shadows, a massive tiger emerged, eyes blazing as it fixed its gaze on them. With a thunderous roar, the beast announced its challenge. Goldie instantly moved in front of his master, standing guard. Hajin sat down on a stone nearby, glancing at the massive beast. These animals are distracting me, he muttered, then fixed his gaze on the tiger. Why are you still here? Is it revenge you want? Or are you angry with the palace's former master? Looking straight into the beast's eyes, Hajene spoke firmly. The owner of the animal palace is already dead. You saw his corpse. Yet you linger. Why? You were born as the king of these mountains. That's where you belong. The spell that bound you is broken. From now on, you can live as you wish. That's all I have to say. The tiger let out a furious roar, its eyes burning red, the sound echoing across the land. Fear spread through the people as all turned toward the beast. Goldie leapt in front of Hajene, bracing himself to protect his master. But Hajene grabbed his fur and shouted, "Stop! Don't stoop to the tiger's level. Let it be." The tiger opened its jaws wide, but Hajene didn't flinch. "You know as well as I do," he said. "You can't take us on alone. That's the only reason you're still here. But your rage, it isn't my problem." He studied the animal carefully, realizing that the beast carried deep resentment, a burden it might need to release before it could truly live free. Slowly, the fury in the tiger's eyes dimmed. Standing tall before it, Hajene added, "I already have plenty of people to irritate me. And now, even a cat has joined the list." He mounted Goldie, glancing back at the tiger. "So, what will you do?" The wind rustled through the trees. The tiger turned and disappeared into the forest. Hajene sighed in exhaustion. Watching the beast leave, Dongpil asked curiously, "Young master, can you really communicate with the Tiger King?" Hajene shook his head. "Not completely, but I understand what he wants. I've lived with Goldie long enough to know. When I broke the spell that bound him, traces of my demonic energy remained in his body. That's why." Dongpil frowned. "Then, your demonic power is still inside the Tiger King." "Yes," Hajene replied calmly. "It'll remain until I remove it. Dispelling it isn't hard. But the spell was cast too long ago. My energy has long since fused into that place." He stroked Goldie's fur, lost in thought. Hajene narrowed his eyes, certain that Dongpil would understand once he stepped into the higher demonic realm. But he warned him, when that time came, his demonic energy would become unstable. Still, Golden Eye's spiritual power had allowed them to connect. Imagining himself beside the Tiger King, Hajene explained, "It's the harmony between spiritual chi and demonic energy that lets me communicate with him. Honestly, it's not difficult. Anyone could do it if they knew how to control chi. The problem is, most people don't." Dongpil tilted his head. "Then what'd you tell the tiger that made it leave?" Hajene smirked. "I told him to go have a little chat with Goldie. Since I can't take him with me, he might as well learn something from him." Dongpil, following behind, asked, "Wouldn't Goldie dislike that? How could he?" Hajene replied with a shrug. "Now Goldie has a subordinate." Just then, a sharp rustle cut through the air. Goldie, who had been resting, snapped his eyes open, instantly alert. The sun was already sinking behind the mountains when a white-haired girl approached Hajene. She bowed slightly, her voice soft with gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Hajene studied her for a moment before answering. "It was your brother who asked me. I only kept that promise. Are you well enough to walk now?" Sangrin smiled faintly. "Yes, thanks to you. And forgive me, I'm a little late with introductions." Not far from Mount Ilao in Yunnan, the house of the Sex Mansion lay wrapped in twilight. Standing before Hajene, the girl continued, "My name is Sangrin." She moved to stand beside Gangli, facing Hajene. "I learned everything from my brother. I don't even know how to thank you for all you've done for us." Hajene crossed his arms. "There's no need. It was a deal, nothing more. But I did notice something, your martial arts. It's unique." For a moment, an image of battle flickered in his mind. Back then, amidst all the chaos, I couldn't recognize it clearly. Impressive as it was, it felt incomplete. Sangrin's eyes widened. She stared at him in disbelief. The martial arts she had practiced should have been impossible for others to identify. If one had never studied the techniques of the Northern Sea, even reaching a higher realm wouldn't be enough to spot its traces. Yet this man, he had seen through it. Hajene was not only powerful, he was perceptive. Before leaving, he gave one last piece of advice. "Rest. Your upper energy core took heavy damage from the Beast Palace. It's more fragile than a rest." With that, he closed the door behind him. Gangwei turned to his sister. "Hajene is right." Sangrin lowered her gaze, guilt in her voice. "I should apologize." But Gangwei shook his head. "No, it's me who should apologize." Her eyes dimmed. "The palace is in chaos." He straightened, fist tightening. "Then so be it. Our path was never the same as the other palaces. The best choice is to form a pact with the divine heavenly demon cult. Sangren looked at him intently. Did you tell the third young lord the truth about Lily's potential great method? Gangwei met her gaze and said firmly, no. She sighed. You should. I know the heavenly demon cult isn't the most trustworthy ally, but I'll trust your judgment. Still, it would be fair for him to know the truth about the one standing at his side. Gangwei nodded slowly. Then I have a request for you as well. Before she could respond, a voice called from outside. A servant announced that the man in charge of the house sect had arrived and was asking for permission to enter. Bring him in, Hajene said, already seated cross-legged inside. The servant led the guest in. Hajene looked directly at him. I've heard your house sect has a branch in Guangxi. Tell me, is it safe? The man nodded. It is. Good, Hajene replied. I plan to send someone there. Will that be acceptable? The man frowned. Yes, but I have conditions. I'll need to know who they are, their standing in Jianghu, their condition, how long they intend to stay, and I'll take full responsibility for their expenses. Standing off to the side, Dong Pil narrowed his eyes. He didn't like this man. Something about the way he spoke set him on edge. Hajene exhaled quietly, then said clearly, my guest is none other than the patriarch of the Tang clan. Dong Pil froze in shock. Yet the sect leader didn't even flinch. Hajene continued calmly. The length of stay will be indefinite. It may be a month, a year, or longer. The subordinate straightened, his tone apologetic. To accept such a figure, it's no small responsibility. If it truly is the patriarch of the Tang clan, then this case is special, Yachi explained calmly. If the righteous heavenly alliance were to discover it, the consequences would be severe. Hajene studied him closely. Was the house sect truly unable to handle this? But Yachi went on, his tone steady. It can be done, but the cost will be high. Hajine's brows lifted in disbelief. So, you're telling me my request can be fulfilled as long as I pay enough? And you're not afraid of the consequences? Yachi answered without hesitation. Our sect has grown to its current size through deals. Once a contract is made, we commit fully. That is our way. Hajene straightened, his presence filling the room. It sounds as though you've already made this decision, but you shouldn't have done so alone. Who exactly are you? Meeting his gaze without flinching, the man replied, I am Yachi, Gangwei of the house sect, its third leader. Both Hajene and Dong Pil froze in surprise. Hajine's eyes narrowed. A man of your position, here in Yunnan? Yachi tilted his head slightly. Not usually. I am based in Sichuan. But 2 weeks ago, I came here on business. Hajene leaned forward, sensing the weight of his words. Business? Then tell me, was it because of me? Yachi stood tall, his posture brimming with confidence. Yes, I came to see you. Hajene sat back down, his expression unreadable. Then let's not waste this chance. Let's speak openly. Agreed, Yachi replied. His tone hardened as he continued. You must know, Guangdong is the only region where our sect has no branch. A mental map formed in Hajine's mind as Yachi explained. We have several hidden outposts in western Guangxi, but they can hardly be called branches. And you know why. We avoid provoking the divine heavenly demon cult. Hajine's eyes flickered with surprise. So, your true goal? Yachi's gaze sharpened. We intend to open branches in Guangxi and Guangdong. The words sent shock through the room. Dongpil's hand shot to his sword hilt. You've gone too far, he shouted. But Hajene raised his hand, stopping him cold. You're addressing the wrong person, he said firmly. Then, with measured weight, he added, even if I were the leader of the cult, I wouldn't hold that authority. Yachi didn't back down. He stepped forward, locking eyes with the third heir. I know that. Hajine's stare deepened. Then tell me again. Are you saying the man who came to me? Yachi's words fell like a stone in still water. He was offering to help Hajene become the leader of the divine cult. You mean, that's truly your intention? Hajene asked slowly. I do. Yachi replied without hesitation. Hajene frowned. That's not a question open to interpretation. It should have only one answer. For a moment, silence stretched between them. Then Yachi said firmly, if the righteous heavenly alliance were to collapse because of you, you would almost certainly be chosen as successor. Hajene was struck speechless. Outside, the leaves rustled in the wind. A quiet voice asked, how much do you really know about me? Later, Hajene and Yachi walked side by side down a narrow forest path, neither meeting the other's eyes. I've always had reason to resent the righteous heavenly alliance, Yachi said. Hajene glanced at him. And why is that? They monitor all of Jiang Yuan's movements, Yachi explained. Yet their records on the divine, heavenly demon cult are shallow. What little they do know, almost all of it concerns you. Hajin paused mid-step at those words. Then, without answering, he moved forward again. Unbothered, Yachi continued. In the past year, your cult has been unusually active. Until now, they never interfered in Jianghu affairs. But then you appeared. Memories flickered through Hajin's mind. His battles against the Beast Palace. The clash with Ailong, elder of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, a man he had killed. He cast a subtle glance at Yachi. Impressive. Even after I erased every trace, they still uncovered this much. Hajin sank into silence, but Yachi pressed on. After that, you returned to Hunan as a special inspector general. You investigated the 7 demonic families. You crossed swords with the Sword Palace. You clashed with the Beast Palace again. Our sect leader was impressed by your actions. By now, they walked shoulder to shoulder, evenly matched in stride. We have little information on the candidates for succession within the divine cult, Yachi admitted. But one thing is clear. You will play a crucial role in that struggle. Hajin's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. Yachi's voice lowered, each word deliberate. Perhaps you already know. The Beast Palace, the Sword Palace, and the Heavenly Dragon Palace. All of them are tied to the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Twice now, you've thwarted their attempts to expand into Jianyuan. Hajin didn't respond. Instead, his mind conjured the faces of those Yachi spoke of. And Yachi continued evenly. Your killing of Ailong was no small matter. He was deeply corrupt, tied by secret pact to the Beast Palace's heir. His death has shifted the balance. That battle returned to Hajin's mind. Yachi's voice cut through his thoughts. There was no need to kill him, especially knowing the consequences. Yet you did it anyway. Hajin walked a few steps ahead, silent, as Yachi continued. Perhaps it was coincidence, or perhaps an order from your cult leader, though I doubt it. Hajin glanced back. And why do you doubt it? Yachi imagined his companion, speaking as if painting an image. Martial artists say you can smell chi. For me, it's different. I deal in intelligence. With a single piece of information, I can infer the whole picture. Hajin stopped in his tracks. Slowly, he turned. Yachi pressed forward, his conviction unshaken. That's why I believe I'm right. You despise the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Hajin studied Yachi's face. His insight was undeniable. He had pieced together Hajin's intentions from mere fragments. Sharp, and yet not arrogant. He uses his strength well, Hajin thought, silently repeating the name, Yachi. Standing sideways, hands clasped behind his back, Hajin asked plainly so. You want to help me become Chion Sang, and in return, open branches in Guangxi and Guangdong. Is that it? Yachi nodded once. Exactly. Hajin turned his back, but Yachi spoke again. You don't need to answer now. Just think on it. When Hajin faced him again, Yachi added, I am also prepared to shelter the patriarch of the Tang clan. As for the price, he bowed slightly. Consider my own life payment enough for the arrogance I've shown in this conversation. With that, he excused himself. Hajin watched him go, silently noting, it's been a long time since I've met someone this talented. That night, beneath the rising full moon, Hajin sat on the railing of a gazebo. His thoughts were tangled. Nothing felt impossible, but there were too many threads to unravel. He sighed, thinking of his past life. It was so much simpler. But that's natural. Back then, I was just a tool. He clenched his fist, scolding himself. Enough. No use complaining. Taking revenge on the righteous Heavenly Alliance will never be easy. From the shadows, a voice broke his solitude. You seem troubled. That's unlike you. Gangwei stepped into the light, holding a bottle. He lifted it toward Hajin. Hajin accepted it, raising an eyebrow. What do you mean, unlike me? Gangwei chuckled. You're the type who acts first and thinks later. Hajin raised the bottle to his lips, then lowered it, staring at Gangwei. So you think you know me, just because we once fought side by side? Gangwei nodded without hesitation. I do, and if I've spoken out of turn, forgive me. They both leaned against the gazebo's railing, gazing into the distance. Are you returning to the Ice Palace? Hajin asked. Yes, Gangwei replied simply. Then tell your sister to take care of herself, Hajin said. Gangwei smiled faintly. The young master will protect her. I don't worry about that. Then his tone shifted. But don't forget the deal we made. Hajin's eyes widened. Wait, you were serious? You truly want your sister to marry me? He started to protest, but Gangwei cut him off. She's already agreed. Hajin froze, stunned. She agreed. His voice dropped. Aren't you being too cold? Wouldn't that mean she's nothing more than a hostage? Gangwei grew solemn. Bowing his head, he answered, whether she becomes a hostage or not depends on you. As for me, I'll do everything in my power to help you become the successor. Still bowed, he added, and thank you. Hajine stared at him in silence before replying. Then I hope one day you'll give me something in return that I can be grateful for. Without another word, Gangwei left. Hajine let out a long breath. Enough rest, he told himself. His cheeks flushed red, and in embarrassment he rubbed them, trying to shake it off. With renewed determination, he muttered, the first and second lords must be sick of waiting. Time to see their disgusting faces. The building ahead loomed behind a towering wall. A voice drifted across the courtyard. What do you think the highest demonic realm is like? Stop chatting, came the reply. Focus on training. Reach the point where the environment itself can't affect you. That's the real path. Two guards stood at the gate. The first one grumbled, still, it's always different here. The humidity is unbearable. 15 years in the cult, and I'm still not used to it. Only winter makes it bearable. The second guard chuckled. You're definitely from the north. Tell me, have you reached your peak yet? The first sighed, tilting his head back. Peak? No. I never even dreamed of becoming like the first young lord. My only goal was to reach the third's level. The second guard spun toward him, eyes wide. You're insane. You think it's that easy? He leaned in, shaking his head. Fool. The third young lord is a monstrous genius, one of the guards muttered. The other gave a tired nod. I know. He turned to his colleague. But let's be honest. Your martial arts don't even come close to the first young lords. Haven't you heard the rumors? They say he's already stepped into the highest demonic realm. His gaze drifted into the distance. No one in the cult has ever reached that level before the age of 40. If it's true, then it's remarkable. Before his companion could answer, he held up a hand. Wait, the squad on mission has returned. From the road ahead, a group appeared. Their leader stepped forward. We are the Berserker Demon Squad. We've completed our mission. Show your insignia, the guard demanded. EUI pulled a medallion from her robes. The guard nodded, then ordered his subordinate, report to our superiors. At that moment, the carriage door creaked open. The third young lord and his guests are with us, the woman added. What? The guard exclaimed, but before he could react, a violent gust of wind surged past them, forcing both guards to shield their faces. From the carriage, Hajine stepped forward, his aura still swirling. Forgive me. I've yet to bring it under control. I hope you'll understand. He turned to the head guard. I will be meeting Cheon Sang. Deliver the message. Yes, young lord. The carriage rolled onward. The guard who had just spoken about him stood frozen, spear clenched tightly in his hands. His senior glanced at him, unable to bear the silence. What are you thinking? The younger guard exhaled slowly. The first young lord isn't the only one who's reached the highest demonic realm. Meanwhile, in the palace of the demon god, a messenger entered, kneeling as he presented a sealed report. A summary of the last 10 days. Good work, came the praise. On the throne, Cheon Sang leaned forward. How fares the hidden pavilion? A subordinate bowed deeply. All is well, lord. Funding is secure. Recruits are progressing quickly. Their foundation is strong. The great demon closed his eyes briefly in thought, then issued an unexpected order. Send them on a mission, one unrelated to the cult. Yozong blinked in surprise. A mission outside the cult? That would mean intelligence gathering, perhaps against the righteous Heavenly Alliance. He hesitated, then asked aloud, My lord, do you wish to know the situation in Xianghu? Cheon Sang silently poured wine into his cup. Yozong hesitated. May I ask, why this order, my lord? The great demon lifted his cup, sipped, then replied calmly, Because I believe it's time. Yozong froze. No reason? Then it wasn't calculation, it was instinct. And if Cheon Sang was following instinct, something monumental must be approaching. Adjusting his glasses, Yozong bowed slightly. Then I will direct 99% of the hidden pavilion to monitor external forces unrelated to the cult. If your instincts demand this, something great is surely on the horizon. Outside, the cloudy sky broke with slivers of sunlight. It is nearly autumn, Yozong continued. Preparations for the half-year assessment will keep most busy. The candidates for succession will be the most free to act. The ninth demon, seated upon the throne, gave a single nod. Then let them act. Whether they cause a scene or not depends entirely on themselves. Yozong inclined his head. Cheon Sang's gaze grew sharper. Those who succeed will succeed, no matter the cost. And those who fail have simply lost. Yozong blinked, startled. But my lord, shouldn't you at least ensure fairness? From the throne, Cheon-sang lifted his bowl. His reply was flat, cutting. Life is not fair. His hand rose, releasing a surge of dark energy. It condensed into a heavy bundle that dropped at Yozong's feet. Yozong stared in surprise. What is this? I heard it helps with overwork, Cheon-sang replied. Yozong's chest warmed. Clutching the gift, he bowed low. My lord, you are the only one who shows such concern. I am deeply grateful. But Cheon-sang's voice was cool. Work harder. Yozong's smile faltered. I shouldn't have been too happy, he thought bitterly. The setting sun bled through the throne room windows when a voice announced, Hajene has arrived. Let him in, Cheon-sang ordered. Hajene stepped inside, bowed deeply, and offered his greeting. His eyes flicked across the room, then paused. I seem to be interrupting. Should I wait outside? There's no need, Cheon-sang replied. We've finished here. As Yozong passed him by, their eyes met. Yozong's glance carried a wordless message. Hajene smirked faintly. A tea invitation, is it? He turned toward Cheon-sang. I've returned. Sit, Cheon-sang said. Hajene dropped onto the floor with a thud, exhaling. I nearly died this time. Cheon-sang sat solemnly on his throne. This is the path you chose, he said flatly. Hajene lowered his head. He had no answer. The ninth demon's gaze shifted to Hajene. Your internal injuries, they're not yet healed. Hajene gave a weary nod. It's taking longer than I expected. Cheon-sang's eyes sharpened. That's because this is no ordinary wound. Is it serious? Cheon-sang rose from the throne, his hand pressing against its armrest as he stood. His steps echoed as he approached. Come, drink with me. Hajene hesitated, caught off guard. Outside, by the pond, lotus flowers swayed in the cool breeze. Cheon-sang poured wine into a cup and handed it over. Hajene lifted it with both hands. Thank you, my lord. But before he could drink, Cheon-sang's voice cut him off. Not yet. Heal your internal wounds first. Hajene froze. His hands trembled as he set the cup back on the table, staring in confusion. You cannot drink such a precious wine in your state, Cheon-sang said sternly. His eyes narrowed. If you cannot mend even a simple internal injury, I will throw you out myself. The words struck like a blade. Hajine's chest tightened with dread, his body tense as fear crept in. Outside, the sun dipped lower, painting rooftops in gold. Elsewhere, Sangrin met three companions on the path. She blinked. Who is this? Dongpil answered hastily, Hajine's hostage, then quickly corrected himself. I mean guest. Iwai laughed and nudged the maid. Looks like we'll need another serving prepared. Manhwa, hostage, guest. Which is it? Sangrin stepped forward, bowing slightly. I am Sangrin. By the pond, a red fish broke the water's surface, stones piled along the bank. Hajine's mind flashed back to battle. The moment he shattered the Beast Palace Master's stone technique, only to be struck by his palm. The attack had barely landed, but it left him with a hidden wound. Now he sat cross-legged in the lotus position, steadying his third energy core. He knew if he ignored this injury, it would cripple his cultivation. Blue energy pulsed through his veins, flowing steadily, keeping his channel stable. His hands pressed over his energy core, focusing entirely on balance. But the truth weighed on him. His injury was still there. The corrupted chi within refused to quiet, leaking endlessly, making even breathing a painful struggle. The wound refused to heal. The demonic arts of the nine depths brought no results. Even more confusing, why the boundless technique had failed remained a mystery. Worse yet, every attempt only made his condition deteriorate. Hajene opened his eyes slightly, still wondering why even Goldie's presence brought no change. His aura leaked uncontrollably from his body. The Dark Lord observed in silence, noting that Hajine's focus was unlike anyone he had ever seen. Sharp, relentless, like a killer chasing a target. Cheon-sang studied him carefully, convinced that this obsessive concentration would be the very thing to end him. With a sharp clang, he slammed the bottle onto the table and declared the issue wasn't the wound itself. It was Hajene. The words stunned him. Hajene raised his head in disbelief. Without loosening his grip on the bottle, Cheon-sang explained, a demon should have no trouble repairing such an injury. Yet seeing Hajene struggle so helplessly was laughable. The great demon turned away, clearly disappointed. He repeated Cheon-sang's words over and over. clinging to the thought that he had done everything possible. But Cheon-sang pressed further, telling him he had forgotten the very beginning. His mind spun chaotically. He forced himself to focus, replaying Cheon-sang's final words. Then suddenly, clarity. His eyes shot open. The world around him blurred into a deep red haze. Sweat rolled down his face as his body trembled under the strain. In that instant, he realized his mistake. He should not think like Hajene, but as a master of demonic martial arts. Blood trickled from his nose. He roared, convincing himself with all his might that he was a master. His energy surged skyward in a violent column, and at last he found it. Cheon-sang simply watched, his expression unreadable. The gazebo remained silent. Hajin, as if nothing had happened. Then a voice rang out, reminding him once again he had forgotten the very start. A step echoed forward. How did it all begin? Who was it that spoke to you? Hajin stood still, as though surrounded by a boundless lake. His question trembled in the air. Is this my central Dantian? Chang-san appeared before him, hands folded behind his back. Right now, you're like a sword master who has forgotten how to wield his blade, he said. From the shadows, his face was still hidden, yet his voice revealed the truth. The internal wounds had not healed because the mastery of the 9 depths had been tangled with other techniques. Hajin's eyes widened. So, it was because of the 9 depths? In his mind, he pictured a nameless warrior. The thought struck him. While divine techniques draw from the upper Dantian, the demonic arts draw their power from the central Dantian. Hajin shifted his thoughts into a battle stance, visualizing a sphere of emotions. He realized that the central Dantian was governed by the 5 desires and the web of emotions tied to them. A memory of a past fight surfaced, where overwhelming emotion had fueled the power of his demonic techniques. Hajin recalled the moment his blade cut through the air, how energy had wrapped around him like a storm. Stepping toward the leader, he declared that he already understood. But the man shook his head. Even so, he explained, Hajin had been using one set of techniques for healing and another for combat. This clash of methods was the true reason corrupted energy had gathered around his lungs and heart. Determined, Hajin settled into a lotus position, slipping into meditation. Then the voice cut through the stillness. It was the central Dantian itself that was the problem. That was why focusing on the upper and lower Dantians always failed him. The revelation struck him like thunder. His eyes widened when he heard Cheon-sang's judgment. Despite all his effort, Hajin was only half a master of the demonic path. Wiping away the fresh blood dripping from his nose, Hajin listened closely as Cheon-sang explained further. Even the name of the art carried its essence. Demonic mastery was absolute, its foundation unshakable. If Hajin truly wished to rise as a master, he could not dilute it. He had to abandon Buddhist healing techniques and cease blending foreign methods with the 9 depths. Wine was poured into a cup, and Cheon-sang's words rang deeper. To become a god, one must first walk as a mortal. The two sat across from each other in a quiet gazebo. Cheon-sang admitted he did not know whether his son even sought godhood. But one thing was certain, he could never cross that threshold if he had not fully embraced the 5 desires and 7 emotions. Placing the bottle on the table, Cheon-sang's voice softened. Allow yourself to feel, to rage, to laugh, to weep. Only one who surrenders completely to their emotions can truly shine. Before you seek the divine face, live the life of a man. A single drop slid into the drink. Hajin scratched his chin, finding the words strange, yet familiar. They echoed the essence of ancient Miramarts. Cheon-sang closed his eyes, while Hajin thought that perhaps Cheon-sang had already reached the state of true ascension. Lifting his cup, Hajin admitted, Today, I reveal my worst side. Cheon-sang raised his cup in turn, his answer firm. From this day onward, I will never abandon a disciple who has stumbled more than once. A faint smile almost touched him, but Hajin thought bitterly. Why ruin it now? Their cups met with a soft clink. Hajin set his cup down and admitted, The Palace Lord of Beasts was stronger than me. If not for my body's endurance, I would have lost. Cheon-sang studied him carefully before speaking. Masters from beyond, he explained, were each as strong as the 9 elders. Hajin had only managed to defeat the Palace Lord because of his understanding of demonic techniques. Without that knowledge, escape would have been his only choice. With a sharp bang, the man placed his cup on the table. His gaze shifted, and he asked Hajine to recount what had happened in Nan. Above the pavilion, leaves stirred in the wind. Standing behind Cheon sang, Hajine finally asked, "Don't you find it strange?" The man tilted his head. "Strange? In what way?" Hajine frowned. "My opponent's technique, it looked like demonic absorption. To grow stronger, he drained the life energy of his own disciple." Hajine's words hung heavy. He looked at his teacher and added that he had encountered such methods before, but even after studying them, he still couldn't understand why people would choose to practice them. Cheon Sang walked ahead slowly, asking, "And you truly think that's strange?" Hands clasped behind his back, Cheon Sang explained, "Some might say the same about us, about the way we cultivate. But I don't devour another person's life energy," Hajin shot back. The man's reply made his eyes widen. "Instead, you absorb the essence of the spirit bamboo in the bamboo grove." Memories flickered in Hajin's mind. Moments of feeding, moments of cultivation. He recalled how the practice worked. Cleansing the body by circulating qi, condensing it within the dantian, transforming it into true energy. He pictured it vividly, a scarlet sphere forming as energy spun in endless motion. By the pond, Cheon Sang continued, his voice calm. "Humans, birds, beasts, we are all born of the same great nature. Each one cultivates in a similar way. The only difference lies in whether you respect the norms and morals of the world. Abandon them, and you are no different from the palace lord of beasts." Li Cheon Sang stared into the distance. In the end, it is not what technique you practice, but whether you practice it relentlessly. Hajin's gaze lingered on him with curiosity. To him, there was no doubt. His teacher knew far more than others. Perhaps that was why he had become the man he was today. The pond shimmered with the sun's reflection as Hajin finally asked, "Are there techniques like that within our own cult?" Li Cheon Sang walked slowly along the pond's edge before answering. There were countless records stored in the remote archives, yet no one had ever taken the time to study them, because Li Cheon Sang himself had seen the truth. Without looking back, he spoke plainly. Absorbing another's essence was never the true path of a demonic cult. The words caught Hajin off guard. His brow rose in disbelief. Wasn't it always said that stealing the energy of others defined demonic arts? Yet now, even essence absorption was dismissed as unworthy. Li Cheon Sang's robes shifted with each step as he continued. Such methods might benefit the cruel, but genuine demonic mastery was different. Its value lay not in predation, but in the wisdom born of sudden enlightenment. Wisdom far beyond even the divine arts of the ancient Nim. Hajin frowned, mulling over this idea. Sudden enlightenment, it was nothing like those hollow absorption techniques. His eyes drifted toward the water lilies, and the voice continued. True growth came not from devouring others, but from new understanding, each step a gradual accumulation until it reshaped the core. In his mind, Hajin pictured himself standing before a demon. He felt how demonic mastery bent the central dantian against one's basic instincts and desires. To grasp that essence fully, that was training. The tree branches swayed as the wind carried a reminder. The air of the ice palace had already vanished. Their farewell was behind them. Hajin's gaze flicked nervously to Cheon Sang's back when he heard the question. It was about the house sect. The man already knew of Hajin's dealings there. Knew that the stir he had caused within the beast palace could not be hidden. Looking serious, Hajin admitted, "They want the Tang clan patriarch." Cheon Sang's eyes narrowed sharply as he turned. In exchange, they demand the destruction of the righteous heavenly alliance, Hajin replied firmly. "And they will aid me in the struggle of succession." Li Cheon Sang turned away, his voice cool. "You are not the only one who dreams of destroying the righteous alliance, nor the fortress of Steelblood." He watched leaves drift past, then asked, "And what do my disciples think of this chance?" Hajin blinked in surprise. "You mean the chance to become your heir?" Cheon Sang's tone was calm, but his gaze was heavy. "Tell me, do you truly wish to inherit my mantle?" The question struck like a blade. Hajin froze, his mouth falling open. They had never spoken of this before. His fists clenched. "I do not wish to become the successor." Li Cheon Sang's face remained unreadable. Hajin's eyes locked on him, his voice tightening. "But I do want to try." His fist clenched even tighter. "It isn't about taking your position. It's because I believe, if he held the seat of leader," Hajin thought, "he would finally have the means to destroy both the righteous alliance and the fortress of Steelblood." His brow furrowed slightly. This was the reason he wanted to fight. Without turning, Li Qionsang said he understood. Then came the question. Did Hajine fear that his selfish ambition might disappoint him? The leader's frown deepened, but his words were steady. It did not matter what goal his successor pursued. What mattered was whether he seized the chance to make it real. And if this was truly Hajine's desire, then he had something to offer. They stood once more by the pond. The calm waters reflected a storm of change as Li Qionsang declared that this year, the Mara festival would not take place. Instead, he would name his heir. His gaze bore into Hajine. If you want to stand as my successor, if you truly want to be master of the demonic arts with hundreds of thousands under your command, then finish all that binds you before that day. And if your goal is to destroy the righteous alliance and the fortress of Steelblood, know that the other heirs have already been told. Hajine's eyes widened in shock. What game is he playing? Silence hung between them. The thought of the other successors crept into Hajine's mind. If the heir was to be declared on the very day of the Mara festival, it meant the youngest would be excluded. Only 3 contenders would remain. 3 brothers, all vying for Qionsang's seat. Water lilies drifted across the surface as the final word settled. Hajine bowed lightly. Then, my lord, I'll take my leave. He turned to step away, but stopped mid-stride. A faint smile curved his lips. I'll return for another lesson. Li Qionsang said nothing. He only watched. The reeds rustled in the wind as the ruler turned his gaze to the water. His reflection stared back at him as he murmured. This boy had no idea how lenient he had been, all because of those hidden injuries. Hajine's gate technique was advancing too slowly. He should have been reprimanded, but pity held his hand. A faint grin touched Qionsang's face. He'll return for another lesson, insolent boy. Perhaps he's finally grown. The scarlet glow of sunset spread across the village. Hajine walked along the tiled path, his thoughts circling. Choosing an heir now, why? Surely, it wasn't merely for the cult's affairs. No, something else was stirring, perhaps within Zhongyuan itself. His eyes narrowed as the thought pressed deeper. Maybe Qionsang was acting not from necessity, but from his own heart. Qionsang was unpredictable, dangerously so. Still, Hajine thought, if nothing else, he wanted him to take matters seriously. He stopped in the middle of the village streets, his eyes narrowing. Why don't you come out already? A figure stepped from the alley. Hajine turned, facing him head-on. It was the first successor of the heavenly demon cult, Jin Guanyan. His gaze was sharp as he studied Hajine. This time, I recognized you immediately, he said. Then, calmly, he asked, would you care to join me for tea? With his hands folded behind his back, Guan continued. I heard you just returned from Yunnan. If you have time, a cup of tea would be fitting. Hajine lifted a finger to his cheek and muttered, not difficult, but certainly unexpected. Guan didn't waver. Perhaps unexpected for you, but not for the one who spoke against me. I want to speak with my brother, now that you've ended your solitary training. Hajine tilted his head, then nodded. Fine, I'll join you, but I have one request. Rolling up his sleeves, he added, consider it payment for the tea. His hand shot out, gripping Guan's wrist. Let's fight. Guan frowned, unsure of Hajine's intent. The 2 brothers squared off. So, Guan asked slowly, you truly wish for a duel right here? Hajine smirked. That's right. But Guan shook his head. No, there's another way I'd rather repay you. Hajine's eyes narrowed. What way? I want to test one of my techniques, he said firmly. Which technique? Hajine pressed. For a long moment, Guan studied him. So that's why he called me here, to test his skills. How bold? Aloud, he answered, I had the master of inner enlightenment clear out the entire Zinnia pavilion. It should be ready now. Hajine frowned in disbelief. You emptied out an entire pavilion just to drink tea with me? His thoughts raced. There had to be something more behind this. Guan didn't flinch. To him, there was no problem at all. Hajine let out a heavy sigh. Since everything's already decided, I suppose I can't refuse. He locked eyes with his brother. Just make sure the tea is good. You should know, I'm particular about it. Guan's gaze never wavered. Do not worry. I prepared the very best. The sound of sizzling meat filled the air. Yui tugged at Anghwa's hand, her face alight with excitement. It smells so good. I can't help myself. Yui leaned forward eagerly, asking to taste a piece of the sizzling meat. It's for the guests, Anghwa replied firmly. Yui frowned. And what am I then? I'm a guest too. But Anghwa shook her head. No, you're Hajine's subordinate. Before the argument could escalate, Dongpil stepped in, pulling Yui out of the kitchen. She struggled, demanding to be released. His brows furrowed. You're far too arrogant for someone with such childish techniques. Eyui's eyes gleamed. Oh, you're confident, I see. With a grin, she drew her sword. Now that I think about it, we've never truly fought, have we? Then today, I'll show you who's in charge. Dongpil unsheathed his own blade, expression calm. I'm always ready. Inside, a dish was set neatly on the table. Sangrin looked at the spread with delight, her lips curling into a smile. There's so much food, Sangrin exclaimed. Anhwa bowed slightly. I only hope the guests find it pleasing. Sangrin tasted a piece, her eyes widening at once. Memories rushed through her mind. How she had entered the heavenly demon cult immediately after escaping the beast palace, hiding her purpose beneath the guise of visiting the third young lord. Depending on his decision, she could very well become a hostage again. But the flavor swept all other thoughts aside. Her gaze sparkled with joy. She had to maintain her composure, her persuasiveness, but the meat was exquisite. This is delicious, Sangrin cried, lifting her plate high. She turned to Anhwa, brimming with excitement. It's so juicy, and your skill is incredible. Taking another bite, she nodded with conviction. Anhwa, you're truly gifted. I've eaten at many famous northern kitchens, but nothing compares to this. Anhwa smiled, bowing once more. I'm glad the guests are satisfied. For a moment, Sangrin stared thoughtfully at the room. This place is full of villains from across the world, yet these people are kind. She raised her plate. May I have more? Outside, the sun dipped lower, nearly hidden beyond the rooftops. Two brothers walked side by side down the narrow street. Guan broke the silence. Have you heard anything about Sioyun? His eyes stayed ahead as he added, she doesn't care in the slightest who becomes the successor. Hajene remained quiet, his thoughts wandering. His brother's words echoed. Yes, Sioyun had always been that way. She cared only for martial arts. Yet, as he reflected, a note of caution stirred within him. Despite her indifference to power or politics, the fifth lady was the most talented of them all. That was why Hajene was dangerous. Guan frowned faintly, his tone edged with concern. There are those who believe that no matter how. There were those who claimed that no matter how talented a woman was, she could never lead the cult. To Hajene, such thoughts were laughable. He cast a sideways glance at his brother, thinking of the women within the cult. The heavenly demon cult was a place where worth was decided only by ability. Neither gender nor class could alter that truth. Guan finally spoke, his tone steady. The leader of the cult is chosen by the will of Mara, blessed by the heavenly demon itself. Before Chion sang, gender means nothing. There is no reason a woman could not lead. Hajene recalled history. The fourth heavenly demon had been a woman. Guan, his hands folded neatly behind his back, continued. I do not believe Hajene's talent falls short of the fourth heavenly demon, but she has no desire to claim succession. For that, I am relieved. Hajene's eyes sharpened. So, the elder truly desires the seat. Out loud, he said, at least you're honest. Guan halted, his expression firm. There's no point in hiding it anymore. From the moment I became the master's disciple, I have worked to ascend as a god. Naturally, I don't welcome rivals. Hajene didn't turn, but his frown deepened at his brother's words. So, he sees me as a rival already. Behind him, Guan spoke again. You lost all your martial arts once, crippled by a chi blockage, and yet in just 2 years you've reached this level. Despite being less gifted than Hajene, you've grown this strong. I don't understand how. Hajene kept walking. It's all in how you look at the world. Some people need to brush against death itself to learn. Others can learn simply by watching life unfold. Guan frowned, digesting the words. He stopped, then admitted, You're right. Tell me then, how does it feel to you? Who do you believe you will become? Hajene clenched his fists. I'm always learning. Whether it's walking, breathing, or eating, everything is a chance to grow. He stepped forward, adding, Even going to the Xenia Pavilion to face you will stir my demonic energy. Dark mana rippled around his body, flaring with intensity. Guan's jaw tightened in anger. Hajene turned, meeting his eyes. He heard his brother's voice, cold and certain. So you understand it fully. To challenge someone at the pinnacle of the demonic path, just to test yourself, it means you're prepared to risk everything. For Guan, nothing mattered but his own growth. He even chuckled, saying that no matter who stood before him, the outcome would be the same. Hajene's brows tightened. The cold expression on his brother's face made it clear he had already decided to kill him. Hajene stepped aside calmly. I'll go to the pavilion as well, he said. I want to see what you've prepared. But unlike you, I have family, I can't afford reckless risks. He smiled faintly. If Dill were here, perhaps I would have gone with him. But since he's occupied, I invited someone else. Guan's eyes narrowed. Ooh, Hajene tilted his head. I wondered if the frequency whisper technique would work across such a distance. Seems it does. From the shadows, the master of the criminal law hall appeared. Recognition flashed between the men. Guan turned sharply toward him. You came running just because the third young lord called? And you, head of an organization meant to stay neutral. Pathetic. Penal law hall master's gaze was calm, unwavering. You're narrow-minded if you think sharing tea threatens neutrality. Guan stepped closer. It depends on who the tea is with. Then relax. The hall's master replied evenly. I don't particularly like the third young lord. The air grew heavy as the two faced each other. Guan sneered. So you ran here simply because someone you don't even like summoned you? The hall master's reply was measured. Personal feelings have nothing to do with my duty. Hajene observed in silence, studying their every word. The tension was obvious. There was history between them, some conflict he did not yet understand. Still, he felt certain he'd made the right choice in calling upon a master of criminal law. At last, Guan turned. I didn't expect it to be you. His instincts are frightening. His voice was low, his brow furrowed. He left with a final remark. Next time, I'll stay for tea. I'll invite you. Hajene called after him. The hall master watched the air disappear into the distance. Be careful, he warned Hajene. Hajene narrowed his eyes. A dragon, yet also a demon. His gaze lingered on the retreating figure of his brother. The hall master's voice was steady. That man, no one is as skilled, and no one is as relentless. He'll do anything to achieve his goal. Hajene tilted his head. Isn't that true of everyone who walks this path? The hall master nodded slightly. It is. He thought for a moment and realized the brothers weren't so different after all. Hajene studied the man before him and said, if you're comparing them, you're nothing like him. The hall master said nothing at first, his gaze drifting to the star-filled sky. Then he finally spoke. That's because the first heir is a true demon, someone who knows nothing of morality or ethics. The men listening chuckled with satisfaction at the talk of family. But Guan's expression darkened as he warned, you'd better learn to watch your tongue when you speak with me. Hands folded neatly behind his back, Hajene said quietly, it's been so long since I've been home. Too long. I can't bring myself to return. Hajene smiled and replied, but I'm already back. Suddenly, Eui skidded across the floor and let out a piercing scream. Dongpil shook his head and sighed. That's the 43rd time. Maybe you should stop here. But Eui snapped back, voice ringing loud. Shut it. I'm not leaving until I hear him. Hajene stepped closer to the group. What exactly are you all doing here? He asked. We're just training, came a reply. Training? Hajene scoffed. You call it sparring when the third elder leader is just thrashing his opponent while she screams for you to face her? Sangrin muttered something under her breath, but all eyes suddenly turned toward her. Lowering her hands, Sangrin spoke firmly. I need to talk to you. Through the windows, the fading pink light of sunset spread across the sky. Hajene folded his arms. Did something happen? Sangrin's eyes widened. Deep down, she only wanted to be useful to Hajene. Lifting her brows, she said, I want to know, what can I do to help you become the successor of the divine cult? Hajene frowned. You want to help me? Lowering her chin, Sangrin explained, our palace, my brother, the heir, formed an alliance with him. Because of that, I must support him as a member of the Ice Palace. Hajene closed his eyes. I like your attitude, he admitted, but I don't need your help. Not right now. There are plenty inside and outside the sect who can assist me. We'll speak of this again once I'm chosen as successor. Facing him, Sangrin said politely, then please let me know if you ever do need me. At her words, something came to Hajine's mind. There is one thing I've been curious about, he said. It's about the great Liu Li method and your brother. She wanted to say something about it, but kept hesitating. Sangrin's eyes widened, puzzled by her silence. Frowning, Sangrin thought to herself, if my brother never told him, then I have no right to speak. But maybe I should just in case. Hajine's lips tightened as she finally explained. The great Liu Li method was born from the heretical path that appeared during the bloodshed in our palace. And it's connected not only to the Beast Palace, but also to the divine cult. Hajene frowned deeply, mulling over her words. Beast Palace and divine cult? But those two share nothing in common, aside from being massive powers in the southern Yangtze. Breaking the silence, Sangrin asked, Isn't there a technique within the divine cult, something like the demonic essence absorption art? Hajin shook his head slightly. Not that art, but I felt something similar before. What kind of technique? She pressed. A memory of Pyong once surfaced. Hajin spoke slowly. I felt it in the Second Lord. When I visited him, his internal energy suddenly surged. Not just that, his martial arts advanced an entire level. Resting her hands by her sides, Sangrin said firmly, "That's a soul fusion technique. It seems to be at a level beyond the third." Hajin narrowed his eyes. Beyond the third? Sangrin raised her brows. Not exactly the same soul fusion art. It's tied to the great Liu Li method. And if his martial arts improved, not just his internal energy, then he must have used it many times already. Lowering his head, Hajin pieced it together. So Pyong really did kill his subordinate. Sangrin explained calmly. Techniques that absorb internal energy or life essence all have different levels. Judging from this, the second young lord has nearly reached the peak. Hajin folded his arms. Then the soul fusion technique. It's a part of the great Lu method itself. In that moment, the silhouette of her brother appeared behind her. Hajin spoke with certainty. For him to complete the great Lu method, he'll need to use that technique once more. And if I'm right, it'll likely be against you. Sangrin's eyes widened. You're right. He asked quietly. Does that upset you? She answered without hesitation. Of course I'm not upset. Whether I live or die doesn't matter much. Even if my energy is taken, it might actually be for the better. Hajin's brows furrowed, confusion flickering across his face. Sangrin raised her hand and explained, the true beauty of the dual soul fusion technique lies in its foundation, yin and yunism in harmony. The earlier portion of the great Liu Li method once leaked into Zhongyuan. That's how both the second young lord and the Beast Palace lord came to learn the techniques they now use. Her pupils widened as she continued. But without the balance of yin and yunism contained in the latter part of the method, the great Lu method becomes something far darker, far more twisted. Sangrin looked straight at him. If he fails to master it completely, the second young lord will lose all humanity and turn into a monster worse than the Beast Palace lord himself. Hajin pressed his lips shut, saying nothing. Above them, white clouds drifted across the sky. Someone called out a greeting to the third young lord. He turned and thanked her warmly. You're always the one who greets me whenever I return. Yunism smirked. Of course. Everyone already knows what you accomplished on your last mission. Hajin narrowed his eyes and asked, so it's already spread? Yunism nodded. Plenty of people took part in that mission. Naturally, word would spread. Yunism lowered her brows. But there's a rumor going around. Well, I don't like. Hajin's eyes widened. What rumor? She poured a drink into her cup, stalling. Come on, he pressed, rising from his chair. Don't speak so vaguely. You know how irritating that is. Testing his reaction, she finally apologized. Forgive me. It's just a very strange rumor. With her eyes closed, Yunism spoke. I heard Cheon Sang has ordered the succession war to end before the Mara festival. His gaze sharpened. And how exactly did you hear that? Yosnim gave a faint shrug. Gossip. Hajin's mouth fell open in disbelief. That's what you're calling a rumor? Holding her cup delicately, she added, there's more. Some say Hajin intends to kill Yeoman to ignite the succession war. The third young lord's lips curled downward. Why would I need to kill her? What possible reason? If it came down to it, Hajin said flatly, I would have killed Pyong Guan or Jin Guanyang instead. Yunism tilted her chin downward, agreeing. I thought the same. You've never had any reason to worry about Yeoman. You're not the type. Still, the rumor is out there. Most people have heard it. Hajin closed his eyes, silent for a moment. Someone must have started this deliberately. At the table, Yunism leaned forward. Do you think it was the first young lord? No one can say, came the reply. It's impossible to know for certain. Hajin lowered his head, troubled. The real problem is that whoever spread this rumor might actually try to harm her. He opened his eyes wide, recalling the shadow behind the rumor. As he remembered passing by a boy, his thoughts drifted to the demon god's palace. The general strategist, Yozong, had looked at him back then as if to say, come by for tea sometime. Yozong narrowed his eyes. In that moment, Hajin realized he already knew. The tall buildings of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult's military department soon came into view. Wooden boards were stacked in messy piles across the floor. Someone's here, a voice announced. Hajin stepped forward, glancing. I've never seen such an office. From behind the desk, the room's owner countered calmly. This is order and chaos. Hajin blinked in disbelief. I really don't want to know. Yozong smirked. It may look like chaos to you, but to a sage, it's beautiful. Hajin scoffed. That's the best nonsense I've heard in a long time. Yozong only grinned wider and let out a loud laugh. Hajin cut in, his tone sharp. Why did you call me here? Yozong poured tea slowly. Straight to the point then. Raising his hand, Hajin asked, do you know about the rumors spreading lately? Yozong countered smoothly. Are you here because you want to know who's behind them? If that's the case, then I can't help you. I don't know what you expect to gain by asking me. Why not? Hajin pressed. Yozong grinned. Because in the end, I must remain neutral. Hajin's mouth tightened as he tried to push further. Then tell me at least what you do know. But Yozong cut in, reminding him, the hidden pavilion is under my command. It's difficult not to know. As he covered his teacup with his palm, Hajin leaned forward and asked. Yes, Hajin confirmed. I intend to remain neutral. Yozong squinted, his voice thoughtful. I believe I understood enough about you, but you're far too unpredictable. You're like a young tiger, one that will reach its goal no matter what. Hajin pressed his lips together, resting his hand against the table, while Hajin finally spoke. Rising from his seat, he said, thank you for the tea. You're leaving already? Yozong asked. I came here for something, Hajin replied, but I didn't receive it. Yozong raised a brow. I haven't said anything yet. Hajin closed his eyes. I'm a busy man. His hair swayed slightly as Yozong warned. If you're planning to stir trouble at the residence of the first or second young lord, you'd best give up that idea. The first young lord is not someone to trifle with. If you charge in recklessly, as you did with the fourth, you may not leave alive. Turning away, Hajin said calmly, thank you for the warning. But Yozong's voice followed him. Wait, why are you so stubborn? You know it will bring misfortune sooner or later. You're not foolish enough to ignore that. Placing his hand over his fist, Hajin spoke with quiet sincerity. We're not close, but I've always been grateful to you. Hajin smirked faintly. Then continue to do your best for the cult. In the end, your efforts for the cult are also efforts for yourself. The red buildings of the compound came into sight. A voice suggested it was time to end their talk. Hajin added, I'll return in 3 days. Next time, let's drink something stronger while we talk. From the balcony, Yozong watched them leave. Is it really to his benefit to give his all for the cult? And why 3 days exactly? He must have a plan. His pupils trembled as the realization struck. Meanwhile, a bright voice called out, Hajin, eyes lit with joy as she ran toward him. Hajin smirked. It's been a long time. Yeoman rushed forward and embraced Hajin. When did you return? She asked eagerly. Just yesterday, he replied. Her mouth dropped open. And Yunnan? I heard it's so much hotter there than here. Closing his eyes, the Hajin groaned. Don't even bring it up. It wasn't just scorching hot. It rained endlessly. You can't imagine how miserable it was. Her surprise showed clearly. Hajin knelt on one knee. Yeoman, are you busy? She shook her head quickly. No, I'm free. I already finished my morning training. Then he asked, would you like to take a walk with me? Perhaps we can visit the first one together. Her face lit up, and she agreed without hesitation. But just then, a woman stepped forward. Forgive me, she said firmly, but she has afternoon classes scheduled. Hajin noted silently, the head maid. Strict as a mother, they say. Hajin turned his gaze aside. It's fine if she misses a single class. Why so strict? Ranhwa lowered her brows. I'm sorry, but the schedule is set. That's how it is, and it isn't your concern. Her thoughts remained guarded. With these rumors spreading, I can't allow him to get too close to her. Gripping Yeoman gently by the arms, Hajin said, books won't teach her what she needs. If you're that worried, then come along yourself and learn what it really means to teach. Hajin smirked. Life is the best teacher. The black-roofed buildings of the cult loomed into view. From within, a loud voice barked, ordering someone to leave. Mouth open in disbelief, Hajin muttered, you should before the entire cult gathers here. The doors creaked open. A man stepped forward. I hear you love to exaggerate. Guan clenched his fists. Do you need to make such a scene? Hajin frowned. Unlike a certain someone, I don't plot in secret and hide my schemes. Guan pressed his lips together. Narrowing his eyes, Guan asked coldly, and do you think it's right to use juniors in your struggle for the successor seat? He lifted a hand to his mouth, adding, rumors often sound far worse than the truth. Hajin held tightly to Yeoman's clothes, his thoughts heavy. Is it truly worth sacrificing the life of an innocent? To sacrifice a child's life just to claim the heir's seat Is that what they believe? Hajin lowered the corners of his lips. It doesn't matter if the rumors are true or false. What matters is that I can't act recklessly. If I move without care, I'll only make them believe the rumors are real. I must stay calm, stay invisible. But then he noticed the yeoman's eyes sparkling with joy. No, ignoring them isn't enough. That too will become a problem. Ahead, a tall building came into view. Whispers spread quickly through the crowd. That's Hajin, and he's with yeoman. Could the rumors be true? And look, he's even gone to the main gates of the First One's domain. As he crossed the square, Hajin thought grimly, just by walking here, the rumor will scatter across the entire cult. Gossip is one of the strongest forces of power, and in the end, it's always the one at the center of it who suffers most. Bright Eyes followed their every step. Hajin realized the truth. Yes, with slander alone, a person's fate can be shackled. That is the true power of rumor. Hands clasped neatly behind his back, Guan spoke coldly. Do you take me for petty and foolish? How could I tolerate such insolence? The words stirred uneasy thoughts among the listeners. Hajin frowned. Enough. I have no time for idle chatter. Then, Guan declared clearly, I am the first young master of the heavenly demon divine cult, closest to Cheon Sang himself, devoted to surpassing my rivals. Do you think someone like me would waste his breath spreading vile gossip? The eyes of the crowd lit up with conviction. Hajin frowned. Of course, this is his goal, to show everyone here to turn their faith toward him. And it's working. Yeoman and Manhwa could only gape in confusion. Standing directly before Guan, Hajin clenched his fists. If I don't break this blind faith now, it'll grow stronger. But how? Can my techniques even dispel this hold over them? I have to try. He drew in a slow, deep breath. Guan narrowed his eyes, uncertain. What are you doing? Suddenly, Hajin opened his mouth wide and unleashed a spell to dispel illusions. A violent vortex of energy ripped across the square. One of Guan's subordinates shielded his face with his hands, screaming. The onlookers dropped to the ground, bowing low in awe. Extending his palm outward, Hajin admitted loudly, I don't even know what method Guan. I can't even tell what method Guan used to cloud the minds of these people, Hajin admitted. But breaking it so quickly, that's no small feat, and besides, these people aren't fools. Guan pressed his lips together. The roar of the Shaolin lion. Where did this boy learn such a technique? Turning away, Guan said coldly, Follow me. Hajin wrapped his arms around Yeoman. I've no desire to die here, not in the domain of someone capable of spreading such vile rumors. I won't agree to that, Hajin countered. Guan's lips pulled downward, but Hajin lowered his brow and suggested, Then let's head to Jira. Hajin stepped forward, but a voice stopped him. Wait, Yeoman called. He turned. What is it? Lifting her head, she said firmly, People aren't stupid enough to believe my brother would ever hurt me. It isn't true, is it? You'd never harm me. His jaw loosened slightly. It's true. I wouldn't. But some people still choose to believe it. Her eyes widened with worry. Then tell me. I've always been curious about something. What is it? He asked. Why did you decide to fight for the heir's position? She asked, raising her brows. Ranwa's face turned pale. Young lady, that's far too impolite, she cried. But Hajin gently placed his palm against the girl's cheek. Because I have a dream I must fulfill. Her eyes shone with curiosity. What dream? A faint grin crossed Hajin's lips. If I told you, I might frighten you. But to reach it, I need to become successor. Her face lit up. I understand now. Then, with surprising determination, she declared, In that case, I'll give up my fight for the heir's seat. Guan's face twisted in outrage. Ranwa turned sharply, shouting, Young lady, you must never speak such nonsense. You are Cheon Sang's disciple. You must strive to be the best. Yeoman frowned. But isn't my brother also Cheon Sang's disciple? Ranwa froze in alarm, unable to answer. Hajin dropped to one knee. Do you truly not want to be the heir? I do, she admitted quietly. Then don't talk about giving up, he advised firmly. If you've declared you want to fight for that seat, then you can't retreat halfway. She bit her lip, then nodded. You're right, that's true. Then I'd only agree to become heir. For Sotang's sake, Yeoman said softly. She's the one who did everything for me, she added, her voice faint. Hajin lowered the corners of his lips, disappointment flickering across his face. Folding her hands behind her back, the child admitted, But none of this is truly my dream. Hajin's voice rose sharply as he turned toward the headmaid. Can't you see? Your mistress has such a kind heart. She's trying to live out her desires only through helping others. Manhwa shook her head firmly. That's not how it is at all. Hajene frowned in thought. Even though she's the closest to the girl, she always manages to hide her true feelings from prying eyes. Hajene glanced back at Yeoman. Such a heavy burden placed on those small, fragile shoulders. Yet she's still one of Cheon-sang's chosen successors. Outside, the rain poured down, drumming hard against the earth. A wooden signboard came into view, and a man's pupils widened as he asked, "What brings Hajene here?" Hajene smiled. "It's been a long time. This place feels warm, almost too cozy. Looks like a lot of money went into it. Prepare a table for us, drinks for two, and something for the child." Through the windows, bright light spilled across the room. A subordinate's voice rang out. "Attention, everyone. Honored guests are here. Do everything perfectly." Exquisite dishes quickly filled the table. Lifting his cup with 2 fingers, Guan remarked, "You and Yeoman seem quite close." Hajin answered calmly, "We are close." Yeoman's eyes lit up. "He saved me." The first successor of Cheon-sang frowned, remembering. That must have been when the fourth tried to poison her. His gaze sharpened. "Are you planning to give up your claim to the heir's seat?" Yeoman blinked in confusion. Lowering his chin, Guan continued, "Only those who are permitted can reach such heights. If you're going to give up at the very beginning, then it's the same as giving up your own status. If that's your choice, leave." Yeoman lowered her head, ready to explain her words. But Hajin, holding noodles delicately with his chopsticks, interrupted. "It's fine. You can stay." Then, turning to her with a slight smile, he added, "But you must eat properly. Can we finish all of this food together?" Yeoman beamed. "I will." Guan frowned deeply. "The younger ones should listen to their elders," Guan said coldly. "Do you have trouble hearing?" Hajin slammed his palm against the table. "Enough. I'm sick of this." Hajin spread his arms wide. "Why do you all keep picking on her? She's just a child. It's bad manners." Yeoman bit her lip, saying nothing. Hajin closed his eyes. "When I see injustice like this, I can't stand by and ignore it." Guan leaned forward, lips slightly parted. "And what exactly should I make of that?" Hajin lowered his head. "We'll end this here." But Hajin pressed again, brows furrowed. Hajin only grinned. "Then let's settle who the heir should be." Bright light broke through the storm clouds above. Feet sank into the muddy ground as a voice cried, "It's a curse." Pyong Guan ground his teeth, shouting, "From today onward, I won't come and go as I please anymore." A bolt of lightning split the sky, and a second successor of the heavenly demon divine cult stepped forward. "Now it's your turn, third young lord." Rain poured heavily. A voice asked, "So your goal is to choose your opponent? Or is there something else you want to discuss?" Hajin stood near Guan and spoke evenly. "Not long ago, when we met in Cheon-sang's palace, he said he planned to buy out the entire Purple Mist Pavilion just to have tea. And yet you tried to kill me, didn't you?" At the table, Hajin leaned back. "I don't know what tricks you've pulled here, but tell me, are you confident you can kill someone who's already stepped into the highest demon realm?" "I may be confident, but I'm not so foolish as to forget that battle is full of variables." "So where does your confidence come from?" Yeoman looked at him in surprise. Hajin added, "And, right on cue, a rumor spreads that I plan to use her as a hostage to fight for the heir's seat." Raising his glass, Hajin said calmly, "Perhaps it wasn't you. Maybe it's because of the loyalty of the demons who follow you, or perhaps someone else entirely. But don't you think the situation is far too strange?" Guan lowered his gaze. Then came another question. "If you truly wanted to spread rumors, wouldn't it be smarter to stir things up little by little while you were away? And even better, to disguise the source so no one could trace them back to you?" Hajin slammed his mug down hard on the table. "Someone here is deliberately spreading these rumors," he barked. "And they know full well I'll come running the moment I hear them." Hajin lowered his brows. They wanted me to meet him face to face. Guan's lips parted slightly as he studied him. So attentive, Guan frowned. "From the moment I heard the rumors, I knew you would come straight to me. But I didn't expect you to bring along all these demonic followers as spectators. Still, that works just fine. As long as you step into my territory, I'll act." Hajin's eyes flicked toward Hajin, who calmly poured liquid into his glass. He blinked. "So instead of storming my domain, he's throwing me out of it and dragging spectators along with him. Clever." Nearby, Yeoman nibbled on a cookie as Guan muttered, "I didn't see it that far ahead. I only sensed danger at that moment." Hajin smiled faintly. "All the more impressive. Your instincts outweigh common sense." Squinting, Guan said confidently, My martial arts surpass yours. Of that, I have no doubt. But when he pictured a real battle, even he could not see the outcome clearly. Hajene lowered his eyebrows. He isn't boasting. He truly believes his skills are superior. He glanced at Hajene. And you? What do you think? Hajene tilted his lips slightly. What do I think? Hajene's expression hardened. Do you have the confidence to face me and win? Yeoman of the cult gasped, eyes wide. Hajene adjusted his sleeve and answered without hesitation. I've never once backed away simply because I wasn't certain of victory. Then can you guarantee the result? Hajene pressed. Hajene tapped a finger on the table. Victory and defeat remain unknown until the very end. I don't dwell on it. I make my choice and move forward. So tell me now, do you want to fight or not? Guan stared straight ahead. Unlike you, I don't step into battles I might not be able to win. Hajene noted quietly, very cautious. Guan finally spoke. A true general wins first, then fights. That is the essence of first-class warfare. But a general who loses first, then tries to win afterward, that method won't work against me. Hajene smiled faintly. You certainly love to talk, but your dramatic style is far too shallow. A sudden surge of magical energy filled the air. Hajene lowered his brows in confusion. I've never felt an aura like this before. The energy swelled rapidly, growing sharper and faster. Turning his head, Hajene saw him, already standing at the doorway. Moments later, wet footsteps echoed, water dripping with every step. Yeoman's eyes widened. Brother? Voices whispered through the room. The second disciple had arrived. He curved his lips into a faint smile. My brother summoned me. Sweat traced down Hajine's face as he recognized him. But this isn't the same Pyong Guan I met before. What's going on? Guan studied the warrior carefully. Hajene is proposing to settle the airship right now. Given his history, it'll be a fight to the death. That's what I believe. Pyong removed his hat and said coldly, then you should accept. After all, I won't lose. Is that so? Guan asked, his voice sharp. Hajene smirked slightly. So, you crawled here under his orders? Hajene frowned. That trick won't work on me. Then it wasn't voluntary? Hajene pressed. How hard did he beat you until you gave in? Pyong's brows sank in anger. Hajine's lips curved faintly. You speak with such confidence, yet you couldn't even protect your own people. What disgrace. Hajine's jaw dropped slightly in confusion. Suddenly, Dongpil clenched his teeth in pain. Warriors emerged in the distance, their voices rising. Lower your sword now. Yeoman's eyes widened in shock. She heard the threat clearly. If he wanted to keep both of them alive, he mustn't act rashly. Tears welled as she turned desperately toward her guard. At the table, Hajene asked flatly, Did you kidnap MH men? Guan responded with a question of his own. Have you forgotten? A true general wins before the battle even begins. I only fight battles that are already mine. His eyes gleamed as he added, I've always said, I spare nothing to reach my goals. That is what it means to be a true demon, stripped of morality. Hajene bared his teeth in fury. A violent bolt of lightning ripped across the sky. Guan grinned menacingly. I think it's time I asked you one question. The first successor of the demon divine, Lord leaned forward. Will you decide the successor here and now, or will you resign? A lamp flickered, its yellow light filling the room. A voice muttered, You're twisting the rules of the game too much. A white liquid was poured into a cup. Glass, the warrior, scoffed at the idea of cheating being wrong. To him, calling it naive was foolish because in battle, there are no rules, only victory. Anyone who calls their opponent a coward or a cheat is simply making excuses, and in the end, a loser remains a loser. Slamming his palms on the table, Guan cut in, saying he was no different from the rest. He pressed further, asking if the Hajene hadn't also joined hands with outsiders just to secure his position as successor. Hajene calmly admitted that it was true. Lowering his brows, Guan declared that monsters fight without limits, and neither does he. To him, right and wrong are meaningless. What matters is the path chosen to strike. Hajine's lips tightened in frustration at those words. Guan leaned forward, narrowing his eyes. He told Hajene he had two choices: surrender his claim to the successor's seat, and in doing so, he'd be able to watch his people smile again. Then he added, almost as if reminding him, that Hajene already knew there was something else at play. Seated at the grand table, Hajene spoke up, saying there was only one thing he needed clarity on. The warrior responded without hesitation. If he was referring to the safety of the hostages, he had nothing to fear. He wasn't foolish enough to throw away his only leverage. Hajene gave a sharp nod of thanks, then suddenly shifted the topic, asking about his connection with the head of the criminal department. At that, Hajine's face darkened, his frown sharp and dangerous. Hajene spoke up, explaining that while he knew little, he did know the man was arrogant, yet not the type to bare his fangs against Cheonsang's disciples. But when cornered, he became a beast. Guan narrowed his gaze, asking why he wanted to know. Hajine replied simply, it was curiosity, but the feeling nagged at him, refusing to fade. Pyong bared his teeth, his voice sharp with anger. If this was just an attempt to stall for time, he warned, then Hajine had better stop now. The Demon King, turning his head, barked at the audience to stay silent. Hajine then echoed his brother's words. Those who abandoned their right to the throne had no right to stand on that stage. Anyone crawling beneath their opponent's feet should keep quiet and watch from the sidelines. That taunt made the young man's veins bulge with fury as he snapped back to clarify his point. Guan, watching the escalating tension, stepped in and told his brother to stop. And then, Pyong closed his eyes. The warrior spread his fingers on the table and warned Hajine not to provoke him. But the second brother cut him off, telling him to ignore his presence and answer the questions instead. He then demanded to know why Hajine's relationship with them was so strained. Guan squinted in confusion, clearly unsettled. Why was Hajine suddenly asking about his ties with Go? Did he have another motive? With a dismissive tone, he replied that he had no reason to answer, and if Hajine intended to summon the head of the legal department again like last time, it would be pointless. That man had been reassigned to the outer regions just last night. Hajine lifted his cup to his lips, calmly saying that it was unfortunate. But if he refused to answer, then he would simply confirm it himself. Guan, watching closely, wondered about the strange energy beginning to fill the air. Guan lowered his brows and muttered that the feeling was heavy, unsettling, and growing stronger, like a wave of energy rolling through the room. The warrior, glancing downward, declared it wasn't human energy, and then the floor beneath them began to tremble. Guan's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked if such a thing was even possible. Rain hammered against the windows outside. Hajine urged his brother to look, and Pan quickly yanked the curtains open. Sweat dripped down his face as he realized what was happening. He explained in a hushed tone. They were the cult's most elite warriors. The sound of hooves thundered outside. Suddenly, the heavenly demon's troops appeared. Hajine's lips curved into a faint grin. He admitted that Guan had been right, neither bound by good or evil, nor by the limits of battle. Hajine added that until Guan explained it, he hadn't realized what he had truly been doing all along. Guan frowned, puzzled, and asked what he meant. Hajine smirked, his voice low but cutting. Hajine hadn't been fighting. He'd been sending information. A telepathic message, to be exact. He had revealed that there were 2 traitors hidden on the top floor of the Purple Mist Pavilion. A moment later, Hajine called out 2 names, Pyong Guan and Guan. The hall erupted in shock, eyes snapping wide in disbelief. Guan ground his teeth, his jaw tightening in confusion. Then, from the upper window of the building, a light flickered on. Hajine spoke coldly, explaining that this was the true strength of their cult. When disaster strikes, they don't waste time. They act first, ask questions later, and gather everyone together. It wasn't his favorite method, but right now, it served him perfectly. Hajine grinned. Hajine, sweat dripping down his face, grinned and asked if Hajine enjoyed the chaos he had just created. The warrior snapped back, calling him insane. Suddenly, yeoman of the cult was thrown into the air. A maid rushed forward, catching her in time. Hajine raised his palm, ordering the assistant to take the woman and escape. The dishes on the table rattled violently. Hajine's eyes widened in shock as Hajine's cold voice rang out. Everything was prepared, and now, the real show was about to begin. In the blink of an eye, Hajine seized his opponent. With explosive force, he smashed through the wall ahead. The clash erupted into the forest, where countless thunderous blows echoed through the trees. Not long after, the military division of the Heavenly Demon Cult arrived. An assistant hurried to Yozong, reporting that the army had reached the Purple Fog Pavilion, where traitors had been exposed and a state of emergency had been declared. Yozong bit his lip, his thoughts spiraling. He had accused the first young master of treason. Was this actually Hajine's scheme? If they weren't traitors, then the consequences for him would be devastating. Raising his head, he realized grimly that the only resolution now was death. from the shattered forest. A voice cut through the air, demanding if he intended to brand both him and the second brother as traitors. What kind of plan was this to create such a spectacle? Guan clenched his fist and shouted furiously that if the accusations proved false, he would face execution in the cruelest way possible, and his family would be dragged down with him. Hajene lowered his hands and sneered. He didn't know what Pyong had promised Guan, but joining his side was a grave mistake. With each passing moment, he seemed to be slipping deeper into madness. Hajene then added fuel to the fire, declaring that the second young master Pyong was indeed plotting treason. Guan lowered his brows, stunned by the revelation. Suddenly, a deafening strike landed against the black-clad warriors. A youth stepped forward, palm raised, proclaiming himself the young leader of the cult. He demanded to know how worthless traitors dared even look at him. Baring his teeth in fury, he unleashed his rage. Word spread instantly. The supposed traitors had attacked the heavenly demon's forces, plunging the pavilion into chaos. Hajene stepped forward, voice sharp and merciless. He declared that his master, Guan, the first young master, was also a traitor, conspiring alongside the others. And as the rightful heir to the divine heavenly demon cult, he vowed to personally execute them. Far away, the demon god's palace loomed. Inside, an assistant rushed to deliver urgent news of the traitors. Cheon Sang, unshaken, simply told him to calm himself. Cheon Sang remained calm, saying these so-called traitors weren't real, so there was no reason to panic. Mudam, standing before Cheon Sang, reported that the entire city had been placed under a state of emergency. The heavenly demon army was fully deployed, with all combat divisions reinforcing them as precaution. Leaders had taken their posts, while the criminal law hall was already arresting suspected subordinates and raiding their homes. When the first guard of the Guardian Court was asked about the chief strategist, he hesitated, jaw tightening, before answering that the man was in his office along with the other leaders. He had also sent an urgent request to the hidden pavilion, but they had yet to act. From his throne, Cheon Sang spoke, his tone heavy with certainty. It was all clear to him now. Cheon Sang lifted his saucer to his lips, his thoughts turning dark. If the hidden pavilion hadn't moved, then the chief strategist also understood that this so-called betrayal wasn't real. He knew something grand was brewing, though not that it would spiral into such danger. The question now was, how would he face the consequences? In the past, Hajene had once smiled and said, "If they doubt me, I'll just become the traitor they accuse me of." In the end, only results matter. Cheon Sang bit his lips at the memory. Arms folded, Mudam warned that spreading false information just to seize the succession was a grave crime. But, Jang countered, they still couldn't be sure whether the two children were truly guilty of treason. The ninth heavenly demon replied coldly, "Sometimes, lies become truth." The first guard stared in stunned silence at those words. Light filtered through the barred windows as Cheon Sang instructed him to calm down and rest. The guard bowed, apologizing, and withdrew. Leaning on his fist, Cheon Sang muttered that though it was bold not to place limits on oneself, every action carried responsibility and consequences. Suddenly, the saucer in his hand cracked, shards falling away. Cheon Sang glared at his own palm, his face dark. Turning aside, the ninth heavenly demon declared that if the outcome didn't satisfy him, he would show no mercy, even to the one he valued most. In that instant, a violent crash echoed as a hole tore open in the building. A shout followed. It was a traitor. A maid rushed down the stairs, yelling that the traitor had resisted arrest, urging others to seize him. Her eyes landed on Hajene, and memories resurfaced, his words from before. When everything falls apart, take the girl and escape. After that, you'll know how to choose for yourselves. Through the sweat rolled down her face as the assistant struggled to make sense of the third young lord's words, whispered to her through the frequency technique. How could he have predicted this chaos? And which side should yeomen take in this madness to survive? Warriors leveled their spears, but the maid quickly stepped forward, telling them to stop and reveal themselves. She added firmly that she served yeomen, and that one of the accused traitors was wreaking havoc here. One of the soldiers snapped his gaze forward, demanding again which young lady she served. Human, eyes wide, blurted out her name. The soldier lowered his head respectfully and greeted yeomen, then explained that he hoped she understood their rough treatment given the dire situation. Suddenly, the commander-in-chief barked an order. Escort yeoman and her maid to safety. The The rest of the soldiers were to surround the Zinnia pavilion immediately. In an instant, warriors rushed to obey. Watching all this unfold, the woman shivered inwardly. He was far too dangerous. Turning quickly, the maid muttered that she had to keep yeomen far away from all this. A dense forest came into view. Broken tree trunks littered the ground as Guan's voice rang out, demanding if Hajene had dragged the heavenly demon army into this with fabricated crimes. Clenching his fists, Guan snapped. Did Hajene really think such nonsense would work? To his shock, Hajene answered without hesitation, yes. The first successor of the demon god cult glared, declaring that he would drag Hajene before the demon god's palace and prove his innocence. Hajene turned his head slightly and remarked that he must be frightened, seeing as he was speaking far more than usual. With a sudden burst of fury, Guan lunged forward, hands swinging as he roared at Hajene to shut his mouth, calling him a bastard. Hajene stood firm, defending against the fierce strike, his foot rooted deep into the ground. Hajene bared his teeth, admitting silently that the blow was powerful, far stronger than expected. Guan suddenly leapt into the air, and Hajene muttered in awe that his speed was extraordinary, every muscle bursting with strength. Guan frowned, rage simmering. Then, a red aura erupted around Hajene. In an instant, Hajene surged forward, slamming a devastating strike straight at his enemy's head. Guan was hurled back from the sheer force of the blow. The warrior, stunned, struggled to comprehend what kind of movement Hajene had just unleashed. Hajene clenched his fists, voice steady. He warned Guan that he was too confident in himself. Hajene smiled coldly, reminding him that he had already said it before. His martial arts surpassed his. And that arrogance, that blind confidence, was exactly what would destroy him. Guan's lips twisted in confusion. Suddenly, his hand went to his side, slowly drawing out a katana. Hajene's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the blade. Guan lifted the weapon, declaring that Hajene showed no sense of urgency. Hajene's eyes narrowed. The way Guan gripped the hilt, the way he drew the sword, even the murderous intent radiating from him. It was identical to the martial arts of the criminal law master. Hajene smirked, pointing it out. He remarked that Guan's technique was the same as the criminal law master's, then asked if their relationship was perhaps not so ordinary. Guan's expression hardened, drawing the katana fully. He spat that Hajene was nothing but a loser. Hajene lowered his brows, his voice cutting as he asked if Guan realized how violently he reacted every time that man's name was mentioned. In the next instant, the katana flashed. Guan swung with lethal intent, but Hajene leaned back, narrowly dodging the slash. Looking up, Hajene recognized it instantly, the blood demon explosive sword. Its strikes were volatile, carrying immense killing power. Without hesitation, Hajene charged forward, launching a brutal kick. Guan's jaw clenched in fury. Then came a roar. Guan's mouth opened wide as he screamed for Hajene to die. Water trickled down the sword's edge. But before he could follow through, Guan froze in shock. Hajene was standing directly atop the sharp blade. Calmly, Hajene remarked that it was a good technique, but he couldn't see any way to refine it further. Dropping his hands loosely to his sides, he added that when it came to assassination techniques, he himself still fell short. His skills couldn't compare to the Death Lord, one of the top 3 assassins in the world. At that, Guan demanded to know who this Death Lord was. Hajene, his leg poised to strike, replied coldly that the details didn't matter. Suddenly, Hajene lashed out at Guan's head, declaring that the only thing he needed to understand was this. He too would die by Hajene's hand. A thunderous explosion erupted in the forest, shaking the ground. Hajene looked forward, his voice level as he admitted that Guan's achievement, reaching the highest demonic level before the age of 40, was remarkable. It was enough to call him a future powerhouse in the martial world. But Guan now sat on the ground, staring up at his opponent. Hajene's voice cut in, sharp and cold. Yes, it was impressive, but still he was lacking something critical. Enough that Hajene couldn't fathom where his confidence even came from. Hajene then declared he wasn't the only one who had reached the highest demonic realm, demanding to know what gave one the courage to stand so boldly before him. Guan roared in rage, screaming at him to shut up. In an instant, a dark force erupted, surrounding his body. Hajene stepped forward, both hands raised defensively. Blue flames burned in the palm of the successor of the demon cult's lord. Hajene staggered back, coughing blood, stunned by the sheer force of that demonic energy. Suddenly, droplets of water shimmered in the air, glistening as thick tree branches swayed violently. Guan clenched his fist and barked. How dare Hajine doubt his martial arts? Sweat poured down Hajine's face. The acolyte of the righteous heavenly alliance wondered aloud if this was the demon emperor technique. At that moment, Guan gave a faint smile. He admitted he hadn't wanted to use it, but regretted not killing Hajine earlier. Hajine lowered his hands, acknowledging grimly that he hadn't expected Guan to hide something like this. He asked if Guan had stolen it, but then quickly corrected himself, asking if he had learned it directly from Cheon-sang. Guan confirmed it with a nod. Hajine bit his lips, muttering that this was the ultimate demon art, the demon emperor technique, passed down through all past leaders of the cult. Yet, he still couldn't understand where Guan's overflowing confidence came from. Frowning deeply, Guan shot back that no matter what demonic techniques Hajine had studied, they would be useless before the demon emperor Qi. Hajine answered coldly, voice cutting. If it were Cheon-sang himself, that would be another story. But Guan? An imitator who merely absorbed whatever was taught to him? Against Hajine, that wasn't enough. In that moment, a devastating surge of energy erupted around Hajine. His aura twisted and expanded violently as he declared that he would show Guan something greater, the ninefold demonic art. Guan narrowed his eyes, suspicion flickering. He had never seen this art before. Could it be something Hajine had created himself? Hajine suddenly raised his palm, the strike tearing through the air. The first successor's eyes went wide in shock, just as Hajine's figure shot forward, closing in at blinding speed. Hajine's brows sank low, his killing intent radiating. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The roof of the building came into view as voices echoed overhead, demanding to know if this was a rebellion. Was Hajine's report true? Yui turned to Dongpil, mouth agape. She quickly moved her legs, testing for anyone lurking nearby. The youngest commander of the Frenzy Demon Squad peered ahead, demanding to know what was happening. The warrior turned his head, asking the same question. Yui's gaze fell on a massive weapon, confusion spreading. Why did swordsmen always abandon their blades at such times? From afar, flames engulfed houses. Shouts rang out. It was time to arrest the rebels. The traitors had struck against the heavenly demon army, only to vanish into the forest. Beneath an umbrella, an old man watched quietly. He asked if the second young master had crossed a line he should never have crossed. A member of the heavenly demon cult turned his head toward him. One of the cult members explained that it was still unclear whether this truly counted as rebellion. But another voice cut in sharply. Disturbing the heavenly demon army was no different from committing rebellion itself. A senior member of the heavenly demon cult narrowed his eyes. No matter how fierce the struggle for succession became, spreading false accusations of treason was on another level entirely. Not even Hajine could escape the consequences of that. The man looked forward and asked if this elder had not always supported Hajine. The reply came cold. Even if he had been a supporter, that didn't erase responsibility. Every action carried its own burden. The old man beneath the umbrella nodded slightly, saying it was true. Responsibility could not be avoided. But the two of them, he warned, did not need to involve themselves further. Then, the divine bloody hand spoke up, his tone measured. In the end, the decision of succession would fall to Cheon-sang himself. The elders fell silent, biting their lips. They all knew it. Cheon-sang likely shared the same thoughts as them, that Hajine should be held accountable. But if the leader chose to protect his heir, they would have no choice but to obey. At the edge of the cliff, a demon elder raised his voice. The heavenly demon divine cult, he said, was nothing less than the embodiment of Passin, the leader of all demons under divine rule. Their fate was already bound. Vikan raised an eyebrow, asking about the child. What about her? Came the reply. A warrior sprinted swiftly across the field, and the old man clarified. He had seen that child before. Wasn't she the commander of the Berserker Demon Squad? The man turned his head, asking if this was the same one who had once fought him with such ferocity. Suddenly, Yui rushed forward, clutching an array of swords. A question rang out. Why was she carrying all those blades? Wasn't that the Seven Knights' blade? The elder beneath the umbrella explained. He had heard that the double meteorite blade, the Seven Knights' blade, and the four nameless swords were priceless treasures belonging to Hajine himself. The old man narrowed his eyes, remarking that as always, Hajine wandered recklessly through danger. Then, from deep within the forest, a surge of blue light erupted. Two warriors clashed savagely, their strikes splitting the air. Hajene bared his teeth. His opponent's attacks were becoming sharper and sharper. In the next instant, Guan lunged forward, sword thrust straight ahead. Hajene dodged swiftly, avoiding the lethal strike. But suddenly, Hajine's eyes darted to the side in shock. His opponent had vanished. Scanning the battlefield, Hajene realized too late, he was gone. Hajene gritted his teeth. Was he behind him? This had to be a move from the Demon Emperor's domination technique. And then, Hajene swung his blade with tremendous force. Guan grinned faintly in response. Then, before anyone could react, Hajene began to fade, his body dissolving into thin air. Guan's jaw dropped in confusion. Hajene clenched his fists, shouting the name of the technique. The Demon Emperor Domination Step, the most famous movement art of the heavenly demon cult. He mocked Guan, asking if it was really so difficult, adding that it looked like he hadn't even mastered 6 levels of it. Grinding his teeth, Hajene admitted he hadn't yet perfected the Demon Emperor Overlord Chi, but he had already learned the domination steps. Then, with a sharp edge in his voice, he asked if it wasn't true that their master hadn't fully accepted Hajene yet. Lowering his brows, Hajene answered coldly. Since they had both learned from the same master, he would give Guan a hint. Guan's pupils widened in alarm. In the next instant, Hajene lifted his foot from the ground. Guan's eyes shot open in shock. And then, Hajine's fist slammed straight into his chest. A deafening explosion tore through the clearing. Clenching his fist, the righteous Heavenly Alliance acolyte asked if Guan was beginning to understand. Struggling to his feet, the first successor spat back that Hajene dared to use the Demon Emperor's steps against him. His teeth ground together as he vowed he could not lose to someone like him. Dark thoughts flashed in his mind. Was it Xion Sang himself who had taught Hajene the first part of the Demon Emperor's chi control? Hajene curved his lips into a smile. He declared the fight finished. Guan could not defeat him. But then Hajine's eyes shifted, narrowing in surprise. Someone else had arrived. Hajene moved his legs steadily into the clearing. Pyong's face twisted, veins bulging as he roared that this was unforgivable. How dare they hold a battle for succession without him? In the middle of the forest clearing, Guan demanded to know what had happened to him. The second young lord smirked, answering coolly that he had simply dealt with those who got in his way. The first successor's eyes darkened as he demanded to know who. Pyong rubbed his chin and replied casually, the cult members at the bar and a number of Heavenly Demon Army soldiers. The man's expression twisted. What was he thinking, killing fellow cult members at such a time? Beyond only opened his mouth wide in reply, his voice sharp. What else was he supposed to do? Should he have let them capture him without resistance? Guan's face hardened with fury as he shouted back. Did Pyong not realize that by giving the false accusations against him the appearance of truth, he was only making the situation worse? That this was... Now, Pyong stood branded as a suspected traitor, one who had killed his own sect members. No one would believe his innocence anymore. Opening his mouth, Pyong snapped back, demanding why the blame was aimed solely at him. Shouldn't it fall on both of them? Then he sneered, asking if his accuser planned to run away alone. From behind, Hajene chuckled darkly. As expected, the second successor had stirred up a scene. He added mockingly that Pawn truly deserved the title of traitor. Pyong Guan ground his teeth, so hard they almost cracked. In rage, he shouted that Hajene was a bastard. But Guan cut in, scolding him to stop acting like a fool. He was only letting himself be provoked. The blood vessels in Pyong Guan's eyes turned red with fury. Hajene, grinning with sinister amusement, taunted him further. Could he not control his desires? Was it because of a technique similar to the devil's soul absorption? He then added sharply that Xion Sang himself had declared orthodox demonic arts incompatible with soul absorption. That meant Pan's technique was nothing but a cheap imitation. Pyong Guan's pupils bulged in rage. His voice cracked with indignation at Hajene daring to call his demonic double-body union a worthless fraud. With a furious leap, he screamed that he would tear Hajene apart. His body twisted, hands thrashing wildly as he shouted over and over. Then, with a bellow, he roared for his enemy to die. Hajine's hair whipped upward as his aura flared. But before he could finish, Hajine's strike crashed down, smashing against his head. Hajine's eyes widened in disbelief. How had he survived that? Clenching his jaw tight, Pyong glared and declared it was his turn now. Pyong Guan grinned, warning them to hold on tightly. Suddenly, the air shimmered. An attack trace split through the space. Guan's sword slashed forward at the same time his ally screamed in pain. He cried out, clutching his wounded hand, demanding what Guan thought he was doing. Grinding his teeth, Hajene shouted furiously that the Guan was insane, attacking his own comrade. But Guan only frowned, his gaze unwavering. Did Hajene mean this traitor? He explained coldly that he didn't understand what Hajene was ranting about. From his perspective, he was simply punishing two criminals standing before him. Hajene's lips tightened. If this continued, his arm would be severed. There was only one way out. But if he released his technique now, his left arm would break. Still, better broken than gone. Guan's pupils bulged in shock as anger surged as Hajene unleashed his hand strike, detonating with the force of a mountain collapsing. In the heart of the forest, a blinding flash of magic split the air. The warrior dropped to one knee, pain tearing through his body as blood spilled from his lips. Hajene scowled. I won't give up my arm so easily. EUI rushed forward. Master, are you here? Why do you always abandon your weapon? Reaching out his hand, Hajene asked calmly, Did you bring the sword? Then, with a nod, he added, Good work. Clutching the bag in her fist, EUI urged, Wait, just a moment. Covering his mouth, Hajene glared. Guan, how dare you lay hands on my people? Guan frowned, clearly shaken. In a breath, Hajene soared skyward with the phantom flight spell. Magic burst from him like a radiant beam, and a raging whirlwind swept through the forest. Trees ripped from the earth, leaving a massive trench carved before Hajene. Master, are you all right? EUI asked. He smirked faintly. I'll hold out for now. Guan lay face down in the dirt. An aide asked if it was over, but the third young lord shook his head. He won't wake any time soon, but he won't die either. Move him away for now. Suddenly, Pyong let out a loud, piercing scream. Eyes shut, the first successor snapped. You fool. Calm yourself. Buy me some time until I recover. But Hajene shook his head slowly. There's no need. Holding his shoulder, he said firmly. I respect you. I trust you. But you used your own brother as a sacrifice, stealing his martial arts just to climb higher into the demonic path. You reached the level of a supreme demon. But in doing so, you turned yourself into a monster with the very techniques he taught you. Tears welled in his eyes. And still, you told me you'd show me the way to a greater demon. All of this was your doing. Guan's voice trembled. Impossible. You can't mean that. But in a flash, Pyong's strike pierced his back. Don't you dare blame me for this, Pyong growled. Hajene stood frozen, unable to comprehend. In Hajene's hand was the heart of the first successor of the heavenly demon cult. EUI gasped, hand pressed her lips. What has this maniac done? And as the sky broke, rain began to fall, drops trailing down Hajene's face. Biting his lip, Hajene stayed silent. Across from him, Pyong. Soon, I'll take your heart as well. The scene shifted deeper into the forest. Steel clashed as Seoyun swung her sword, cutting through the men that surrounded her. Beside her, Yeoman sent an enemy flying with a crushing palm strike. A scream tore through the night, making air whirl around. A servant stumbled in, carrying Dongpil's limp body. His voice shook. He's in terrible condition. Glancing at the corpses scattered around them, Seoyun ordered sharply, Zhang Riyang, go to the Blood Spirit Pavilion. Yeoman and I will hold this ground until the Justice Hall arrives. The younger girl grabbed her hand. Seoyun turned, but Yum was already staring into the distance. Do you think Hajene will be all right? Looking back toward the darkened forest, she replied quietly, It's good that you came to me for help. But if you plan to follow him there, I don't recommend it. Rain poured harder over the trees. In the shadows, Hajene and EUI froze in disbelief. Pyong, now armless, was devouring Guanyang's heart. Hajene frowned, his voice low. So this is what Sangren warned us about. His gaze lingered on Pyong before he recalled Sangren's words. Without the principles of harmony contained in the final stage, Luli's great method is pure corruption. If it doesn't master it completely, the second young lord will lose himself and become something worse than even the Beast Palace Master. EUI's voice trembled. He really ate the heart. Pyong rose slowly to his feet. Chaotic chi surged violently from his body. The demonic energy inside him, it's growing fast, EUI muttered with a frown. Hajene seized his sword and swung. The aura from the blade shattered instantly, smothered by Pyong's overwhelming chi. Hajene's hair whipped around him. It felt just like that battle against the Beast Palace Master. A barrier of chi flared to life, absorbing the storm of energy. Behind him, EUI's voice rang out. Is the position of successor so valuable that you destroy yourself for it? Hajine's eyes narrowed as he studied the madman before him. There are always those working to corrupt themselves for power. EUI's tone turned wary. Then shouldn't you be more prepared to face that fate yourself, master? Hajine's hair lifted in the rushing chi. His answer was steady. I will prepare for it. But before he could say more, EUI spun suddenly, an alarm flashing across her face. The heavenly demon army, they're almost here. In an instant, countless swords rose into the sky. Hajine swore under his breath. Perfect. Now we have witnesses. I'll end this here. Energy swirled violently around him as he gave his command. EUI, if I collapse, carry me to the Blood Spirit Pavilion. Hajine's brow furrowed, his voice sharp. But remember this, I will not die here. Inwardly, Hajine scoffed. Pyong, you fool. Depending on such twisted power, you'll never lead the cult, let alone reach the true peak of the demonic realm. Pyong's response was a beastly roar that shook the air. Jaw tight, Hajine declared. This is not the real demonic path. I'll put an end to it here. Swords surged forward, streaking through the forest as a wave of chi illuminated the night. Elsewhere, Dong Pil suddenly jolted awake. His gaze fell on the hall master, who stood close by. Turning to him, Go said calmly, I need to rest. My injuries are heavy. With my demonic energy, it'll take at least 2 months before I can wield a sword again. Dong Pil pressed his side, his voice strained. What about the others? Go step closer. Everyone's fine, even the maid. And it's thanks to you. Dong Pil shifted his eyes toward the head of the criminal court. We ran into assassins. Who were they? The man replied evenly. I'll tell you later. What matters now is your safety. For now, you should thank Yeoman. Dong Pil frowned, puzzled. Why would I thank her? With a faint smile, Go explained, that human persuaded Soyun and the 6th young lord to track us down. They reached you faster than even the heavenly demon army. Closing his eyes, Dong Pil exhaled. I see. Thank you for telling me. He glanced out the window. And Hajine? What's become of him? Go folded his hands behind his back. He's at the criminal court now. The scene shifted inside the criminal justice hall of the divine cult. Chains tightened around Pyongwan. His voice was steady as he spoke. Techniques that steal life essence come with a price. The deeper one goes into the demonic dual form, the more the mind unravels, whether you want it or not. Shackled by the legs, he continued. With a weak will like his, there was no way he could walk the inhuman path of a heretic. Guan was evil, yes, but he chose that road himself. There's no point in resenting him. Arms crossed, Hajine let the words hang. Pyongwan clenched his jaw. Then why didn't you kill him? Hajine's eyes narrowed. He would die regardless. My blade wasn't needed. But treason. Treason is a crime that can't be forgiven. Hajine's severed arm twitched violently. His face froze in terror as Hajine declared his fate. You will be beheaded. Meanwhile, inside the demon god's palace, Yozong let out a groan. Lately, I can feel it. My life is getting shorter. Before him, Yozong bowed. There is still unrest, my lord. But I've settled most of it. In 4 days' time, everything will be stable again. At least 10 days, Yozong muttered. From above, Cheon Sang looked down at him. My lord, I've carried out your order and announced a ban on leaving the cult's territory, but such a move will bring heavy losses. Losses or not, the one responsible will bear the weight of this. Yozong hesitated, then asked, You still haven't seen Hajine, have you? Yozong gave a slow shake of his head. Then what will you do? Cheon Sang pressed. Sitting high on the throne, Li Cheon Sang finally spoke. I will judge him myself. He poured himself a drink, the liquid rippling in the cup. If Hajine convinces me, things will remain as they are. But if he fails, this drink will be his last. A servant's voice suddenly rang from the gates. The 3rd young lord has arrived. The massive doors opened, and Hajine stepped into the throne room. Yozong bowed, ready to leave. Stay. You'll hear this too. Cheon Sang chuckled from the side. This boy has sparked the greatest political feud in the history of the cult. We should hear what he has to say before deciding whether he belongs in chains. Standing tall before Cheon Sang, Hajine said lightly, That sounds frightening. Yozong's reply was cold. You brought this upon yourself. When the master stepped closer, he asked, Do you understand why betrayal is the greatest mistake one can make when seeking to crush a rival? Hajine answered firmly, Because it is wrong to use the leaders of the cult as pawns for personal gain. Shion Sang's frown deepened. Most within the cult already know what you've done. Treason is a crime that cannot be forgiven. You wielded it as a weapon in your political games. You may have proven cunning, but not skilled enough to win on strength alone. Hajin stood silently, listening. The man continued. If your abilities had been sufficient, you would never have needed such risks. That is why, no matter how you prepare, convincing me will not be easy. Hajin's brow furrowed. Slowly, he reached into his robe and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. Then let me give you this first. What is it? Hajin unfolded it with steady hands. The confession of the second young lord. The hall went silent. Yozong's eyes widened in disbelief. Shion Sang stepped forward, taking the paper. Calmly, Hajin explained, Paiyong Guan wrote it himself with his one remaining hand. If you doubt it, you can verify the handwriting. Shion Sang's expression hardened as he read. The words were clear. Pan had written that his brother's martial skills were so formidable. He himself was uncertain of victory should they ever face each other. Shion Sang's lips moved as he began to read the confession aloud. Hajin spoke alongside him, reciting the words from memory. With the first young lord dead and the second imprisoned, I've lost any chance of claiming succession. So now, I confess to everything that happened. The hall fell silent, the weight of his words pressing down. Yozong's brow furrowed. Shion Sang narrowed his eyes. You memorized every word? Hajin nodded. Exactly so. Hajin added firmly. I was the one who ordered Paiyong Guan to write it. Shion Sang's gaze shifted toward the vase and the towering bull statue, his brows knitting tighter. How could you go this far? Hajin stood resolute. Because I swore to protect him, but only if he admitted his crimes as treason. Shion Sang held the paper in his hand, his voice hard. Treason is unforgivable. Whatever the reason, traitors are executed on the spot. And yet, you still obtain a confession. That is no careless blunder. Did you strike a bargain with him? Hajin's fist clenched. Yes, I promised to cure his madness and to guide him into the realm of higher demons. Shion Sang's eyes widened slightly. You're certain of this? Hajin's tone did not waver. Once I master the method, I'll guarantee his advancement. And when I become Shion Sang, I'll ensure his promotion as well. Shion Sang's stare sharpened, suspicion cutting deep. The overlord lifted the paper again. You planted the idea with such precision. Do you truly mean to make the second young master your ally? Hajin's reply was steady. I may not be refined in every way, but I've never gone back on a promise. Lowering the paper, Shion Sang's voice grew cold. That promise rests entirely on whether the second young master still lives. Hajin frowned. Yes, that's true. Moments later, he dropped to his knees, his voice ringing through the hall. Spare him. Spare the second young lord. Li Shion Sang's face tightened into a deep frown. Above the palace, the clouds drifted slowly across the sky. Meanwhile, in the square, Yeoman stood defiantly. I'll wait for my brother. When he comes out, we'll eat together. I won't leave until then. A maid hurried to her. Young lady, Hajin doesn't want you to wait. Yeoman blinked in surprise. How would you know that? Just then, Sioyun appeared, startling everyone. Her eyes fell on her younger sister. What are you doing here? Lowering her head, the maid answered softly. I only wanted to escort Yeoman back to her room. Yeoman's voice rang out, steady and stubborn. I'm waiting for my third brother. When he's finished, we'll eat together. Her gaze drifted to the palace. Beside her, Sioyun spoke softly. That means Shion Sang is still speaking with him. She turned her eyes away, her thoughts heavy. To use something as grave as betrayal for personal gain, it's far too dangerous. This time, Shion Sang won't overlook it. If he fails to give a convincing explanation, he may never come out. Sioyun stepped closer. Come eat with me. Walking alongside Sioyun, Yeoman asked cautiously, Can we really? I thought you didn't like me. Sioyun smirked faintly. Then let's go to the Purple Mist Pavilion. Inside the palace, the lamps burned brightly. Shion Sang studied the letter in his hand, his voice low. I fail to see the point in the prince's struggle. Once one ascends to the imperial throne, all the brothers and their followers will be executed regardless. Hajin raised his head. It's to eliminate any chance of rebellion. His teacher nodded. Yes, that is the nature of power. Rulers fear hidden threats, while the ambitious forever plot to overthrow them. Yet, I chose to spare my rival. After all, even after a brutal battle between us, I decided to forgive him. Hajin bowed his head. That is the promise I made. Xion-sang's eyes flicked up. And this promise? Is it truly so important to you? Staring at the floor, Hajin answered firmly, yes. Promises are everything. They are the foundation. If one cannot take responsibility for their own words, then no important matter can ever be discussed. The man took another drink. A fair excuse. Yet, knowing you, it seems you often twist promises to your own advantage. Hajin frowned. I won't deny it. Promises matter, but my benefit usually comes first. This time is different. He lifted his eyes. I'm not so weak that I'd break a promise simply because Gon is corrupt or because he's my rival. Li Qion-sang gave a faint smile. So you believe you're that strong? Hajin straightened, voice steady. At the very least, I'm not so weak that I can't deal with a fool so easily swayed by temptation. He placed his hands firmly on his knees. Guan, he was only searching for recognition. Qion-sang paused, puzzled. Hajin continued. He told me himself. He dreamed of becoming an absolute ruler, to live out his old age in comfort like a god. The strongest, the one all would bow to. Pouring himself another drink, the man muttered, his aspirations are no different from Qion-sang's. But their natures, their personalities, are worlds apart. Turning toward Yozong, Qion-sang asked slowly, and what do you think of all this? The Sly Lord's lips curved slightly. This boy had twisted even a false testimony into something sharp enough to cut through the hall. Yozong's smile lingered. This is unacceptable. A false alarm within the cult is not treason, but it is a crime severe enough to warrant death. The problem, third young master, is that you've turned this into a true rebellion, undermining Qion-sang's authority. Hajin's teeth clenched. Yozong stepped between master and disciple, his tone heavy. From this day forward, the records of the cult will say that a rebellion took place under this regime. And the cause? Not spies from the orthodox sects, but disciples trained by Qion-sang himself. Generations to come will not remember the leader as a flawless god, but as one who failed to keep his own house in order. Qion-sang's eyes narrowed. Hajin frowned, realizing the weight of those words. If that's written into history, it will be seen as a grave mistake. Yozong's smile deepened. It's not as though Qion-sang cares for judgment. To worry about what history will say is only to weaken oneself. A cup shot across the room, carried by a surge of qi. Qion-sang caught it and thrust it toward Hajin. Drink to the bottom. Hajin lifted the cup. His teacher's voice rang out. This won't be your last drink. Qion-sang, however, scowled. But because of your promise, I cannot forgive a traitor. The second will die as a result of your accusation. If you truly wish to save him, then declare that this was no rebellion. But do you even want that? Hajin lowered the cup slowly. No, I don't. Qion-sang's eyes sharpened. Then the other must die. Hajin placed the bowl carefully on the floor, then rose to his feet. I must meet with the head of the criminal justice hall. Qion-sang tilted his head. You mean to pressure him, to keep the second from execution? Hajin frowned. When I first saw him, his face was different. A realization struck him. A technique, one that alters bone structure. Yozong's face twisted grotesquely at that moment. From a throne, Li Qion-sang's voice boomed. So you intend to deceive the cult again by using a substitution? Hajin's lips moved slowly. No, I have never deceived you, the demon lord. The man's gaze narrowed to slits. Hajin dropped to his knees. If only you know the truth, then it is not a deception of the cult itself. The man scoffed. A play on words. Hajin gave a short laugh. Yes, the play on words. But at the same time, it's true, Hajin said quietly. The one who taught me to think this way was none other than you. Li Qion-sang frowned. Hajin's smile faded. Does this rebellion truly trouble you, master? I cannot claim to know your heart. But if it truly doesn't matter to you, then why hesitate to place another pebble on the boulder? The overlord's eyes narrowed. And why should I do as you ask? Hajin frowned back. Rising to his feet, he asked, then allow me to speak disrespectfully just once. He struck his chest sharply, then flung his hand upward. Because you're driving me insane, he shouted. Yozong's face broke into a sweat, terrified by the roar that shook the hall. Qion-sang's brow creased as Hajin's scream echoed through the palace. Why keep making excuses? Hajin thundered. You've already decided. Or are you just curious about my reaction? Complaining about your own shaky principles? Qion-sang's fingers pressed lightly into the throne's armrest. Hajin's hand slashed through the air. You're the demon lord, not me. If you desire something, If it truly lies in your heart, you act without hesitation. And if you wanted to know my reaction, I've already shown it. This is my limit. Drag this talk on any longer, and you'll see just how angry I truly am. Shion Sang's voice cut through the tension. If you intend to act, then act. If not, then say so plainly. Breathing hard, Hajin steadied himself. Were you always like this? Shion Sang's eyes narrowed. I was. Once. A bead of sweat slid down Yozong's cheek. He knew he was witnessing something rare. From the throne, Shion Sang spoke, his voice softer. If I am not the same as before, it is because of you. You've changed me. He smiled faintly. You're not like the others in this sect. A disciple is shaped by the words and actions of his master. Sometimes a few words alone can alter a disciple's life forever. Hajin lowered his head. That much is true. Shion Sang frowned slightly. But the opposite is true as well. He rose to his feet, his presence filling the hall. Your actions, your words, they've caught my attention. Every time you're pressed, you create something new. Even now, it is the same. Perhaps in that uniqueness, I've found a strange comfort in the dull rhythm of life. Hajin lifted his head slowly. The cup in his hand dissolved into nothingness. With his hands folded behind his back, Shion Sang said calmly, I despise vague talk, and yet here I am, indulging in it. As he passed the student, he added, I await your decree. The first young master and the second, both will be executed as traitors. That decree will not change, Shion Sang declared. But the rest will depend on you, and the head of the criminal law hall. Hajin froze, listening carefully. As Shion Sang walked away, his voice echoed. If the head of the criminal law hall grants your request, I won't interfere as usual. But if he refuses, then Pyong Guan's execution will proceed as planned. At the doorway, Shion Sang paused. Without turning fully, he added, one more thing. This was the only time I allowed myself to be convinced. Hajin glanced back with a faint smile. Then don't take it for granted. Because if I must, I'll convince you again. Shion Sang let out a low chuckle as the doors closed behind him. If you believe you can do it, then act. By a quiet pond, a single leaf drifted down, landing gently on the surface. Ripples spread outward. Shion Sang stood in the gazebo, watching his reflection waver across the water. A smile tugged at his lips before he stepped outside. Turning, Hajin said softly, So, you managed to convince him and survive. Lately, you've been testing the ruler's patience more than ever. Hajin, leaving, replied, The fact that he still welcomes me is a relief in itself. I'm not someone who would ruin another's life for pride, but I won't hide behind false virtue either. Suddenly, his Dantian's fear stirred, forcing his gaze downward toward his chest. Its presence pressed against him, undeniable. Shion Sang, seated now at the table, studied him. I don't know if you truly seek divinity, but those bound by their 5 desires and 7 emotions, if they reject their humanity, they cease to be human. What I need is someone who embraces those feelings. Someone real. Hajin frowned. To focus power in the central Dantian isn't to lose control over emotions. It's to be honest with them. He lifted his head toward the sky. Even so, I feel only emptiness inside. His voice hardened. But now Guan is dead. Van has been handled. My greatest rivals are gone. That gives me the advantage in the struggle for succession. Footsteps approached. A voice called his name. Hajin turned, and there stood Go. Hajin smiled faintly. I was just about to seek you out. Go's eyes widened in surprise. After a pause, he said, Our relationship isn't exactly close. If you wish to see me, it must be about administrative matters. Hajin's smile deepened. Not only that, it's a conversation to resolve something far more important. The head of the criminal hall frowned. Follow me, he said, turning away. I'll even pay for our dinner. The scene shifted to Hajin's home. Sangrin glanced at the pot. Are you cooking too much? Carrying dishes, the girl asked softly. Will the doctors at the Blood Spirit Pavilion really handle everything themselves? Anhwa looked over at her and smiled. A little noise in the kitchen won't bother anyone. Anhwa lowered her head. It's only because of Dongpil that we've had these marvels at all. I just want to help however I can. Sangrin planted her hands on her hips. Everyone here is wonderful. The way they treat each other, it feels like a real family. Anhwa gave her a look. That's because Hajin cares for us. He's kind, soft-hearted. Sangrin froze at the word, startled. Soft-hearted? Abruptly, she pushed her friend aside. Let me help too. You should rest. Steam rose from the simmering soup. Sangren tasted it and smiled. Delicious. She set her spoon down, lost in thought. Hajin, even if you judge him only by his martial skill, he's already outstanding. But he doesn't use brute force to solve every problem. He never relies on it blindly. Her mind turned to Guan and his retinue. Hajin has another strength. He can predict the flow of events with startling accuracy. If Guan had matched him in power, he might have one. But instead, Hajin twisted the situation, turning his strength against him. He branded him a traitor and destroyed his entire force. She continued thinking. The foresight to read the situation. The courage to act. The ability to set the tone despite his inexperience. Already, he has the makings of the greatest within the cult. He hides in the shadows, but if he had a true strategist beside him, conquering the world would hardly be a joke. Sangren imagined Hajin's face. He made a deal with someone very dangerous. But as long as that alliance holds, we'll be safe. Her eyes widened suddenly in panic. She began stirring quickly. Oh no, the rice pudding's a little burnt. The scene shifted to a tavern. Walking beside Go, Hajin asked, "Has this tavern always been here, to the east of the fortress?" The man nodded. Yes, but there are almost no visitors. The owner isn't part of the cult, and he doesn't belong to any pavilion. Looking around, Hajin frowned. Then how does this tavern even survive? Go answered casually, "I fund it myself." Hajin's mouth dropped open in shock. Sliding back the screen, Go added, "I have certain ties with the owner. That's why I." Hajin trailed behind Go as they stepped inside. He immediately said the place needed higher contributions, otherwise it wouldn't last much longer. Behind the counter stood an old man, seemingly lost in thought. The moment Go called out, he jolted awake, terrified by the sudden release of aura. Snapping back, the old man angrily pointed at Go, demanding why he had to yell instead of simply shaking him awake. Hajin stood there in disbelief, stunned at the exchange. Go brushed it off and ordered the old man to prepare everything as usual. But the old man resisted, grumbling that he was sick of this routine and didn't even have money. Hajin's jaw dropped when the head of the criminal case simply pointed at him, saying he would cover the cost. The old man turned, squinting at Hajin, and asked who he was. As he stepped outside, Go casually replied that this was Hajin, the third young lord of the cult. The old man scoffed. There were far too many young masters in the cult for him to keep track. But when he heard Hajin was the leader's disciple, he shouted in surprise. Then, grinning, the old man teased Go for bringing along such a cutie. He warned it would take some time to prepare, so they could look around, but made it clear they weren't allowed to break anything. Glancing up at the sky, the old man muttered that a boy like Hajin would be better off enjoying time with the ladies instead of being here. When they sat down, Hajin asked curiously who this old man was. He didn't look like a martial artist, yet his boldness stood out. Go shut his eyes and said the man had always been that way. Hajin stared at him and remarked that it was surprising he tolerated such insolence. After a pause, Go replied that he himself wasn't really surprised. Hajin pointed at himself, insisting that he was very surprised, because it wasn't every day one ran into a drunk old man like Kong in the cult. Go frowned, questioning whether Hajin really didn't mind being around such a loudmouth, even though this was their first meeting. With a calm smile, Hajin explained that just because he was Hajin didn't mean he had to act high and mighty. Words like that weren't pleasant, sure, but he wasn't the type to respond to every provocation. Go narrowed his eyes. As Hajin poured him a drink, he added that it wasn't just him who carried burdens. Go clearly had plenty of worries of his own. Go sighed, admitting he already had too much work, and recently someone had only made it worse. Hajin shot him an irritated glare. The man's demeanor had shifted. He was now acting smug, almost arrogant. When Go finally opened his eyes, he told Hajin that he actually envied him. Hajin frowned, lifting the cup in his hand. He said he certainly didn't envy Go's position within the cult. Reckless or not, there was nothing enviable about it. But Go shook his head and said he envied that as well. Hajin raised an eyebrow, remarking that he was unusually talkative today. Sitting across from him, Go asked calmly if Hajin had a problem with that. Hajin raised his cup, answering that he didn't mind. It was just out of character for him. Closing his eyes again, Go muttered that he was nothing more than an ordinary man. Yet every time he looked at Cheon-sang's disciples, he couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to stand in their place. He admitted he was always anxious whenever his results fell short, but felt genuine happiness whenever they improved. Lowering his head, Hajin reminded him that Cheon-sang had personally appointed him head of the criminal hall because of his talent, and his achievements had been remarkable. But Go-Gu slowly lifted his eyelids and said his results were no different from anyone else's. Hajene frowned as Go-Gu continued, saying that no matter how hard he worked, he could never rise higher. Because of that, Cheon-sang had eventually turned away from him. Then, sitting back, Go-Gu asked if Hajene knew what his position had been before becoming the head of the criminal hall. Hajene shook his head, admitting he had no idea. With a faint smile, Go-Gu revealed that he had once been the first disciple of the heavenly demon, the disciple of the previous cult leader. A genius, destined to lead the cult himself. Hajine's eyes went wide. He knew the name Sun Chan, a man born with unmatched combat instincts and sharp insight, the one fated to become the next heavenly demon, the rightful cult leader. Straightening, Go-Gu declared that he was once Hajene of the divine cult. Hajene glanced up at the sky, then turned back to him, asking if he truly had been Cheon-sang's disciple. Go-Gu confirmed it. Hajene parted his lips, demanding to know why Cheon-sang had abandoned him, and why he had hidden his past from everyone. Leaning forward, Go-Gu explained that it was all because of his origins, because he was not from Urim. Hajine's eyes widened in shock. Then Go-Gu drew a blade from its sheath. He said its name was Cheon-sang, the righteous sword. Lifting it slowly, he explained that it had been personally placed in his hands by his master. Even though much of his childhood was a blur, that moment remained clear as day. He stood there for a moment, recalling the teacher's warm smile as he had passed on the sword. Go-Gu said softly that his teacher had entrusted him with Cheon-sang while smiling at him with warmth. Hajene frowned. The image was hard to accept. He couldn't even picture Cheon-sang and smiling like that. Go-Gu said his master had once bestowed deep affection upon his disciples. But then his face hardened. He recalled his teacher's final words. He spoke slowly, telling Hajene to listen carefully. Closing his eyes, he repeated what had been entrusted to him. This sword must be driven into the heart of the heavenly demon to prove that it truly bears the spirit of righteousness. Hajene froze in shock as Go-Gu continued. Those words, he said, had been buried along with the past of the Righteous Alliance. His master had been none other than the White Sage, Ki-hyun, the now-fallen deputy leader of the Alliance. Sweat beaded on Hajine's face. He could hardly believe it. With a frown, Go-Gu revealed the truth. He had originally been sent by the Righteous Alliance itself, with a mission to kill Cheon-sang. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.